Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
This week is our 100th episode.
Woo! We've been looking forward to this for a while.
Yeah, and so there'll be lots of interesting little additions here and there with voicemails and shout-outs and whatnot.
Yeah, and if you pledge to us, thank you so much. We got a few new names. Our community's growing. We're feeling pretty good, and we're recording this early, but when this comes out, we'll be celebrating at SVP, meeting some of the people that we've interviewed in the past year, which is really exciting.
Yeah.
And also, we just want to say the 100 episode video, if you pledge the tier to where we're going to give you a shout out in that video, that will be a separate video from our regular episodes posted on YouTube. But keep an eye out for it. It is on our YouTube channel. So just go to YouTube and search for I Know Dino.
And we'll also put it on Patreon so you can see it there. You'll probably get an email about it too if that's what your settings have.
Yeah, that too. So today's episode is all about Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus is my favorite dinosaur. And as part of that, we got to interview Dr. Emmanuel Schopp. And hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And we are fortunate enough that we're going to be able to meet him at SVP too, so we're very excited. And of course, our dinosaur of the day is also Brontosaurus. And as usual, we have lots of dinosaur news.
Yeah. So jumping right into the news, this one was sent to us by several people, but the first person was Chris on Twitter. And first, a little background. So a couple months ago, we covered an article that described how dinosaurs likely used closed mouth vocalizations, since large birds often do, and smaller birds tend to chirp and do things like that. So they would have done these closed mouth vocalizations by the use of an inflating cavity. Unfortunately, inflating cavities don't fossilize well, and since we haven't found any, it's kind of hard to say for sure whether or not they had these inflating cavities and what they would have sounded like. Now, many of the authors of that paper have written another paper about dinosaur vocalizations, which is what a lot of people were sending us. But this time, they've taken a close look at a bird from the late Cretaceous, and everybody knows birds came from dinosaurs, so it's technically a dinosaur, but it's not a non-avian dinosaur. It's pretty much just a bird. But this time, the bird in this case is a Vagavis I don't know how to say it because I'm not a bird person. But it
sounded like that butterfly song.
Yeah, I probably did too many I's because it's I, but I have no idea how you say that.
Little butterfly.
Yeah. So it was found in Antarctica back in 1992. And it wasn't described until 2005, and then it took until 2013 before researchers realized that it had a fossilized syrinx. And a syrinx is what most birds have instead of a larynx. Well, no birds have a larynx, but most birds have a syrinx. And they use it for making sounds. Rather than our softer vocal cords in a larynx, they have a series of cartilage ring structures, and they're often on two separate branches of the trachea, which allows them to make some pretty complicated sounds. You might have heard some of those birds that can imitate a camera shutter and crazy complicated sounds. So that's because they have this really cool syrinx. Not all birds have a syrinx. For instance, all the New World vultures, which means North and South America, lack the organ completely, so they have to grunt and hiss instead, which is kind of fitting for a vulture. And possibly some dinosaurs had to do the same types of noises. We talked about that back with the earlier paper. So the researchers found the syrinx, and then they CT scanned it, and they also used another fossilized syrinx, and those from a dozen extant birds or birds that are still around, and they kind of compared them to try to figure out what it might have sounded like. So one of the co-authors, Franz Goller, says that we need a lot more research into how modern birds vocalize before we can really understand what types of noises this extinct bird could make. But based on the comparisons they made between the fossilized syrinx and those of living birds, they believe it probably either honked, quacked, or whistled.
It's quite a range.
Yeah, so it definitely had some cool abilities. Unfortunately, they think that this is more evidence that non-avian dinosaurs that we've found didn't have a syrinx, because we've found it now in a bird and we found so many dinosaur fossils that they're starting to think we probably would have seen a syrinx by now in a non-avian dinosaur if they had them, which means that T-Rex probably couldn't chirp, which is kind of sad because that would be pretty awesome.
If it could chirp?
Yeah, or just make some other kind of little bird noise. I would appreciate that, but it doesn't look like it happened.
I still kind of like the idea of what if T-Rex was totally silent.
Yeah, that'd be good too. But
creepy.
It's hard to say. It's really hard to prove, what they sounded like when you can't find anything at all, because the absence of a syrinx doesn't show anything. It could always just show up in a dinosaur in the future, and then it would kind of disprove all these theories.
I saw a good comic the other day. Somebody at work shared it, and it was some people from the future came to our time. And they're like, where are the spiders? We love spiders so much. We've seen the fossils and we want to learn all about them. We built this time machine so we can go back and learn more about them. And then the people of present day say, oh, well, here's one of their webs right here. And they say, what? Webs? What are these webs? They're like, oh, yeah, you've only known spiders from fossils, so you don't know what webs are. And then it cuts to like, well, think about how weird dinosaurs are. Like, we only know a little bit about the weird things that birds do, but we have no idea about the weird things dinosaurs do. And then it ends with like, hey, can we time travel and see? But it's kind of a good reminder, yeah.
So what you're saying is dinosaurs might have had webs.
No, not exactly, but there are definitely things about dinosaurs that we may never know.
That's true.
And we only know probably a very small fraction of what they looked like or did or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Next in the news, thanks again to Chris, who shared this one via Twitter as well. The Guardian reported on the UK's paleontology museums and their challenges. And it was interesting. One challenge is how most museum visitors assume that most skeletons are of dinosaurs because there's so many fossils of dinosaurs on display. And they're part of touring exhibitions. They're in books. They're available in gift shops, which... that is true because, like, Dimetrodon, people always think is a dinosaur, for example, or other times it's a mammal, but you just see the fossil and people think, oh, dinosaur. Oh, wait, no, that's something that lived only 10,000 years ago.
Yep.
There's another challenge in the UK, anyways, the idea that paleontology doesn't really exist in the UK, which is interesting because we're always talking about cool stuff that's happening in the UK, but maybe that's just because we're really big dinosaur enthusiasts.
Well, we also interview a lot of paleontologists in the UK, too.
Yeah. Well, apparently this depends on the region that you're in. And the author's point was, well, there's more than just the Natural History Museum in London. There's a lot of local museums. And then there's also this misconception that museums are full of static displays, which is also interesting and something we've been learning more about, especially with like the Royal Tyrrell, how they're always changing up their displays and using new things. So the article goes on to list a number of museums and other paleontological sites worth visiting in the UK. So I'll just list a few. We should add some of these to our own list next time we visit.
Yeah.
So they have the British Geological Survey, Dinosaur Isle, the Dinosaur Museum, Dorset County Museum, Great North Museum, Hancock, the Jurassic Coast, Lyme Regis Museum, Manchester Museum, Royal Albert Memorial Museum, Think Tank, World Museum, and Yorkshire Museum. And that's not even all of them. Plus they have a little description of what you can find in these museums. So we'll post the link on our blog. You can check it out.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, the UK is probably the second most active group, or maybe UK and Canada and the US all have a ton of active paleontologists, and it's always fun talking to people over there. In a couple of the interviews, though, they have mentioned that there's this disproportionate American dinosaur, like, what's the word? Fantasy, I guess, for like the Hell Creek dinosaurs, where everyone thinks of T-Rex fighting Triceratops. But there were lots of dinosaurs in the UK that were really interesting too, but a lot of people there don't really know about them and what the UK has to offer paleontologically also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's good to know. Next, Digital Spy and Sci-Fi reported on the latest Jurassic World 2 news, which I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that we're getting so much news this early on. I can only imagine what it'll be like come 2018 as we get closer. Well, I can't imagine it'll be similar to 2015. But anyway, so this article is that Jurassic World 2 may be about animal, specifically dinosaur rights. And according to an interview, the new director, J.A. Bayona, said, quote, "Both Jack Horner and me, we are concerned with man's relationship with animals. Dinosaurs are a parable of the treatment of today's animals. Abuse, experiments in medicine, pets. We have wild animals in zoos like prisons. Military use has been made of them. Animals and weapons." End quote. And in an interview with Jurassic Outpost, Colin Trevorrow said that he's not that interested in militarized dinosaurs, and we've talked about that before. He's also described Jurassic World 2 as, quote, "Jurassic World health with exacerbated consumerism," end quote, and that the movie would, quote, "shift to deal with more complex issues." So it's interesting to see what was started out as, like a monster movie kind of. More complex.
But then at the same time, people are speculating that since Bayona has some horror movie background, that it might be more like that. So it's kind of hard to tell now. There's some conflicting information coming out.
Yeah. Next, there's been a slew of videos showing people in T-Rex costumes. I mean, that's not new, but the ones from this week were pretty good. According to NBC LA in San Bernardino County, one woman wanted to make people smile and forget about the creepy clown sightings around the country. So she and her 3 daughters dressed up in dinosaur costumes and danced on a golf course. And they got lots of honks from passing cars. There's also, according to CNET, 2 people in T-Rex costumes who danced on a Florida beach right before Hurricane Matthew hit, which is ballsy. Anyway, they held hands and they trotted around in the sand. It looked very windy in the video. And last, according to NFL, football player Patrick Peterson took part in the Arizona Cardinals' Chuck It to the Bucket competition by dancing in a dinosaur costume on the field and catching a football. And he sidesteps really well. It does almost a crab walk. Well, not on his, but on his feet. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's pretty funny, especially on loop.
It makes a good GIF.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. We just got one of those dinosaur costumes, too, that might show up in our video.
Yeah, Garrett looks hilarious in it, especially when he's trying to put it on. I was thinking maybe we should make a video of you trying to put it on.
I don't think we should.
I guess there's a reason you don't see too many of those.
That's true.
And now on to our interview with Dr. Emmanuel Schopp. And Dr. Emmanuel Schopp is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Turin in Torino, Italy, as well as the author of numerous papers, one of the most well-known being a specimen-level phylogenetic analysis and taxonomic revision of Diplodocea Dinosauria sauropoda, a study published in 2015 about 81 sauropod specimens, which found Brontosaurus to be a valid genus again, and making him one of my favorite people. And he is currently working with lizards, trying to understand the methodology in phylogeny as well.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. So we have, we wrote up like a short introduction, and if you don't mind, I can read it, and then you tell me if we got anything wrong or if there's any information you'd want us to add.
Okay.
Okay, so Dr. Emmanuel Schopp is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Turin in Torino, Italy, as well as the author of numerous papers, one of the most well-known being a specimen-level phylogenetic analysis and taxonomic revision of Diplodocea Dinosauria sauropoda, a study published in 2015 about 81 sauropod specimens, which found Brontosaurus to be a valid genus again.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like us to? I know you've done other papers.
Well, maybe you can just state that I'm currently working with lizards.
Okay.
Which might be interesting.
What are you doing with lizards?
I'm actually trying to understand how the methodology of specimen-level phylogeny works best. So with lizards, I already know to what species they belong, so I can test whatever I need to do to make the best analysis.
Great. So, if we could just dive right in. How did you first become interested in dinosaurs and decide to go the paleontology route?
Well, that was actually already as a kid, as most, at least, dinosaur paleontologists. We had dinosaurs at school, and at the same time, actually, there was a new museum opening close to where I grew up, and they showed dinosaurs from North America. And so the interests that started with the school got just fed more by this museum, and it showed to me that it was possible to do actually paleontology in Switzerland as well.
Wonderful. Were there any particular dinosaurs that stood out to you?
Not really.
Just
I
in
guess
general.
just all of them were kind of exciting.
Yeah. So how did you decide to do the study that came out last year where you analyzed the 81 sauropod specimens? Like what prompted that?
This also has to do with that museum close to where I grew up, because the museum is it's called Sauriermuseum, Atal, and it had its own dig site in Wyoming, which is on the famous Howe Range, where the American Museum also dug in the 30s. And from there, they had a big collection of diplodocid sauropods. And looking into that with my soon-to-become PhD supervisor back in 2009, we saw that there is still a lot of work to do, even though most of it seemed to have been known already. And with these new specimens that have never been studied in detail at that Sauriermuseum, we could actually try to do a reanalysis of the systematics and the taxonomy of this group.
Cool.
So how many places did you end up going to study these specimens? I know in the paper it mentions a few different continents, so where specifically did you go?
Well, I went to numerous museums in Europe and in the United States. I think there were around 20 or so different museum and university collections that I visited. And of course, the most important ones are the American Museum in New York, the Yale Peabody Museum in New Haven, the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, but also the Museum für Naturkunde in Berlin in Germany, or other big institutions.
Wow, yeah. So then you spent probably a good chunk of time just traveling, right? Getting to all these museums.
Yes, that's true.
How long did it take to complete the study?
It was the main part of my PhD. So basically, I started collecting data for this in 2010 and published in 2015. So it was not the only thing I did, but the first collections of data were 5 years before publication.
Wonderful. And then how big was the team who worked on this with you?
Well, I did most of the collection visits myself, but there was obviously my PhD supervisor who was involved in the development and methodological issues. And then about a year before publication, when it went on through revisions, the entire project, we invited Roger Benson from the University of Oxford to contribute as well with a method that he actually developed and applied to plesiosaurs to try to understand which specimens actually belong to what species and where to define those boundaries between individuals and species and genera.
Oh, that's interesting. I know in the paper you talk a lot about like the number of vertebrae in the neck of some of the sauropods. Is that kind of a thing that he was using with the plesiosaurs too? Well,
in that methodology that he used, it was more to understand how much different the single specimens are and how much variability we can accept within a species, or when we have to decide that they should be considered different genera. So it did not actually go onto specific single specific features like the number of vertebrae.
So was the most surprising find about Brontosaurus, or were there other surprises in the study?
There were two big surprises. One is, of course, Brontosaurus, which we definitely did not expect in the beginning. But the other big surprise was also that when applying these kind of numerical rules to the entire group of diplodocids, we also saw that the Portuguese species Dinosaurs lurignanensis was actually not different enough from the North American Supersaurus vivianensis to be a separate genus. So earlier studies already found the two as sister taxa, which means they are the most closely related, or they're more closely related to each other than to any other diplodocid. But our analysis was the first to show that these differences were not so many, and therefore to state that Dinosaurs lurignanensis should actually be a species of Supersaurus.
Interesting.
And this is the first sauropod where we have convincing evidence that the same genus was present in the late Jurassic of North America and Portugal.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, this was kind of nice, but surprising also.
Sure, yeah. It's fairly far away from each other.
Well, yeah, it was closer back in time.
Then, yeah, but still.
Yeah. And actually, there is evidence for Stegosaurus or Allosaurus. So in other dinosaur groups, we have shared the genera, but there was no good evidence yet for sauropods. Just, with our study that changed.
So how exactly did you analyze all of these specimens? Once you go to the museum, is it a matter of just kind of carefully looking, or CT scans, or something else?
It was more just a matter of very careful looking. We created this matrix, it's called. It's a list of characteristics in the bones of the entire skeleton. And we found almost 500 of those characteristics in the end that we had to check in every single specimen. So it was really just going through all the collections and trying to understand first which bones actually belong to a single individual, which was already not such an easy task. And then with this, we could just check within this list if these characteristics were present or not in those individuals that I was studying. And with this list could then be fed into a software which is called TNT, and that software calculates actually the relationships between the individuals in this case. Usually this is done with species, but in our case we did this with individuals exactly because we wanted to test which specimen belongs to what species.
So I read that in an article, I believe you said this study couldn't have been done 15 years ago, but now there are enough specimens to study.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess I'm just I'm wondering if we can expect these kinds of big studies more in the future, because it seems like we keep finding more and more specimens of
yes, definitely. The problem was before that most of these individual specimens were extremely incomplete, and especially the reference specimens for the single species. So every species has its own reference specimen, which is tied to the specific name. And some of them only preserve tail vertebrae, other ones only preserve teeth, some preserve only some collection of leg bones, and obviously these are not directly comparable. So when we just try to understand the diversity based on these specimens, we cannot really say anything. They could all be the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But with new and more complete specimens that actually preserve at least parts of a single individual that overlap with several different incomplete specimens, we can tie them together. And in the last 15 years, more and more of these complete specimens have been dug up. And especially in Diplodocytes, this collection at the museum in Switzerland was very important because they had 3 or 4 really nicely preserved specimens that provided this kind of backbone of the analyses where incomplete specimens could be compared through those with each other indirectly.
Yeah. So reading a number of articles, it seems like not everybody is fully on board with the findings from this study. I was curious, what do you think of that? Like, is it, I guess if we can expect more of these studies, maybe that'll help get people more on board, or I don't know, we see some sort of debate.
Yeah, there has been quite a big debate since publication already, like very fast after. It's interesting to me. I'm really looking forward to seeing more and more papers coming out on this and to be like in this discussion. Mm-hmm. It is debated mostly because of these propositions of numerical approaches to decide where to put boundaries between species and genera. This has been done in the past more subjectively. We tried with these numerical approaches to be a bit more objective and repeatable so that people can take our analyses and do their own stuff. Mm-hmm. And test the methodologies that we used. But yeah, because this is kind of a new approach, there is obviously a discussion around it. And yeah, we will see where it brings us. It's these taxonomic changes are actually like almost daily work of scientists, mm-hmm. At least of people working in systematics. So it was not so surprising to find or to have changes in taxonomy when doing such an extensive work. It was just interesting because Brontosaurus was in there and it's such a popular dinosaur genus, so that everybody just was happy to have it back.
Yeah,
that's true.
So what I think I remember a few of the details, but what were the differences you found with Brontosaurus that you decided that it was significant enough to warrant its own genus?
Well, the most important thing here is that it's not like single important features that distinguish them. It's the number of features that are numerous enough to allow a distinction at the generic level so that the two genera are actually different. Mm. There are differences in the shoulder girdle, in some tail bones, and in some foot bones. These are probably not really visible, or were probably not really visible in the living animal, but can be seen in the bones themselves as kind of anatomical details, but the sum of these details allowed to distinguish them as genera.
Okay. So it's really more like a question of how many different mutations would happen, and then you can kind of tell how long ago they would have had to split. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, kind of. Of course, we don't know exactly how many mutations had to happen for what kind of difference in the bone. This is almost impossible to know, but the idea behind it was basically the same, and methodologies like this are used with molecular phylogenies also, where people today study living animals and try to understand how much or how different they should be to be called different species and different genera. So, yeah, it's just an assessment of variability and how much has been interpreted in the past as enough for different species, and kind of applying this more universally to the entire group of Dipodosids.
Yeah, I like that approach. And I know typically the best you can do is have consistency within a specific group, like a subset of sauropods or hadrosaurids or something, because then even between groups, like the difference between a genus in hadrosaurids might be much more specific than a genus within titanosaurs or something.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting point, because it's not just like a methodological issue, but it's also a historical issue. Mm-hmm. Because in some groups, researchers just tended to have, or to combine, or to allow more variability for a species than in other groups. And taxonomy is about stability. So to some extent, we also have to think about this historical interpretations and work them into consistent interpretations.
Is that what a lot of the blowback about Brontosaurus is? Just the fact that it's not been used for a long time?
Probably. There is another reason also, because if you actually look at the phylogenetic trees that we got, Brontosaurus is still the closest genus to Apatosaurus. So actually, just based on what you see on the tree, you could also say that the two branches of the tree with Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus can still be regarded as belonging to a single genus, because there's nothing in between that we know should be something else. So it is really just these numerical approaches that we proposed here, and the idea of consistency of a number of changes that was usually considered enough for different genera in the Diplodocus part of the tree, but apparently not in the Apatosaurus part of the tree.
That's funny.
So, kind of found that strange, and applying a consistent variability also in Apatosaurus. Brontosaurus came up as a different genus.
And you had, I think, 3 different species of Brontosaurus and 2 of Apatosaurus in the end. Am I right about that?
Yes. The number of species is actually the same as the one that we had before.
Okay, that's what I thought. So did any species get synonymized or split out in your study?
Not in Apatosaurus.
Okay.
No.
But they did in other parts of the analysis?
Well, we found some to be invalid, like Diplodocus lacustris, which is just a set of teeth. So there's no diagnostic features in there. Also Diplodocus longus, which is basically a series of tail vertebrae, but only 2 of them are reasonably complete. And also there's not really a diagnostic character that you could use to define the species. So these 2 were invalid, and the analysis also confirmed earlier interpretations of Seismosaurus being just a species of Diplodocus. So this synonymy, which was proposed before already, was confirmed by our analysis.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I'm curious, because I saw some of your other papers have to do with Camarasaurus or other sauropods.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, was that your focus for your PhD, sauropods in general?
No, the focus was really Dipodosids.
Okay.
The PhD, the work on Camarasaurus I did in the first postdoc just after the PhD. I still have to get around to finish that up and publish that entire phylogeny. I hope to get that done soon as well.
That's great. I'm a big fan because I'm on the group of people who were excited when you said Brontosaurus is a valid genus again. 'Cause that's my favorite.
Okay. Happy to be of service.
Also, so we just want to ask, what is your favorite dinosaur, personally?
That's a very good question. I think I don't really have a favorite species. I find sauropods cool probably mostly because I specialize most in them. Obviously, I find the one even cooler that I describe myself is Ceratopsians zebrae, but that's more like not because of the animal it is, but because it is kind of my dinosaur baby.
That's cool.
Sense, yeah.
When did you discover that one or name it?
That was also part of my PhD. It was one of the first Diplodocid specimens I looked in detail at. I studied in detail at the museum in Switzerland, and that was published in 2012 online.
Okay.
And 2013 in print.
Cool.
Yeah, that's great.
I think that would be my favorite dinosaur if I found one too, regardless of what it was.
Yeah, it's quite logical.
So, you mentioned earlier that you're currently working with lizards and doing sort of the same thing that you did with the diplodocids. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So I'm trying to perfectionize, can you say that?
Sure.
the methodology of specimen level phylogeny, mostly because this has not really been tested with living animals. So these tests that I'm doing right now. And in these living lizards, I know the species where the skeletons I'm studying belong to, so I can just adapt all the different factors in the methodology to get the tree as I would expect the tree should be. Mm-hmm. And then obviously apply it again to fossils in future.
Yeah, I was going to say, if once you've...
It looks promising.
Yeah, once you've perfected it too, do you think more people will come to accept this new way of looking at dinosaurs?
Well, there are already many more studies like this of different dinosaur groups. Mm-hmm. So it's a methodology that is being used more and more in vertebrate paleontology as well. Mm-hmm. It's actually what is being used almost always in biology. So if you have molecular phylogenies of living animals, like 99% of them are specimen level. So it is interesting also from this point of view to apply the same or a similar approach to fossils also.
Yeah.
But these analyses in biology are based on DNA and not on the bones themselves. So we don't really know how the methodology behaves when studying bones. And that's the main goal here with the lizard project.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Well, thank you so much for talking with us today. We're really excited.
Thanks for the invitation. I'm glad to be the 100th episode topic.
Oh yeah, us too. Like I said, Brontosaurus is my favorite, so.
So you got you.
And now on for our dinosaur of the day, Brontosaurus, which again is my favorite dinosaur, and I completely credit the movie The Land Before Time for that one. Watched it every day for a year as a kid. It drove my dad nuts, I'm sure.
You wore out your VHS tape.
Sure did. So, The name Brontosaurus means thunder lizard, and the type species is Brontosaurus excelsus, which Charles Marsh named in 1879. The species name excelsus means noble or high. That's quite an epic name, Brontosaurus excelsus.
Yeah.
Brontosaurus lived about 155 to 152 million years ago, and fossils have been found in Wyoming and Utah. For a long time, it was considered a junior synonym of Apatosaurus, and the original species, Brontosaurus excelsus, was reclassified as Apatosaurus excelsus in 1903. So, how did this happen? Well, the Morrison Formation was the center of the Bone Wars, which we've talked a lot about the Bone Wars in past episodes. And during the Bone Wars, there were a lot of dinosaur descriptions that were rushed so that Charles and Cope could compete to see who could name the most dinosaurs. Marsh actually named Apatosaurus in a 2-paragraph article for the American Journal of Science in 1877, and then wrote a more detailed article in 1879 with a sketch of an Apatosaurus pelvis, shoulder blade, and vertebra. And again, Marsh named Brontosaurus in 1879. So in 1903, Elmer Riggs said that Brontosaurus was too similar to Apatosaurus, and he called Brontosaurus excelsus Apatosaurus excelsus. Apatosaurus was named first, so Brontosaurus became a synonym. However, I like this fact, Henry Fairfield Osborn decided to label the skeleton in the American Museum of Natural History Brontosaurus, even though he opposed Marsh and Marsh's taxa. I'm not entirely sure why he would do that. Maybe he just liked the name better.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
It is arguably a better name, Thunder Lizard versus Deceptive Lizard. But anyway, the American Museum of Natural History Brontosaurus skeleton is the reason for so much controversy the last 100 years or so. So scientists thought it should be Apatosaurus, but the public knew it to be Brontosaurus. And
because you had millions of people going through there every year seeing the label Brontosaurus on it.
yeah, and then it ends up in media and other things too. And we used to get into conversations about that with people who weren't as big a dinosaur enthusiasts.
Yeah, that's true.
So the Brontosaurus skeleton was unveiled in 1905 at the American Museum of Natural History and was the first mounted sauropod, another reason it was so well known. It was a mostly complete specimen, but it was missing its feet, lower leg, shoulder bones, and tail bones. The tail was mounted with too few vertebrae, but it was according to what Marsh thought it should be. The skull was also based on, quote, the biggest, thickest, strongest skull bones, lower jaws, and tooth crowns from 3 different quarries, end quote, which most likely came from a Camarasaurus, which was the only other sauropod at the time with known skull material. Adam Herman, who worked on it, couldn't find any Brontosaurus skulls, so he had to hand sculpt a skull to stand in. And Osborn made a note in a publication that Herman's skull was, quote, largely conjectural and based on that of Morosaurus, which is now Camarasaurus.
And we should note that's really not uncommon because finding a completely articulated skeleton is very rare. So you're almost always sculpting different bones, and it's not uncommon to pick a skull from a sister taxa and just call it good enough because it's the best you can do.
Yeah, and to date, there's still no Brontosaurus skull that's been found. But I think we know a little bit more about how it looked, and it would not have looked like the boxy Camarasaurus skull.
Yeah, because we know it's closely related to Apatosaurus, so you can figure their head would be closer than Camarasaurus.
More elongated and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, an Apatosaurus skull was found in 1909 near a skeleton that was found to be an Apatosaurus specimen. This skull was similar to Diplodocus' skull, and so many believed it was an Apatosaurus skull, though Osborn and others rejected this. William H. Holland, the Douglas and Carnegie Museum director, believed it was an Apatosaurus skull, but he didn't put a head on the mount at his museum, possibly because he was waiting for someone to find an articulated skull and neck. But then he died in 1934, and after he died, museum staff put a Camarasaurus skull on their mount. The first Apatosaurus with an articulated skull wasn't found until 2011. In 1931, the Yale Peabody Museum created a unique skull where they based the lower jaw on a Camarasaurus and gave it forward-pointing nasals instead of it being based solely on what Camarasaurus' skull looked like. In the 1970s, John Stanton McIntosh and David Berman redescribed Diplodocus and Apatosaurus skulls and found that Holland was right and that Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus had a skull similar to Diplodocus. And so they reassigned many Diplodocus skulls as Apatosaurus. In 1979, Carnegie mounted the first Apatosaurus skull on a skeleton, and then the American Museum of Natural History did the same in 1995 and relabeled their skeleton Apatosaurus excelsus and corrected the tail. It took until 1995 to correct that tail.
Yeah.
So in 2015, that's when Dr. Emanuel Schopp and his team did a study that found that Brontosaurus was a valid genus and separate from Apatosaurus, though not all paleontologists agree yet. The study, again, was called a specimen-level phylogenetic analysis and taxonomic revision of Diplodocus, Dinosauria sauropoda. And in addition to Dr. Schopp, there was Octavio Mateus and Roger Benson, and the study was published in April of 2015. And this study found that two species that used to be considered Apatosaurus and Eobrontosaurus were now just Brontosaurus. So there's Brontosaurus parvus and Brontosaurus yanapin. And this is in addition to Brontosaurus excelsus being Brontosaurus excelsus again instead of Apatosaurus excelsus.
Gotcha.
So Brontosaurus parvus was first described as Elosaurus in 1902 by Gilmore and Peterson. Then it was assigned to Apatosaurus in 1994 and then to Brontosaurus in 2015. It includes a partial juvenile skeleton, a nearly complete skeleton that's mounted at Brigham Young University, and another partial skeleton. The oldest species of Brontosaurus is Brontosaurus yanapin, which was found in Wyoming in the Morrison Formation. It lived about 155 million years ago. It was 69 feet or 21 meters long and described in 1994 by James Fila and Patrick Redman, who named it a species of Apatosaurus. And the species name means breast necklace because it has pairs of sternal ribs that look like hair pipes worn by the Lakota tribe. Bob Bacher in 1998 said that it was more primitive than originally thought and named it Eobrontosaurus. The Greek word eos means dawn. And again, though this is now back to being just Brontosaurus according to the 2015 study. So the original intent of the 2015 study was to revise the family tree of Diplodocids. Most Diplodocid species were described in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and many holotype specimens were incomplete and fragmentary. So the study included 81 operational taxonomic units, 49 of which belong to Diplodocidae. The study is almost 300 pages long and had analyzed 477 different physical features of 81 specimens, and it took visits to 20 museums in Europe and the US. In the study, as we talked about in our interview, they used algorithms to compare traits, and if more than 20% of the traits were different, they classified the bones as their own genus. And I have a lot of good quotes from Schopp, and he gave us a lot of good quotes in our interview, but these were just too good to also not quote, so we have more quotes from him. Anyway, he said that, quote, "The border between different species and different individuals within a species was progressively much lower. And we were surprised when we got these results that Brontosaurus was valid again. So they had Roger Benson from Oxford University verify their results. And Roger Benson said, quote, "The differences we found between Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus were at least as numerous as the ones between other closely related genera and much more than what you normally find between species." In a lot of these articles, and there are so many because it was a huge deal when it came out, people are comparing Brontosaurus coming back as to Pluto and hoping that Pluto will be classified as a planet again.
It's kind of similar in that Pluto didn't actually go anywhere. It's just whether you consider it a dwarf planet or a planet. But at the same time, Brontosaurus excelsus was always still a species. It just had a slightly different name. So
yeah,
it's not quite as big of a change, but still a nomenclature thing.
Yeah, that's true. So, as Schopp had said, this is a nice example of how science works and how this new finding can overturn more than 100 years of beliefs, which is crazy to think about. So Shop had said that this study couldn't have been done 15 years ago, but there's so many dinosaurs similar to Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus that have been found recently, so that made it a lot easier to re-examine. So, recapping, there are 3 valid species of Brontosaurus, according to this study: Brontosaurus excelsus, Brontosaurus parvus, and Brontosaurus yanapin. And the study found that Elosaurus and Eobrontosaurus are now synonymous with Brontosaurus, and that Brontosaurus amplus is an invalid proposed species and should just be combined with Brontosaurus excelsus. Marsh named Brontosaurus amplus back in 1881, but it's now considered to be a synonym of Apatosaurus excelsus, now Brontosaurus excelsus. Gilmore said this in 1936, McIntosh said it in 1990 and 1995, and Upchurch, Tamita, and Barrett said it in 2004, though most studies also said there needed to be more detailed assessment, although it seems like a lot of people agreed on that. Anyway, so the 2015 study said that Brontosaurus had, quote, 1, a longer than wide base of posterior dorsal neural spines, 2, the area on the scapula posterior to the acromial ridge and the distal blade is excavated, 3, the acromial edge of the scapular blade bears a rounded expansion at its distal end, and 4, the ratio of the proximodistal length / transverse breadth of the astragalus is 0.55 or greater.
Yep, I think he didn't want to bore us with all those details, which is why he kept saying, like, there are differences. But it's interesting to see exactly what the differences are, and they're all very specific parts of bones. So, yeah.
There are. There's more to it for Brontosaurus excelsus, but do we want to get into that much detail?
I don't think we need to. But
if you're interested, we will be linking the study on our blog so you can go through the 300 pages. It is interesting.
Yeah, suffice it to say they found 7 significant differences.
Yeah, for Brontosaurus excelsus. But to kind of make it in more general terms, Brontosaurus had a higher, less wide neck than Apatosaurus. And Shop has this great quote in one of the articles that says, so although both are very massive and robust animals, Apatosaurus is even more extreme than Brontosaurus, which I think is interesting if you think about their names, Brontosaurus being thunder lizard and Apatosaurus meaning deceptive lizard. But Apatosaurus is the more extreme, robust one.
Yeah.
I guess that could count. That's a bit deceptive.
Yeah.
So Paul Barrett from the Natural History Museum in London said, quote, "It's the biggest study on this family. They marshal a lot of evidence and make a very good case. And it's taken us a long time to convince people that we shouldn't be using the name Brontosaurus. Just as we've got to that point, it looks like we're going to have to turn around and say, actually, it's all right again," end quote.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because we have had people say like, yeah, I know that Brontosaurus isn't a real dinosaur. And then...
And we have to say, actually it is now.
Yeah.
Yay. Not everyone's fully convinced of this yet, though. So Brian Switek said the problem is there's no standard for choosing which traits are significant, so there's still some subjectivity when classifying genera. And this might not be settled until a Brontosaurus skull is found.
We talked about that a lot. Classifying genera is very murky and, hand-waving. But the main thing is you just want to be consistent within a specific group of dinosaurs. So
yeah, which is what this study helped, as we talked about in our interview.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's weird how there wasn't consistency within even this group.
Yeah.
Diplodocus. So Kenneth Carpenter from Utah State University's Eastern Prehistoric Museum said the fossil that Apatosaurus is based on hasn't been described in detail and should have been in order to be compared to Brontosaurus. He said, quote, "So is Brontosaurus valid after all? Maybe, but I think the verdict is still out." And then we've got paleontologist Donald Prothero who said, quote, "Until someone has convincingly addressed the issue, I'm going to put Brontosaurus in quotes and not follow the latest media fad, nor will I overrule Riggs, 1903, and put the name in my books as a valid genus." So not everyone is convinced, and it seems like there will definitely be debate, although it doesn't seem to be quite as heated as Torosaurus and Triceratops.
Yeah. I mean, I think One of the reasons is when you have 113 years of history of calling something by a certain name, there's a little bit of an extra burden on justifying changing the name. And they might think, well, we haven't really gotten to that point yet. And for everybody, that's going to be a different threshold. So
That's true.
just kind of takes a while to see where it settles out.
I'm going to go ahead and believe. So Brontosaurus was quadrupedal and had a long neck and a long whip-like tail and forelimbs that were a little shorter than its hind limbs. Originally, Brontosaurus and other sauropods were thought to be too heavy to walk on land, so it's thought that they lived partly in water, and we know now that's not true. If Brontosaurus were completely submerged in water, it would not have been able to breathe because the water pressure on its lungs would have been too much. Also, most sauropod fossils are found in what would have been dry inland areas. Like other sauropods, Brontosaurus had neck vertebra that was bifurcated, so it had paired spines, which meant it had a wide, deep neck. And its neck had air sacs to help make it lighter. And it also had tall spines on its vertebrae, like Apatosaurs. And it had long ribs compared to other diplodocids, so they had very deep chests. Brontosaurus had stout arm bones and a large claw on its forelimb and 3 toes on each foot. Each toe had a small claw as well. Why there's a claw on the forelimb is unclear. It may have been for defense, though it's not the best size or shape for that. It may have also been used for feeding or used to grasp things like tree trunks when rearing.
That sounds pretty crazy.
It does. I would love to see that.
Maybe as like a juvenile or something, it might make more sense than as an adult.
I don't know. Why do spiders make webs?
There are lots of good reasons to make webs.
But if you're just looking at the fossils, how do you know?
I guess.
Originally, Brontosaurus was thought to have a short tail, but Brontosaurus could crack its tail to signal to others or show dominance or warn predators such as Allosaurus, Torvosaurus, or Ceratosaurus. Brontosaurus excelsus is the largest species, and it weighed 15 tons and was 72 feet or 22 meters long. An adult Brontosaurus parvus is estimated to have weighed 14 tons. Sauropod trackways show that they moved as fast as 12 to 19 miles per hour, 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, and moved on average 12 to 25 miles or 20 to 40 kilometers per day.
I wonder how they estimated that distance per day. That sounds a little
That does
odd.
sound like a lot.
But I mean, it sounds like that would be pretty hard to tell from a trackway.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe a little more speculative there.
Hard to say. Even though we don't have a Brontosaurus skull yet, scientists think it had a small head. Also, it swallowed stones to help it digest, and it may have reared up to reach high plants or fight for mates. Brontosaurus may have been a solitary kind of creature, but it's unclear. Brontosaurus has been featured in film, ads, stamps, and lots of other media, though. So there's Gertie the Dinosaur, which was Winsor McKay's animated film, one of the first, and Gertie is a Brontosaurus. Also, Brontosaurus and Allosaurus battled in the 1925 silent film The Lost World, and Brontosaurus is also in the 1985 movie Baby, Secret of the Lost Legend, and it's the logo of the Sinclair Oil Corporation. It's that green dinosaur. A full-size Brontosaurus model of Sinclair's Brontosaurus was at the 1964-65 New York's World's Fair as well. In 1989, the U.S. Postal Service made 4 dinosaur stamps, and one was Brontosaurus, which people at the time complained as, quote, fostering scientific illiteracy, end quote. So the Postal Service said in Postal Bulletin 21744, quote, although now recognized by the scientific community as Apatosaurus, the name Brontosaurus was used for the stamp because it is more familiar to the general population. They also said, quote, similarly, the term dinosaur has been used generically to describe all the animals, i.e. all 4 of the animals represented in the given stamp set, even though the pteranodon was a flying reptile rather than a true dinosaur, end quote, which people did not complain about.
I would have definitely complained about that. That's outrageous.
I think that's hilarious.
Like, we just call it that because people are always wrong about this. Is it a very good defense?
Well, no, I think it's funny that people were upset about Brontosaurus, but not Pteranodon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So Stephen Jay Gould, a paleontologist, wrote an essay and book partly based on this. The part bully for Brontosaurus says, quote, touche and right on, no one bitched about Pteranodon, and that's a real error, end quote. Though he did agree that Brontosaurus was a synonym for Apatosaurus. And of course, we've got Brontosaurus as Littlefoot in Land Before Time, which came out in 1988. The first one. The rest are not worth watching. But anyway, that's another topic. So Brontosaurus is part of the family Diplodocidae, which includes Diplodocus, Supersaurus, Barosaurus. And it's also part of the subfamily Apatosaurinae, which includes Apatosaurus. The family name, Diplodocidae, means double beams, and the clade has 12 to 15 species that lived in the late Jurassic and early Cretaceous. Compared to titanosaurs and brachiosaurs, diplodocids were slender and long with short legs, and their back legs were longer than their front legs. Many may have had spines on their back. They had very long necks. They may not have been able to lift their heads as high up as other sauropods, and they had small heads and peg-like teeth. They probably didn't chew, but instead swallowed gastroliths to digest their food, and they had long whip-like tails that they could snap. Diplodocidae was originally known as Amphicolidae, named by Edward Cope in 1878, but became a forgotten name. Charles Marsh also named the family Atlantosauridae back in 1877, but that also became a forgotten name, Anomum oblitum.
Very interesting. You can tell Sabrina was really into Brontosaurus by the length of that dinosaur of the day.
It's great.
Yep. And our fun fact of the day goes back to the complexity of genera. Back in January, we mentioned that the dinosaur genera list listed 1,007 dinosaur genera, which is at the higher end of valid genera counts, and is listed on polycora.com/dino list. It's not a peer-reviewed article or anything like that, but it's really hard to find just how many dinosaur genus there are, and this is one of the more frequently used lists. But since that number of 1,007 in January, it's now up to 1,027 for 20 more, and both of those lists include Brontosaurus.
I think that makes it official.
I guess so. A guy on the internet put it in his list.
Yeah.
It's so hard to go through all of the genus to see if I agree with the way they're accounted for, but all the ones that I have personally checked, I agree with, but I've probably only checked 20 or 30 of them out of the 1,027, so it's hard to say. But it does show how the number of genera is still rapidly increasing. And that's partly due to the fact that a lot of times in paleontology, you give every species a new genus unless you have a real good reason to lump them together. So
that's fine. Keep this podcast going.
Well, new species works too. It doesn't have to be a new genus.
Yeah, that's true. And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you so much for listening and for being our listeners. We're so happy and grateful that we've made it to 100 episodes. It's a huge milestone for us, and we hope to keep going for a long, long time. And it's because of listeners like you.
Yep. And I went back and re-leveled the audio on all of our older episodes. So I don't know if you were listening back in, I would say, the end of 2015, there was a period there where a lot of our episodes were really quiet. And if that frustrated you into not listening to them, they are now at the correct volume. So hopefully they're worth listening to.
Yeah, we've learned a lot in the last 100 episodes.
Yes. Yes, we have. And we've gotten a lot better equipment too.
Yeah. So if you want to join our growing community on Patreon, check out our page at patreon.com/iknowdino. Thanks for listening, and until next time.
You could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up. Dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
This week we have an interview with Thomas Carr, who has a different take on T-Rex. than David Hone or Pete Larson, who we've talked to before. And since this is our 200th episode, we're going to talk about T-Rex again as our dinosaur of the day.
Yes, as a special revisit.
Because a lot has changed in the last few years.
And also how much we cover in our podcast.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit longer than the first one.
Yes. We don't do this often, but for a special occasion.
Yes. I think this is the first one we've ever gone back to and revisited.
It is, yeah.
We also have a bunch of dinosaur news, including 2 more new dinosaurs. It's a new thing, I guess. And of course, we have a bunch of shout outs to give to some patrons who help us keep the podcast going. This week, we would like to thank Lucas and Eli, Wyatt, the Georges family, John Heck, Janice, Ranger Chris from Dino for Hire, Ray, Oliver E., Andrew and Helena Webb, Callum, Andrew Barling, and Ricky. And Ricky just increased up to the Stegosaurus level. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to everybody. And we're really excited that this is our 200th episode, and we're really happy to have you as patrons. And we have sent out the audiobook because you joined before our 200th episode. So look for that in your emails as a special token of thanks. We're coming out with some new things soon because SVP is coming up. It really comes up fast.
Yeah, it's interesting that it coincided so closely with our 200th episode. Makes it kind of tricky to do both at the same time.
It does. So we will be giving out some more details next week, but we'll be offering some extra special bonuses for our patrons who join before SVP. But in the meantime, enjoy the audiobook and thank you again.
Yeah, I think we're up to about 92 patrons, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Jumping into the news, this one I hinted at a little bit last week. There's a new dinosaur, and this one somehow slipped past all of our alerts and lists, probably because it's in a Chinese journal, and sometimes those don't get flagged in Google because they kind of have their whole own internet going on over there. But luckily, the dinosaur mailing list just spotted it and posted it, and that's how I found it. But it's a really amazing find. So what Junchang Liu and others found was a new alvarosaurid, and a couple weeks ago we talked about 2 new alvarosauroids as well, which are closely related, but they're not technically true alvarosaurids. And alvarosaurids, again, are those tiny dinosaurs with even tinier arms, and then they have little claws at the ends of their tiny arms. So it's almost like claws just sticking out of their chest. It's really weird. No one really knows exactly why they have them, but this discovery might help explain it. They named the new alvarosaurid Chiopanicus zhangai, and Chiopanicus comes from the Chiopa Formation in the Henan province of central China, and zhangai comes from Xuanchengjiang for his, quote, logistics support with fossil searching and excavations in the field.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess he must be very helpful to get a dinosaur named after him.
Yeah.
So this specific individual of Chiopanicus is incredibly important because it was found with a broken dinosaur eggshell that appears to be from an Oviraptorosaur. And they're basically proposing that this alvarosaurid may have used its little tiny alvarosaurid claws to break open this Oviraptorosaur egg.
Thief.
Yeah.
Egg thief.
Exactly. And the crazy thing about that is that would make Chiopanicus the real Oviraptorosaur, because Oviraptor, of course, was named because it was believed to be eating eggs in a nest when it was found with a bunch of eggs. And then later on, we figured out that those were its own eggs and it was just sort of in its nest.
Maybe even protecting them.
Yeah. And Oviraptor's species name is even Philoceratops because they think that it was eating, or they thought at the time, that it was eating Ceratopsian eggs. So it was like a lover of Ceratopsians in that it was eating them. But yeah, so that's all kind of wrong now. But now this one that's known as eating eggs might come full circle and have been found with its eggs being eaten, which I don't know. It's like a crazy twist on the old Oviraptor thing.
Unless we find out years from now it was actually its own egg.
Well, yeah, so there's an interesting thing about that. So they found its femur, and because of that, they can estimate its body mass. That's usually how they do it. So they think Chiopanicus weighed about 0.5 kilogram or just over a pound. And the nearby egg, they estimate at weighing about a kilogram, or just over 2 pounds. So the egg was twice as heavy as the adult, and they can tell that it was an adult. I'll get into that a little bit more later. So if the egg is twice as big as the adult, it can't lay it. So they figure there's a good, solid piece of evidence that it was in the nest or otherwise ended up with this eggshell in some way other than laying it. Obviously, you can end up next to an egg that you didn't lay without eating it, but yeah, it helps to explain those little claws a little bit. And then I was thinking it would be nice if we could see a little more detail about the nest and see if it had egg on its face.
Nah.
Yeah.
I'm
excited about that joke. I had to write that one down. But obviously you can't because that doesn't fossilize, unfortunately. So other stuff that they found 35 vertebrae, including the sacrum, but there were none from the back, so it's just the tail and the neck. The vertebrae are fully fused. That's how they know it's an adult, which is useful when we're trying to do the size estimate, figuring out if it's its own egg, because the other possibility is obviously it could have hatched out of that egg, but if it's an adult, adults don't hatch out of eggs. And then there are also other parts from the hips that they found, and they found the whole right leg. It's only missing parts of the foot. So like I said, they could use that femur to sort of estimate its body mass. And then they also said that the femur is slightly sigma-shaped, which is similar to another alvarosaurid, parvicursor. And sigma-shaped, we may have talked about it with femurs before, I'm not sure. They often describe how sigma-shaped they are to sort of relate species. And if you're familiar with like an S-shaped curve on a graph, where it's sort of like is near the x-axis, slowly increasing, and then it increases real rapidly and then kind of feathers off like the letter S. That's sort of the same curve. A little bit of that going on with the femur, so the top points a little bit more one way than the bottom points the other way. The researchers also mentioned that the arms could have been used for burrowing or breaking termite nests, but they really favor the egg-breaking hypothesis, and I think that's just an amazing solution to this crazy arm thing that everybody's been wondering about. And they also included an amazing piece of paleo art by Zhao Chuang, which will definitely be the cover art for our news post on Friday, or you can just use the link in the show notes if you want to see it before then. You have to download the PDF because it's in this kind of strange journal format, but it is an open access journal apparently, so that's cool. They say that it's now housed in the Henan Geological Museum in Zhengzhou, China, but I'm not sure if it's on display. It's just in there somewhere. They didn't specifically say. The museum is on our museum map, though. So if you're ever in Henan, China, you can check it out.
Along with a whole bunch of other museums.
Yeah, there's a ton of museums. This area doesn't have as many dinosaurs as other areas of China.
But it's still a lot.
Yes, there's still quite a few. So yeah, we may have cracked the mystery on what they use those claws for. Get it? Cracked?
Oh, goodness. You're on a roll. Happy 200th episode.
Now with more puns. The next article I'm going to talk about was by Qiannan Zhang and others, also from China. And this discovery, came about 900 miles to the southwest of the previous discovery, but it's still in China, kind of in between the countries of Myanmar and Vietnam, so pretty far south in China in this case. This new dinosaur is named Ejosaurus sunnae, and the authors note that it was reported back in 2010, but it wasn't formally described until now. So I'm still counting it as new. We usually don't really talk much about them until they're actually described. Mm-hmm. And Ejosaurus refers to Chusheng-yi, which is an autonomous prefecture of the Yunnan province. So I guess it's mostly the E part that made the translation. And then sunnae is in honor of Professor Ai-Ling Sun for her great contribution to Chinese vertebrate fossils, including those from Lufeng.
That's 2 dinosaurs named in honor of somebody.
That's true, and a little bit unusual for Chinese dinosaurs. This one they found almost as much as the little tiny dinosaur. They have an quote-unquote undistorted skeleton about 7 meters or 23 feet long, including a well-preserved skull and mandible, and a mostly complete vertebral series. The skull is interesting because they describe it as high and dome-shaped, and most of the teeth are preserved in its unusually slender jaw, but the teeth are unfortunately mostly broken near the ends, so it doesn't look great. It looks kind of like one of those cartoons of somebody getting hit in the face while the teeth are kind of broken off. But I think you can still get most of the information about the teeth, even if they are largely broken. Within the well-preserved skull, they also found the brain case, which is pretty cool. They didn't talk too much about what they could tell, what it could potentially sense or think, because sometimes they're like, ooh, look at this big bulb in the front that would help it with eyesight. But they didn't go into any of that in this paper.
What kind of dinosaur is it?
It's a sauropodomorph. Yeah.
Nice.
One of your faves. As well as a skull through the 31st vertebra at the base of the tail, they also found the hips, both femora, or, plural for femurs, the shoulder blades, and all of the forelimbs, including the fingers, but missing both of the wrists, super weirdly.
Yeah.
It's like, in the drawing of it, it's like you have the end of the hand, and then the whole arm, and there's just this little gap where the wrist should be that they didn't find on either of the hands.
Wonder what happened to it.
Yeah, it's so strange. Maybe the bones are just really small so they could get washed away easier or something. I don't know. And its hands are still very hand-like, meaning they're not really turning into feet yet, even though it's a sauropodomorph. And its feet also aren't really that sauropod-like. They're still relatively normal feet, not like elephant feet or later sauropods where they're kind of the ends of pillars. They describe its femur as weakly sigmoidal.
What does that mean?
It just means that it curves a little tiny bit at the ends in opposite directions. I was trying to figure out exactly what that means for sort of how fast they can move or anything like that, but I couldn't find any papers referencing it. I have to ask a paleontologist one of these days. The 7 meter or 23 foot length is actually their estimate for the full length of Egyosaurus, not just the length of what they found. And that includes all these missing bones of the tail, which is probably like a third of the animal. So at 23 feet, it is very small for a sauropod, but it is about average for an early sauropodomorph. They list some other ones, and they're like, yeah, it's about normal. It's mid-sized, if you will. They also found that 2 of its tail vertebrae are fused together, and they assume that to be pathological, like some kind of tail injury, and then as it healed, they kind of got stuck together. And there definitely needs to be more study of the age of the rocks in the area, because they only say that it's quote-unquote early Jurassic, which is a pretty vague timeline that gives you about a 25 million year time period. It's almost like half of the time between now and T-Rex. So it's somewhere in the 200 to 175 million year ago ballpark. But yeah, no matter what, early Jurassic is kind of where you expect to see these types of sauropodomorphs. So it's not too surprising that way. They say that it is more closely related to true sauropods, things like Apatosaurus or some of these, longer-necked and heavier sauropods than other early sauropodomorphs from the Lufeng Formation. And as a result, its closest relative is Moosaurus or Ankylosaurus, depending on which tree you look at, and not Lufungosaurus or any of the other sauropodomorphs that are actually from the same formation. So that's kind of interesting.
Diversity.
Yeah, it does look like the Lufeng Formation has quite a few different layers in it, though, that range quite a few millions of years, which might be why they don't know specifically for this one, because it's kind of all over the place. So I guess we need to get in there and do some more study on the sediment, figure out how old these guys are, get a better idea about how these early sauropodomorphs turned into Sabrina's favorites.
Yeah, we want all the answers. Also happening in Zhengzhou in Henan province in China, there are 9 displays at the Yellow River Yingbin Grand Hotel of fossils that were originally from China and then went overseas, and they've since been returned to China. And they include a Smilodon skull and Gansu tortoise. There's also a Bebelong sinensis fossil.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
Yeah, it's the egg with the embryo. It's nicknamed Baby Louie. It was found in 1993. It's an Oviraptorosaur that lived about 86 million years ago, and it was out of the country, out of China for about 20 years and returned in 2013 and put on display in the Henan Geological Museum. And now it's on display at this hotel, and after it's run at the hotel, the fossils are going to be put on exhibit at the Henan Geological Museum until the end of November. And the reason for this is China has a fossil protection regulation that went into effect in 2011, and since then more than 5,000 fossils have been returned.
Cool. They got plenty of museums to start filling up. Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
Kind of tying into what Garrett was talking about with elephants and dinosaurs. Sort of. It's very loosely related, but I thought I'd try. There's these 2 elephants at the Perth Zoo in Australia. They went on a kind of a tour to meet and greet animatronic dinosaurs that are part of the new exhibit Jurassic Park.
So these are real elephants, not just animatronic elephants.
Yeah, elephants from the zoo. The 2 of them, named Permai and Trisha. And they walked around, meet and greet, as you do, I guess. And they were tapping on some of the dinosaur heads with their trunks, and they also checked out some of the teeth with their trunks. The exhibit, the Jurassic Park, is part of the zoo's 120th anniversary, and the idea is to remind visitors to protect the animals we have today. And I do wonder what was going on in the elephants' heads as they're tapping on the teeth. They must have realized that these dinosaurs can't hurt them.
Or at least assumed it.
Yeah.
They're lucky that they couldn't. Because you're sticking your trunk into a dinosaur's mouth is not a great idea generally.
Yep. They're curious.
Worked out this time.
It would probably work out every time. An elephant and a non-avian dinosaur.
Probably. We got a really nice email from our listener, Julian, and he published a new sort of teaching material / lesson plan about dinosaurs for kids and sent it to us. And he said that it was sponsored by the Costa Rican Distance University and paid for by the Costa Rican government.
Cool.
So it's really cool because it's in both English and Spanish. And I read through it, and it has a lot of really great stuff in it. I really enjoyed the lesson plan. It clearly ties together a lot of different sort of skills that people are often trying to teach kids. It's got 3 main activities in it. The first one is reconstructing a dinosaur, and the way that he proposes doing it is sort of by combining a theropod skeleton with a bird. So he kind of has a picture of something like a velociraptor, and then you put, say, like an ostrich. You do this in Photoshop. So you have like another layer with an ostrich picture, and then you try to like replicate the tail to stretch it out over the bones of the skeleton of the velociraptor. So you end up with a bird that's been shaped into the shape of a dinosaur.
Almost like a Chickenosaurus.
Yeah, kind of. But it's really cool. And they say that the point of it is basically that the students will learn how difficult it is to recreate a dinosaur, even if we do have a full skeleton. And a lot of times you don't have a full skeleton, you just have part of a jaw or something. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so how would you ever know exactly what it looked like? You can never really be totally sure. The next activity is for attempting to copy a piece of paleo art. And it's an analogy to reverse engineering a dinosaur from a bird, and that it's impossible to do perfectly, although we may be able to get close. It's hard to say. And then the third one may be my favorite. I don't know. I really like the first one too, which is about the ethics of collecting dinosaurs. And I think the way this activity is structured is really clever. So basically, you have students take on the role of either an amateur collector, a fossil dealer, or a museum paleontologist. And then they debate what to do with these specific dinosaur fossils that they have cards for in the lesson plan. And they're really complicated ones because it'll be like, oh, this dinosaur was discovered in a country, but they don't have a museum right now, or the museum recently burned down. And then, so then the question is like, well, what do you do with that dinosaur? Some of them are supposed to be really scientifically valuable. Others are less valuable. And it would be really interesting to see how kids would debate this. And it would definitely lead to a really good discussion about how you handle fossils. One thing I liked about it too is it referenced this article from 2013 written by Andrew Farkey, and it's a really excellent article. So I want to talk a little bit about that too, because I think it's really relevant right now. Basically, the title of the article from 2013, still very relevant today, is Developing an Ethic for Digital Fossils. And in it, Farkey basically argues that the current state of ethics with regards to fossils, as exhibited by museums, is that all these fossils in the world belong to everybody. So everyone should have access to them. They shouldn't be in private collections. They should be carefully studied and excavated because you only get one chance at it, and all that sort of anti-commercial trading of fossil sentiment. But what he points out is that even though museums say that they have this ethical responsibility to curate these dinosaur fossils and other fossils for everyone in the world to see and, to keep them indefinitely in good condition, they don't really allow people to take pictures of them or scan them or otherwise have access to the fossils. So he points out that it's actually pretty inconsistent. And it's almost like saying, well, it belongs to the world, so it should be in my museum. But once it's in my museum, then I'll control who gets access to it. And he doesn't see that as really a fair position to take. And I completely agree 100% with this. One of the interesting things he points out is like a typical argument against this is, well, if there are digital copies around, no one's going to want to come to my museum to see the original. But that definitely isn't true. I mean, you can look at any sort of analogy with pieces of art. If I put a print of a Mona Lisa on my wall, people aren't going to be like, oh, I'm not going to go to the Louvre to see the real Mona Lisa. Everyone always wants to see the original thing. It's like there's such a difference in people's minds that I don't think that's a real issue. And then another piece of the argument, which I think is just hilarious, is that 99.9% of fossils don't really have any value outside of scientific research. So when we put all these practices in place to sort of restrict access to them, the only people it hurts is people trying to do research, because nobody's looking up some obscure ammonite from 80 million years ago because they want to print it out in some commercial way. It's only the researchers that want access to it. So there isn't really even any risk for most of these fossils as being used commercially. And then the other kind of side of it is, even if it is being used commercially, why does that matter? Because if things are being used commercially, that means people are really interested in it. And the more people are interested in dinosaurs, the more likely we are to get funding for museums, the more likely people are to go to museums to see these kinds of things in real life. And it's just, I don't know. It seems like the argument doesn't hold any water. One of the arguments in the comments was, well, it can be really expensive to scan fossils. So if you put forth the expense to scan a fossil, you shouldn't be expected to give it away for free, which I think is a really good point. And the sort of hashing out of this argument, all those like 5 years ago, is basically like, yeah, if a museum scans something, you can own the scan that you made, but you shouldn't be restricting other people from scanning it. And if someone else wants to scan it and give it away for free, it doesn't cost you anything. So just let them do that and let people take pictures in your museums, because that can be really helpful. Especially the reason this really came to my mind was with Brazil's National Museum in Rio, and they would have definitely benefited from lots of third-party documentation. Now there are all these fossils that they fully intended to keep in great condition forever, but when the museum burned down, they're left without any of this information, and now they're basically begging people that have taken photographs, which may have not even been allowed by the policy of the museum. I couldn't find the exact policy, so I'm not sure. And trying to piece together what these fossils looked like because they didn't have good enough records of all of them. So yeah, I think we really need to loosen these laws a little bit, make it a little more consistent, that if the museum is there and it's intended for public display and public consumption, you need to allow people to take pictures of the things and use them however they want. We've run into a lot of interesting photography policies too, because we go into a lot of museums and take pictures. And generally what the rule is that it's for non-commercial use, but non-commercial doesn't really have much of a legally binding limitation. It's very vague. So non-commercial could mean that I'm not going to print it on a t-shirt and sell that. It could mean that I'm not going to put it on a book cover. It could even mean that I'm not going to put it on a blog post. But whenever we've asked them, they always say that it's okay to post it on social media or on a blog, but it's not really clearly defined. So generally, I think it should just be defined as a CC BY licensing, which basically means that you say where the original is held, but you don't have any other restrictions, so you can use it commercially, because I don't really see any harm.
Do anything you want as long as you attribute it properly.
Exactly. I think that's the most consistent position, at least, that a museum could take if it's being held for the public and the public to use. However, to say that they're the only ones that can make money off it is crazy, because then you're starting to get into an argument about who gets to make money off fossils. And that doesn't seem like an argument they want to start making when they're talking about how fossils should be held for the public good and not held in private collections, because then they're basically a private collection in a way.
Right. And we've even come across some museums where we have to pay to be able to take photographs, and it's still restricted how we can use those photographs.
Yeah. And then we've had other museums where you pay to take pictures and it's no longer restricted. You can do whatever you want with it. And then there's another type where we've had to sign things where we basically just say that we're not going to use the photographs to slander the museum or use it in like anti-scientific rhetoric. So there's a whole myriad of different ways that museums try to restrict the use of quote unquote their fossils. But yeah, I don't think they're really their fossils. They're everyone's fossils. So anyway, I think that's where I would end up if I was in this children's exercise. But yeah, Andrew Farkey ended up there through his career, and I'm totally on his side. So I just wanted to bring that up, especially with the National Museum in Brazil burning down and us losing all this information, which could have obviously been avoided if collections were more open and available for people to take pictures and scan. I think. I'm not positive in that case. So really, we just all need to document it. We need to have as many copies as possible, and then there's the least chance of losing these wonderful things and the best chance that people have them available when they need them.
Yeah, it's very easy right now for everything to be digitized, so seems like why not?
There's really no reason not to, other than like fear of losing out on monetary gain, which probably is minimal because not very many people are going to pay for these 3D prints or whatever anyway. And now onto our interview with Thomas Carr, where we dive into his research into what T-Rex was likely all about. Today we're joined by Dr. Thomas Carr. He's the Associate Professor of Biology at Carthage College. He's also a director at the Carthage Institute of Paleontology and the Senior Scientific Advisor to the Dinosaur Discovery Museum. Jumping right into it, you were the lead author on the Spinosaurus horneri paper, which led to a lot of clickbaity titles about T-Rex being a sensitive lover. What do you think of that kind of interpretation of your paper?
Oh, I don't mind at all. It was actually part of the content of the research. And to make a long story short, the evidence suggests that Tyrannosaurids had hypersensitive snouts, very similar to the fashion of modern crocodilians, which also have hypersensitive snouts. And that in crocs, that was driven in part by, almost certainly by being sort of amphibious predators. Crocs have sensitive snouts for detecting very small ripples in water. So we have an instance of convergent evolution, like certainly Tyrannosaurs weren't hunting in water, but we have predatory archosaurs that are converging on having very sensitive snouts. And the sensitive snout can be very useful in many different ways. So crocodilians obviously sensing water ripples, but it goes way above and beyond that. Crocs are very tactile creatures. So when they engage in courtship, they will rub snouts. They'll rub their snouts on each other's bodies. And also they check sites for nests, at least some other crocs do. This is crocs, including alligators. They check the temperature of the nests as the eggs are incubating, so on and so forth. So given that Tyrannosaurs had the same integument on their faces, and we know this from the texture of the skin on their face, which correlates to a specific type of scale and innervation. And also, Tyrannosaurus snouts are just shot through with holes through which nerves extend to innervate the skin. Crocodiles become a very useful model for understanding what must have been happening with Tyrannosaurus. So we have sensitive snouts for, say, probing carcasses, also for interacting with each other during courtship. So, reproduction is basically the central theme of evolutionary biology and to the success of any species, really. So, given that Tyrannosaurs had the same sensory equipment on their faces as crocodilians, it's reasonable to assume that the function and behaviors would have been the same. Tyrannosaurs are fairly smart for theropods. They have fairly large endocranial spaces and ergo relatively large brains. Crocodilians are very comparable to Tyrannosaurs in terms of brain to body size.
Oh, really?
So we know that these behaviors would have been well within the reach of Tyrannosaurs. Like intellectually, they're basically on par. So it really isn't a stretch to view crocodilians as the model for Tyrannosaur behavior. In a more personal sense, crocodilians have become much more interesting and exciting to me. I really pay attention to crocodilians more than I ever have, and that's through the literature and also observing them when I can. So that's it in a nutshell. Tyrannosaurs had hypersensitive snouts. That hypersensitivity was important basically across the board in terms of these animals' day-to-day lives. And crocs become a very important model for what we should expect Tyrannosaurus to have been really like.
That's really interesting. So speaking of T-Rex sort of faces, another thing, at last SVP, you presented on how T-Rex didn't need lips. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, part and parcel of the hypersensitivity hypothesis is the entire integumentary system of the head. And basically, the entire face of Tyrannosaurids has a wrinkly texture which matches one-to-one with what we see in crocodilians. So if you put a T-Rex skull next to an alligator skull or a big saltwater crocodile, you'll see a very similar texture. And we think that that is causal. The wrinkliness comes from the flat scales. And those flat scales have little sensory structures called integumentary sensory organs, or ISOs. This texture on crocodilians goes all the way down to the margins of the jaws, both on the upper and lower jaws. And crocodilians obviously do not have lips. The same morphology is seen in Tyrannosaurs. Ergo, there's no difference. We can't falsify the crocodilian null because there is no difference. And ergo, in Tyrannosaurs, those flat scales would have extended right down to the tooth margins, just like crocodilians. We see absolutely no evidence for anything else. And so I think that angle also did get a bit of play in the media as well.
Yeah, I thought one of the things I liked about your presentation at SVP is you mentioned that T-Rex replace their teeth really often too. So even if the teeth weren't in the best shape because they weren't getting, sort of maintained by saliva, if you're losing a tooth every couple of years.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's negligible. And that's what we see in living crocodilians. Their teeth are bared all the time, and crocs aren't in the water all the time. Sometimes they're in very dry conditions for extended periods, and, their teeth all didn't fall out and they didn't go extinct. So there's no reason to think Tyrannosaurs were any different. So, and the replacement rates, would keep pace with any damage that the teeth would suffer. Natural selection would take care of that very early in the lineage of probably dinosaurs, if not earlier. Natural selection is extraordinarily unforgiving. And there's every reason to expect that that the anatomy of the teeth would have been secured against, extinction.
It's interesting, too, with the talk of the null hypothesis, because that seems to come up in a lot of sort of debates about T-Rex. People are arguing which piece of related evidence should be the standard. So I see it all the time with the feathers, because people say, well, Tyrannus had feathers, and that's sort of a Tyrannosaurus, not really ancestor, but in the same sort of lineage. And therefore, the simplest answer, if we don't have evidence or proof that T-Rex has all these scale impressions from all over its body, then we assume there were feathers there. But other people say, well, we have a couple skin impressions from close relatives to T-Rex, and they don't show feathers, and therefore the null should be that T-Rex doesn't have feathers. So what do you think about the feather side of things?
Yeah, the bottom line is that the phylogeny or the family tree is everything. That sets up the framework for setting up the question and finding a way to answer it. So you're right. Animals like D-Long and Tyrannus unambiguously have feathers. The association is clear. We have the fossils. And we do have samples of integument from Tyrannosaurids. So there's skin impression from T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus bataar, Spinosaurus trosis, and both species of Albertosaurus. And in every case, what we see are scales. So the picture looks like this, that just like every standard ornithodyryn, basal Tyrannosaurs had feathers. Then somewhere along the line between D-Long and the Tyrannosaurids, there was a switchover from feathers to scales. And we can state that objectively because we have the fossils, and also those fossils are sampled from throughout the body. So we know that there's scales on the neck, on the torso, from the hips, tail, and legs. We have a good distribution for those scale impressions. And so we see this pattern of the switch from feathers to scales across multiple ornithodyrran lineages, specifically dinosaurs. So we see that feathers are lost along the line of sauropods. We have skin impression for those, which are scaly. We have a lot of skin impression for ceratopsians, which show scales and not feathers. So feathers were lost along that line. In the thyreophorans, things like Stegosaurus, Scutellosaurus, and the Ankylosaurians, they were scaly creatures. And so feathers had to be lost somewhere along the line toward them. So tyrannosaurs are no exception to this general pattern. There's two questions, and the first is how easy is it to lose feathers and gain scales? It seems pretty easy. The second question is, how is that pulled off developmentally? Because we don't see it among living birds. Mm-hmm. And I guess the third part of it is, what's the frequency of this pattern across ornithodyrrans? It's in and of itself, this is a fairly rich question. And tyrannosaurs tyrannosaurids, are yet another example of this loss. What we do not see is the switch over from scales to feathers. That only happened once in the common ancestor of Ornithodyra, but we don't go from feathers to scales and back to feathers. And that's kind of interesting, at least from what we see in the fossil record. It hasn't happened among living birds. We don't really see it either.
Interesting. I assume you're subscribing to the theory that basically there's a common archosaur ancestor that has feathers. Is that right?
Ornithodyrran. So I think we can take feathers back down to the common ancestor of pterosaurs and dinosaurs.
Okay.
So my naive read of the data is that's where feathers first evolved, and they were hollow filaments. That's what we see in pterosaurs and also in relatively basal sluriosaurs. Ornithischians like Tianyu show that feather evolution can sort of take off and produce relatively elaborate features relatively quickly. Mm-hmm. But the bottom line is, I think feathers at Ornithodyra. And as more fossils are found, from northeastern China and other places, we'll continue to fill in these taxonomic gaps in terms of where, which dinosaurs had feathers and so on. But that's my naive read of the fossil record. I know that there's been a couple researchers who have looked at this question in terms of how many times feathers or integumentary structures like this might have evolved among the group and come up with a different version, that what pterosaurs have are different from dinosaurs. I don't think that's a parsimonious hypothesis. What I'm saying right now is my own work hypothesis, and others may disagree.
Yeah. Well, most of the stuff we've talked about so far, there's lots of publications on both sides of, feathers, lips, all that kind of stuff. People have different opinions. Although I'm not sure if there's really been much of a publication about lips that I can think of.
Not yet.
There've been blog posts for sure.
Yeah.
People really want their lips. It's a interesting phenomenon.
I mean, it makes sense to me as a layperson because I have lips, and it's like, well, yeah, you need lips for your teeth. But then when you start to analyze some of it, maybe not.
With us mammals, lips and cheeks are adaptations for suckling, for securing our mouth on a teat so that we don't die after we're born. And it's our anatomy is specific to mammals.
Yeah, very true.
So you would never have that evolve among egg-laying animals that don't suckle their young. It's just not on the table. And the anatomy, the facial anatomy bears that out as well.
I think there's a lot of lay people who would be happy to think that because they grew up looking at illustrations of tyrannosaurs without lips. Yeah.
Yeah, people are always really excited whenever a depiction airs back towards the sort of Jurassic Park T-Rex. Everyone gets very excited.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. That image of T-Rex is extraordinarily inaccurate. To my eye, and from what I know of Rex, that is not what T-Rex looked like. And it's quite remarkable to see how that basic template, the Jurassic Park template, has completely taken over. So you can have dinosaur toys and other products, books, so on and so forth, that are all based on the Jurassic Park Rex. It's just incredible and dismaying for me to see how ubiquitous it is.
So
it's just taking over.
What are some of the differences?
Well, I think it's sort of like there's a lot of detail that sum up to a very precise face. It's just like any individual's face. So, we'd just be going into mind-numbing detail on, everything that's wrong with it. But at the end of the day, to my eye, they did not base the model of the head on an actual skull. And when paleo artists ask advice from me or want me to critique their work, I always tell them, go to your local museum if there is a T-Rex cast or whatever on display, and spend time with it. Draw it, sketch it, sculpt a maquette, get to know the form of the head and the face as well as you possibly can. And if you really do put in the time and give the dinosaur the attention, you will get it right. And then presumably an artist would be able to start recognizing where people are going wrong. And that sort of investment just simply isn't done. And in my view, it certainly wasn't done in the case of the Jurassic Park Rex. I mean, they're just fundamental errors in the skull.
Okay, so mostly like the facial features, less so the sort of general body plan of it.
Yeah, okay, I'll put it this way. The Jurassic Park T-Rex is to actual T-Rex as Mickey Mouse is to an actual mouse.
Oh, jeez.
That's how far off it is.
That is harsh.
It's honest.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing to gain in pulling any punches. And what I would hope to see is that some effort would be made, maybe not with the Jurassic Park franchise, because they seem to be too attached to these really awful dinosaurs that they came up with in '93, that at least future films would just bother to get it right.
Yeah.
I mean, think of how much effort people went into making sure that Daniel Day-Lewis looked something like, Abraham Lincoln. You don't want to screw that one up. And it really isn't hard to get dinosaurs right. I mean, all it takes is a bit of time with a skull, a bit of time with a paleontologist who is anatomically based. And that really reduces the opportunity for error and really increases the probability of an accurate dinosaur. I mean, what's there to lose?
Yeah.
That's true. I do often say that I wish they would update, at the very least, the new dinosaurs that they introduced in Jurassic Park to be, not just of that sort of 1993 style, but like you say, at least other movies, at the very, very least, could do something more than just straight up carbon copy the Jurassic Park style T-Rex. That would be nice.
It would. I fail to disagree.
So speaking of, I guess, T-Rex and T-Rex lookalikes, what do you think about Nanotyrannus? And I heard you say Tyrannosaurus bataar earlier, so I'm assuming Tarbosaurus is not the genus you would give it.
That's right. We'll just take those one at a time. So in evolutionary biology, in science, names have a meaning. And the meaning of names is that they are lineages. They're a common ancestor in all of their descendants. And we, as paleontologists, as evolutionary biologists, part of what we do is we recover the evolutionary relationships between the species that we study. That's something that I'm very steeped in. And so, for example, we published a family tree of Tyrannosaurs in a Hornerai paper, an updated one that Steve Bersati and I did back in 2016. And so that family tree structure then becomes the template for the names that you use. Now, the species that we see, the fossils that we can actually hold in our hands, have names. So generally a genus, which is sort of like a street, and then a species name, which is the exact house on the street, say the house number. So Rex is the species of a lineage called Tyrannosaurus, which is the bigger street. And its closest relative lives in Asia, and its name is Bataar. And so the genus Tyrannosaurus contains two species, Rex and Bataar. So when you say the name Tyrannosaurus, referring to that lineage that has two species. And when you say Tyrannosaurus rex or Tyrannosaurus bataar, you are indicating that relationship. So the name has maximum information value. For example, I take the same approach to Spinosaurus. So we have Spinosaurus horneri and Spinosaurus turosus, which are each other's closest relative. They have the same genus name because I'm trying to maximize information content to indicate what the relationships are. And finally, I use the names Albertosaurus libratus and Albertosaurus sarcophagus to indicate their relationship to each other. No one else does this. I'm alone. I'm completely alone on this. Everyone else uses genus names for every species. So Tarbosaurus instead of Tyrannosaurus bataar, and Gorgosaurus instead of Albertosaurus libratus. The only ones that everyone leaves alone is the Spinosaurus. An interesting exception that doesn't make any sense. People ought to just make up a new name for horneri, I guess. So in terms of naming, I think that we have to include as much informative information within reason as we can. And so I say Tyrannosaurus bataar deliberately to indicate to you and whoever I'm talking to that I'm talking about the closest relative, the sister species that are called technically, of T-Rex.
Interesting. I mean, it's a good tool for science communication, I think. In your papers, I'm looking at the one from 2016 because I was reviewing your phylogeny before we talked. And in there you have Tarbosaurus, but did you update that in the new one, or did your co-authors force your hand to Tarbosaurus versus Tyrannosaurus?
Option 2. I wasn't lead, so I didn't fight. I didn't fight for it. But if you take a look at the horneri paper, you'll see all the names have been fixed in there.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm alone. I mean, no one else has followed me down this path. I have a blog called Tyrannosauroidea Central, and I actually set out the case there. So obviously it's not a technical source, but if people want to follow up on this, I have the whole argument there with diagrams showing the usefulness of this approach.
Oh, cool. And then a lot of people, I think, do agree with you on Nanotyrannus, though, right?
I guess it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, what matters is which hypothesis has support. And so Nanotyrannus, no matter how you look at it, has no empirical support. Even in the inaugural paper, the way a new species is established is through something called a diagnosis, which is a list of features that sets your new species apart from everything else. And in every case, for the diagnosis of nano, they're describing either damage to the skull, if you can believe that. Strange but true. They're describing damage. They're also describing features shared with T-Rex. And they've also tossed in juvenile features as well. So the species or the taxon Nanotyrannus doesn't even get on the runway, let alone into the air. So if anyone is going to try to rescue Nanotyrannus, they have to deal with that intractable problem.
Gotcha.
The problem with Tyrannosaurs, and this is something that I deal with in every project I work on, especially the one I'm working on now, which is on growth in T-Rex. And that is that there's a dismaying number of Tyrannosaur specimens that are privately owned.
Yeah.
And what that means is that science cannot touch privately owned specimens. Fossils have to be in a real museum, either accredited by the American Alliance of Museums or maybe validated as a federal repository by the Bureau of Land Management. Real museums, real repositories guarantee the storage and curation and safety of fossils for as long as civilization lasts. And without that guarantee, science just cannot touch privately owned specimens. And this is a very pressing issue. In my own sample size for T-Rex, I actually have this project open right now. I have 44 specimens of T-Rex in this growth study, and I know that there is probably at least 20 that are privately owned that I will never see and will never be included in this project. And the worst part of it is that most of the fossils that we have of T-Rex are adults. We have very few small juveniles and subadults. Of course, there's notable ones like Jane and the Cleveland skull, but they're just a handful. And I know for a fact that among these privately owned specimens are juveniles and subadults that fill in critical gaps in the growth series. Yet science will never touch those because they're privately owned, either owned outright by somebody or in someone's stock room waiting to be sold or to go to auction.
That's a huge bummer.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
I feel like we should end on a lighter note.
So I'm currently working on a project that is an update of a publication that Thomas Williamson and I did back in 2004. We published the first cladistically derived growth series for a dinosaur. And cladistics is basically just a technique that's used to recover evolutionary trees, evolutionary relationships between different species. It's the foundation of cladograms that you see in all those technical papers. And since growth is the same sort of phenomenon as evolution, a nested set of changes that go in one direction, the same algorithms can be applied to growth data as they are to evolutionary data. And so we recovered a growth series for T-Rex based on about 84 characters and 5 T-Rex specimens. And over the past several years since that time, I've slowly built up that data set to 44 T-Rexes and 1,750 features.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So, which covers the entire skeleton. Our original growth series just included skull data, but I've since expanded it to include the whole thing. And so we'll get, hopefully soon, I'm just coding in all the features right now. That will take some weeks because I do have a full-time job, but I'm hoping very shortly to have that one submitted for publication.
Nice. And we'll see if that's another nail in the Nanotyrannus coffin at that point.
Well, my expectation is the null, so the basic result will not differ from the 04 article, and meaning that the Cleveland skull will fall out in the same place on the tree, and it will be shown to be just part of this continuous transition from the smallest juveniles to the big adults. And so all the features that look unique really aren't. They're really all transitional.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that'll be really cool because that's exactly the kind of study you need to kind of settle a debate.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Dinosaur Discovery Museum?
Yes. The Dinosaur Discovery Museum is in downtown Kenosha. It is under the umbrella of the Kenosha Museum Complex, which is under the umbrella of the city of Kenosha. The Kenosha Museum Complex includes the DDM, the Kenosha Public Museum, which is down by the lake, and next to it, the Civil War Museum. The DDM was the vision of Mayor John Antaramian and Carthage President Greg Campbell back in the early 2000s. And the city provided the building, the staff, the maintenance, and had the funding to put in the exhibit. I was hired to design the main exhibit, to get a field program running, and also to start a paleontology program at Carthage.
Mm-hmm.
And so in terms of the public gallery, we display the evolution of birds from meat-eating dinosaurs to theropods. We have 21 casts on display, everything from Hadrosaurus to Suchomimus to Torvosaurus to Anzu to Gansus and even the modern harpy eagle and a selection of other modern birds. In the basement is the CIP, which is the lab, and my preparator, Dr. Megan Seitz, heads the lab, trains students and volunteers to prepare the dinosaur fossils that we collect from southeastern Montana. So my field work is based in the Hell Creek Formation in Carter County, and I teach a field course where I take students out from Carthage. Just recently, we've teamed up with the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design, so we've had some MIAD students and professors out with us just this past summer. And so we collect everything. We're just not focused on the dinosaurs. I want to know everything about the last stretch of the age of dinosaurs in our area. So we collect dinosaurs, obviously. We collect macrovertebrate and microvertebrate material, fish, turtles, and we even collect plants. And just this summer, we've had great success in locating a candidate for the impact layer in our area. So we have the top of the Hell Creek Formation, as well as the bottom of what's called the Fort Union Formation, which represents the earliest part of the age of mammals in the American West. And we have the so-called Z-Coal, and within that, we have found 4 localities where we have the impact layer. And we just found the impact layer this summer. And in the last hour and a half, on our last day, we found 3 additional localities.
Oh, wow.
All within a very short period of time, which was just amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
And we also accept volunteers. The field course lasts 2 weeks out there, and then we're out there for a full month. After the students leave, we have a team of volunteers come in, and the volunteers are from all walks of life. Everyone from truck drivers to pipe fitters to graphic novel artists to graduate students do accompany our scientific team, which is, I'm happy to say, building up incrementally year to year.
That's really great,
cool.
yeah.
And so if people from the general public are interested in joining us on a dinosaur dig, it's very physically demanding. It's not easy stuff. The conditions are harsh.
Mm-hmm.
But if people are interested, they're free to get in touch.
Do you have an age requirement?
Yes, preferably 18 and over.
Mm-hmm.
Those conditions are grueling out there.
Sure. If I'm remembering correctly, the program that you teach it's one of the few, or maybe the only one, where as an undergrad you can study paleontology, right?
It's one of few, at least for a small liberal arts college. Of course, there's larger places like University of Toronto, Montana State University, big research one places that have fully developed programs. In terms of what I offer is students enroll as biology majors, because in my view, paleontology is a biological science. We're here to learn how evolution happened. So you have to be a biologist primarily to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Then the first official course in the track is the field course, and that's open to Gen Ed, so they can get into the field immediately.
Oh, that's what it was. I remember reading that because that was rare.
I want them involved. I want them in the lab. I want them on the field. So I just had a small pack of them with me this summer, which is fantastic. And then the first upper level course they take is the Gatekeeper, and that's comparative anatomy of the vertebrates. And students have to achieve a certain level in that course and across the board in order to be eligible to get into graduate school. The whole point is to train students for graduate school. Once they succeed in comparative anatomy, then they can take the dinosaur evolution and extinction course that I offer. If that goes well, then they do an independent study with me where they do an original research project. And this is in their junior year, because in the following fall, I have them present that work as a poster at the annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology so that they can show original work to prospective graduate advisors.
Nice.
And get that whole thing set up. So this is a very deliberate and purposeful program that I've developed at Carthage. And, it's designed to maximally benefit students with ability.
Yeah, that's great.
That explains at least some of the undergraduates that we always see at SVP and like, you're an undergraduate. What are you doing here?
Yes, I'm happy to be part of that, be part of making that happen.
I think it's really great.
It is competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And I really want my students to have an edge, a competitive edge to get into graduate schools because, as you know, the numbers decrease from one step to the next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and paleontology programs can be pretty competitive.
Yeah, and there aren't many. There aren't many paleo programs, and the competition is quite high.
Mm-hmm.
And
Cool.
so I want my ducklings to to have an edge over the other ducklings.
It's great. So you mentioned your website where you
Yes.
post some things, but are there any other places where our listeners, if they wanted to learn more about you and your work, should go?
I think for technical articles, they can take a look through Google Scholar. I also have a page on there that gives a list of publications and links to PDFs, I think. There's the blog, Transordia Central, which I haven't been able to update in some months. I'm just too busy with this ontogeny project, but people can look at that stuff. There's some technical stuff. rants against commercial collection and just really boring diaries of the projects I'm working on. And people can follow me on Twitter. My handle is Tyrannosaur and I can be found on Facebook as well.
Great.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for explaining all your thoughts on Tyrannosaurus and Tyrannosaurus, depending on how you name them.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thanks again, Thomas, for talking to us about Tyrannosaurs
and your harsh views on the Jurassic Park dinosaurs. We love them, but I understand they're not for everybody.
But yeah, thanks for coming on our show and celebrating episode 200 with us. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, onto our dinosaur of the day, Tyrannosaurus. Well, Tyrannosaurus rex, really.
It feels weird to say it without the species name, even though we almost always skip the species.
Yeah, but for this one, and as Garrett mentioned in the beginning of the episode, we are revisiting this one from episode 1 because we are celebrating Tyrannosaurus rex for our 200th episode, and this is the first time we've revisited a dinosaur. We very rarely do this, but it seemed like a special enough occasion. So as Samuel L. Jackson would say, hold on to your butts. T-Rex was one of the last non-avian dinosaurs before non-avian dinosaurs went extinct, and it was named in 1905 by Henry Fairfield Osborn. Its name means tyrant lizard king, and it was named for its large size and for presumably being the apex predator of its time. It was a bipedal carnivore. It had a giant skull and a long, heavy tail, and as everyone knows, the short forelimbs with the 2 quad digits, even though they were short relative to the rest of its body, they were still very powerful. T-Rex was one of the largest known carnivorous theropods. They may have grown up to 40 feet, 12.3 meters long, and up to 12 feet or 3.66 meters tall at the hips, and may have weighed up to 8.4 to 14 metric tons or 9.3 to 15.4 short tons. They might have grown larger, actually, but to know that for sure, we would need more fossils.
Yeah, it's hard to know how big a fossil could have gotten that you haven't found yet.
Yes, which Jack Horner said in our interview with him a while back. T-Rex was probably an apex predator. It probably ate hadrosaurs and ceratopsians and ankylosaurs, possibly sauropods. Jack Horner used to say that it was a scavenger, but it was mostly to get people to start thinking critically about whether it would be or not.
And how we might tell.
Yeah. However, most predators do scavenge when the opportunity arises, so T-Rex probably did too. T-Rex lived in the Cretaceous in what is now Western North America on Laramidia. T-Rex fossils have been found in different ecosystems, inland, coastal, subtropical, and semi-arid plains, so they had a wider range than other tyrannosauroids. More than 50 T-Rex specimens have been identified, some of them nearly complete. And just a quick background, Tyrannosaurus is the type genus of Tyrannosauroidea, which is the superfamily, Tyrannosauridae, which is the family, and Tyrannosaurinae, which is the subfamily.
So it goes Tyrannosauroidea on top, then Tyrannosauridae, and then finally Tyrannosaurinae.
Yes.
In increasing specificity, and then I guess Tyrannosaurus at the very last bit.
Yes. So Arthur Lakes first found T-Rex teeth in 1874 in Golden, Colorado, and John Bell Hatcher had found bones in eastern Wyoming in the early 1890s that were thought to be Ornithomimus grandus at first, but is now considered to be T-Rex. Edward Drinker Cope found vertebrae fragments in South Dakota in 1892 and originally classified them as Manospondylus gigas, a ceratopsid, but now those are considered to be T-Rex. And Manospondylus gigas means giant porous vertebra. That refers to the openings in the bone for blood vessels.
Or for lightning from like air sac pressure into it, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Osborn recognized the similarities between T-Rex and Manospondylus back in 1917. However, Manospondylus was too fragmentary, so he did not synonymize them. Black Hills Institute found the type locality of Manospondylus in June 2000 and found more tyrannosaur bones, and they were considered to be from the same individual and the same as those of a T-Rex.
Which should make Manospondylus the actual name of Tyrannosaurus, and then make Tyrannosaurus a junior synonym.
Yes. However, an ICZN ruling in 2000 said that a name that's been considered valid for 50 years can't be replaced by a name considered invalid during that time, plus some other stipulations, all of which apply here. So the T-Rex name stays, which is a good thing. It's got a more exciting meaning.
Than Manospondylus, yeah.
Yeah. Barnum Brown found the first partial T-Rex skeleton in Wyoming in 1900, and Osborn originally named it Dynamasaurus imperiosus in a paper in 1905. In 1902, Brown found another partial T-Rex skeleton in Montana in the Hell Creek Formation. Osborn described this skeleton as the holotype of T-Rex in the same 1905 paper where he described Dynamasaurus. In 1906, Osborn said that the two specimens were synonyms and said that T-Rex was the valid name, which was a good choice. The Dynamasaurus bones are in the collections of the Natural History Museum in London. Other synonyms to T-Rex include Dinotyrannus megagracilis and Stygivenator molnari. Only holotypes of Dinotyrannus and Stygivenator have been found, and they're now considered to be of a juvenile T-Rex. Dinotyrannus megagracilis was originally named Albertosaurus megagracilis, and that was found in the same formation as T-Rex. There's also Oblisodon lancensis, which is now considered to be either a juvenile T-Rex or a Nanotyrannus. And of course, there are debates on the validity of Nanotyrannus lancensis. Some think that that skull is of a juvenile T-Rex. Some of the differences people have argued, though, is that Nanotyrannus has more teeth, and some scientists think that the two should be separate until more studies are done. And in our interview, Thomas Carr mentioned that the description of Nanotyrannus talked about the damage to the skull and described either juvenile features or features of T-Rex, so you know where he stands. There's also some controversy over whether Tarbosaurus bataar from Mongolia is a second species of Tyrannosaurus or its own genus. In 1955, Evgeny Maleev named Tyrannosaurus bataar from Mongolia, and this was renamed Tarbosaurus bataar by 1965, and many think that they are sister taxon. Tarbosaurus is thought to have a narrower skull and a different kind of bite, although there were studies in 2014 and 2016 that found that they're closely related, and then in 2016, Steve Brusati, Thomas Carr, and others found that Tyrannosaurus may have been from Asia and possibly descended from Tarbosaurus. Also, T-Rex may have driven Tyrannosaurids native to North America to extinction via competition. However, in 2006, a study found that large Tyrannosaurs may have been in North America as early as 75 million years ago, though it's not clear if that was T-Rex or a new Tyrannosaur genus.
Well, it's probably not T-Rex, because 10 million years would be a long time for it to be around.
True. On August 12, 1990, Sue Hendrickson found the most complete and largest T-Rex skeleton in the Hell Creek Formation in South Dakota that's been found so far. It's about 85% complete. And this T-Rex is nicknamed Sue. There was a legal battle over who owned it, which is covered in the documentary Dinosaur 13, and involves Pete Larson, who we interviewed in our first episode, which also talked about T-Rex. In 1997, it was settled in favor of the original landowner, Maurice Williams, and then the Field Museum of Natural History bought the skeleton at auction for $7.6 million. It was the most expensive dinosaur so far. Between 1998 and 1999, the Field Museum spent 25,000 hours preparing the bones.
Partly at Disney World.
Really?
Yeah. They had some weird joint deal where I think Disney might have paid partially for that $7.6 million or something.
Oh, I remember McDonald's. I didn't remember Disney.
Yeah, I think McDonald's was involved too. It was a whole huge corporate weird thing that went on.
Yeah. Well, Sue went on display May 17th, 2000, and is now one of the most famous T-Rex. And Sue the T-Rex actually has a Twitter account and over 42,000 followers, maybe more by the time this recording comes out.
The most followed dinosaur, perhaps?
Could be. I didn't look too closely. A study of Sue found that she was full-grown at age 19 and died at age 28, possibly from a bite to the back of the head, but this isn't confirmed, and later studies actually didn't find bite marks. She had damage to the back of her skull. She was possibly trampled after her death. It's possible that she died of starvation after getting a parasitic infection from eating contaminated meat. She may have gotten an inflammation in her throat and then been unable to swallow food. And this is based on her having smooth-edged holes in her skulls, which are similar to modern-day birds that have had the same parasite, which sounds like a terrible way to go. There's another famous T-Rex, Stan, which is nicknamed in honor of Stan Sacrison. And Stan was found in 1987 in the Hell Creek Formation in South Dakota, though wasn't collected until 1992. Originally, Stan was thought to be a Triceratops skeleton. Stan is 63% complete. You can see Stan on display at the Black Hills Institute of Geological Research in Hill City, where Pete Larson is, and that's in South Dakota. There's many casts and museums all over the world of Stan, too.
Yeah, we've seen them all over the place. And at one of them, we told someone working there, oh, we saw the original on the Black Hills Institute in South Dakota, and they're like, that's not where the original is. That's crazy. They didn't believe us. We're like, no, we saw it. We know the guy who dug it up. Why don't you believe us? They're like, they wouldn't put that there.
We didn't look like we knew what we were talking about, apparently.
I guess.
So Stan's had many pathologies. He's had broken and healed ribs, broken and healed neck, and a hole in the back of his head that's about the size of a T-Rex tooth. Jack Horner found 5 T-Rex skeletons in Montana in 2000.
That's crazy.
Yeah. In 2001, a crew from the Burpee Museum of Natural History found a 50% complete juvenile T-Rex in Hell Creek in Montana, nicknamed Jane. And Jane was thought to be the first known skeleton of Nanotyrannus, but now is thought to be a juvenile T-Rex. She's on display at the Burpee Museum. Because a wide range of T-Rex specimens have been found, scientists have estimated its lifespan and how fast T-Rex grew. The smallest known T-Rex is the Jordan theropod, which was estimated to weigh 66 pounds or 30 kilograms and died at age 2. The largest one is Sue, who's estimated to weigh 12,460 pounds or 5,650 kilograms and died at age 28. Juvenile T-Rex tend to be under 4,000 pounds or 1,800 kilograms until they're around age 14, and then they grow quickly, gaining an average of 1,300 pounds or 600 kilograms each year for 4 years, and then their growth slows again.
Pretty similar to humans. They're like a teenage growth spurt.
But on a much smaller scale for humans.
Yeah.
Another study found that the growth rate was actually faster at 4,000 pounds or 1,800 kilograms, which is very different from 1,300 pounds, though the author said that it had a smaller gap between its actual growth rate and the one expected of it based on its size. The slowdown of its growth rate may indicate maturity. B-Rex, which was a 16 to 20-year-old T-Rex found in Montana, was found to have medullary tissue in its femur, and medullary tissue is only found in female birds during ovulation, so B-Rex was able to reproduce. More than half of the known T-Rex specimens died within 6 years of reaching maturity, as seen in other tyrannosaurs, and some modern large birds and mammals.
That's assuming that the fossil record isn't biased. I guess that pertains to its range, too.
Right. Not many juvenile T-Rex fossils have been found. This is possibly due to low mortality rates. They grew up, so they weren't fossilized as juveniles. Or it's because not enough fossils have been found, or because fossils that were collected tend to be larger. Thomas Holtz Jr. suggested in 2013 that dinosaurs, quote, lived fast and died young, which means they reproduce quickly, unlike mammals that take longer to reproduce. Gregory Paul also said that T-Rex reproduced quickly and died young, possibly because they lived dangerous lives. Scientists analyzed the variation in body types of T-Rex and found 2 types, the robust type and the gracile type. The robust type has been attributed to females in the past. They had a wider pelvis, maybe to pass eggs through, and they had a smaller chevron on the first tail vertebra, so also possibly to help eggs pass through. However, a 2005 study cast doubts on this sexual dimorphism. Also, Sue had a full-size chevron on the first tail vertebra, so that doesn't help differentiate. Instead of sexual dimorphism, the differences in body types could be because of geography or age. Maybe older animals were the robust ones. Only B-Rex is the likely female, because only female birds have medullary tissues naturally. However, studies have found that crocodiles do not have medullary tissue. T-Rex had a large head and could bite in the backs and necks of dinosaurs that were prey. Montana State University has the largest T-Rex skull found so far. It's 59 inches or 150 centimeters long, compared to Sue's 55.4 inches or 141 centimeter long skull. And that was found in the 1960s and recently reconstructed. There's a press release that came out in 2006. The skull had large fenestra, or openings, to reduce the weight, and T-Rex had a narrow snout, but the skull was wide in the back, which helped with having good binocular vision. Also, the eye sockets faced mainly forwards, which helped with the good binocular vision. Kent Stevens found that T-Rex had great vision. A study found that T-Rex had a binocular range of 55 degrees, which is better than a hawk, and T-Rex would have been able to see objects as far as 3.7 miles or 6 kilometers away.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that was related to a person, and I found something saying that a person can see about 2 miles, I think, in a similar sort of fashion, so maybe it's about twice as far as a person.
Crazy. Lawrence Wittmer and Ryan Ridgely found that T-Rex had heightened sensory abilities, that is, rapid eye and head movements, also the ability to sense low-frequency sounds, and had a good sense of smell. If T-Rex hunted its prey, then prey would have included Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, and Hadrosaurs that may have had these complex social behaviors, so precision would have been important to get in and out. T-Rex had large olfactory bulbs and nerves, and so they may have been able to smell carcasses from far away, comparable to modern vultures. And as I mentioned, they could hear low-frequency sounds. T-Rex had a relatively large brain for adult non-avian dinosaurs. In 2012, Carl Bates and Peter Falkingham said that T-Rex had the most powerful bite of any land animal. They found an adult could have been between 7,800 and 12,800 pounds of force in its back teeth, and some scientists have estimated higher. Greg Erickson and Paul Gignac said in 2017 that T-Rex could have bite forces of 1,900 to 7,700 pounds and could crush bones. Steven Lautenschlager and others found that T-Rex could open its jaw around 80 degrees and could have a wide range of jaw angles for biting. The tip of the T-Rex upper jaw was U-shaped, which meant it could rip out more tissue and bone in one bite, though that would have been stressful on its front teeth. T-Rex had heterodont teeth, different shapes. Jaws had up to 60 teeth, and the teeth have been described as, quote, like lethal bananas.
Yeah, I really like that description. It's pretty accurate.
Yeah. The largest T-Rex tooth found so far was 12 inches or 30.5 centimeters long, including the root when it was alive. So T-Rex, it had the heterodont teeth. That meant that they had different functions. This is according to a 2012 study. The front teeth were for gripping and pulling. The side teeth may have been for tearing flesh, and the back teeth could have diced up pieces of meat. The T-Rex teeth were wide and a bit dull, so it could withstand force by struggling prey. T-Rex may have had a septic bite. William Abler hypothesized that teeth serrations may have had pieces of meat with bacteria in them, which would make T-Rex bites deadly, like Komodo dragons were thought to have. Jack Horner said that T-Rex serrations were more cube-like than round in shape, like a Komodo dragon's teeth. However, all saliva could contain deadly bacteria, so that may not have been a method for killing prey. T-Rex had an S-shaped curved neck that was short and muscular. In 2007, Eric Snively and Anthony Russell found that T-Rex neck muscles were so strong T-Rex would have been able to throw a piece of meat that weighed 110 pounds 15 feet into the air and then catch it again, which is terrifying. According to Michael Habib, T-Rex had thick neck muscles to hold its skull and give it a more powerful bite force. The neck muscles compete for space in the shoulder with arm muscles, and the neck is bigger than the arms. And according to Habib, long arms are more easily broken and take more energy and can get disease, so the short arms may have been more beneficial to T-Rex.
Also just bone in general taking a lot of extra resources.
True. A 2016 study suggested that large theropods like Tyrannosaurus had lips that covered their teeth based on the fact that they had enamel, and enamel would need to stay hydrated. Thomas Carr and others found in 2017 that Tyrannosaurs had large flat scales on their snouts with small keratinized patches, and they suggested that Tyrannosaurs had sensory neurons under the scales on their faces and may have used them to identify objects and measure the temperatures of nests and pick up eggs and hatchlings. The headlines were all about mating. Compared to the rest of its body, T-Rex arms are relatively small at about 3.3 feet or 1 meters long, and they have large areas for muscle attachment, so they were probably very strong. Osborne said in 1906 that the forelimbs may have been used to grasp a mate while mating, and others have suggested that T-Rex used its arms to help get it up after falling. The arms may have also been used to hold down prey while tearing it to pieces with its jaws.
Yeah, and it had pretty sharp claws too, so the arms would still definitely be useful.
Mm-hmm. T-Rex forelimb bones had thick cortical bone, which might mean it could withstand heavy loads. An adult T-Rex biceps brachii muscle could lift 439 pounds or 199 kilograms, and it had other muscles to make it even more powerful.
It was like over a 400-pound curl then, with one arm.
Yeah. T-Rex arms did have a limited range of motion. The shoulder joints could only move 40 degrees, and the elbow joints could only move 45 degrees. So all of these factors may mean that T-Rex used its arms to hold struggling prey. One scientist, Stephen Stanley, said that T-Rex may have used its arms for slashing prey, especially juvenile T-Rex, because the arms grew slower in proportion to their bodies.
So they weren't as disproportional as kids.
Right. Earlier tyrannosaurs like Eotyrannus had proportionately longer arms than T-Rex, and as tyrannosaurs got bigger over time, their arms got shorter. So some scientists think that this group would have eventually lost its arms if it kept evolving, but we'll never know for sure.
I think that's feasible since you've got stuff like Carnotaurus with the really, really tiny arms. That's really the dinosaur, the big carnivore with the smallest arms.
Yeah,
and
true.
There's basically nothing left at that point.
When T-Rex was first found, they had only found the humerus part of the forelimbs, so Osborne mounted his T-Rex in 1915 to have 3 fingers like Allosaurus. Lawrence Lamb had described the 2 fingers of Gorgosaurus, a close relative, in 1914, but this wasn't confirmed for T-Rex until 1989 when the Wankelrex was found with complete forelimbs. Sue also has complete forelimbs. T-Rex had many hollow bones to help it reduce weight, and it had a long tail that helped balance its head and body. The tail sometimes had over 40 vertebrae. A juvenile T-Rex may have had feathers, but adult T-Rex probably had no feathers. Skin impressions that have been found show it had a pebble-like structure. Others say that there's no direct evidence that T-Rex had feathers, but it's likely to have had feathers on at least parts of the body, based on related species having feathers. For example, Dilong had feathers. Scientists think that feathers may have been related to body size, where juveniles were feathered and then shed them and only had scales when they got bigger because they no longer needed the insulation, though some large tyrannosauroids had feathers covering most of the body, so it's not clear if this hypothesis is true. An example of this is Eutyrannus. It was 30 feet or 9 meters long, weighed up to 3,100 pounds or 1,400 kilograms, and it had feathers on various parts of its body, which may mean that its whole body was covered in feathers. Skin impressions of a T-Rex specimen found in Montana in 2002, nicknamed Yrex, showed small patches of scales. It's possible that feathers in tyrannosauroids varied based on body size, climate, or other factors. In March 2005, Mary Higby Schweizer and others said that they had found soft tissue from the marrow cavity of a T-Rex leg bone found in the Hell Creek Formation. It had blood vessel tissue and microstructures resembling blood cells that somewhat resembled ostrich blood cells and vessels. It's not clear if something strange happened to preserve these or if the material is original, though if it is original, it would help scientists figure out some of the DNA content of dinosaurs. And it's possible that no one had found this before because they didn't think it was possible, and so they weren't looking. Since then, these tissue-like structures have been found in 2 more tyrannosaurs and a hadrosaur.
It wouldn't be much of the DNA content, though. It's basically just a protein, which is a very, very small piece.
Yes, but still exciting.
Yeah.
In 2007, Assar and others found that 7 traces of collagen proteins found in T-Rex bone most closely matched those in chickens. Finding proteins in fossils so old changed scientists' views of fossils, because before it was thought that fossilization replaced all living tissue with minerals. More studies in 2008 showed the close connection between T-Rex and modern birds. In 2008, Thomas Kay and others questioned the soft tissue in T-Rex, saying that it was actually slimy biofilm made by bacteria, and they found that what had been thought to be remnants of blood cells were actually framboids. They had iron presence, which were microscopic mineral spheres with iron. The researchers had found similar spheres in other fossils from different periods, including ammonite. In the ammonite, the spheres were found in a place where the iron could not have been related to the presence of blood. Schweitzer criticized this study, saying that there's no reported evidence that biofilms can produce branching hollow tubes like the ones that she found in her study. In 2011, San Antonio, Schweitzer, and others published details on the parts of the collagen that had been recovered, which were the inner parts of the collagen coil, as expected from a long period of protein degradation. For a long time, it was thought that T-Rex and other dinosaurs were ectothermic, or basically cold-blooded. In the 1960s, Bob Bacher and John Ostrom challenged this idea in the dinosaur renaissance. T-Rex was thought to be endothermic, warm-blooded, and active. The growth rates indicate that it had a high metabolism. Rhys Barrick and William Showers looked at the oxygen isotope ratios in a T-Rex torso vertebrae and tibia. This ratio is sometimes used to determine the temperature of the bone when it was deposited. They found very little difference in temperature, only 4 to 5 degrees Celsius or 7 to 9 degrees Fahrenheit, which they said indicated that T-Rex had a constant internal body temperature, known as homeothermy, and had a metabolism in between ectothermic reptiles and endothermic mammals. Some scientists said that the ratio of oxygen isotopes in fossils from today do not necessarily represent the same ratio in the past, and they may have changed during fossilization. In later papers, Barrick and Showers said that they found similar results in Giganotosaurus. Even if T-Rex had evidence of homeothermy, it doesn't mean that it was endothermic. T-Rex may have had a warm-blooded metabolism through gigantothermy, where its surface area was small compared to its volume and mass, and that meant less area for heat to escape the body, which raised its base temperature. Several footprints have been found that may have been from a T-Rex. One track was found in 1983 in New Mexico that was 33 inches or 83 centimeters long and 28 inches or 71 centimeters wide. One track found in 2007 in Montana had a 28-inch or 72-centimeter long one. It wasn't clear if that was T-Rex. And one track found in 2016 in Wyoming was thought to be either from a juvenile T-Rex or a nanotyrannus.
Yeah, it's really hard to identify which exact animal a track comes from. But I guess since it was so huge, you might think like, well, it's a theropod track and it's too big to be anything else.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different estimates for T-Rex max speed. Mostly 25 miles per hour, 40 kilometers per hour. Some are as low as 11 to 25 miles per hour, or 18 to 40 kilometers per hour, and some are as high as 45 miles per hour, or 72 kilometers per hour. And this is based on the tracks found, but not many have been found of large theropods running.
Yeah, I don't think we really have any running tracks, maybe like 1 or 2. because they spend literally 99.9 something percent of their time walking. So it's hard to find a running track.
Yeah. There's another study in 2017 that found T-Rex could reach a max speed of 17 miles per hour or 27 kilometers per hour. Most recent research on T-Rex locomotion suggests that T-Rex reached max speeds of 25 miles or 40 kilometers per hour, and that faster speeds were not possible because they required very big leg muscles. However, it's unknown how large T-Rex leg muscles were. In 2007, there was a study with computer models that estimated running speeds of up to 18 miles per hour or 29 kilometers per hour. Even a max speed, though, of 11 miles per hour or 18 kilometers per hour is faster than a lot of prey, like some Hadrosaurs and Ceratopsians. So there's a lot of debates whether or not T-Rex could run. It's possible that T-Rex didn't run. T-Rex may have also been slow to turn. It might have taken 1 to 2 seconds to turn 45 degrees, and this is based on its center of mass being far from its center of rotation.
Yeah, and I think it also would have had a high moment of inertia, basically with its head so far out front and its tail so far behind it. The force required to spin that kind of thing, it's like that old analogy for ice skating with your arms out versus in. When you have that really long length around the thing that you're spinning, it takes a lot of energy and time to spin. So that was also probably an issue.
Yeah, good point. In 1993, Jack Horner and Don Lessem said that T-Rex was slow and probably couldn't run because the ratio of its femur and tibia was larger than 1, like in many other large theropods and in modern elephants. In 1998, Christensen said that T-Rex leg bones were not much stronger than elephants and suggested a max speed of 25 miles per hour, but this is based on many dubious assumptions. In 1995, Farlow and others said that T-Rex, weighing between 5.4 and 7.3 metric tons, 6 to 8 short tons, would have been seriously or fatally hurt if it fell while moving quickly and its small arms could not help on impact. However, giraffes can run up to 31 miles per hour, 50 kilometers per hour, though they can break a leg or be fatally hurt. So it could be that T-Rex ran when necessary.
Yeah, we do see a lot of T-Rex with broken gastralia, or those belly ribs, so that kind of makes sense.
The belly flops. In 2017, William Sellers and others found via a computer model that T-Rex could not run because of high skeletal loads. They estimated T-Rex to weigh 7 tons, and the model showed that moving more than 11 miles per hour would have shattered the T-Rex leg bones.
There's also that thing we talk about with close running, where birds don't necessarily have to be a full run or a walk the way people do, and then there's like a pretty big speed gap in the middle. They can kind of pick a lot of speeds in between. So saying it couldn't run, it might have been able to do some pretty extreme power walking anyway and still be pretty quick.
Yeah. In 2011, Heinrich Mallison proposed that T-Rex and other dinosaurs could have moved quickly by power walking, like he said. They found a few similarities in dinosaurs and race walkers with less muscle mass in the ankles and more muscle mass in the hindquarters. However, John Hutchinson cautioned that scientists must first look into dinosaur muscles to see how frequently they contracted.
That's difficult.
Yes. However, T-Rex did have hollow bones and other features to make it more lightweight, and other animals such as ostriches have long, flexible legs and can run fast, but they take slow strides as well. T-Rex did have larger leg muscles than any current living animal. Gregory S. Paul said that T-Rex had a large ilium bone to help support large muscles for running and other features, and that one formula to calculate speed was not that reliable because it was too sensitive to bone length, making long bones artificially weak. He also said the risk of being hurt while fighting may have been worth the risk for T-Rex falling while running.
Yeah, if you're running away from danger.
In 2010, Scott Persons suggested that T-Rex may have had strong catafemoralis or tail muscles to help with its speed. It had certain muscle arrangements with some similarities to modern reptiles. The catafemoralis may have helped with running, agility, and balance. Additionally, a T-Rex tail muscle mass may have been underestimated by 25 to 45%. Having a larger catafemoralis means that the center of mass would be closer to the hindquarters and hips and would have helped it with rotating more quickly.
Yeah, and it also kind of draws the leg up, so it would help it lift its leg quicker too.
In 1998, Holt said that tyrannosaurids and some close relatives had long shins and toes compared to other theropod femurs, and that tyrannosaurids and relatives had tightly interlocked foot bones to help with locomotion, and therefore tyrannosaurids and its close relatives were the fastest large theropods. In 2013, Holt said that large allosaurs had shorter feet than T-Rex, though they were similarly sized, and T-Rex had longer, skinnier, and more interlocked feet, which were attributes of animals that move faster. In 2003, Eric Snively and Anthony P. Russell said that T-Rex feet had a, quote, tensile keystone model to increase its stability and help it be more efficient and less strained. T-Rex metatarsals, which are foot bones, are arranged as digitigrade, where they form an extension to the lower leg bones, which increases the total length of the leg area and increases its stride. And this is seen in animals that run after other animals. So lots of debates over T-Rex in general. There's also been a lot of debate over whether T-Rex was a hunter or scavenger. In 1917, Lamb said that T-Rex was close to Gorgosaurus and therefore a scavenger because Gorgosaurus' teeth showed hardly any wear on them. However, theropods replaced their teeth frequently, so not many people agreed. Jack Horner has argued that T-Rex was a scavenger, though not in scientific literature, and only as a tool to teach people, mostly kids, that you shouldn't make assumptions without evidence. Horner said that T-Rex could not be a predator because of its small eyes, small arms, couldn't hold the prey, and large legs made it slow. He also said it was a scavenger because of its great sense of smell and legs that were built for walking long distances.
But obviously, a lot of those things aren't entirely true.
Sure. T-Rex did have a great sense of smell, though, and could smell carcasses from far away, like vultures. In the hunter-scavenger debate, researchers said that T-Rex could not purely be a scavenger because modern pure scavengers, like vultures, glide to cover large areas efficiently. Others have said that T-Rex's ecosystem would have had many animals to scavenge, although T-Rex may have had to be cold-blooded to get enough calories from scavenging than the calories it spent foraging. They also argued that animals during T-Rex's time didn't have gliding scavengers, so there was no competition for this type of food. If T-Rex was a scavenger, it may have been big enough to steal food, but it may have been outnumbered by smaller theropods. Some of T-Rex prey could move pretty fast, so if T-Rex could only walk, it was probably more likely to scavenge. However, T-Rex may have been fast enough for large hadrosaurs and ceratopsians. Because T-Rex teeth could crush bone, it could get to the bone marrow, which is very nutritious, and recently described to us as meat butter. Garrett and Chin and others found bone fragments and coprolites from tyrannosaurs, though they said tyrannosaur teeth were not adapted to chew bone the way modern hyenas are to get to bone marrow.
Yeah, it's more like breaking it over your knee kind of thing.
As we mentioned, T-Rex's eyes pointed forward, so it had good binocular vision, which is found mostly in predators, so that points to a hunting behavior. Jack Horner has said that there's a trend of steadily improving binocular vision in tyrannosaurs, though it's not clear why if tyrannosaurs were scavengers. One Edmontosaurus skeleton has been found to have damage to its tail vertebrae from a T-Rex that healed, which shows that it probably survived an attack, and that meant a T-Rex tried to hunt it. There's also evidence of an attack on a Triceratops that had a partially healed tyrannosaur tooth mark on its neck frill and had a broken horn with new bone growth after the break. It's unclear who initiated this fight. It could have been either. Since the wounds healed, the Triceratops probably survived. In 2001, Bruce Rothschild and others did a study examining evidence of stress factors in tendon avulsions, which is injury to the bone where a tendon or ligament attaches to the bone, in theropods. In Tyrannosaurus and Allosaurus, they found avulsion injuries only in the forelimb and shoulder that suggests that their musculature was different from birds. They suggested that the tendon avulsion in the T-Rex was probably from struggling prey, which is evidence for being an active predator instead of scavenging for food. Most scientists, though, think that T-Rex was both a hunter and scavenger, like many large carnivores. Pete Larson found a broken and healed fibula and tail vertebrae on Sue, some scarred bones from the face, and a tooth from a different T-Rex in a neck vertebra. And this may mean that tyrannosaurs were aggressive with each other, though it's not clear if it would be about food or finding a mate, or if it was because they were being cannibalistic. Later studies found these wounds were infections or damage to the bones after Sue died, and not necessarily injuries, or that the injuries were pretty generic and not necessarily from a fight with another T-Rex. Phil Curry has suggested that T-Rex could have hunted in packs. He compared T-Rex to Tarbosaurus and Albertosaurus and mentioned 3 T-Rex skeletons found in South Dakota near to each other. He did CT scans and said that its brain was 3 times larger than expected for its body size, so it may have been capable of this kind of complex behavior. Prey such as Triceratops and Ankylosaurus would have been armored and fast, so T-Rex may have needed to hunt in groups. It's possible that juveniles and adults work together, with juveniles running down the prey and adults killing it. A lot of scientists, though, don't agree with this theory. This theory has not been peer-reviewed. It was part of his book Dino Gangs and a TV special. It's based on comparing T-Rex to different species, and the idea of Tarbosaurus hunting in packs hasn't been published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal yet. Other explanations for theropod skeletons ending up together could be droughts or floods. Lawrence Whitmer said that social behavior can't be determined by estimated brain sizes, though T-Rex may have had large enough brains for communal hunting, this semi-organized behavior. In July 2014, fossilized trackways found in Canada showed that tyrannosaurids may have hunted in packs. In 2010, Curry, Horner, Erickson, and Longridge suggested that T-Rex could be cannibalistic. They found T-Rex specimens with T-Rex tooth marks on their bones, the humerus, foot bones, and metatarsals, which might be evidence of opportunistic scavenging. These parts of the body didn't have much meat, so T-Rex may have been eating a carcass that had already been chewed on. It's possible that other tyrannosaurids were also cannibalistic. In 2009, a study found that holes in some Tyrannosaurus skulls that were thought to be from attacks from other Tyrannosaurus were actually from Trichomonas-like parasites that often affect avians. However, Joseph Peterson and others found evidence that Jane, the juvenile T-Rex, was attacked by another T-Rex. Her skull had healed puncture wounds on the upper jaw and snout, probably from another juvenile T-Rex, and CT scans showed the wounds came from a traumatic injury and that there was some healing after. They also said Jane's injuries were structurally different from the parasite pathologies found in Sue. T-Rex used to be depicted as a living tripod with its tail dragging, similar to a kangaroo. Henry Fairfield Osborn posed his T-Rex skeleton at the American Museum of Natural History this way, and it stayed like that from 1915 until 1992, and that inspired many depictions in films and paintings, including Rudolph Zallinger's The Age of Reptiles mural in Yale University's Peabody Museum of Natural History. In the 1970s, scientists realized that this was not the right posture for T-Rex and that it would have weakened or dislocated joints. And then Jurassic Park showed T-Rex in the more modern pose. T-Rex appears in many films, ads, post stamps, and other media. It's a very popular dinosaur and appears in many forms of media, and of course it's a popular name. Henry Fairfield Osborn said in 1905, quote, "I propose to make this animal the type of the new genus, Tyrannosaurus, in reference to its size, which far exceeds that of any carnivorous land animal hitherto described. This animal is, in fact, the new plus ultra of the evolution of the large carnivorous dinosaurs. In brief, it is entitled to the royal and high-sounding group name, which I have applied to it," end quote.
The royal and high-sounding group name. It's pretty accurate.
Osborn considered mounting the two T-Rex skeletons that were known at the time to face off over a carcass at the American Museum of Natural History, but then decided to mount just the one. On December 30th of 1905, the New York Times said T-Rex was, quote, "the most formidable fighting animal of which there is any record whatever, the king of all kings in the domain of animal life, the absolute warlord of the earth, and a royal man-eater of the jungle." In 1906, T-Rex was called the prize fighter of antiquity and the last of the great reptiles and the king of them all.
There's some good little quotes about T-Rex.
Good title, yeah. In 1927, Charles Knight painted a mural of Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops for the Field Museum of Natural History. You can see T-Rex in many films, including 1925's The Lost World, 1933's King Kong, 1918's The Ghost of Slumber Mountain, which shows a T-Rex facing off against Triceratops. T-Rex is often depicted as having 3 fingers in the early films, like in Fantasia. Walt Disney told Barnum Brown that it looked better that way.
Yeah, I could see that. 2 fingers look kind of weird.
Yeah. One of the first times T-Rex was portrayed in the proper posture without the tail dragging was the 1984 short Prehistoric Beast made by Phil Tippett with his Go Motion technique, which is stop motion animation and motion blur. Phil Tippett also worked on Jurassic Park, and they used CGI instead of stop motion. And when he first learned they'd use CGI, he said, "I've just become extinct," and Spielberg used that line in the movie.
When they said, like, "I think we're out of a job," and then somebody says, "You mean extinct?"
Yes. T-Rex is also in all the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World movies, the 1960 movie Dinosaurs, the 1966 movie 1 Million Years BC, The Last Dinosaur from 1977, The Land Before Time from 1988, We're Back, A Dinosaur Story from 1993, Tammy and the T-Rex from 1994, Theodore Rex from 1995, Toy Story from 1995, Pooh's Grand Adventure, The Search for Christopher Robin in 1997, Night at the Museum from 2006, Meet the Robinsons from 2007, Ice Age 3, Dawn of the Dinosaurs from 2009, The Good Dinosaur from 2015, and countless others. Also, Godzilla is a mixture of Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus, and Iguanodon. That's why it looks so weird. T-Rex has also appeared in Japanese animated films such as You Are Umasu from 2010. We did a review of that one. The Age of the Great Dinosaurs from 1979, Magic Treehouse from 2011, and Doraemon, Nobita's Dinosaur from 1980 and 2006. T-Rex has also been in many TV shows, including Barney and Friends, Dinosaur Train, The Wiggles, the 1974 Doctor Who Invasion of the Dinosaurs, Dinosaurs, the TV show with the Sinclairs, and many, many more. And T-Rex has also appeared in the TV documentary Dinosaurs from 1985, which used some scenes from the 1984 short Prehistoric Beast, the one by Phil Tippett. T-Rex has also appeared in documentaries including Walking with Dinosaurs, When Dinosaurs Roamed America, Dinosaur Planet, and more. And in books, including Jurassic Park and the sequel to Lost World, Primeval Extinction Event, We're Back, A Dinosaur Story, and also many more.
Including Bolivar.
Yep. T-Rex is also in video games, on stamps, in comics, and as animatronics for various exhibitions. In Lake Buena Vista, Florida, you can go to T-Rex Cafe, where you eat food and hang out with life-size dinosaurs. And Mark Bolan, who was the lead singer of a popular band from the 1970s, first saw a T-Rex at the Natural History Museum in London and later named his band Tyrannosaurus Rex, which became T-Rex, and it was actually abbreviated properly with the T.Rex.
Yeah, rather than a hyphen like you usually see.
And they were a very influential British rock band in the 60s and 70s, and also the inspiration, as we mentioned in a recent episode, for the dinosaur that is in the Chrome game, or at least that was the code name for the dinosaur in the early designs.
And our fun fact of the day is that most birds have relatively large eyes for the size of their head, but their eyes aren't fully spherical. They're actually kind of flattened on the back, so they can't rotate their eyes in their sockets in most cases. This means that they have to move their entire head to look at something new, or to keep looking at the same thing, which is why when they're walking, they kind of bob their head. It's because their eyes can't adjust from the motion, so they move their whole head to kind of keep things in focus. When I read that, that made me wonder if T-Rex in Jurassic Park could have seen the kids in the car when it has its head kind of parallel to the car and it's looking in sideways, because obviously they had stereoscopic vision going forward, so I wasn't sure if they could focus an eye out the side. And they probably couldn't if they had bird-type vision, because they don't have, like, pigeon eyes that are, like, focused out the sides. And thanks to Thomas Carr, I also checked out crocodilian vision. So crocodilians actually have an extra sensitive horizontal strip of quote-unquote high spatial acuity. Basically, they can scan the surroundings horizontally without moving their heads, which is obviously a very good adaptation for the type of ambush predator that crocodilians are, because if they had to move their head to look around at the shore the whole time or look around in the water for fish, they'd be stirring up the water and startling off all sorts of prey. So if T-Rex had that sort of additional adaptation, it might have been able to see into the car, but I'm guessing that it probably didn't, because T-Rex and other similar theropods had sclerotic rings on their eyes. In fact, most dinosaurs and birds do, but crocodilians don't. So it seems like T-Rex probably had more of a bird-like eyeball, so it probably had to move its head around to look at new things rather than being able to move its eye around. So probably couldn't have seen them in the car, is my guess.
That's good for the kids.
Yeah, but it could have seen all the people that weren't moving. So I think a lot more people would have been eaten overall.
Sure. Unless the T-Rex thought they were too much of a hassle.
Yeah, that's true.
And that wraps up this epic 200th episode Tyrannosaurus-tastic episode of I Know Dino. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to subscribe to us so you don't miss out on any new episodes. And you can join our growing community at Patreon. If you join in the next few weeks, we will be offering special rewards to celebrate SVP. Check out our page at patreon.com/iknowdino. Thanks again, and until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up. Dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
This week in our 250th episode, we're featuring The Bone Wars, which was a request by Allison on our Patreon. There's no news in a rare twist of events, and that's because I'm calling this episode Sabrina Ricci's Hardcore Bone Wars, because it is a crazy amount of information about the Bone Wars. It'll probably be at least 2 hours long when we're done with this.
Turns out a lot happened.
It did. There was a lot of information for Sabrina to go through and fact check and parse together.
For any of our new listeners, just know our episodes are not normally this long, but we thought since it was a 250th episode milestone, we would celebrate by digging deep into this one topic.
We also have Dinosaur of the Day, Hesperornis. It is featured prominently in the Bone Wars, so it all ties together. And on top of that, there's also a fun fact, which is Bone Wars related. So it's very much a Bone Wars episode. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons who help us keep this podcast running, as we always do. And this week, we'd like to thank specifically Scotty, Megan Dixon, Kessler, Rhinosaurus, Morgan Eklove, Risa, Kelly, Manda, Laurasaurus, Timmy, James Pasco, Gabe, Courtney, and TRX Dinosaurs.
Yes, thank you again so much for all of your support, and we're so happy and excited to be celebrating our 250th episode with you all. And if you want to join this growing community of amazing dinosaur enthusiasts, then check out our page at patreon.com/iknowdino, where we offer a whole bunch of different rewards. And now onto our epic section about the Bone Wars. There are a lot of books and articles that we read to put this episode together, so I'm just going to mention a few now. We'll also have links on our website in the show notes.
And by we, Sabrina means that she did, because I had nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, thanks. Well, you heard whenever I would read some crazy tidbit, I'd be like, hey, did you know about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She reads way faster than me, which is good because she got through at least 6 books.
Yes, 6 books and a bunch of articles. So the books included The Bone Hunter's Revenge by David Rains Wallace, The Dinosaur Hunters by Deborah Cadbury, The Gilded Dinosaur by Mark Jaff, The Life of a Fossil Hunter by Charles Sternberg, who was part of the Bone Wars. Pretty cool. The Bone Hunters by Earl Lanham, and Bone Sharps, Cowboys, and Thunder Lizards by Jim Ottaviani, and that's a graphic novel.
I was going to say, that has the best title.
That one was cool, and the amount of information they packed into that graphic novel is pretty amazing. There are also 2 really good fiction books out there, which I'd read beforehand, but I thought it'd be worth mentioning if you want to read even more about the Bone Wars, but in a more storytelling, historical fiction kind of way. I'd read these both before we started delving into the research, and I'd highly recommend. So the first one is Every Hidden Thing by Kenneth Opel, and the second one is Dragon Teeth by Michael Crichton. There were also a whole bunch of articles online with information, things from museums like the Houston Museum, also Yale Daily News. There are a few TV shows that have dedicated episodes to the Bone Wars, and a whole bunch of other places. So we will be linking those all too if you want to know even more.
And because of that, because there are so many different sources, a lot of them were contradictory, which is partly why Sabrina sourced so many different books, because she would read one book and she would say like, oh, this one's really positive about everything that Cope did and talks about Marsh as like this scoundrel. And then she'd read another book that was exact opposite. So the truth is definitely somewhere in the middle, and you would find other accounts that sort of seemed more middle of the road, and you could eventually piece together a more likely story.
Right. Plus, some have more details than others. I wouldn't say they were contradictory, but there's definitely a lot of overlap, and they all had their own points of view.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just contradictory about their personality types, maybe, but less about the actual facts of what happened.
Yeah. And you can imagine, too, a lot of these books were written decades after both of these men died. So you have to kind of piece it together based on letters they wrote.
Yeah, and the older it is, maybe the better. But then they might have known him personally, so that could slant it too.
Right.
So really just more sources, the better.
So now getting into it, the Bone Wars are infamous, and it is that period of time between the 1870s to the 1890s when 2 paleontologists, Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope, had a rivalry that eventually ruined them, but it also made dinosaurs mainstream. So both of these men hunted for fossils in the Wild West of the United States with the help of the new railroads and the burgeoning scientific community in America. They also had to deal with politics, tensions between the Sioux and other tribes, and of course each other. Before the Bone Wars, dinosaurs were not that popular. Only 9 species of dinosaurs had been named, and it was mostly based on isolated teeth and skeletal fragments that had been found. But after Marsh and Cope and their rush to name new species, even going so far as to bribe, steal, and destroy bones to prevent each other from winning, there's rumors that they spied on each other, and one rumor that Marsh stole a railway car of bones, but there's no evidence that that actually happened.
Allegedly.
Yes. But these two named 144 species, only 32 of which are considered valid today, and this is all according to 538. Marsh and Cope are often depicted in different ways. Marsh is often seen as this loner, very suspicious of people, and he worked slowly and methodically. He was bald and he had a large beard. Cope, on the other hand, was seen as passionate and eccentric, and he was quick to describe fossils. He also liked women, but was devoted to his family, and he had a full head of hair and a mustache. But both of them had money, and they were very driven. Marsh got his money from his uncle George Peabody, who owned a large mercantile company, and was a philanthropist and bachelor with an interest in education. And Cope got his money from his father, though he did have an allowance for most of his life, so sometimes he's depicted as the poor one in the Bone Wars.
But only the poor amongst the elite, not the poor amongst like an average person in the 1800s.
Yes, both of these men spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of the Bone Wars, and this is in the 1800s.
And it makes sense too, because back then, the only way to really pursue something like this was like a leisure sort of activity. You had to have the means to not be trying to make money all the time, and therefore you could sort of research dinosaurs if that's what you wanted to do.
Yes. Well, they also both had 2 different pathways to get there, but we'll get into that. Cope was a little less formal in the way you described, Garrett. Marsh was more formally educated. But there was one more paleontologist who was part of the Bone Wars, and he's often not mentioned, and that's Joseph Leidy. Leidy was the first vertebrate paleontologist in the U.S., and he was older than both Marsh and Cope, and he'd found evidence of horses, lions, rhinos, and other large mammals in the West. And in 1856, he discovered dinosaurs in America. He's the one who formally described Hadrosaurus foci in 1858. However, unlike Marsh and Cope, Leidy didn't have money to pursue fossil hunting, and he also didn't like getting entangled in the rivalry. So eventually he quit paleontology, and people kind of forgot about him. Cope learned a lot from Leidy. Leidy was kind of his mentor, but he still ended up referring to him as poor old Leidy. And I don't think it was endearing.
I wonder if that was a pun on lady versus lady.
Could be. There were a few puns. O.C. Marsh. Women used to refer to him as O, like O-H-C, Marsh. This is women who didn't really like him, and he didn't like that nickname.
That's funny.
Anyway, starting at the beginning, Othniel Charles Marsh was born October 29th, 1831 in Lockport, New York. His mother, Mary, died when he was 3 years old, and he had an older sister, Mary, who was 5 at the time. His father, Caleb, remarried quickly, and Marsh had a lot of half-brothers and half-sisters. Caleb started a shoe factory that failed in 1837, and so he had a lot of debts. Marsh was the oldest son, and his father expected him to work on the farm, and this caused a lot of tension between Marsh and his father. Marsh's stepmother was not very sympathetic to this. So as a farmer, Marsh probably only went to school during winter sessions, and he quit when he was 16. He kept a few journals, but they were all very factual, so we don't know too much about how he was feeling about things. When he was young, he was influenced by Colonel Ezekiel Jewett, a fossil collector. When he was 21 years old, he lived near his sister Mary and her husband while he tried to figure out what he wanted to do with his life. At that point, he had about $1,200 from a cash settlement from a property that his mother had owned, and he decided to attend Phillips Academy. During his first year, he was not a good student. He still planned to work in the mechanical trade, and he didn't really take classes seriously. But the summer after his first year, his outlook changed, possibly due to his sister Mary's death. She died from a miscarriage. He may have also been influenced by his aunt Judith Russell, his mother's sister. So he started collecting minerals, and he became very focused at school. His uncle, his mother's brother, George Peabody, was also giving him some money for his education. In 1856, Marsh graduated, and he wrote a thank you letter to Uncle George. And he said that he would have written sooner, but he thought that his actions, graduating from school, were better. And then he asked for money so he could attend Yale. It worked out well for him.
It seems like the only reason he wrote was to ask for money.
Well, he asked for a lot of money from his uncle over the years. This was potentially a big ask, not just because of the money, but also because George and many of the other Peabodys had gone to Harvard instead of Yale.
Oh.
So Uncle George promised to pay for Marsh's expenses and give him $100 a year for pocket money. And since George was mostly living in Europe, his Aunt Judith acted as their go-between. Marsh did really well at Yale, and he joined the rowing team. He was also a member of Phi Beta Kappa, but he spent a lot. He spent $1,000 a year. This is sort of a trend.
100,
We'll see.
1,000, you know.
Yeah.
What's a zero here or there?
So his Aunt Judith often scolded him for spending so much and for sending her the bills late. This is a habit he never grew out of.
Didn't even send the bills on time.
Yeah, she just wasn't a priority for him. So sometimes Marsh asked his father for even more money, saying that, yeah, he could get the money from Uncle George, but then he'd risk losing 10 times that amount in the future. Marsh, while at Yale, lived in 4 rooms on the 3rd floor of a private home, and he filled his rooms and the attic with minerals and fossils, and his collection was so heavy that the owner of the house had to prop up the floors.
Wow.
And Marsh had always had a suspicious nature, and even at a young age, he was suspicious, and he didn't let anyone see his collection, except for the landlady's daughter when she was a child. And he once showed her his collection of real and fool's gold, and then he told her that he didn't trust anyone else to see it. Marsh's landlady said that Marsh was very odd, and, quote, for most people, it was like running against a pitchfork to get acquainted with him. Because Marsh was older than his classmates, they called him Daddy or Captain. While at Yale, Marsh decided that he wanted to be a professor of natural science, and in the summer of 1860, he wrote to Uncle George, who agreed to give him money. Marsh did 2 years of graduate school at Yale's New Sheffield School of Science. Meanwhile, the Civil War broke out, and Marsh was offered a commission as a major in a Connecticut regiment, but he declined because he had poor eyesight. In the summer of 1861, Marsh went to Nova Scotia and wrote his first scientific paper about a vertebrate fossil. He was about 30 years old. He thought at the time it was a halibut's backbone. Marsh's geology professor, James Dwight Dana, told him to send the fossil to Louis Agassiz, a professor at Harvard and the world's fossil fish expert at the time. Agassiz thought that it had characteristics of fish and amphibians. Marsh disagreed, and he wrote a quick description, and he named the fossil Eosaurus acadianus, and he spent the next 6 months studying this fossil and found that it was actually from a 12-foot-long amphibian. Marsh did all of that work to correct Agassiz, and it's one of the early examples of his tenaciousness and competitiveness and basically not liking to be told he's wrong. In 1863, Marsh went to the University of Berlin. That's where he first met Cope, instead of joining the war. However, as a side note, he encouraged his cousin James to join the war, and that infuriated his Aunt Judith. In 1866, Marsh became chair of paleontology at Yale, thanks to Uncle George and his money. He basically successfully convinced his uncle to donate money to Yale for a Peabody Museum. And Yale didn't have any money to pay Marsh a salary, so Marsh agreed to be unpaid, and that worked out well for him because then he was able to do research and field work without teaching.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that, but that is a huge advantage.
Mm-hmm. It's a good thing he had Uncle George's money.
That could be the subtitle of his life.
So in 1869, Marsh gained some notoriety by debunking the Cardiff giant. This is some backstory. On October 16th of 1869 in Cardiff, New York, 2 workmen were digging a well on William Newell's farm, and they found a large gray statue that was about 10 feet long. Newell set up a tent and charged 10 cents for people to take a look at it. A lot of people wondered if this was a petrified man, or a statue of some ancient Indian tribe, or a carving from the first Jesuit missionaries in America, or proof that the Phoenicians had reached North America even centuries before Leif Erikson and the Vikings. So a lot of people came, and then he upped the price to 50 cents a visit. Then a Syracuse business bought the giant for $30,000 and moved it to Syracuse via train. They sold 4,000 tickets in one day. P.T. Barnum then offered to pay $60,000 for a 3-month lease, but he was denied, so he hired a local sculptor to make a plaster copy. So Dr. John Boynton, a geologist, thought that the statue was at least 300 years old. James Hall, a director of the New York State Geological Survey, said that the giant was remarkable and deserved the attention of archaeologists. Henry Ward, the professor of natural sciences at Rochester University, agreed with Hall. So at this time, science was a very new field in the U.S., and most scientists in the U.S. were medical doctors. This is different from scientists in Europe. They didn't really have any particular training required, but scientists did want to be more respected and to be taken more seriously. Joseph Henry toured European universities and laboratories, and he wrote that scientists in America should make science more respected at home. But at the time, Americans saw science as impractical, or, as Henry James said, an exercise of, quote, leisure and opportunity.
Because it kind of was.
Right. And after the Civil War, people wanted to focus on building their fortunes in the nation instead. There was land opening up in the West, there were a lot of materials, also a lot of immigrants coming in, and at the same time, a lot of fraud was happening, like the Cardiff giant. So when Marsh examined this giant, he said that after a few minutes, he confirmed, quote, that it is of very recent origin and a most decided humbug.
A most decided humbug.
Yes. So he found the gypsum block had probably been water-worn before the statue was carved, and the tool marks were still visible in some spots. And since gypsum is soluble in about 400 parts water, it wouldn't take long for those surfaces to get rougher and not have traces of tool marks. But these tool marks were pretty perfect, so the giant must have been buried recently before being discovered. And it turns out that Farmer Newell's cousin, George Hall, had come up with the idea. The gypsum block had come from Iowa. It was cut in the form of a giant in Chicago and then aged with ink and sulfuric acid and buried in Cardiff a few days before discovery. So Marsh published a letter about this in the Buffalo Courier on November 29th and then the New York Herald on December 1st, and then it was across wires to the nation. So James Hall and John Boynton then said, well, they knew all along that this was a hoax. And Barnum ended up putting his giant on display anyway December 12th and called it the True Goliath, and people still paid to see it.
Barnum was good at that kind of thing.
He was. Barnum also worked closely with scientists. When he started his circus full of animals, they got the skeletons after the animals died.
Oh, that's interesting.
Marsh stayed a bachelor his whole life, and he tried a few times to court women, but they found him, quote, overly demonstrative, so he ended up giving up. And as I mentioned before, women sometimes referred to him as O.C. Marsh, a play on O.C., Othniel Charles Marsh, and he didn't like that.
Did he used to start a lot of sentences with O.C. or something?
No, he used to start a lot of sentences with what?
Really?
Yeah, but I'll get to that later. It gave him a nickname. I don't know if that's how he said it, but those two words, yes.
That's wonderful.
So on to Cope. Edward Drinker Cope was born on July 28th of 1840, so he's 9 years younger than Marsh, and he was born in Fairfield near Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. He was a child prodigy, and he wrote his first paper in 1859 when he was 19 years old. He came from a family of Quakers, and he was the oldest of 4. He had 2 sisters and 1 half-brother. His family was wealthy. They had money from Cope Brothers Packet Ships, which was one of the largest merchant shipping companies in Philadelphia. His father, Alfred, was a retired farmer with a large house on an 8-acre estate, and his mother, Hannah, died when he was 3, so same as Marsh, and his Aunt Jane cared for Cope and his sisters until Alfred married again in 1851. Alfred was devout and rigid and thought that his son Cope was a wicked boy. And Cope had a conflicted relationship with his father, as you can imagine, and this is seen through their many letters. Cope was a copious writer. But Cope's stepmother, Rebecca Biddle, was very sympathetic to him. So overall, Cope was happy as a child and very curious. He went to Quaker day and boarding schools. Alfred, his father, was an, quote, enthusiastic Jeffersonian, which meant he tried to mold his son into an educated farmer like President Jefferson. Cope worked on relatives' farms every summer to learn agriculture, and he learned to love nature from farming. When Cope was 14, his father put him to work on their farm until he was 20 years old. Then in 1860, when he was 20, Cope wrote to his father asking for permission to see a lecture about anatomy by Joseph Leidy, a zoologist and paleontologist at the University of Pennsylvania. Cope said that it would be valuable and, quote, the knowledge of human and comparative anatomy would be of immense service to one desiring a knowledge of the proper manner of treating stock. Which is a bit of a stretch, but a smart move. So his father let him go, and after that, Cope stopped being a farmer. His father gave him a farm, though, called McShagg's Pinnacle, when he was 21, but Cope ended up renting it out and used the income for his scientific endeavors, and he ended up visiting the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., and studying at the Philadelphia Academy.
That's poor Cope. All he had was a farm.
Yes.
Gifted to him when he turned 21.
So Cope was a gentleman scholar, like he mentioned earlier. In 1861, he became a member of the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences. He was ambivalent about joining the Civil War. He was probably a pacifist since he was a Quaker, but he did think about becoming a hospital orderly or teaching emancipated slaves in the South. In 1863, Cope's father sent him to Europe, partly to keep him from being enlisted or drafted into the Union Army, and partly because Cope was in a relationship that his father didn't approve of. There's not too much known about this love affair, but there's a good chance she wasn't a Quaker. Cope sent letters to his family while in Europe, and he had some mental health issues. This is possibly due to a broken heart, but Henry Fairfield Osborn, who became Cope's friend later in life, said that he thought the issues may have stemmed from this widening gulf between religion and science of the day. Cope was a scientist, but he was also very religious. While in Europe, Cope visited the British Museum and many other European museums. He studied their collections, and he met a lot of scientists. So this was his education compared to Marsh's more formal education. Cope returned, and in 1864 became a professor of zoology at Haverford College in Pennsylvania, thanks to his family. His grandfather, Thomas Pym Cope, had been one of the founders of Haverford, and his cousin, Charles Yarnall, was a founder and officer of the school.
So he might as well be a professor there.
Yes.
Without any formal education.
Yes, although he was still very smart.
It was a simpler time.
Mm-hmm.
A worse time, but a simpler time.
So in 1864, Cope married a distant cousin, Annie Pym, who was a Quaker.
And his father approved of this woman, apparently.
Yes. And then in 1865, his daughter Julia was born. In 1866, Cope got a letter from the superintendent of the West Jersey Marl Company about some giant bones from Haddonfield, New Jersey, where Hadrosaurus was found. And Cope named it Laelaps, after the goddess Diana's hunting dog that turned to stone while in mid-leap. At Haverford, Cope had his students collect insects to study them, and he also took chemistry classes. After about a year or two, though, he started to dislike his job. He disagreed with the faculty and administration, and he resigned before finishing his third year. He wrote to his father, quote, flummery there is and will be at Haverford.
Flummery?
Yes.
It's not something you want to be around, apparently.
Yes, it sounds like an 1800s word.
Yes.
So Cope managed the McShagg farm, and then he worked on his research, and then he moved his family to Haddonfield to be closer to the fossils. He had enough money to live on, but he couldn't finance any expeditions for scientific research, so he soon sold his farm so he could become a full-time scientist. And he bought his Haddonfield home for $12,000 and then invested the rest of the money. In 1870, he published his first paper on fossil vertebrates. Cope was very passionate about science. He even got into fistfights, and he liked controversy and arguing, and he offended many people. But he apparently, quote, fraternized cordially after a battle, and he had a good sense of humor about it. E.C. Case, whose father was a contemporary of Cope's, said that Cope, quote, hated opponents he could not respect and gave them heavy blows how and when he could. One friend of both Cope and Leidy said, quote, whereas Leidy was essentially a man of peace, Cope was what might be called a militant paleontologist. Whereas Leidy's motto was peace at any price, Cope's was war at whatever cost.
A militant paleontologist. I don't think this is a category that really spread much beyond Cope.
No. Well, we'll get into it, but I think it's because they get very pedantic and passive-aggressive about it.
That's true. Not that militant.
Yeah.
Just militant for a paleontologist.
Yes. So in the beginning, Marsh and Cope were pretty friendly with each other. They met in Berlin in Germany around 1863, 1864. And when they met, Marsh had 2 degrees. He had published 2 papers. Cope didn't have any degrees, but he had published 37 scientific papers already. They spent a few days together. Then they exchanged manuscripts, fossils, images, and corresponded with each other. In 1867, Cope named one of his amphibian fossils after Marsh, Tyonius marshi. And then in 1868, Marsh named a new serpent from New Jersey after Cope, Mosasaurus copianus. Apparently, though, Cope thought that Marsh was on his turf in New Jersey, so he referred to that Mosasaurus as, quote, the one that got away. In the summer of 1869, Marsh made a visit to Philadelphia, which was then the nation's science capital, to see Lady's Hadrosaurus on display and Cope's Elasmosaurus at the Academy of Natural Sciences. Cope had invited him. Hadrosaurus was mounted by Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, who was the world's first paleoartist. You might know that name because he did the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, and then he made it to the US to make a similar dinosaur garden for Central Park in New York. When he heard of Hadrosaurus, he offered to mount it at no charge, and he finished it in 1868. However, Hawkins never finished the Central Park dinosaurs because the project ended up shifting to Tammany Hall in 1871, and boss William Tweed was offended by Hawkins and had his gang smash the Hadrosaurus model and other models and then dump them into a lake.
Yeah, it's a huge bummer.
It is.
New York in the late 1800s is not the place to be.
There were a lot of places not to be in the late 1800s.
It's true.
But back to Cope and Marsh. Cope had named Elasmosaurus platyurus in March as an initial report based on several fragments, but there were more than 100 bones that had been wrapped in old newspaper and then tied in burlap sacks and boxed in wooden crates and sent to the Academy by Dr. Theophilus Turner, the Army surgeon at Fort Wallace in western Kansas. And these bones were in clay, so it's very hard to piece together. Cope ended up using George Cuvier's technique of comparative anatomy, which Joseph Leidy also used, and he reconstructed Elasmosaurus. It was 35 feet long, and it had large fins, and this angular head with sharp teeth and a flexible neck. The neck was so strange that Cope made a new order called Streptosauria, which means twisted reptiles. And he wrote a major paper about it with lithographic plates, and he paid for this expense himself. And he did it for the Transactions of the American Philosophical Society. He was very proud of it, and he showed Marsh the Elasmosaurus, but Marsh noticed that the head was where the tail should be. Cope had put the skull on the tail on accident. Marsh later said that he told Cope gently about this. And he said, quote, "When I informed Professor Cope of it, his wounded vanity received a shock from which it has never recovered, and he has since been my bitter enemy. I give this transaction as one sample of Professor Cope and his methods, one taste of the cheese."
One taste of the cheese.
Yes.
I found some excellent quotes.
Yes. Cope, on the other hand, said Marsh had been caustic, and he defended it. Turner had said when he found the bones, the skull and vertebrae were arranged this way. So Cope and Marsh argued, and then they called in Leidy to arbitrate. Poor old Leidy, who did not like controversy. But he took the last vertebra from the tail and put it on the skull. Cope was embarrassed, so he ended up trying to buy all the copies he could find of the American Philosophical Society to destroy them, but some of them remained. Leidy and Marsh both had copies. Cope wrote a brief note to correct his restoration in the fall, but Marsh and Leidy didn't think that this was enough. And at the Academy's meeting, March 8th of 1870, Leidy said, quote, "Professor Cope has described the skeleton in a reverse position, and in that view has represented it in a restored condition." So he made it a little more public, and then that same meeting, Marsh read a paper on a bird that he'd found in Monmouth County, New Jersey, and a tooth from an extinct peccary from New Jersey's Shark River, as well as some bones from a small Hadrosaurus. And this was a slight to Cope because, again, Cope considered this his turf, the New Jersey fossils. This happened because the summer before, Cope had shown Marsh the marl pits, and then Marsh ended up working with Reverend Beadle of Bridgetown, New Jersey, to hunt for fossils and send them to him instead of Cope. Marsh collecting fossils from Haddonfield wasn't illegal, but to Cope, this felt like poaching. So now, their friendship was over.
And so begins the battle for finding fossils.
Yes.
And fighting over them.
Yes. They started feuding via mail. They wrote very passive-aggressive, sometimes aggressive letters to each other, and there were a lot of accusations flying around. They also started calling each other out in the American Journal of Science and doing other things. So in March 1870, the same week that Lady corrected Cope on Elasmosaurus, Cope went to the 2 New Jersey sites and told them that Marsh misses payments, but they didn't seem to believe him. And Marsh dismissed all of this and then claimed the fossil grounds as his alone.
He did have slightly more money.
Yes, which was apparently a huge advantage. So the Bone Wars in the west of the US, they started in the 1870s, though there were a lot of other things going on at this time. So some quick background. By 1825, there was a treaty that gave the Sioux all land from the east bank of the Mississippi to the base of the Rockies and from central Iowa up to the Dakotas, and for a while things were relatively peaceful. And then in 1868, the Sioux were given reservation land in South Dakota after their first round of defeats in the Sioux War. Around that time, more and more railways were being built. In 1850, there were less than 9,000 miles of track across the country, but by 1870, there were almost 53,000 miles, and it was growing, and that made it much easier to go out west. Marsh made his first trip out west in 1868. This is 1 year after Colonel George Armstrong Custer's cavalry had massacred a sleeping Cheyenne village on Washita Creek, so it was very dangerous for white visitors. Marsh went with an excursion party from the American Association of Sciences Chicago annual meeting to Benton, Wyoming. George Peabody had died in 1869, and he left Marsh with $150,000. Marsh wanted to plan another trip out west, but then he couldn't the next year because there was possibly a war coming. By this time, Marsh had grown his reputation by debunking the myth of the Cardiff giant, and many young men wanted to go west with him. He picked 12 Yale students, and he got a letter from General William Sherman, which, quote, became an open sesame at all army posts. They traveled for 6 months in the West, and they had 70 soldiers to protect them from the Sioux. They had Pawnee scouts who at first wouldn't touch the bones, thinking that they were the remains of an ancient race of giants. But then Marsh gave a comparative anatomy lesson. He compared a horse jaw to one of their ponies. And after that, the Pawnee scouts often came back to camp with fossils for the bone medicine man. That was Marsh, and later Marsh became known as the Big Bone Chief. He was also known as the Heap Woe Man. And that's because, like what I said earlier, apparently he often cleared his throat and said, what, before speaking. On this first trip, Marsh found his first pterosaur finger in Smoky Hill, which had a wingspan of over 20 feet, and that was the first one of that size known in North America. The next spring, he went back and found more bones. Marsh also collected Sioux skulls for study when they came across them. After 1870, he took Yale students out west 3 years in a row. So in 1871, he took 10 students and a military escort with 5 army wagons, and they went back to the same spot where Marsh had found that pterosaur bone. And this expedition cost $15,000, which is about $245,000 today.
Yeah, I was going to say when he inherited the $150,000, that's about a couple $1 million today. But if he's dropping $15,000 on an expedition, you could go through that pretty quickly.
Yes. But he needed those bones.
He did. What else are you going to do with that money?
So in 1872, Marsh took 4 students, and in 1873, he took 13 students. They went to the Bridger Basin, the Badlands in the John Day River Basin of Oregon, Tertiary Rocks in Idaho, and the Valley of the Nobra River north of the Loup Fork country as well. In 1874, Marsh assembled a party of guides and soldiers at the Red Cloud Indian Agency in Nebraska, and he went into the Big Badlands, and he found 2 tons of fossils. Marsh became well known among the armymen and frontiersmen of the West, and he promoted this image of himself as this brave frontier outdoorsman to the public. So one story that came out was that Marsh and his party were in the middle of a buffalo herd, and the captain of the military escort turned it into a hunt. All of the fossil hunters were spectators, and Marsh was in the ambulance, which was drawn by 4 mules, and he asked the driver, "Do you want a $5 bill?" And the driver said, "Mighty bad." And Marsh said, well, put them alongside the buffalo so that he could get a fair shot. So he shot a buffalo, then the mules were afraid, and everything was rocking. And Marsh offered the driver another 5, and they went for more buffalo, and then he shot another buffalo. Then he gave the driver one more 5 and shot down the leader of the buffalo, and the driver yelled, "Look out, he's going for you." Marsh wrote, quote, "The bull sprang to his feet and with head down and eyes and nostrils flaming, made a dash for me. I just had time to jump aside, and before he could turn, gave him another shot, which pinned him to the ground, and victory was mine."
Very dramatic.
Yes.
And almost too remarkable to believe.
Yeah, but that story was spread far and wide, and he retold it many times throughout his life. Anyway, Marsh, as we know, was suspicious. He was also jealous and territorial over his fossils, or what he perceived to be his fossils, even of sites that other people had already started excavating. And he was very protective of the Bridger Basin in Wyoming, which actually the people there had been sending bones to Lady for years. So Judge Carter wrote to Lady about Marsh, quote, "I noticed a very marked spirit of his, shall I say, jealousy, and confess a feeling of disappointment that I found it so." After leaving Wyoming, Marsh and his crew went west to the John Day River in Oregon, where they met with Thomas Condon, a pioneer minister and geologist. Condon lent Marsh some of his specimens, or at least he thought he was only lending them. And then 6 years later, he wrote to Marsh, quote, "The time is more than up." He was asking for his fossils back. 19 years later, he was still asking for the fossils from Marsh. He said, quote, "I need them too." But Marsh had assumed that since he had paid Condor for his services that now he owned the specimens. Marsh eventually started hiring other people to hunt fossils for him. And after a while, a lot of his assistants ended up not liking him. So one was Samuel Williston from Kansas, who joined one of Marsh's hired field parties in 1875. Williston ended up getting a PhD from Yale with a thesis on living insects because Marsh didn't allow him to work on fossils, and then he later became an authority on fossil reptiles. In 1897, in a report of the Kansas Geological Survey, Williston wrote that Marsh had made it seem that he was this extensive fossil collector, but, quote, "The actual fact is that since 1875, when my personal relations with Professor Marsh began, he himself did no field work, his knowledge of the formations being derived from a few transient and hasty visits to the different fields where his collectors were at work. His reference to the personal dangers encountered by hostile Indians is amusing in the extreme to all those who know the facts. I think I can say without fear of dispute by those who know the facts that Professor Marsh never ran any greater danger from Indians than when he entertained Red Cloud at his home in New Haven." And Red Cloud was a Lakota Indian chief. I'll get into more of that later, but they had a friendship.
So I'm guessing this guy doesn't believe the buffalo story.
Probably not. So once Cope heard about Marsh's expeditions out west to Smoky Hill, he decided he had to go out west, so he went to Kansas in 1871. He didn't have as much money as Marsh, so he didn't have the backing or the security with the army, but he did find a few bones in Kansas. He also found pterosaurs, like Marsh had earlier, but Cope's was bigger. And he had smaller crews than Marsh. He had to be more self-reliant. He ended up hiring a wagon and crew almost everywhere he went, and it was difficult, but overall successful. He did have a small military escort at one point who also doubled as bone hunters. They carried revolvers, but Cope said that he hated the sight of revolvers, so he didn't carry one while he was out west. Cope had really vivid descriptions of the animals he excavated. In 1872, he wrote of some pterosaur bones, quote, "At nightfall, we may imagine them trooping to the shore and suspending themselves to the cliffs by the claw-bearing fingers of their wing limbs." So in 1872, Cope was chief paleontologist of the U.S. Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories. There were a few surveys going on at this time. The one Cope worked for was run by Ferdinand Hayden. In 1870, Hayden, who started in medicine, then went to geology at the University of Pennsylvania, was named director of the Geological Survey of Nebraska in 1869, and he was working on turning it into the U.S. Geological and Geographic Survey. Hayden put together a group of scientists for his survey so that they could make him an important figure in American science politics by finding all this great stuff. Hayden originally wanted to work with Lady, but Lady didn't want to compete with other scientists. Hayden didn't end up paying Cope, but Cope could claim to be on official government business and then get army supplies from posts out west. Cope's findings would also be published in the survey's annual report. This survey was only published once a year, so Cope also rushed to publish findings with the American Philosophical Society, even telegraphing them sometimes, which paleontologist Bob Bacher, who wrote the Dinosaur Heresies, has called, quote, taxonomic carpet bombing. Cope went to Fort Bridger, which Marsh considered to be his territory, and also, again, the area where Lady had been collecting. And Hayden wrote Lady in a letter, quote, I asked him to not go into that field, that you were going there. He laughed at the idea of being restricted to any locality and said he intended to go whether I aided him or not. I was anxious to secure the cooperation of such a worker as an honor to my corps. I could not be responsible for the field he selected inasmuch as I pay him no salary and a portion of his expenses. You will see, therefore, that while it is not a pleasant thing to work in competition with others, it seems almost a necessity. You can sympathize.
It's interesting that both of them had their own mechanism for getting basically anywhere they wanted by the geological survey and then the letter from his uncle.
Yeah, they're very resourceful, and they also weren't afraid to steamroll their way.
Yeah.
So at Fort Bridger, there were no supplies or wagons or horses. Hayden had actually taken most of them to Yellowstone. So Cope eventually bought his own wagon and hired a team with his own money. He went out to Bridger Basin and he found 25 or 30 species in a few days. 10 of them were new. And nearby at Black Buttes, he found a named Agathamus. Cope spent a lot of money, about $2,000 in 6 months, and that was 2 years' worth of his salary.
Wow.
As a professor, yeah. So as we established, unlike Cope and Marsh, Joseph Lady didn't have much money. His father was a hatter, and Lady spent his first years in research working extra hours for the city coroner. He didn't have a budget, and he didn't want to hire people to further his expeditions, and he also didn't want to get competitive about it. Hayden had been sending his specimens from Big Sandy Creek, Wyoming to Lady, and then Marsh started writing to Hayden, asking Hayden to let Marsh describe his finds.
Oh, jeez.
Hayden liked Lady, so he kept writing to Lady to hurry up and describe his fossils before Marsh came back, and he saw Marsh as, quote, raging ambitious. In 1867, Lady published Cretaceous Reptiles of the United States, which was the most detailed work to date on American fossils of that period. But it got a bad review in England, signed only by H, which may have been Thomas Huxley. It said, quote, its best praise is that it contains no quackery. Its worst condemnation is that it contains no science.
Jeez.
Yes. And the reason people think that this was Huxley is because Lady at the time was more interested in describing bones, whereas Huxley was more interested in the story that they told. He was trying to prove evolution.
So it's more of like a systematic paleontology sort of thing, describing what these new animals are and not why they're significant.
Yes.
That's still science.
Yeah, it's just different.
Not Huxley's type of science.
Well, we'll get more into Huxley later. He plays a role as well. So Marsh, Cope, and even Lady did end up getting a bit competitive. On his expeditions, Marsh had spread the word about Cope, so Cope was not very welcome at army posts. Marsh had employed local bone hunters who were also not friendly to Cope, and Cope had fewer men working for him. Even Lady ended up urging James Carter, who had invited him out west, to hide any fossils he found so that Marsh and Cope wouldn't know about them. At one site in Wasatch Basin, there was an incident where Cope watched Marsh's men excavating, and when they left, Cope found pieces of a skull and some loose teeth, and he named a new species based on it. But it turns out that they were all fake and planted there, and it took 20 years to correct that error.
Oh, man. That's some pretty good counter-espionage.
Yes. That's true. Eventually, Lady stopped doing paleontology. He said that Marsh and Cope outspent him, and he wrote to a British colleague, quote, formerly every fossil bone found in the States came to me, for nobody else cared to study such things. But now Professors Marsh and Cope, with long purses, offer money for what used to come to me for nothing, and in that respect, I cannot compete with them. Privately, Lady also said he couldn't handle the squabbling. So he ended up studying living microorganisms. After he died in 1891, Osborne said that he couldn't find one mention of Lady in either Marsh or Cope's works, except in a brief tribute by Marsh in an early work. So they were not good at sharing the credit.
Seriously.
Now, the Bone Wars are infamous partly because of all of the confusion that came out of it. So there's a scientific naming convention that the first name in the literature is the one that stays. And for a long time, this wasn't a problem until the Bone Wars. So at Bridger Basin, there were too many discoveries by too many people at once. There were no protocols, there were no uniform publication standards, and there were no final arbiters.
To say nothing of something like peer review where someone might actually fact check you.
Yes. So we've got a couple examples here. One, there was a small lemur skull that was 2 or 3 inches long that got 7 names from Marsh, Cope, and Lady. One of them, names by Lady Notharctus, was the oldest, and that's the one that ended up sticking. But Cope argued that his name should be used because they were published on the same date as one of Marsh's names, but Cope's description was longer than Marsh's. Again, leaving Lady out. Another example is the mammal Uintatherium, which was named by Lady and published on August 1st, 1872. Cope published on August 19th that this animal was Loxolophodon, but he tried to get the name published earlier via telegraph, but telegraph is confusing and it got misspelled as Lephalodon. Cope did correct it, but not until August 22nd. It turns out, though, that Cope had already used that name, so then he used the new name, Eobacilius. Around the same time, Marsh published on the same animal the names Dinosaurus and Tenosaurus. He thought that Cope's Eobacilius was the same, but it turns out Cope's animal was different and more recent, a bit younger. But Marsh's Dinosaurus and Tenosaurus were the same as Lady's Uintatherium. Cope and Marsh battled over Uintatherium. They called each other out on mistakes, and Marsh implied that Cope was a cheat. And then Marsh succeeded in getting the Philosophical Society to stop publishing Cope's papers about Uintatherium, partly because the society was run by gentlemen in their spare time, so sometimes they published things later because they just didn't have time. This was a hobby for them. Cope also asked for help from his father. He needed money. He said he'd been charged $290 by the society for drawing and printing 1,000 copies of his Loxolophodon. And he wrote, quote, "Marsh has always been extraordinarily jealous, and it would seem to have at last developed into insanity. This is the only way in which I can counteract the damage Marsh is trying to do to me. Hayden will do nothing. He is a coward. Marsh has now the whole editions of the American Journal of Science and Arts and American Naturalist, probably 10 times that of the Philosophical Society proceedings. If thee can help me out of this scrape, I will always be mindful of it." Cope also got a letter of support from Pendleton King, professor of natural history at the University of Louisiana, and affidavits from the printers who set his papers in pamphlet form. Marsh sometimes did the same, but for this particular case, he said that an unschooled printer typesetting a pamphlet was not the same as a scientific body getting a research paper. Quote, "Printing is not publication." Cope also wrote to Hayden for more money. He said, quote, "This attack is made on your survey as well as on me. Marsh told me that your collaborators are a bad lot, and I suppose he wants to make me appear like the rest." Hayden wrote to Lady in late April, quote, "I am afraid Cope is going to humbug me. He may come out all right, but there is some mischief brewing. I ought to have some hold on him. You know what a mulehead he is." Some good language, yeah. Harvard professor Louis Agassiz was on Marsh's side, which is a little surprising considering what happened earlier with the amphibian. But anyway, he was building the Museum of Comparative Zoology in Cambridge. He didn't have any big-name vertebrate paleontologists, and he wanted some specimens from the West. So he basically took Marsh's side to try and get Marsh to go fossil hunting for him. But Marsh's main goal was to build up the Peabody Museum. Spencer Bard from the Smithsonian, Agassiz, and Marsh, they all wanted to build institutions and basically not have science be a hobby anymore in America. In the May issue of The Naturalist, Cope responded to Marsh's charges and said he'd be, quote, "glad to bury them in oblivion." He wrote, quote, "I might now proceed to characterize the effrontery of such proceedings in fitting terms, but forbear, believing that with a little change of scene, the author of them will be glad to bury them in oblivion, as is the writer of this notice." Marsh wrote to many scientists trying to get confirmation of Cope's dates of publication, but he couldn't get any answers. So he wrote a rebuttal to Cope's rebuttal, but the editors of The Naturalist had had enough, and they ran this notice in their June edition. Quote, "We regret that Professors Marsh and Cope have considered it necessary to carry their controversy to the extent that they have. Wishing to maintain the perfect independence of The Naturalist in all matters involving scientific criticism, we have allowed both parties to have their full say, but feeling that now the controversy between the authors in question has come to be a personal one, and that The Naturalist is not called upon to devote further space to its consideration, the continuance of the subject will be allowed only in the form of an appendix at the expense of the author." So, of course, Marsh paid for a 9-page appendix in that issue and attacked Cope again. And then Cope paid for an appendix for a rebuttal in the July issue of The Naturalist. Lady, on the other hand, kept quiet. He told Hayden he'd take another trip out west. Quote, however, as Marsh and Cope are now working actively at the Bridger territory to avoid the excitement of competition, I shall go no further with it. He also wrote to Hayden, quote, in my absence, Marsh has described many new species and genera, and I am told that Professor Cope has descriptions of new species constantly being published to which I have no access. You will perceive how many errors may be made. We have no doubt in some cases described the same things under different names and thus produced some confusion, which can only be corrected in the future, end quote. It's very insightful.
And it was.
And it was.
But it's taken a long time to sort out.
Some quicker than others.
Yeah.
Despite Lady's best efforts to stay out of it, Marsh dragged him in, and he complained that the dates in one of Lady's papers showed that Cope was right, so he asked Lady to put question marks after those dates. But that would have endorsed Marsh, so Lady suggested instead to note that the dates were disputed by Marsh. In the end, though, Lady won that battle with Uintatherium. Lady and Marsh had gotten specimens from the same lower Eocene beds. Cope had gotten his specimen from the geologically younger Wasatch Basin, the upper Eocene, which was 8 to 10 million years younger. So Cope's specimen was more developed and large, and that name stuck, Eobacillus. Marsh's name, Dinosaurus, was late, so it became a junior synonym to Uintatherium. However, Marsh had more than 200 individuals, so he wrote a comprehensive monograph in 1884, Dinosaurata, that was 230 pages and had 56 lithographs and 200 woodcuts. Dinocerata is used in some modern classifications as a group name for Uintatherus, but Dinoceras is never used for Uintatherium. It's considered to be a synonym. Marsh eventually got tired of working with students and ended up working with a mix of thugs and professors. Thugs like Sam Smith and professors like Benjamin Mudge. He expected these people to only collect for him and conceal their finds from any rival collectors. This caused resentment, especially since Marsh often forgot to pay them. He was very absent-minded about that.
Cope was right.
Yes. So in 1871, Marsh described Hesperornis. Professor Benjamin Mudge, or somebody, accidentally sent Cope some of Marsh's bones, and on January 20th of 1873, Cope sent Marsh a letter with the bones, calling the toothed birds simply delightful. But he addressed the envelope to O.C. Marsh to mock him, that nickname that he hated. Not O.C. but O and then C, S-E-E. Marsh wrote back. He said, quote, I am glad you fully appreciated my bird with teeth, and I hope soon to send you some photographs of it. Your paper on the proboscideans came the 20th, with postmark 18th of January, although bearing the date 16th. Why don't you send your papers more promptly, as I invariably do? I am willing to accept as publication even an uncorrected proof, as we agreed. And Lady promised to do the same. The Kansas fossil you sent me came all right. Where are the rest? And how about those from Wyoming? The information I received on this subject made me very angry, and had it come at the time I was so mad with you getting away Smith, to whom I had given valuable notes about localities, etc., I should have gone for you, not with pistols or fists, but in print. I came very near publishing this with some of your other transgressions, including a certificate from Mr. Kin, but my better judgment prevailed. I was never so angry in my life. No, don't you get angry about all this, but pitch into me with equal frankness if I've done anything you don't like. In haste, yours truly. Cope wrote a 4-page long response, and part of it said, quote, it is far more irritating to me to be charged with dishonorable acts than to lose material species, etc. All the specimens you obtained during August 1872 you owe to me. Had I chosen, they all would have been mine. I allowed your men, Chew and Smith, to accompany me, and at last, when they turned back discouraged, I discovered a new basin of fossils, showed it to them, and allowed them to camp and collect with me for a considerable time. By this, I lost several fine things, end quote. He also asked Marsh to take back all his accusations. Then Marsh responded, because these two never quit, that he wanted, quote, most sincerely to be on friendly terms, and would, quote, promptly make amends for any future slight or injustice, but not for this current case. He wrote, quote, I feel I have been deeply wronged by you in numerous instances. These wrongs I have usually borne in silence. After the Smith affair last summer, I made up my mind that forbearance was no longer a virtue. So as a quick side note, Sam Smith originally worked for Marsh, then ended up working for Cope, but pretended to keep working for Marsh and wrote Marsh letters telling him that Cope wasn't doing that well and that he was bad at fossil hunting, and then Marsh found out that Sam Smith was lying. A friend of Cope's, W.B. Scott, wrote that Sam Smith vanished in the late 1880s and his bones, when they were found, showed signs that he was murdered. But I haven't found anything else about that, so I don't know if any of that's relevant to the Bone Wars. Different kinds of bones.
There were a lot of ways to get murdered back then.
True.
And not a lot of ways to catch a murderer.
Very true. So that February, Marsh and Cope met face-to-face in New York City at a banquet for British physicist John Tyndall. And Cope wrote to his father, quote, "I meet friends from all parts of the East, among others Marsh, who stuck to me like a leech, and I hope became fully satisfied that I was not a thief. It seems persons had been writing to him and had wronged me greatly. As to dates, I said nothing." And Marsh had a habit of following people around to make sure they weren't stealing from him. So now a little more background about what's going on in the 1870s. Ulysses S. Grant had become president in 1872, and he called for a less militaristic, less exploitative Indian policy. The Easterners of the U.S., they were tired of war, so they were happy about this, but Westerners were dubious. Some other background factors: the Franco-Prussian War in 1873 led to German investors redeeming their bonds, which Jay Cooke had brokered during the Civil War to finance the Union effort. After the war, Cooke financed a second transcontinental railroad, the Northern Pacific, and at the same time as the war, interest rates in England rose, which put more pressure on the American market. So there was this run on bonds, and when that started, the Northern Pacific had millions of dollars in overdrafts. Then in 1873, there was a crash, and that led to 3 million people being unemployed. Farmers had to burn unsold crops, doctors and lawyers cut their fees by half, and there were bread lines in New York and Boston. The Northern Pacific also created a lot of pressure and tension with the Sioux. While all this is happening in 1873, Lady, Cope, and Marsh have plans to go back out west. But of course, there's the tension with the Sioux. So Hayden didn't want to pay to send Cope. Cope still had his wagon, harness, horse, and 2 mules at Fort Bridger, though, so he lobbied Hayden and said it was useless to compete with Marsh without money. Hayden eventually gave him $250 for the season, so Cope went to Greeley, Colorado, and then east, and Cope and Marsh were within 100 miles of each other in Nebraska. While out there, Cope read aloud from the Bible at night. He didn't allow any swearing at the camp, and he was still very devout. And this is all the beginning of his explorations out west. Marsh hired Irvin Devendorf from Greeley, Colorado, to collect fossils in the same territory that Cope had explored. And Devendorf wrote to Marsh, quote, "I have been making inquiries as regards Cope's successes. Found you were misinformed by someone. Cope said last summer that he had knowledge in Nevada, Wyoming, and the grounds where we were this fall. I discerned marks distinctly made, I presume, by Cope, so I judged he could strike certain places next spring. Those marks are now defaced by the sole of my boot, but I know where they were." Lady met Cope in Denver, and Cope told him that he'd found a lot of fossils. But Lady complained to his friends at Fort Bridger that Cope was, quote, "overzealous in science and does no scruples to take advantage of his opportunities." Cope went back to Fort Bridger in Wyoming, where he had a really bad fever with delirious dreams. He ended up giving himself a mixture of opium and belladonna, and his wife Annie helped care for him. So he went home when he was better and then returned to the field next summer. Marsh tried to stop Cope's publications in the Hayden survey. Hayden wrote back on Department of the Interior stationery, to make it more official, that he will make sure Cope sticks to the facts in his papers and, quote, "I do not now know of a single personal allusion to you that could be offensive in the report of 1873. Cope's The Cretaceous of Kansas will appear first, but as long as he does not allude to you personally in an offensive way, I can do nothing. If he claims your species, you must reclaim them and present your evidence. Professor Cope is one of the collaborators of the survey. You are not, and have refused to become such, though requested by me to become so many times within the last 3 years. You call upon me to decide against Cope in a manner which Cope claims to be as much in the right as yourself, and which must be settled by experts. Gill and Lady should take the matter up and investigate all the circumstance, and their opinions placed on paper would forever settle the difficulty. I am sorry, of course, but the above view is the only one I could take under the circumstances. Now in this matter, you must take any course you see fit. My course is as plain as anything can be. Your disputed scientific claims must be wholly settled between yourselves, Cope and Marsh, and such experts as you can agree on. There is no haste so fast as the other publications are concerned. The whole affair is a struggle in which I wish you well, but can do nothing more than I have done. Sincerely, F.V. Hayden. Dana told Hayden in the fall of 1873, quote, Cope is a man of great learning and ability, and were he not in so burning haste, would always do splendid work. Marsh could do no service to you. I wish they would stop their race and work quietly. I have told Marsh more than once that it would do more for his reputation among zoologists to describe one species thoroughly than to be the one to name 100. Insufficient descriptions make an earnest zoologist curse American science. In 1874, Cope joined the Army Corps of Engineers run by Lieutenant George Wheeler, who gave him more money and paid for expenses.
Nice.
Yeah.
He needed more money.
He did. Well, he wasn't getting it from Hayden, so he went over to Wheeler's survey. But in exchange, Wheeler expected Cope to work as an expedition geologist and to make maps. Wheeler put zoologist H.C. Yarrow in charge of the survey, and he took the group to stops where there were no fossils, which annoyed Cope. Cope took the matter to General Gregg in Santa Fe and said that it was impossible to collect fossils, and General Gregg gave Cope the okay to disregard the maps and find fossils instead. So Cope and a team went to the Jemez Mountains near Santa Fe and found a lot of fossils, and then they were ordered to head to Pagosa Springs in Colorado, where Yarrow and Cope argued again. Cope said that obeying orders would kill the expedition, so he took guides and a pack animal, and he went to the San Juan Basin and found a lot of fossils, including many mammals. And then Wheeler summoned Cope to Tierra Amarilla, New Mexico. Cope was so difficult that Yarrow had quit and gone home to Washington, D.C. Also, their topographer P.R. Ainsworth had been killed when his revolver accidentally went off, so Wheeler now put Cope in charge of the entire party. But Wheeler could only afford to give Cope half of his salary. Cope wrote to his father, quote, I cannot therefore send the $125 thee kindly lent me until the end of the season. So Cope was still getting an allowance from his father at this point.
Although he was paying some back. It's
Yes.
Interesting.
Cope found many fossils, but he wasn't part of the Wheeler survey again after that, even though Wheeler did like him. Meanwhile, Marsh wanted to go to the Dakotas, but there were a lot of problems that started with the 1868 treaty between the U.S. government and the Sioux Nation. The treaty had given all of South Dakota west of the Missouri River to the Sioux as a, quote, permanent reservation, and that included the Black Hills. The region north of the North Platte River and the Bighorn Mountains was called unceded Indian Territory. The Sioux said that this still disputed land stretched all the way to the Yellowstone River in Wyoming. After the Civil War, white settlers felt that the Sioux were stopping progress, and there was a lot of fear and hate. Some even paid bounties for scalps or fed them poisoned bread and organized hunting parties. There was a lot of pressure that came also from the railroads because they were moving across Sioux territory. In 1874, there were rumors of gold in the Black Hills, and General Custer pretended that he was doing something for science, but instead, going against the treaty, took a scientific party and an escort of 1,000 troops into the Black Hills. This led to tensions and trouble, not surprisingly. On November 4th, Colonel T.H. Stanton and General Ord brought Marsh in to the Red Cloud Indian Agency. Marsh wanted to go to Black Hills to collect fossils, but the Sioux thought that he was there for gold, so at first they refused permission for him to go through their reservation to the Badlands.
That reminds me a lot of Dragon Teeth, where everyone was assuming, what's in those boxes?
Right? I'm sure he was inspired by this real story.
Yeah. You wouldn't go there just for bones. Obviously going for gold.
So J.J. Seville, the Indian agent in the area, suggested that Marsh hold a feast for the chiefs in an effort to make peace. They had a banquet in a large tent. There were 50 people there, including Sitting Bull, Red Cloud, Pawnee Killer, Pretty Crow, and Young Man Afraid of His Horse. And Marsh gave a speech. He also promised Lakota Chief Red Cloud that he would pass along to Washington, D.C. complaints about their food and supplies. The pork was, quote, rusty stuff. Their coffee beans were green. The tobacco was vile and runny. The flour was dark in color and also sticky. The chiefs gave their consent for Marsh, and they made Red Cloud's son-in-law, Sword, lead the party. The next day, the Sioux seemed to change their mind, though, and not want to give permission. Marsh was tired of waiting, so a little after midnight, he took his wagons and headed for the Badlands anyway.
Jeez.
They made it past everybody, and when they got there, one soldier said it looked like a great city. It was called the Badland because there were a lot of canyons, cliffs, buttes, and bluffs with little vegetation and almost no drinkable water. The weather was so cold that Marsh had to chip off icicles from his beard when he was eating dinner at night and thaw out his boots in the morning. Members of the tribes watched over Marsh and his party, and they were surprised when he really was only collecting rocks and bones. And that's when they started calling him Big Bone Chief.
Maybe that's why they decided not to mess with him for disregarding their instructions.
I think so. Then Sword and Red Cloud's brother Spider warned Marsh that the Miniconjus had sent their women and children to Black Hills and were now preparing to attack Marsh's group. Marsh decided to stay one more day to pack, because if they packed too quickly, the fossils would break, and if they packed at night by lantern, they would have been too easy to spot. They had 2 tons of fossils, and they moved out less than a day before the Miniconju war party passed through the area. And luckily for Marsh, they didn't follow him. Marsh got a lot of mammal fossils at that point. Marsh was sympathetic about the poor food rations that he saw, and so he did keep his word and passed along the complaints to DC, even though Red Cloud didn't really believe him. He took samples of the bad food and the tobacco, and he showed them to the Commissioner for Indian Affairs. But Marsh wasn't happy with the response he got, so he spoke directly to President Grant and others, because remember, President Grant wanted to have better relations at this point. A presidential advisory board on Indian affairs called Marsh for consultation, and Marsh brought a reporter from the New York Daily Tribune, so that got a lot of publicity. Marsh got pushback from Columbus Delano, head of the Indian Bureau, who called him out in newspapers and defended the Bureau, and things got ugly, as they seem to with Marsh.
Sounds like at least this time he was fighting a good fight, trying to get better rations for people that had gotten the short end of the stick for quite a few years now.
Yes, this was a pleasant surprise to read about. I had no idea. So these 2 men met at a breakfast in a Washington hotel, and Delano asked Marsh when he was, quote, going to cease attacking him. And Marsh said, quote, probably when you cease attacking me. Delano called Marsh a liar and poltroon and other insults. Marsh took notes while Delano was speaking, and then Delano eventually left the room. Around this time, Red Cloud and other Sioux chiefs came to Washington to negotiate the sale of the Black Hills. Red Cloud, however, may have been confused by government interpreters, so he wasn't able to confirm some of the charges that Marsh had made on Red Cloud's behalf. And this led to a counterattack via newspapers on Marsh, and a committee asked Marsh to put his charges in writing. Marsh was ready, though. He wrote a 36-page pamphlet and an open letter to President Grant, and he sent that to the committee and 1,500 prominent citizens.
If he's willing to openly just insult Cope in print, he's definitely willing to write about some bad food.
Yes. So by the end of the year, Grant announced Delano's resignation. The agent in charge of the Red Cloud Reservation was removed, and the Commissioner for Indian Affairs resigned. Red Cloud and Marsh became friends, and Red Cloud visited Marsh in New Haven and saw his, what Marsh called, the wigwam room. It was this octagonal reception hall in his 18-room mansion in New Haven, and there was a buffalo head on the wall, a large round table with mementos from the West, too, that Marsh used to illustrate his Wild West stories when he entertained. Marsh also took Red Cloud to the Peabody Museum, but apparently Red Cloud didn't really care about the fossils there. Supposedly, though, he smiled at a visit to the Winchester Rifle Factory. Marsh retired from field work after 1874, 3 years before he became more interested in dinosaurs, and he only sometimes went into the field to basically check on work by his hired men. Also in 1874, Marsh was elected to the Academy of Natural Sciences, where Cope was a member, and this was by a vote of 37-1. Cope was the only dissenting vote. In December 1875, Cope's father, Alfred, died at the age of 69, and Alfred left Cope with about $250,000. Cope was close with his father, but there were also tensions, and Alfred's death was both sad and liberating. Within a year, Cope stopped being a Quaker and became a Unitarian. Now, Cope had money, so he could compete with Marsh and he could hire field collectors. He tried to lure away Benjamin Mudge, he'd done that once before, but was again unsuccessful. And then Cope found Charles Sternberg. Sternberg had tried to explore western Kansas for fossils under Benjamin Mudge, who was the state geologist and a popular professor, but Benjamin Mudge didn't want him, so Sternberg turned to Cope. He said, quote, "I put my soul into the letter I wrote him, for this was my last chance." Cope sent Sternberg $300 and a note that said, quote, "I like the style of your letter. Enclosed draft. Go to work." According to Sternberg, that quote bound me to Cope for 4 long years and enabled me to endure immeasurable hardships and privations in the barren fossil fields. Sternberg had to compete with Marsh's men in western Kansas. He once lived on corn for 3 days while cutting 800 pounds of mosasaur bones from the chalk with a butcher knife so that they wouldn't jump his claim.
Holy cow.
He was very dedicated. He also said that he went to Buffalo Park and there was a well of water, and at the well, his party and Mudge's party, which means Marsh's party, quote, "used to meet in peace after our fierce rivalry in the field as collectors for our respective paleontologists, Marsh and Cope." Sternberg wrote, quote, "I never carried my rifle with me. I left it in camp or in the wagon, for I soon decided that I could not hunt Indians and fossils at the same time, and I was there for fossils. So, as a hunter will follow the deer through thickets and over rocks, forgetting hunger and cold and thirst in his anxiety to get a glimpse of his game, that he may add its antlers to his list of trophies, we fossil hunters, Professor Mudge's party and my own, sought our prey over miles and miles of barren chalk beds, cheerfully enduring countless discomforts." So I wanted to talk a little bit about Charles Sternberg. He wrote an autobiography, The Life of a Fossil Hunter, and he said that he wanted to be a fossil hunter at age 17. He wrote, quote, "My father was unable to see the practical side of the work. He told me that if I had been a rich man's son, it would doubtless be an enjoyable way of passing my time. But as I should have to earn a living, I ought to turn to some other business." Sternberg liked Cope, but he also worked for Marsh. He called them both professor, gave them a lot of respect. He ended up working for Marsh in 1884 at the Sternberg Quarry in Kansas. Sternberg had found the quarry years before, and a Mr. Overton had told him, hey, stop digging, and tried to get him arrested. But Sternberg was safe because he was benefiting science. While working for Marsh, Sternberg ended up hiring Overton to help him dig and described him as a very careful worker. So Sternberg's style, as you can imagine, was very different from Cope and Marsh's.
Yeah, making enemies into friends.
Mm-hmm. In 1877, Cope told Sternberg to go to Oregon for an indefinite amount of time. He wrote, quote, "You are to go secretly, tell no one where you are going. Have your mail sent by a circuitous route so you cannot be traced." Though he still said goodbye to his family and told them where he was going, Sternberg figured he could give someone the slip if he needed to. In 1895, Sternberg worked for Cope again, but it was a really miserable winter and he didn't find much. He wrote to Cope that he wanted to give up the field at the end of his contract and go home, and then Cope wrote back promising never to send him into the field again against his own judgment. Sternberg wrote, quote, "A letter which I shall always cherish, not only because it shows the very best side of Cope's character, but because it makes me feel that he realized that my life work could not be measured by money." This letter encouraged Sternberg to stay one more month, and he ended up finding a lot of fossils. He worked again for Cope in 1897 in Texas. While in the field, he heard about Cope's death on April 12th, and he wrote, quote, "I had lost friends before, and had known what it was to bury my own dead, even my firstborn son, but I had never sorrowed more deeply than I did now over the news that in the very prime of life, in the noonday of his glorious intellectual achievements, as he was bending all his energies to the study and description of the wonderful fauna of the Texas Permian, the greatest naturalist in America had passed away with his work undone. Death is terrible always, but it seems especially so when it strikes down men in the highest rank of intelligence who are adding every day to the world's knowledge."
Wow.
It's quite the compliment. You might recognize the name Sternberg. He was a famous fossil hunter, but his sons were also fossil hunters, and his second son, Charles M. Sternberg, is the one who discovered the most complete known skeleton of Marsh's Hesperornis regalia, although he didn't find a skull. So in the 1870s, deep time and evolution were fairly new concepts. Marsh believed in Darwinism, but Cope was a neo-Lamarckian. Thomas Huxley in England often defended Charles Darwin. He was actually known as Darwin's bulldog, and he often argued with Richard Owen about Darwinism. Huxley became friends with Marsh, and in 1876, Huxley came to America. Marsh showed Huxley his collections, including a lot of horse fossils that he'd found back in 1868. Marsh thought that horses had originated in the Americas, not Europe, and had documented 30 species in 3 families and showed the horse's evolution. After 2 days, Huxley was convinced and impressed. This story showed a complex relationship between species and the environment, and it was the first physical proof of evolution. So Huxley gave talks about the horses, and that was covered by the New York Times. Marsh started championing evolution, and in the keynote address before the American Association for the Advancement of Science's annual meeting in 1877, he said, quote, "To doubt evolution today is to doubt science, and science is only another name for truth." On the other hand, Cope didn't think that natural selection explained the reasons for evolution, at least not enough. Darwinism also seemed to celebrate the rich, denigrate the poor, and elevate nationalism and war, so Cope thought that the theory of evolution also didn't explain variation. In 1869, Cope tried to rework the theory with an 80-page pamphlet called Origin of Genera that said that variation was created by the, quote, acceleration or retardation of characteristics, and this force was internal and part of an overall design. He asked, what are the odds of good things happening by chance? Cope also believed the Lamarckian belief that environmental adaptations could be passed down from generation to generation. Variation was part of a design, a plan, and hard work and achievement by the father that could be passed on to the son, so that was this idea of a kinder, more gentle evolution. Cope, A.S. Packard, and John Ryder were the leaders of this neo-Lamarckian thought, and for a while, this was actually more popular in America than Darwinism. In the spring of 1876, Cope was dealing with charges of improperly keeping fossils that had been donated to the Academy of Natural Sciences. Mr. Gaskell of New Jersey accused him and said that he had sent several fossils he found to Cope for the Academy, but Gaskell was told by some visitor that the fossils never reached Philadelphia. He was probably told by Marsh. In the summer of 1876, Cope called Sternberg to help him and another assistant, J.C. Isaac, look for saurians in the Judith River Badlands. It's where Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse, and their 2,000 people had killed Custer. Cope downplayed the danger and said, there's no risk from the Sioux. This was 6 weeks after Custer's death. Cope and Sternberg met each other in person for the first time at the Omaha railway station. Sternberg thought Cope was weak because he seemed to have trouble walking, but a few days in the field and Cope was climbing steep cliffs. Cope, on the other hand, thought that Sternberg was weak because he had an old leg injury and he limped, but he soon got past it and saw how capable Sternberg was. At Fort Benton, Cope bought a wagon and a team, and he hired a cook and a scout. He chose the cook, Austin Merrill, for his fat face, thinking that that meant a love of cooking.
Yeah, don't trust a skinny chef.
Their scout and hunter, James Deere, brought in ducks, fish, sage hens, and young bighorn sheep. Cope wrote that there was, quote, all sorts of cookery to the detriment of our dreams. Sternberg wrote that the food was indigestible, and at night Cope would have really bad nightmares. Quote, every animal of which we had found traces during the day played with him at night, tossing him into the air, kicking him, trampling upon him. When I waked him, he would thank me cordially and lie down to another attack. Sometimes he would lose half the night in this exhausting slumber, but the next morning he would lead the party and be the last to give up at night. Cope was also reading the Bible every night. They went to the Judith River in Montana, and at the Judith River, they were near neutral ground for the Crow and Sioux, who were preparing for their annual buffalo hunt. Cope estimated that the Sioux, after battling at Little Bighorn, would not get to Judith River until October, and that they had some time for bone hunting. He was right, but a few days after they left, the military post on the Missouri where he left for home was overrun and a lot of soldiers were killed, so he was also lucky. The Crow and others were encamped along the river bottom and visited the bone hunters where they worked. Cope had several Crow chiefs for dinner, and they loved seeing him take out and put back in his false teeth. One night, Crow Chief Beaverheart and some of his men came to camp, thinking they were whiskey traders, and one of Cope's party nearly shot him. Cope told them to sleep nearby and then invite some friends over for breakfast, and 6 of them came over and they saw Cope take out his teeth, and then they asked him to do it again many times. The Crow left soon after, and Cope lost some people from his camp. He lost the cook and the scout for fear of being attacked. But Cope stayed almost 2 more weeks, and they found 1,700 pounds of fossils, and of course Cope wanted to find more.
I like that they're measured in pounds.
Yeah. It's what they had to ship back, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The work, as you can imagine, was very difficult. One day, Sternberg slipped from a high ledge and thought that he would die in the boulders below. And then somehow he found himself back on the ledge, and he said that he has no idea how. Another day, Isaac, who was also part of the team, disappeared for a while. Sternberg and Cope entered a ravine and was yelling for him. It was nearly dark when Cope found him, and he had fallen down and injured himself. Luckily, it wasn't too serious. There was one night where they were riding in the dark, and Cope wanted his horse to keep going, so he gave him the spurs, and Isaac did the same. And the next day, they saw that they'd actually come upon a 10-foot wide gorge, and the horses luckily kept them alive and could see where they were going.
Wow.
Yes. But Cope was able to identify 21 fossil species, including several dinosaurs, some of them from just teeth. They found the skull of Monoclonius crassus, which is the first known horned dinosaur. At the end of September, Cope decided to break camp and move up the river toward Cow Island, where the last steamer of the season would soon depart. They had 1,200 pounds of fossils. Cope and Jim Deere, also part of the team, went to the island to make arrangements. Isaac, Sternberg, and Merrill, another teammate, had to move their camp. They had to get the wagon out of the valley, so they left their supplies at Dog Creek. There was a steep ridge with loose shale. Isaac took the reins, and he urged the horses on. Then they got 30 feet up the incline when the wagon and the horses rolled over and over, somehow landed, though, upright, and the horses were unharmed, and Isaac was still in one piece.
What?
The three men made a windlass to drag the wagon up the slope to the prairie, and then the bones and goods and supplies could follow. Jim Deere and Cope came back, and Deere announced that Sitting Bull was rumored to be within 100 miles and heading in their direction, so he cleared out along with Merrill. They only had a few days to get everything to the Josephine. That's the name of the last boat on Cow Island. Cope, Sternberg, and Isaac put in a 14-hour day to move the bones, and they reached a ravine. They were 3 miles from Cow Island, and the steamer could come up and get the bones, so they unloaded the wagon and lowered it using an improvised block and tackle. On the way back to Cow Island, Cope did one more fossil hunt, because of course, and he and Sternberg had to make their way back to Cow Island in the dark. They did it by cutting a stout stick and tapping and feeling their way through the mountains and along the ledges. But there was early morning fog, and a sergeant thought that this was all a trick, so he didn't send the boat to ferry them across.
Oh.
Sternberg and Cope paced until the fog lifted, and then the sergeant finally saw who they were, and he sent a boat, but that capsized. So they sent a second boat to rescue the first boat and then get Cope and Sternberg. The next morning, Cope and Sternberg sought out the steamer captain, and Cope said he had a 4-horse wagon 3 miles below and would like to stop there on the way down to carry everything. The skipper said, if you want to go on this boat, you have until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to be here when I leave for downriver. So Cope had a little more than 24 hours to get everything over there. He purchased an old flat-bottomed sailboat and set off up the river. He had tried to borrow it, but the owner had heard his conversation with the captain and figured he could get more money. So Cope and Sternberg rode to camp. Isaac wasn't there. They didn't have time to search for him, though, so they packed and loaded, and then when they were ready, somehow Isaac turned up. He was looking for them in the Badlands. The three men swam horses across the river, and then they started for Cow Island. They attached a tow line to Old Major, their most dependable horse, and they started downstream. Sternberg rode the horse. There was a couple mountain men that Cope had met at Cow Island that stood on either bank with long poles to keep the boat from turning into shore. Isaac and Cope sat in the boat, and they unraveled the tow line when it got snagged on a rock or a branch. They made it when the sun was setting. Cope was covered in mud, and his clothes were all shredded, but his fossils were okay.
That's the important thing.
Yes. This is around October, so most people are in furs and warm clothes, but Cope only had a summer suit left. They made it. The boat Josephine left, but at Fort Buford on the North Dakota border, General Hazen commandeered the steamer, prepared to unload passengers and cargo and fill it with soldiers to head back up the Missouri. The Sioux had started heading to Canada and crossed the river at Cow Island. There was a brief battle and 5 soldiers were killed. But a day later, Hazen decided to use another boat, so he let Josephine go. At Fort Lincoln, further down the river, the boat was stopped again and used to ferry soldiers, fresh recruits for the 7th Cavalry, with new saddles and horses to join the chase. Cope wrote in a letter, quote, "The officers' wives watched from our new steamer. None knew that they would see their husbands again. but were cheerful, some too much so, but some showed their feelings.
Some too cheerful.
Well, they're probably hiding their
Yeah.
feelings, yeah. In the fall of 1876, Cope invited Sternberg east for the winter to help prepare the fossils, and Sternberg wrote about that and how much he enjoyed the experience of eating dinner with him often. March of 1877 is where the bone wars really start heating up. So Arthur Lakes, a clergyman who was teaching in Golden, Colorado, and his friend, a retired Navy captain, Henry Beckwith, were hunting for fossil leaves and measuring geological strata along Bear Creek in Colorado near Denver. Lakes was an Episcopalian minister, a school teacher, and amateur geologist, and the two found what they thought was a fossilized tree trunk. But then Lakes saw that it was too smooth, and he saw, quote, little patches of purplish hue. They came upon a, quote, monstrous vertebra in sandstone, which was almost 3 feet in circumference. Beckwith also found what he called a Herculean war club that was 10 inches in diameter and 2 feet long, and Lakes thought it was a leg bone. The two men, with help from a local blacksmith, took the bones to Morrison, Colorado. Then Lakes went back the next weekend and found more fossils, including one that looked like, quote, the stump of a large tree. On April 2nd, Lakes wrote to Marsh and included sketches of the bones and a geological cross-section of the hills, but Marsh never replied. Lakes set up camp on the banks of Bear Creek and worked with some of his former students to find more bones, and a lot of people helped to unload the bones, but the bones, unfortunately, were not in great shape. At one point, quote, a young fellow grabbed hold of the beautiful, smooth, polished shafter, only to have it, quote, crumbled like a biscuit in his hands. Lakes wrote to Marsh again on April 20th and still got no answer. So he had built up 10 crates of bones by the end of April, and he kept going through May. He ended up shipping a crate of bones to Marsh, 1,500 pounds, and then asked for money to pay for the labor in the wagon. Lakes had only a teacher salary. At the same time, Lakes sent some vertebrae to Cope. He didn't really know about the rivalry at this point.
Clearly.
Lakes didn't hear back from Marsh, but he sent another letter on June 15th with more descriptions of material he'd found in sketches, and he ended his letter with, quote, if you wish to secure the further remains of these specimens, as well as those that have already got out, I hope you will write soon about it, as offers have been made me, and I should feel inclined to part with them to the highest bidder. So maybe he knew a little bit. But meanwhile, Cope wrote back almost immediately, and he asked Lakes to send the skull and the teeth and offered him aid to continue the work. Marsh finally sent a letter and a $100 check to Lakes on June 9th, but Lakes didn't get it until June 20th. Lakes wrote, quote, despairing of hearing from you, I was on the lookout for anyone who would help me or make some sort of offer to purchase the specimens. Professor Cope having written me 2 or 3 letters on this point, offering to aid me in my research, I reproach myself for having been too hasty. Marsh then telegraphed Lakes and sent a telegram to Benjamin Mudge to send Mudge to Colorado. Lakes didn't get Marsh's telegram, though, until June 27th, because the telegram had been sent to Golden instead of Morrison. So Marsh wanted all the bones, and he told Lakes not to tell anyone about the whereabouts of the fossils, but Lakes said that it was too late. He'd already sent the skulls to Cope, but they hadn't worked out an agreement yet, and Lakes had more specimens. But he also said it had been written about in the local Colorado Springs Gazette. So at the time, the toothed birds and horses were bigger than dinosaurs in paleontology, and that's why Marsh didn't respond to Lakes at first. Also at that time, dinosaur material was so rare and fragmentary and not much was known, they were considered to be more oddities than anything else. But of course, the idea of Cope having fossils motivated Marsh. Benjamin Mudge came to Bear Creek on June 29th and hired Lakes for the summer at $125 a month and his student helper for $10 a month and a strong good man for $2 a day. He wired Marsh, quote, have made satisfactory arrangements for 2 months. Jones cannot interfere. It turns out that they had code words, and ammunition meant money, health was luck or success in the field, and B. Jones referred to Cope.
So what's the translation of that?
That they made good arrangements for 2 months and Cope cannot interfere.
Gotcha.
So Mudge had Lakes send Cope a telegram, and Marsh also sent his aide Thomas Atwick Bostwick to collect the bones from Cope in early August. He said, quote, please say to Professor Cope that the fossils are now the property of Yale College. So of course then Cope didn't publish his paper on the bones that Lakes had sent him. Marsh published a 1-page article in the July 1st edition of the American Journal of Science naming this dinosaur Titanosaurus montanus. It was estimated to be 50 feet long, which was the largest land animal known at that time.
Only 50 feet.
Yes.
You call that a titanosaur?
Well, we don't, because Cope pointed out that the name was already the name of another dinosaur found in Montana, so then Marsh renamed it Atlantosaurus. And Marsh earlier had pointed out that Cope's Laelaps name had been used before and renamed Laelaps Dryptosaurus. So they did this often. In early August, Marsh named Apatosaurus, which was even bigger than Atlantosaurus, and that was based on fossils that Lakes had found. Mudge and Lakes got along. Apparently, Mudge had to use gunpowder to blast loose sandstone caps and split the rock walls to get to some of the fossils, so there were some rock slides and cave-ins, and Lakes once was hit in the eye by a flying rock fragment. Cope still managed to find some good fossils. Around the same time, he got a letter from O.W. Lucas, a schoolteacher in Canyon City, Colorado, and an amateur botanist. Lucas had been collecting plants on Oil Creek near Canyon City and found some fossil fragments that he sent to Cope. Cope agreed to pay 10 cents a pound. He published about it in August. It was called Camarasaurus and said it was, quote, the largest or most bulky animal capable of progression on land of which we have any account. This remarkable creature exceeds in its proportions any other land animal hitherto discovered, including the one found near Golden City by Professor Lakes. So an indirect slight to Marsh.
Mm-hmm.
The Camarasaurus bones were larger and better preserved because these were embedded in mudstone or shale instead of hard sandstone like the ones near Morrison. Cope also named Amphicelius, estimating that when on its hind legs, it was more than 130 feet tall. Marsh heard about Cope in Canyon City, so he sent Benjamin Mudge there. Mudge made it to Canyon City August 11th and found that the bones were much larger than Atlantosaurus. A year before, Marsh had hired David Baldwin to collect fossils in Canyon City, and he'd mentioned these bones to Marsh, but Marsh wasn't interested back then. Of course, now Marsh wrote to Baldwin, annoyed, and Baldwin responded, quote, I had found bones in the Jurassic in several places before Lucas, but did not dig them up on account of not hearing from you. Mudge got Lucas to give him some of his bones, however. He told Lucas that he could keep his agreement with Cope by sending him only the big bones, but he could send the small ones to Marsh. Lucas had wanted more money, but he did also want to keep his agreement with Cope. Mudge said that these bones looked like birds, and Marsh said, purchase the specimen. Marsh ended up naming that one Nanosaurus agilis. Other fossil hunters in the area included Samuel Williston, who was working for Marsh at the time, and Charles Sternberg, who was working for Cope at the time. These two men ended up on the same coach on their way out west, and both tried to figure out where the other was going, but without success. Around this time, the first transcontinental railroad was being built through a remote part of Wyoming. In July 1877, Marsh got a letter from Harlow and Edwards about fossils in Como Bluff, Wyoming. Marsh sent Williston, who pretended he was going to Oregon so as not to tip off Cope. But Brown, a miner, had found the site and told the Smithsonian, who told Cope, and Cope had asked Brown for samples, so Marsh ordered his people take, quote, precautions to keep all other collectors not authorized by Professor Marsh out of the region. Harlow and Edwards wrote Marsh a second letter saying, quote, we are keeping our shipments of fossils to you as secret as possible, as there are plenty of men looking for such things, and if they could trace us, they could find discoveries which we've already made and which we have no desire to have known. It turns out that Harlow and Edwards were William Harlow Reed and William Edward Carlin, two men from the Union Pacific Railroad who wanted to make money. Reed was a section foreman at Como, and Carlin was a station agent. They tried to negotiate a salary with Marsh. Marsh ended up winning the negotiations, though, and there was some discord after that. They felt slighted. There were so many fossils in this area. There were enough for Marsh to name Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Diplodocus, and Brachiosaurus.
Now we're heating up.
Yes, also Brontosaurus, but in his rush, Marsh accidentally used the Camarasaurus skull, which we know the story of Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus and all that mix-up. There were so many fossils that it was hard to study any of them too closely. The Brontosaurus, which was found in quarry number 10 of Como Bluffs, was the most complete sauropod skeleton found and described in great detail, but of course there was no head. So then Marsh found a head 4 miles away and thought it was right, and that was the Camarasaurus skull.
4 miles.
He was in a rush.
Close enough.
Samuel Williston, who worked at the Peabody when reconstruction was done, thought that Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus were similar. In 1903, after both Marsh and Cope were dead, Elmer Riggs of the Field Museum in Chicago raised the issue,
And William Holland, director of the Carnegie Museum, wrote in 1914 that there was an error, so people noticed pretty soon.
Yeah, so they figured out the mistake about that skull, and then later synonymized Brontosaurus with Apatosaurus. At least at the genus level, they still were separate species, but then many years later, it got revived by Emanuel Schopp just a few years ago.
Yeah, and we go into that in much more detail in our episode 100. Marsh also named Morosaurus impar, but that turned out to be Camarasaurus. So, as you can imagine, there's so many fossils excavated, but it was all haphazard and mixed up and also done by amateurs, so there were a lot of mistakes. Marsh also named Lausaurus gracilis, but that was later changed to Othnielia rex. There was a lot of tension around keeping fossils away from Cope. At one point, Williston was upset because a man named Haynes came by claiming to sell groceries, but he knew a lot about fossils, and it's probable that he worked for Cope. Carlin thought it was Cope, but Williston saw a note that Haynes had written, and his penmanship was too good. Cope was known for having bad penmanship, even though he wrote so many letters. They never did find out the true identity of Haynes. Marsh's men opened multiple quarries. At the peak, there were 12 at the site. This happened even though Marsh was months late on payments. Carlin only stayed with Marsh for a year, and then in winter of 1879 started working for Cope. Reed stayed with Marsh, but Carlin was the station master, and he wouldn't let Reed work in the station room, so Reed had to work in the cold on the freight platform.
Jeez, why'd he do that?
Competition. They weren't working for the same person anymore.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Reed, in return, said he had, quote, taken the liberty to demolish to the best of my ability all remaining bones, as there are other parties in the field collecting.
Oh.
Yes. Williston later told Cope, after Williston stopped working for Marsh, that Marsh encouraged this. He wrote, quote, Professor Marsh did once indirectly request me to destroy Kansas fossils rather than let them fall into your hands. It is necessary for me to say I only despised him for it. Reed was always on his guard. One day, 2 strangers came to the quarries. Reed moved to the top of the quarry and dug out dirt and rock to fall on the men below and get in their way. They told him to leave, and he said, I was not quite ready to go yet. After 4 days of digging and Reed covering up their work, the men left. There were threats, but Reed wasn't scared. To help, Marsh sent Arthur Lakes from Morrison. Meanwhile, Carlin left the field. Cope replaced Carlin with Carlin's 2 brothers-in-law from Michigan named Hubble, and they got along with Marsh's men, and they sent Cope Allosaurus, which is now at the American Museum of Natural History. In early August 1879, Cope went to Como Bluff, but he didn't stay long. While there, he made a deal with A.M. Cassidy for exclusive rights to excavate fossils from a tract along Oil Creek. Marsh had spread the word in the West that Cope was a damned thief, so his group guarded their quarry to keep Cope out. Lakes met Cope, and he wrote in his diary, quote, the monstrous, horrendous Cope has been and gone, and I must say that what I saw of him I liked very much. His manner is so affable, and his conversation very agreeable. I only wish I could feel sure he had a sound reputation for honesty. So it seemed everyone believed Marsh. Lakes and Reed, unfortunately, didn't get along. To keep them both, Marsh said that they should work separately. Lakes spent some time painting the landscapes, which were used later to study how the quarries used to look. There was also a lot of tension in general between all of Marsh's men, a lot of fighting, brandishing guns. It wasn't clear who was in charge, so a lot of quitting as well. At one point, Marsh hired another man, Kennedy, to help Reed, but once Marsh hired him, Kennedy no longer thought that he had to take orders from Reed. Williston eventually quit after fights and stayed with Carlin at his ranch and then started working for Cope. Meanwhile, Reed struggled to get Marsh to pay him because Marsh never prioritized paying bills. Marsh kept his quarries open at Como until 1889, but Reed eventually left in 1883 and tried sheep ranching, and then in 1897 became an assistant geologist museum curator at the University of Wyoming. In early September 1877, Lakes went to Morrison, and he found what Marsh named Stegosaurus. In 1877, Cope got some new friends and allies. Henry Osborne and his friend William Berryman Scott became interested in paleontology at Princeton, studying with Cope's associate A.H. Guyot. After they graduated, they wanted to go fossil hunting. They asked Cope for advice about Bridger Basin, but he didn't really give them information, so they went to Fort Bridge, where Marsh's men gave them the same treatment that they'd given to Cope in 1872, which is to say, very poor treatment. So they ended up hating Marsh and liking Cope. Scott wrote of Marsh, quote, "I came closer to hating him than any other human being that I have known, and his hostility to me had a really detrimental effect on my career." After Cope realized that these two weren't working with Marsh, he became much more friendly and gave them a full run of his collections. Osborne and Scott took trips to Philadelphia to consult with both Cope and Lady. And Cope also went to Princeton to help them classify and arrange their Bridger finds. Osborne and Scott also requested to see Marsh's Bridger basin material. He reluctantly agreed, but then he ordered his staff to cover all the other material in the Peabody workshops, and he put on a pair of carpet slippers and stayed in the corners of the rooms to watch over them. He wore the slippers because they made him quieter. So, of course, Osborne and Scott both became loyal to Cope. Marsh had a lot of people who worked for him at the Peabody Museum. This included Thomas Boswick, artist Frederick Berger, and William Hobson, who made engraving plates. There was also Adam Herman, the restorer, and Tobias Kapler, who made plaster casts. And George Bird Grinnell was there part-time while working on his dissertation. Marsh's first permanent assistant in paleontology was Oscar Harger, but Marsh didn't allow him to publish any of his own papers. Marsh rarely gave anyone credit in his own work. Cope had some help too, but he had a lot less room. He actually had so many fossils that he stored most of them in the basement of the Centennial Exposition Building in Fairmount Park, which was a memento of the 1876 fair. Cope and Gesmar worked in Cope's Philadelphia townhouse, and they unpacked and prepared his bones and analyzed. They didn't have much room, so when they wanted to reconstruct the leg of a Camarasaurus, they had to hang it down the stairway between the second-floor bedroom and the first-floor parlor. 1878 and 1879 were good years for Marsh, and not so much for Cope. Joseph Henry, president of the National Academy of Sciences and secretary of the Smithsonian, and the U.S. preeminent scientist, died at age 80, and this led to the government wanting to consolidate its surveys. According to Scott, who was a Princeton paleontologist, Marsh and Cope's, quote, paleontological war was indirectly sustained and abetted by the chaotic state of the geological work done by the agencies of the U.S. government. Marsh was now the president of the National Academy of Sciences. Republican reformers and the scientific politicos decided to have the National Academy of Sciences consider all the surveys and expenses and come up with a system to basically have the best results with the least amount of money. Powell and Hayden were fighting for their own surveys. There was also King and another one named Hewitt. John Strong Newberry wrote that Hayden had become a fraud and lost the sympathy and respect of the country. Most of his papers that came out of his survey were paleontology, and the argument was that was only interesting to scientists. And of course, Cope had worked for Hayden. During these debates, Cope left for Europe, and Hayden went to Wyoming. His health was poor. He may have been suffering from syphilis, which he later died from. Cope went to Trinity College in Dublin in the annual meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science. He took drawings of Camarasaurus with him, and he had a good time. He wrote, quote, "The only traces of Marsh's handiwork I could discover was in the indifference of Huxley's, which I ascribed to that source. He took no pains to see me or hear any of my papers, a coolness I suspect he would not have shown to friend Marsh. I, however, introduced myself, and I think we should have had some pleasant conversation." Cope was gone for about 3 months. He wrote about women he danced with and found attractive to his wife, Annie. Cope had a womanizer reputation, but it seemed that he told his wife everything, and there's also no evidence that he actually did anything. On November 6th, the National Academy of Sciences gathered in New York City at Columbia University to consider a report on merging all the surveys. They proposed that all collections made by surveys be deposited in the National Museum. Hayden had previously allowed researchers to retain part of the material in exchange for their work. The House of Representatives then voted to consolidate most of the scientific surveys and abolish the Hayden, Powell, Wheeler, and King surveys and made instead the U.S. Geological Survey. Clarence King became the first director of the U.S. Geological Survey. Hayden had a minor position under King. Wheeler was out. Powell was appointed as one of 3 commissioners to the creation of the Public Lands Commission. King and Marsh were friends, and Powell and Marsh got along, so this seemed to be in Marsh's favor. Cope had no access to government resources at this time because of Marsh, and Marsh also influenced or controlled universities and professional organizations. In 1878, Cope bought the American Naturalist for $1,500 so that he could more easily publish his own papers. The summer of 1879 was the last summer that he had money to purchase specimens from the field. Cope started investing in mining ventures in the West to try and get more money. So in the 1880s, Cope had lost money, but he was still happy and hopeful and still keeping up his feud with Marsh. Osborne said Cope was, quote, thoroughly enjoying the fight for its own sake. In 1881, Powell wanted to appoint Marsh as the U.S. Geological Survey's vertebrate paleontologist. Marsh was reluctant, though. Between 1868 and 1882, he had spent $200,000 of his own money on expeditions and fossil collections. But if he was connected with the survey, the government would own the fossils, because he had pushed for that policy, and he wanted to own type specimens. Powell had originally wanted Lady, but Lady had said no. In 1882, Marsh eventually agreed, and he made a deal so he could keep some specimens in his own collection. Powell then increased the survey's budget from $100,000 to $500,000.
Wow.
Yes. Over 10 years, the government paid around $150,000 for a survey staff of 54 full and part-time field collectors and lab workers, and a $4,000 annual salary for Marsh, which he put back into the survey work. It also paid for lab expenses and 3 really big monographs that Marsh published between 1885 and 1896 that were printed and illustrated. Marsh was able to live well. In 1876, that's when he built his 18-room, 3-story brownstone mansion. It took until 1881 to finish decorating, and this is the one with the wigwam room. Meanwhile, Cope was passed over for an appointment at the Wagner Free Institute, one of Philadelphia's scientific museums and schools. Cope was pretty bitter about not getting the job, and he wrote some anti-Semitic sentiments to Lady. Cope was hired by the Geological Survey of Canada, but there wasn't much work to do, and the fees were modest, and there was no field work, though he did go to Ottawa and Montreal. In 1881, Cope was investing in mining to help pay for collecting fossils, and to subsidize the American naturalists, and to support his wife and daughter. In 10 years, he had spent $75,000 on exploration and collections. He also employed people. 2 of his collectors, Williston and David Baldwin, for example, used to work for Marsh. He also employed Jacob Wortman, a 25-year-old physician-turned-scientist. Cope invested in the Sierra mining companies, which operated in the Southwest, but it wasn't a great mining region. The railroads made mining more accessible, but there were still fights with tribes, like with the Apaches. And there were a lot of labor problems and pilfering, rumors that sent stock prices plummeting, and some officials that sold stock issues and watered down the investment. At a stockholder meeting in July, the Sierra Mining Company made Cope president. He fired the mine superintendent and hired Fred Einlich, an American who had learned geology in Germany and then was a top aide in the Hayden survey. The company ended up having 4 lawsuits, and that meant no profit for Cope. After a while, Cope was ousted as president and dropped from the executive committee. The mines didn't make much money, but Cope invested in a couple more, and that led to more losses, so he lost his money, and now he was thinking of selling his fossil collection, which was all he had left. Cope also worked on Cope's Bible, the vertebra of the tertiary formations of the West. It was 1,002 pages long, with text, and had 134 lithographic plates. It described 350 species, and it weighed 15 pounds and was a foot thick. Cope put the final touches on his manuscript and tried to get a permanent position at the Smithsonian or on the survey. He and Powell argued over this manuscript. Powell wanted to speed up the delivery of the work and limit the size of the manuscript to no more than 500 pages.
You mean he didn't want it to be a foot thick and 15 pounds?
Yes, exactly.
Blasphemy.
Right. But Cope thought that this was all a plot to prevent him from publishing. Cope tried to get hired as curator at the Academy of Natural Sciences, but he was voted down. He was also frustrated with the Academy. He told Lady if more emphasis wasn't placed on professionalism, Philadelphia's place in the scientific community would slip. Lady agreed with him, but the Academy didn't have money for professional staff. In July 1881, President Garfield, who was a Marsh and Powell ally, was assassinated. And after his death, Congress looked at all the scientific surveys and agencies again. There is one Alabama congressman, Hillary Herbert, who believed in small government. He thought that there should be no government role in science at all. They shouldn't spend any money or have any federal facilities constructed, and those that existed already should be sold. Cope worked to discredit Powell and Marsh and tried to dismantle the Powell survey. He made sure that the survey and Marsh were targets, but it's unclear why he was doing this, because this was happening at the same time he was trying to get Powell to publish his last 2 volumes of work that he'd done for Hayden, the 1,000 pages of text. Harvard professor Agassiz also rallied against the survey, and he believed that decentralized private science was more powerful, and that was a common opinion at the time. So Agassiz, Cope, and Herbert worked together. They said that private science was cheaper. On the other hand, Powell said science was in the public interest, and scientists needed government work to speed up their work for the public good. Cope claimed that the survey's collections were an issue, and Powell had to prove what the government paid for and what it should get in return. This actually hurt Cope later. Marsh also had to defend his role in the U.S. Geological Survey. There were no significant cuts or changes in the end, but it did lead to tightening the survey's appropriation and disbursement procedures. At this point, it didn't really hurt Marsh, though. In 1885, Cope was now low on money, and he had to move his family out of his home to rent it out. He sold his investments in mining for almost nothing in 1886, and he had a hard time getting work, as well as getting funding for his book. By 1889, he was broke. Marsh, on the other hand, was doing well. He had lots of dinner parties and social events, but he took on too many projects at once, and that led to a lot of procrastination. Marsh also had many employees, but they didn't really like working for him. He wasn't great at paying on time, and he also didn't allow his employees to publish. George Bird Grinnell was an exception, but Oscar Harger, Samuel Williston, Erwin Barbour, and George Bauer clashed with Marsh. Marsh used to give sets of fossils to each employee with specific instructions on what to analyze or compare, and then he would quiz them and take notes, but not share any of his thoughts.
Jeez.
Then, when the paper on the fossils were published, they might see a phrase in the text that showed that he had disagreed with them on something. Oscar Harger had a heart condition, and he worked his way through Yale. He was an expert, but Marsh didn't let him publish in the field of vertebrate paleontology. At least 2 professors tried to help, but Marsh didn't change his mind. So instead, Harger published a few papers on spiders and microscopic pond animals. He had poor health, and he was poor, so he couldn't quit. Samuel Williston collected fossil fish, and in New Haven, Marsh wouldn't let him work on the fossil fish, saying they would distract him from his duties. Williston tried to part on amiable terms, but was angry when Harger died at age 44 from a cerebral hemorrhage after working for Marsh for 15 years. In an obituary for the American Naturalist, Williston said Harger was responsible for a lot of the work that Marsh claimed. Bauer left Peabody in 1890 after paying off $470 in debts to Marsh, and then he ended up lecturing at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. 2 years later, he was a professor of paleontology at the New University of Chicago, but then he became paralyzed, so he returned to Germany in 1897. Marsh also employed Charles Sternberg and John Bell Hatcher. Sternberg worked for Marsh, and he did like Cope, but when Cope couldn't pay him anymore, Sternberg worked for Marsh to support his family and keep doing what he loved. In 1884, Sternberg was working for Marsh at a Long Island site in Kansas. Hatcher worked for Sternberg. Hatcher was 23 at the time. But Hatcher was impatient, and he thought he could do a better job than Sternberg, so he wrote to Marsh after 2 days of working for Sternberg, asking to be allowed to work on his own. And in 5 letters that month, he kept arguing that he should be working alone. In August, Sternberg was away, and there was a dispute over access to the Sternberg quarry with the property's owner, James Overton. Hatcher made a deal, and the Sternberg quarry became the Marsh quarry. Sternberg wrote to Marsh, quote, "I wish to write to you on a subject which, if not fully settled, I will resign my position and collect either for myself or Professor Cope. Now, if after 2 years' work I have discovered the only rich formation on this deposit in the state, I am to be turned out of the locality by an assistant and all the work given to him, I have had enough of it." Marsh suggested that the two work separately. Hatcher had a new approach where he divided the site into a checkerboard of 5-foot squares and systematically excavated square by square. He sent Marsh a chart of the site and then a chart of each square to show the location of each bone that was found. This was a major advance in fieldwork. Marsh did pay Sternberg, but Sternberg now lost access to the quarry in the future, and he was very unhappy about it. Marsh sent Hatcher to northern Texas after closing the Kansas quarry, and Hatcher had trouble getting paid, so Hatcher threatened to quit multiple times over a span of 8 years. If you recognize the name Hatcher, it could be because he's the one who found Triceratops. Marsh wrote about new horned dinosaurs, but he disregarded Cope's Monoclonius, which was the first known horned dinosaur, and tried to claim that title for himself. With all of the new fossils, defining dinosaurs became more difficult. It used to be that dinosaurs were large animals, and then dinosaurs like Nanosaurus were discovered. So Cope, Marsh, and Huxley all tried to get a better definition. And then Cope's friend, Harry Grover Seeley, said that there were two large but distinct orders based on two types of hips. There were the Ornithischia and Saurischia, the bird-hipped and the lizard-hipped. In July of 1886, Cope was still trying to get approval in Congress to publish his last volumes of his Hayden work, the 1,000-pager. He tried to go through the new Secretary of the Interior, Quintus Lamar, who didn't have much interest in science and referred him back to Powell. Cope waited for multiple hours on multiple days to see Lamar, but Lamar still didn't see him. Finally, they did see each other after Cope bugged enough people to bug Lamar for him. Fred Einlich helped Cope lobby, and they were about to add it to the budget, around $3,800 for printing and expenses, to the Sundry and Civil Appropriations Bill in the Senate. On July 27th, though, his bill was thrown out on a technicality, probably because of Powell. One argument was that the, quote, government should publish nothing from specimens that do not belong to them. So this is Cope's words coming back to bite him.
Yeah, and it's kind of the way that modern science looks at things too.
Yes. But it wasn't good for Cope then because he was having financial problems. The Naturalist was also in debt as the publisher had gone bankrupt. Cope tried again to get his appropriations bill in the Senate, and Representative Randall killed it in the House Appropriations Committee. Still, Cope managed to write many papers. He wrote 35 papers in 1886, 15 in 1887, and 16 in 1888. He also had what he called his Marshiana. He wrote, quote, "In these papers, I have a full record of Marsh's errors from the very beginning, which at some future time I may be tempted to publish."
Jeez.
Yes. So some of this came also from complaints from people who had worked for Marsh. Cope actually went out and interviewed them. Cope wrote to Osborn in 1885 that 4 men at Yale in Europe and America wanted to publish their statements about Marsh. He said, quote, "The publication of the paper will be a blessing to American science generally, for the demoralizing effect of Marsh's success is incalculable. He has completely suppressed my work." He also said that Marsh is, quote, "more of a pretender than even I had supposed him to be. It is now clear to me that Marsh is simply a scientific political adventurer who has succeeded in many ways other than those proceeding from scientific merit in placing himself in the leading scientific position in the country." In addition to his Marshiana, Cope named an animal once Cope-hater. Osborn asked him for the meaning, and he said, quote, "Osborn, it's no use looking up the Greek derivation of Cope-hater, because it is not classic in origin. It is derived from the union of two English words, cope and hater, for I have named it in honor of the number of Cope-haters that surround me." Later in 1886, Spencer Bard made Marsh the Smithsonian's chief paleontologist. So Marsh was still doing well. In 1888, Cope tried again to get funding for his last 2 volumes of the Hayden Survey, this time with Interior Secretary William Vilas. He couldn't meet with him, but after 3 weeks he did see him, and Vilas said he didn't know anything about the survey and he didn't have time for it. Cope met with Powell, who proposed publishing some of the work under the new survey if Cope gave a set of fossils to the National Museum. He proposed a salary, but it wouldn't start until July. So that spring was very difficult for Cope. He didn't get any grants, and he was passed up on an American Museum of Natural History position. He was considered for a spot at the Smithsonian, but his history and his reputation went against him. Meanwhile, Marsh ran again for president of the National Academy of Sciences. After 6 years, people wanted someone new, but Cope led a campaign against Marsh, and it backlashed, and so Marsh won again. Cope was also late with his mortgage payments and paying the publisher of The Naturalist. He even asked Osborn for some money and told him, sorry to have to ask. Things did turn around for Cope a little bit in 1889. He became a professor in geology and mineralogy at the University of Pennsylvania, but it's not clear how or why. Possibly someone had been working to end the Cope and Marsh rivalry, but it's unclear who that was. It probably wasn't Osborn, because he was pretty transparent when it came to Cope, but it may have been Leidy or someone else from the University of Pennsylvania. Cope tried again to get his survey papers published, this time with the Secretary of the Interior, John Noble. Powell wrote to Noble and said it would, quote, require 12 to 15 years' time and an expenditure of not less than $60,000, and also said that the, quote, collections upon which Professor Cope was working were chiefly the property of the government. Powell wrote that Cope should be told his collections should go to the National Museum in Washington, D.C. Cope got a letter from Noble on December 16th telling him to give his fossil collections, which was basically all he had left at that time, to the U.S. National Museum because they were government property acquired via the Hayden Survey. But Cope had spent at least $75,000 of his own money to get those fossils, and he had kept records and receipts and was able to prove his ownership.
That's fair. You spend over $1 million in today's money to excavate something. It's probably yours.
Especially when that's all he had left.
Yeah.
Cope then wrote to Osborne, quote, when a wrong is to be righted, the press is the best and most Christian medium of doing it. It replaces the old-time shotgun and bludgeon and is a great improvement. So, he took his Martiana notes to the press. Cope reached out to freelance journalist William Hosea Ballou to publish his Martiana. One of Ballou's biographers wrote that Ballou was, quote, a mushroom collector with delusions of grandeur. Ballou probably thought that this story would be good publicity, so he shopped the piece around in late December of 1889. Nobody wanted it except the New York Herald, and that was run by James Gordon Bennett Jr., who was wealthy and crazy and did a lot of ridiculous things, and apparently William Randolph Hearst imitated him. Ballou got a byline on the article, but only because he wasn't on staff. Apparently Bennett took credit for anything that his staff wrote. Ballou was not a good journalist. He only partly covered the story and he faked interviews. Alfred Romer said that if scientists, quote, merely passed the time of day with him, they were liable to be misquoted for a column or so. In the meantime, the New York Times had sent a reporter to the American Geological Society's December meeting to fact-check Ballou's story before they passed on the story. This reporter tipped off the scientific community about the article, and they told him that it was, quote, an old controversy and a very deplorable one that has been thoroughly investigated by the National Academy of Sciences and has been discredited. When Marsh heard that this article was being published in the New York Herald, he tried to stop it, and he even went to William Pepper, president of the University of Pennsylvania, and demanded that Cope withdraw the article or be fired. Pepper at that time was being blackmailed for something, and Marsh threatened to make that scandal public. Cope wrote to Osborne for support, who went to Philadelphia to talk to Pepper. The New York Herald also warned Pepper that he would have cause to regret trying to keep Cope quiet. Marsh ended up seeing an advanced copy of the article and confronted Williston, who was quoted in it, and persuaded him to make a disclaimer that it was published without Williston's permission. Marsh wanted Williston to say that it was false, but he didn't succeed in getting that. Marsh also tried to convince the Herald not to run the article at all, and he wrote that he had some doubts about Cope's sanity, because when they first met in Berlin so many years ago, that's when he was having mental health issues. The New York Herald, though, published the article on January 12, 1890, and it was styled like an interview between Cope and Ballou. Cope talked about all of Marsh's technical errors, such as calling a dinosaur bone a buffalo horn, and other mistakes that the general public wouldn't care about or even know about. He also mentioned things that Marsh's assistants had said, and included a letter Williston had written in 1886. The scientific community was not happy with the article or the articles that came after it. W.B. Scott said that he wrote the Herald to not use him in the article. He said he disliked Marsh, but he didn't want to be part of the spectacle, though the Herald claimed that they never got his letter. In addition to the article, Cope published a series of articles by Marsh's assistants in the American Naturalist and turned them into a pamphlet as a companion piece. In this pamphlet, Marsh's assistant Bauer said that he'd seen Marsh tell visiting scientists that certain specimens were boxed and inaccessible when they were in the room and they were under a cloth. Another assistant, Barbour, said that Marsh was using, quote, government time and money in beautifying his own private collection, and that Marsh had used plaster of Paris to improve his fossils without noting their restorations.
Lots of people did that kind of thing, though.
Yes, but there was only one Martiana. The January 12th Herald article didn't get much buzz. Apparently, there were a few other articles in other publications, including the Philadelphia Inquirer, where they interviewed Leidy. Leidy spoke well of both Marsh and Cope, and he said that he didn't think there was any plagiarism, as had been mentioned in the Herald article. But Cope felt betrayed, and he wrote to Osborne, quote, poor Leidy has come out against me, just as he has always done. The Herald article also attacked Powell. They offered Powell space to counterattack, and he wrote a full page in the January 13th issue. He wrote, quote, "The author of the recent attack upon me and my work is Professor E.D. Cope, and he has at last placed publicly on record the slanders he has secretly been repeating for years. Whether he makes the statements directly or conceals them in the form of an interview with himself or others, they are his own. He has devoted some of his best years to its preparation and to the preparation of the public for it, and it may thus be regarded as the crowning work of his life." He also wrote, quote, "I am not willing to be betrayed into any statement which will do injustice to Professor Cope. He is the only one of the coterie who has scientific standing. The others are simply his tools and act on his inspiration. The professor himself has done much valuable work for science. He has made great collections in the field and has described these collections with skill. Altogether, he is a fair system artist. If his infirmities of character could be corrected by advancing age, if he could be made to realize that the enemy which he sees forever haunting him as a ghost is himself, he could yet do great work for science." The Herald then interviewed Cope about Powell's response. Until this point, they'd been pro-Cope, but now they portrayed Cope as jealous and a failure. Marsh took a while to respond. It's possible he was weighing his options. It's also possible he had his own Copiana. Eventually, he called Cope a slanderer and said that Cope had raided private collections and museum collections, including Marsh's. And he also mentioned Cope's mental health issues again when they met in Germany. Not much came out of his response, and then on January 26th, the Herald published more on the feud, including an editorial that criticized both Marsh and Cope. In one of the articles, Ballou wrote a rhyme called Paleozoic Poetry, "The Unfortunate Pterodactyl Wings Its Flight Through Prosody." It read, "Professor Cope to Professor Marsh, your ignorance of saurians is something very strange. The mammals of the Laramie are far beyond your range. You fail to see that certain birds enjoyed the use of teeth. The pterodactyls perched on trees, nor feared the ground beneath. You stole your evoluted horse from Kowalewski's brain, and previous peoples fossils smashed from Mexico to Maine. To Permian reptiles you are blind. In short, I do insist, you are, hinc ille lacrimae, you are a plagiarist. Professor Marsh to Professor Cope, 'tis strange that you, who always get the cart before the horse, should dare to state my equine screed I filched without remorse. 'Tis strange that you, who helped to kill a moribund magazine, should hint that I have fossil smashed a prettiest Pliocene. Your reference to a horn cone on an ischium sends a chill. Professor Huxley is my friend, and likewise Buffalo Bill. Though paleontologic facts you've studied since your youth, you shun the Streptosauria as if they were the truth." It's kind of unclear why Ballou wrote this rhyme. It's a fun one to read, but it seems odd in a newspaper article.
Yeah.
So no one else really talked about the newspaper articles. They didn't really care. But they did make Cope and Marsh both look bad. At first, it seemed to hurt Cope more, but then in 1892, Congressman Hillary Herbert from Alabama came back onto the scene. So in 1890, there was a drought, and then in 1892, there was a recession. And during the drought, Powell was tasked with mapping out the topography and geology of the West to figure out how to best develop it, because this type of land was much different than the land east of the Mississippi. While he was doing that, the government shut down the ability to claim land so that it wouldn't end up all with private investors. People wanted the government to open the lands up again out west and to use them for reservoirs and irrigation projects instead of for research. Herbert proposed cutting funds for paleontology. He was partly influenced by Agassiz from Harvard, who still thought that paleontology should be privately funded. Herbert had heard about Marsh's monograph on Odontornithes. This is a class that he proposed of birds with teeth, and he brought a copy to show Congress. This monograph was printed on large paper with gilt edges. There were actually only a few copies with this type of special printing, and Marsh had paid for them himself. Still, Herbert said that the government was paying for, quote, birds with teeth. He said, quote, "If there is on this earth an abstract science, it is paleontology. What practical use has the government for paleontology?" Marsh proved that he published the monograph before the government survey was even formed and that he had paid for the expensive copies. He wrote, quote, "As to the practical value of paleontology, there is more money wasted every year in the United States searching for coal in places where a paleontologist would know at a glance none could be found than would pay for all the works ever published on paleontology."
That's fun.
Yes, but it wasn't enough. Senator William Allison from Iowa asked Osborne for his opinion on the survey. Osborne ended up walking a fine line. He was defending paleontology while also making Marsh look bad. He said invertebrate paleontology was key in determining the age of geological strata, and it was, quote, at the basis of all geological work. He said that paleontology was valuable, but the government survey was not run well, and that the government's collections, quote, are retained in the private storerooms of a college museum instead of being transported directly to the National Museum, which sounds like he's referring to Marsh. He also mentioned that it was difficult for visiting scientists to see the material. And he said, quote, Professor Marsh used every means to prevent the American Museum of Natural History from collecting in one of the great horizons of Wyoming upon the grounds that the government had prior rights there. On July 20th of 1892, Marsh got a telegraph from Powell that said, quote, appropriation cut off, please send your resignation at once. Powell ended up resigning in 1894. Because of the recession, Marsh's Peabody money wasn't doing as well. His trusts just weren't getting as much. He had to mortgage his home for $30,000 and ask Yale for a salary after 24 years of not being paid.
Still a pretty good deal for Yale.
Yes. Hatcher was still working for Marsh, but he was getting tired of not being paid on time and not moving up in his career. Because though Marsh let Hatcher work at the Peabody, he ended up sponsoring someone else, Charles Beecher, for a PhD instead of Hatcher. In 1891, Hatcher had applied to be an assistant in paleontology in Princeton, but Osborn told him it was difficult, partly because of representations to his character. This probably came from Marsh. So Hatcher went to Marsh, and Marsh sent a telegram to Osborn saying the statements were false. Hatcher still didn't get the job, but Marsh did increase Hatcher's salary to $2,000 a year. Eventually, though, Marsh couldn't afford to pay for Hatcher in the field and let him go. He could also no longer afford to send for fossils from the field, so he was now done collecting. Hatcher ended up becoming the curator of vertebrate paleontology at Princeton and then went on expeditions in Patagonia. Meanwhile, in 1892, Cope was doing the Texas Geological Survey. Lady had died in 1891, so Cope became the chair of zoology and comparative anatomy at the University of Pennsylvania, which was Lady's position. He wrote a lot. He averaged about 43 publications per year in the 1890s. He also published in 1899 the Batrachian of North America, a detailed analysis of amphibians and frogs. In total, he wrote more than 1,200 scientific papers, plus general interest articles and editorials. He made a lot of mistakes, but overall his work had value. After Texas, Cope went to the Dakotas. He went with a guide, Oscar Hotchkiss, who was the son of a Philadelphia doctor, but loved to travel the prairies on his own and also stay with the Sioux. Things were a little dangerous. 19 months earlier, a few hundred Lakota Sioux were massacred on the banks of Wounded Knee Creek. Cope stopped at the Little Eagle settlement and heard from a Miss Collins and her assistant, Miss Pratt, that the Sioux had a legend about big bones and that evil giant monsters had roamed the land and the Great Spirit sent lightning to destroy the beasts, and their bones were scattered across the prairies and badlands. The Sioux didn't touch the bones in case the same fate happened to them, but a boy knew where they were and led Cope to them. Cope found a lot of dinosaur bones and fragments and a nearly complete Hadrosaur skull. He also found a Trachodon skull, which was named in 1856 by Lady based on teeth that Hayden had collected. In July of 1893, Cope was back in North Dakota searching for dinosaurs. He got 1,500 pounds of material, including Edmontosaurus, Triceratops, and Thescelosaurus. Cope's daughter Julia married William Collins in May of 1894, and Annie moved to Haverford to be near them. Cope lived 12 miles away. According to Osborn, Annie and Cope had split up. Osborn wrote to a book editor years later, quote, there are plenty of scandalous stories attached to Cope, you know. His wife left him, but largely for financial reasons, I judge, and of course that made talk in the 90s. There's also a story that Mrs. Cope left him because she found one snake too many in her shoe. They continued on amicable terms, however. Osborn also thought Annie couldn't handle Cope because of, quote, usual difficulties of keeping house with a genius. Annie and Cope still visited each other, though. Around this time, 1895 to 1896-ish, Cope started selling his collections, possibly to help pay for Julia's marriage. He wanted to sell them to the Philadelphia Academy, but they either couldn't or wouldn't buy them, and he ended up selling some of his collection to the American Museum of Natural History, where Osborn was curator of paleontology. He sold about 40% for $32,000, though he did ask for $50,000. Osborn told him that collection techniques had gotten better in the last 20 years, so it didn't make sense to pay so much for the material. On the other hand, Marsh's private collection ended up being valued at over $1 million.
Wow.
Well, he had more money to begin with. So in 1895, Cope was elected the president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Cope didn't even campaign, but his friends Scott and Osborne helped to get him elected. And Cope was able to hire Sternberg again. Meanwhile, as Marsh got older, he got more secretive. In the mid to late 1890s, Marsh was classifying and restoring his earlier finds like Brontosaurus, Triceratops, Stegosaurus. He also went to Europe and restored Iguanodon and Megalosaurus. He made them bipedal. Sternberg went fossil hunting for Cope in early 1896, but he was told to go to a place without fossils where the weather was cold and wet, and Sternberg was pretty miserable, so he asked for Cope's permission to end the expedition. Cope wrote back, quote, "Few men pursue a more useful life than yourself, and when the final accounts comes to be recorded, you shall have no occasion to be ashamed of your record. I personally have the highest respect to your devotion to science." Sternberg said that this was the best side of Cope's character, and so he stayed another month. In February of 1897, Cope was sick with what he called cystitis. They were these periods of severe gastrointestinal pain with periods of enforced rest. It was a flare-up from when he got really sick at Fort Bridger in 1872 when he had collapsed and had delirious fevers. His wife was also sick at that time, so they didn't spend too much time together. Also, his daughter Julia's husband had grippe, and Julia was taking care of both Annie and her husband.
Wow.
Yes. By then, Cope had sold his home and was sleeping on a cot surrounded by his fossil collection. The cause of his sickness is unknown. He did have a reputation as a womanizer, and there's no medical records, so some people thought he had syphilis, but there's not much evidence for this. Cope had a doctor, but he self-medicated with formaldehyde and methanol to ease his pain, but this made him depressed.
And also maybe blind.
It wasn't great. He relied heavily on Miss Anna Brown, his part-time secretary. Some days he was stuck in bed, and then he'd feel better and he'd get up and he'd give a lecture at the university or go on mini excursions, like one time he went to Virginia to look for fossils, and then he would feel worse. For a few days, Charles Knight spent time with Cope and worked on his drawings. Cope worked with Ballou again, this time on a feature with Charles Knight's illustrations in American Century magazine. The feature came out 7 months after Cope died, but it was one last blow to Marsh because it was written to sound as if Cope had discovered all the dinosaurs. And it featured Laelaps, the dinosaur Cope had originally named and Marsh had changed to Dryptosaurus 20 years before. In April, Osborne tried to get Cope to have surgery. Osborne even spoke to a prominent surgeon in New York City about it, but surgery was very risky in those days, so Cope kept delaying. Osborne said, quote, "Cope was old and weary at 56. He had borne the heat of battle and wanted to rest."
56, yeah, he was old.
Younger than the age his father died.
That's true.
Cope kept getting attacks of pains and feeling weaker, and he ended up dying on April 12th, though the exact cause is unknown. At his Quaker funeral, 6 men sat quietly around his coffin, and they were surrounded by fossils, a pet tortoise, and a Gila monster. Osborne decided to publish a complete bibliography of Cope's works, quote, "to stand beside those of Marsh and Lady." He did it partly to save Cope's reputation from the Herald article in 1890. It was published in 1931 and called Cope, Master Naturalist. This publication led to Charles Schuchert, who was on Marsh's side, to publishing O.C. Marsh, Pioneer in Paleontology in 1940. Marsh was in poor health around the end of his life. Luckily, he didn't have to teach, but he still got a $3,500 yearly salary from Yale. He had Sunday luncheons at his mansion with Yale students and would tell them Wild West stories. He also spent a lot of time writing about his dinosaur discoveries. In 1892, he wrote a survey paper about Ceratopsians. In 1896, he wrote about his best-known dinosaurs, and that included Brontosaurus, Camptosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, in his book, The Dinosaurs of North America. More museums were opening, like the Field Museum in Chicago, which opened in 1895, and more people were looking for dinosaurs. The Peabody Museum wanted to mount a dinosaur skeleton, but Marsh didn't want that. He thought only scientists needed to look at dinosaurs, not the public. He wrote, quote, "The dinosaurs seem to have suffered much from both their enemies and their friends. Many of them were destroyed and dismembered long ago by their natural enemies, but more recently their friends have done them further injustice in putting together their scattered remains and restoring them to supposed lifelike forms. So far as I can judge, there is nothing like unto them in the heavens or on the earth or in the waters under the earth." Eventually, Marsh stepped down from the National Academy of Sciences and traveled. In 1898, he got an arterial disease and he started planning for the future. He shipped some of his fossils to the Smithsonian in D.C. and deeded to Yale as a gift his vertebrate fossils. Charles Walcott, Powell's successor as chief of survey, kept trying to get Marsh to send the government their fossils and finish up the survey monographs. Marsh met Walcott in February of 1899. On his way back home, he stopped in New York City for a dinner that was honoring Carl Schurz, former Interior Secretary, but the hotel was cold and he got sick and stayed in bed all day. When he returned to New Haven, he walked through the rain to the New Haven house from the train station. He was wet and cold, and his aide Bostwick took him home. He died March 19, 1899, at home from pneumonia. 1 month after he died, the fossils he owed the government were shipped to D.C. There were 80 tons in 5 freight cars. He'd already shipped more than 30 tons, with type specimens of 53 species. The value was $200,000. The rest of the collection went to Yale. Marsh's collection was, according to Charles Darwin, quote, the best support of the theory of evolution. When Marsh died, he only had $186 in his bank account. However, he had family trusts through George Peabody's will and was able to send $30,000 to the Peabody Museum and $10,000 to the National Academy of Sciences. He didn't leave any money for his younger half-siblings. The Great Hall of Yale's Peabody Museum of Natural History still has mostly bones on display from Marsh. Yale's also building a new lecture hall to be named after Marsh as part of the Yale Science Building. Outside the hall, there will be an exhibition dedicated to Marsh with 2 dinosaur skulls, a dinosaur trackway, and casts of 2 Cretaceous animals Marsh found, one of a predatory fish and one of Hesperornis. After Cope died, he donated his brain and his skeleton to science. And he wasn't the only one to donate his brain. Joseph Leidy and John Ryder also donated their brains to science, to the Anthropometric Society. 300 men donated, and it was so anatomists could have the brains of learned men to work on. Leidy's was the first.
That's interesting considering Cope was a Quaker. I guess he was a Unitarian by this point, so maybe that was why.
Yes, and he was also, I think he became a scientist first.
Yeah.
There was another piece to this. Cope wanted to have his brain weighed and compared to Marsh's brain, because at the time it was thought that the weight of a brain correlated to intelligence, but Marsh didn't donate his brain after his death. It turns out, too, that Leidy's brain was larger than Cope's by 5 grams. The Anthropometric Society was dissolved in the early 1900s, and its collection went to the Wistaria Institute of Anatomy and Biology, which kept Cope's brain. But in 1966, they gave his skeleton, specimen 4989, to the University of Pennsylvania's Museum of Anthropology. Cope's skull was well preserved, but not his skeleton, and this was under Professor Lauren Isley's care, an evolutionist. Isley, for some reason, wanted to be buried with Cope, so his nephew Jim Hahn took the bones to Isley's funeral home, then realized that the mortician would find them, so he put the skeleton back in the museum. Isley had also encouraged getting the skeleton buried in the Cope family grave. That didn't work out, so they again went back to the museum. Then, in the 1990s, after Jurassic Park came out, magazine photographer Louis Zaihoyos wanted to collect Bone War memorabilia as part of a dinosaur book project. He asked to photograph the skeleton, and he got permission, and then he signed a permission slip that was similar to a library book, saying that the skull would remain at the Academy during its time away from the University Museum, but he ended up taking the bones away and kept them for years. He carried the skull in a cardboard box and sprang it on paleontologists in interviews, and he didn't get great responses.
What was he expecting?
Unclear. Louis worried about losing the bones, so he had a velvet-lined mahogany box made for the skull. But he spread some stories, like he said that Cope wanted to be the type specimen for Homo sapiens, and that's why he donated his body to science. Some argue this is just an urban legend. Cope didn't have teeth, and he knew that teeth were important to classification. Louis eventually returned the bones to the museum, but only after the museum asked the FBI to look into its whereabouts. Marsh and Cope's rivalry ended up ruining them both, but it was also great for paleontology. Again, before the Bone Wars, there were only 9 named species of dinosaurs. Cope and Marsh found more than 25,000 new fossils and named 144 new dinosaurs. Cope named 64 and Marsh named 80. 9 of Cope's are still valid, and 23 of Marsh's are still valid. Even though not all of their dinosaurs are still valid, Marsh and Cope still made valuable contributions. Marsh also argued that birds descended from dinosaurs. Cope published fast and described 1,115 of the 3,200 species of vertebrate fossils known in North America in 1900.
Holy cow.
Yes. Marsh tended to publish long monographs, and he described 496 new species. His total output was 270 publications.
Still a lot.
Yes. The dinosaurs the two of them named are still some of the most popular ones. They include Allosaurus, Apatosaurus, Brontosaurus, Camarasaurus, Camptosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Coelophysis, Diplodocus, Dryosaurus, Hesperornis, Stegosaurus, and Triceratops. Their rivalry and the public humiliations between Cope and Marsh did, however, give American paleontology a bad reputation in Europe for decades, and their rush to describe bones led to confusion and misconceptions for many years after their deaths. They also damaged fossils and kept each other from finding more fossils. However, an excavation in 2007 and 2008 of a few of Cope and Marsh's sites found there wasn't as much damage as previously thought. Arthur Lakes had painted the fields, so researchers used those to compare them in present day. The team from Morrison Natural History Museum found that Lakes hadn't dynamited the most productive quarries in Colorado, he'd only filled them in the site. Matthew Mossbrucker said that Lakes may have lied, quote, because he didn't want the competition up at the quarry, playing mind games with Cope's gang. However, Marsh and Cope discovered the first complete skeletons and made dinosaurs popular. Bob Bacher said, quote, the dinosaurs that came from Como Bluff not only filled museums, they filled magazine articles, textbooks, they filled people's minds. And that's the Bone Wars in a nutshell.
That's a large nutshell.
Yes. But a lot of interesting tidbits.
Yes, indeed.
And now, if you're still with us, on to the dinosaur of the day, Hesperornis, which was a request from Lanosaur via our Patreon and Discord. And as a quick reminder, that's one of the perks of being a patron is you can request dinosaurs. So thank you. Hesperornis was a Mesozoic avialan that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Kansas in the US, as well as Canada and Russia. It was penguin-like. It was basically a large bird. It was about 5.9 feet or 1.8 meters long, but it did not have wings. Instead, it had strong hind limbs that it used to swim.
You could also say that it was about 6 feet tall because of its penguin-likeness.
True.
Compared to most dinosaurs, which really are long when they're standing.
True. Hesperornis' toes were lobed, not webbed, so they were kind of flattened, and that was good for swimming. So, again, didn't fly, but it was great at diving and swimming. Its feet probably came out to its sides near the tail, which means that its legs couldn't go under the body to stand, and so they probably pushed themselves on their bellies on land, like seals.
Oh, so maybe it didn't stand upright.
Yeah, but if it did, it probably looked like a penguin. Hesperornis was probably good at foot propelling to dive, and then not great on walking on land. It was probably only on land for breeding and laying eggs. Hesperornis is similar to Gavia immer, the common loon, which is an extant animal, and it probably moved similarly on land and in water. It had a flattened tail, which may have helped it change direction and go deeper or back towards the surface when underwater. Hesperornis had a long neck and teeth and a beak. The beak was good for catching fish, and it probably used the beak to hold on to prey. The teeth were in the entire lower jaw and the back of the upper jaw. Their palate, the roof of the mouth, had small pits that could lock the lower teeth into place when the jaws were closed. In 1952, Joseph Gregory found that Hesperornis teeth were not in sockets like dinosaurs, but had a longitudinal groove that ran down the beak, similar to mosasaurs. Similarities in mosasaur lower jaws may show that Hesperornis could swallow large, slippery prey. It probably ate fish. Hesperornis lived in subtropical to tropical waters in a marine habitat. However, some of the younger species may have lived in freshwater deposits, so they may have moved, at least to some extent, away from saltwater. In 2016, David Burnham, Bryce Rothschild, and others studied a leg bone that was found in South Dakota in the 1960s and found that the Hesperornis bone had bite marks from a plesiosaur. They compared tooth marks of a juvenile plesiosaur, and it matched the bite marks to within a millimeter. There were signs of infection based on the roughness of the bone, so Hesperornis probably survived the attack. Burnham and Rothschild found that the plesiosaur came from the side of Hesperornis based on the orientation of the bite, and also found it probably fit the whole leg in its mouth. This shows that plesiosaurs may have been opportunistic predators instead of always going after small prey. Hesperornis fossils have been found from Arkansas to the Arctic, which is around where the western interior seaway was. And that means Hesperornis may have lived in cool and warm temperatures in the Arctic, or it may have migrated. In 2014, Laura Wilson and Karen Shin looked at the internal bone structure of Hesperornis fossils and of modern-day penguins, including gentooth penguins, which do not migrate for winter, and Adelian chinstrap penguins, which do migrate. They looked for lines of arrested growth, lags, that would have slowed or stopped to respond to stressful events such as Arctic winters or migrations. They didn't find any lags in Hesperornis, but saw that Hesperornis grew to adult size quickly. Modern penguins don't have any signs of Arctic winters or migration stress either. The penguins grow in about a year, so that's why there are no lags. They grow too fast. With Hesperornis, there are several possible reasons for no lags. They were adult-sized quickly, so the stresses associated with migrating or overwintering did not appear in their bone microstructure. Their bones may not be easily molded, and therefore these patterns were not recorded, or the Arctic climate was not that bad, though it could get below freezing, it was warmer than it is today. The gentoo penguins grow even faster than the other penguins and Hesperornis, possibly because they need to get to adult size before the winter comes, since they don't migrate. Wilson and Shin said that penguins need to be studied more, which may help answer more questions about Hesperornis. The type species is Hesperornis regalis, and the name means regal western bird. It was discovered by Othniel Charles Marsh in 1871 during his second expedition out west in Kansas with 10 students. He thought it was a diving species. He didn't find the head at the time. In 1872, Marsh went back to Kansas with 4 students. One of them, Thomas Russell, found a nearly complete skeleton with part of the head with teeth. This and Benjamin Mudge's discovery of Ichthyornis led to Marsh writing in an 1873 paper, quote, "The fortunate discovery of these interesting fossils does much to break down the old distinction between birds and reptiles." Hesperornis was part of the kind of pre-Bone Wars. Some Hesperornis fossils were accidentally sent to Cope, and Marsh accused Cope of stealing them, which we went into in great detail earlier. Dozens of Hesperornis regalis specimens have been found. Marsh published an illustrated monograph of Hesperornis in 1897 based on many specimens. There are 9 species. Some of the species are only known from a single bone or a few bones, but they're considered different species because they were found in different strata or different locations. Marsh named Hesperornis crassipes in 1876. Originally it was named Lestornis crassipes, based on an incomplete skeleton with teeth and parts of the skull. Hesperornis crassipes was larger than Hesperornis regalis. It had 5 ribs, Hesperornis regalis had 4, and it had slightly different looking bones in the breastbone and lower leg. Marsh named another species Hesperornis gracilis. Another species, Hesperornis altus, was found in Montana in the Judith River Formation. They found a partial lower leg. Marsh originally classified it as Coniornis because he thought Hesperornis only lived in Kansas, but others disagreed and now refer to it as Hesperornis altus. In 1915, Schufelt named another species based on one dorsal vertebra and it being smaller than Hesperornis altus. Nesov and Yarkov found another Hesperornis in Russia near Volgograd in 1993. More specimens have been referred to it. It's named Hesperornis rossicus, and it's a different size from the other ones. It's 4.6 feet or 1.4 meter long. Martin and Lim named 4 more new species in 2002 based on fossils that had not yet been studied. This includes Hesperornis mengeli and Hesperornis macdonaldi, smaller ones. Also Hesperornis bairdi and Hesperornis chowi. These are from South Dakota and Alberta, Canada. You can see Hesperornis in an exhibition dedicated to Marsh that's coming to the Yale Science Building to honor him as an early important Yale scientist. You can also see Hesperornis in the game Ark Survival Evolved.
And our fun fact, since this episode's long enough already, will be very brief. And it's just the single statement that Cope also named Dimetrodon, although Dimetrodon is not a dinosaur.
And now I think we've thoroughly covered the Bone Wars.
Good job, Sabrina.
Oh, thank you. That wraps up our 250th episode of I Know Dino. Thank you for listening. Please don't forget to subscribe to us so you don't miss out on any new episodes. And if you are a big dinosaur enthusiast, consider joining our community. Our Patreon page is patreon.com/iknowdino. Thanks again, and until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today in our 300th episode,
Woohoo!
we're doing Spinosaurus Revisited. So we're going to go really in depth into Spinosaurus, including an interview with Nizar Ibrahim, the guy who brought back Spinosaurus in a major way with some excellent new discoveries and all sorts of good work. So we have a lot to talk about with him, obviously. And in the news, unfortunately, not a lot of Spinosaurus news comes up all that often, but I do have a new Dinochyrid, a relative of Dinocyrus, that super weird clawed herbivore, not Therizinosaurus, a different weird one. If you're familiar.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah.
I mean, Spinosaurus is also a weird one.
I mean, that's not an herbivore, but
Oh, we're talking about herbivores, right?
yes.
They were just saying weird dinosaurs.
Unless I missed something in the interview, I'm pretty sure Spinosaurus is still a carnivore.
Oh, yeah, it's a carnivore.
But yeah, so we'll get into a little bit of Dinocyrus to break up all of the Spinosaurus. But before we get into all of that, really quickly, I want to thank some of our patrons for helping us make it all the way to episode 300. And this week, we'd like to thank Risa, Ranger Chris from Dino for Hire, Robert, Paula Canthus, Ayumi, Rhinosaurus, Bill Jago, Anne, Francis and his Allosaurus, and Rohan.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of your support. Without you all, we would not have made it to episode 300.
This is true.
And we really enjoy talking to everyone on our Discord, getting to know you through our Patreon. So if you want to get in on that, then check out our page at patreon.com/iknowdino.
And since this is our 300th episode and the Spinosaurus episode, we've been mulling over doing another top tier for our Patreon for a while. So we might as well just release this. We kind of just decided to do it right now. But we were planning on calling it Spinosaurus because they sort of go up in scale as we go up the tiers. So Spinosaurus is bigger and sort of badder than
Depending
T-Rex.
who you ask.
Yes, depending who you ask. If you ask the creators of Jurassic Park 3, then definitely. So we're launching our Spinosaurus tier, and with it, we're going to give away an exclusive thing every year to only members of the Spinosaurus tier. And for the first year, we're going to give away that metal print of the dinosaur art that Sabrina made.
The parading Parasaurolophus.
Yes. And if you are at the Tyrannosaurus level, you got that before, but we only did that as a one-time thing for the 160 patron mark. So in the future, if you want it, you can join at the Spinosaurus tier. And then for future years, we'll have to come up with some other exclusive giveaway.
Well, we've got ideas.
We do. So there you go. New tier, Spinosaurus episode.
Yay, 300.
Yep. But before we get into all the crazy Spinosaurus details that we have in this episode, we're going to quickly go into our new Dinochyrid. The paper describing this new dinosaur was published in the Journal of South American Earth Sciences and written by Claudia Inez Serrano Brañas and others. And in it, they describe Paroxynosaurus, pretty sure is how you say it. Like I mentioned earlier, it is a Dinochyrid, which means it's a relative of Dinocyrus. And Dinocyrus is that dinosaur where the first bones that were found were the large arms with huge claws. And everybody had these hypotheses that it must be this massive carnivore, because what other animal would need such huge arms and huge claws?
Right. Something terrifying.
Yes. And they just had the arms on display at the American Museum of Natural History for many years before we found the rest of the skeleton. And then when we found it, super weird. Sabrina likes to refer to it as the Jar Jar Binks of dinosaurs because it's got a big weird head. It's got a humpback, a wide pelvis, because it needed a big gut for its herbivorous diet, despite having these big imposing clawed hands. So a really goofy dinosaur. It's one of my favorites, definitely. And Dinochyrids in general are big weirdos, so I like the whole group. And I didn't remember this when I started reading the paper, but Dinochyrids are ornithomimosaurs, which means they're close relatives to things like Ornithomimus and Gallimimus.
Oh, those
Yeah.
fast-running dinosaurs.
Yeah. When you know that that's the case, and then you look at Dinocyrus, you can see the family resemblance, the sort of bird-likeness of them and the legs and the arms and everything, but they're very strange. So it's hard to remember that they're in that group and not one of the many other groups, kind of like a platypus. Like, where would it fit? It could be a lot of different places.
Right. Plus, Dinocyrus was slow moving.
Yes, because I don't think its legs were quite as long and gangly as you see on some of the other ornithomimosaurs. But this ornithomimosaur, or more specifically Dinochyrid, is Paroxynosaurus. Maybe it should be pronounced Paraxenosaurus because it starts with the same para as Parasaurolophus. But when I was looking up the Greek pronunciation of paroxen, that's how they say it. And paroxene is Greek for strange, which is just the perfect name for a dinocheirid because they are some of the strangest dinosaurs. And it literally translates then to strange dinosaur, strange lizard. I love that name. And then ironically, the species name is Normalensis.
Yeah. Strange, but normal.
Yeah, but it's Normalensis or Normalensis because it was found in the 1990s and then it's been sitting in the collection at Benemerita Escuela Normal de Coahuila, or BENC for short. So really the normal refers to the university that it's related to, not its normalness.
I don't know if there is such a thing as a normal dinosaur anyway.
That's true. But if there is a normal dinosaur, it's definitely not Dinochirus or Paraxenosaurus. The location where Paraxenosaurus was originally dug up is in the Cerro del Pueblo formation of Coahuila, Mexico. It's not too far from Texas, sort of southwest from San Antonio, across the Rio Grande, all that good stuff. And the holotype has a hand claw, some foot bones, and a foot claw, but they also referred some other bones, including more of the hand bones. It's kind of weird that the hand bones are in the referred material, but the hand claw is in the holotype.
Must have been where it was found.
Yeah. Then there's also foot claw in the holotype and some foot bones, but then there's more foot bones in the referred material. And then there's also a partial femur and several tail vertebrae. So it's a pretty good smattering of fossils from around the body of Paraxenosaurus. As with all new dinosaurs or any sort of genera or taxa in the animal kingdom, when you're naming a new species or genus or whatever, it has to have something unique about it. And in this case, the unique thing is its claw. They describe it as strongly curved, which I find strange because I thought maybe that was for a dinocheirid that it's strongly curved, but it's not even as curved as the Alvarosaurid from 2 weeks ago, which isn't all that curved. It's way less curved than something like a dromaeosaur with the really curved thing. And it even looks less curved to me than Dinochirus. And it's a dinocheirid. It's less curved than some of the other ornithomimosaurs, though, than, say, like Struthiomimus or Gallimimus. So maybe that's what they're going for, that it's like, it looks like it's in Dinocheiridae because it's more curved than some of the other ornithomimosaurs. That's my best guess, because compared to anything else, it isn't really strongly curved. But they say that the claw is also laterally compressed, which implies that it's not good for digging and it would be better for something like slashing. When we were talking the other day about large claws that animals use that aren't for attacking and they're for digging, they tend to be a little bit broader because, you know, that's better for shoveling. You don't want just like a knife is hard to dig with, better to dig with a spoon. But these are laterally compressed, which is interesting for an herbivore. And the claw also has a large flexor tubercle.
What's that?
So that's where the muscle attaches to the claw. It's if you were going to hold a claw, like a claw bone, and then use it as like a knife.
All right, as you do.
You'd be holding the non-sharp end of it, you know what I mean?
Sure.
The big bulge that's sticking out of the bottom of the claw there is the flexor tubercle. So it's the part that the animal would have the muscle attached to, that if it flexed it, it would sort of be in the grasping mode. And it's large, so I guess it probably had a large muscle there and had some good grasping ability, one would assume. What it used it for? Nobody knows, because it's Dinochirus, and it's just a big mystery.
A dinocheirid, yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Not Dinochirus. It's Paraxenosaurus. So given that it's laterally compressed, it might have been used for slashing at something, maybe. It could be used for combat, self-defense, holding leaves, ripping them violently from trees. I don't know. It's weird.
Something we might find out years from now that we would have never have considered.
Yeah. Or it could be a combination of lots of things, as is usually the case with evolutionary traits.
Maybe it was for building nests or something.
Yeah, could be. I mean, that's what it ended up being with sauropod claws on their feet. We think part of it is for digging nests. So, sure. Paraxenosaurus is from the Campanian, which is a first for North American dinocheirids, which puts it at 80 million years old, plus or minus about 4 million years. So it's pretty late as far as dinosaurs are concerned. All dinocheirids are Cretaceous, so that's not too surprising. I think all ornithomimids in general are Cretaceous. I might regret saying that, but yeah, it's a more derived animal, obviously. And in terms of size, it was about 5.7 meters or 19 feet long, and it weighed about 600 kilograms or 1,300 pounds, which makes it similar to Beishanlong, another Dinocheirid. They also have similar looking feet, the authors pointed out. But both of those are way smaller than Dinocheiris. Just for the sake of completeness, Dinocheiris was about 11 meters or 36 feet long and weighed about 6,400 kilograms or 14,000 pounds.
So large.
So it's like a tenth of the weight of Dinocheiris and half the length, basically. And the length doesn't really mean all that much because these are really stocky animals. They didn't have long tails. It's not like a sauropod where the length really gets extreme as they get bigger. It's all in the gut and the hips with these animals. So yeah, it's pretty small as far as Dinocheirids go, I would say. In their phylogeny, I was expecting it to come out near Beishanlong since they're from a similar time period. They have similar looking feet, similar sizes and all that, but they didn't. It actually came out closer to Dinocheiris, which maybe shouldn't be too surprising since it's from North America, and they're both from North America. But it's also a close relative to Garudamimus, which is a Mongolian Dinocheirid. So that's kind of weird.
Just add that to the strangeness.
Yes. However, Beishanlong is in a nearby outgroup, so it's not that far away. And real quick, so we don't interrupt the interview because it is amazing and I don't want to pause for an ad break, we're going to do a quick ad break from our sponsor.
And now we begin our epic dive into Spinosaurus, starting with our interview with Nizar Ibrahim.
And real quickly, I should mention we have an extended version of this interview for all of our patrons, which is especially important this time because it includes a lot of questions that patrons asked. We told our patrons that we were going to be interviewing Nizar and asked if they had any questions, and we couldn't fit them all in the show because we were bumping up against a 2-hour-long episode. So if you want the extended version of the interview, then check out the premium content feed, which is available to all of our patrons. We're joined this week by Nizar Ibrahim. He's a paleontologist, anatomist, assistant professor of biology at the University of Detroit Mercy, National Geographic Explorer, and TED Fellow. And of course, you probably know him for his work on Spinosaurus, but he's done other cool stuff with dinosaurs as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been looking forward to this interview for quite a while now.
My pleasure.
Okay, so diving right in, what first got you interested in Spinosaurus?
Well, it is, in many ways, the holy grail of dinosaur paleontology, right? It's a really, really bizarre dinosaur. And for a very long time, we just had all these tantalizing clues, right? We had a few drawings of the very first Spinosaurus skeleton described. And all the bones of this original Spinosaurus skeleton were destroyed in World War II. We knew that it was a very large dinosaur, probably even bigger than T-Rex. And we knew that it was a very strange dinosaur with a giant sail on its back and crocodile-like jaws. And that was pretty much it for, several decades. And so there was always a mystery I wanted to solve one day, right? In science, I think you always want to make a discovery that is shedding light on a big mystery, right? And we also, my team was really interested in exploring this particular part of the world because Africa is really lagging behind other continents in terms of its representation in paleontology. We know very little about Africa's age of dinosaurs. And so I always wanted to go to Africa and fill some of these big gaps in our knowledge. And that included, resurrecting Spinosaurus and the strange world it lived in. So, there are a number of reasons why I was interested in Spinosaurus. And the historical background was also an important factor. Spinosaurus was uncovered by a pioneering German paleontologist, Ernst Stromer. And so I also got to do a lot of historical research on this paleontologist and his life and the loss of his fossil collection. And it's very dramatic. And so I always had this desire to kind of follow in his footsteps and rediscover Spinosaurus and these other African dinosaurs he unearthed over 100 years ago.
Yeah. So how did you what was your first or maybe last step, I'm not sure, in getting into Africa looking for Spinosaurus, trying to actually find the material?
Well, it was a long journey, I guess. I knew that I wanted to be a paleontologist since I was about 5 years old. And it was always my goal to go to these far-flung places like the Sahara, and unearth dinosaurs like Spinosaurus. But of course, there are a few things you have to do before you can embark on your first expedition.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my undergraduate degree at the University of Bristol in geology and biology. I then embarked on a PhD project at the University College Dublin in Ireland, which is kind of ironic. It's one of the few places in the world that doesn't have any dinosaur fossils, right? Ireland. But that's where I kind of crafted my plan to explore the Sahara, and that became the focus of my PhD thesis. And so I decided to explore a portion of the Sahara known as the Kemkem region, in the border region between Morocco and Algeria. And I decided to visit museum collections all around the world to look at fossils of Saharan dinosaurs and other animals that lived alongside these dinosaurs. And I also decided to start a series of expeditions, which was a pretty daunting task at the time. I was in my mid-20s, right? And it's there's no handbook that tells you how to lead an expedition to the Sahara, right? There's no Sahara Expeditions 101 course, right, at university. And so I put together this very first expedition on a shoestring budget. And, it was the first of many. And over the next few years, we uncovered thousands of incredible fossils of flying reptiles and crocodile-like hunters, and of course dinosaurs, including a new skeleton of Spinosaurus, the only one in the world today.
Yeah, that is amazing. Mm-hmm. And quite an achievement, especially for such an early paleontologist.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was, I think, when we first described new remains of Spinosaurus, I think many people said, well, you set the bar pretty high. I think this is, I don't want to reveal too much, but, of course, we ended up publishing what I think was an even bigger paper on Spinosaurus this year in terms of the impact it has on our understanding of dinosaur biology. But we have a few other things, a few other manuscripts in preparation, and we have found some really amazing new field sites. And so I guess I can tell you that there are a number of really, really exciting discoveries in the pipeline. So,
good.
So there's more to come. Stay tuned.
Awesome. I'm pumped. How did you end up picking going to the Kemkem beds rather than going to Egypt where the original Spinosaurus material was found?
Well, we knew that the Bahariya Formation in Egypt, which is where the first Spinosaurus fossils were unearthed, they were actually unearthed by Ernst Stromer's fossil collector, Richard Margraf, not by Stromer himself. We know that this geological package preserves fossils of animals that are very similar to animals we find in other parts of the Sahara. In fact, we know that Spinosaurus remains are found all across the Sahara in places like Algeria and Morocco. And the thing about the Moroccan outcrops is that there's a lot more exposure. The Bahariya, the area that you can actually collect fossils in Egypt is actually not that big. But in Morocco, you have rocks of, we think, pretty much the same age, and they're exposed over a much, much larger area. And also, it just seemed more doable in terms of the logistics. If you look at places like Libya today, or also Egypt, which can be really complicated in terms of getting access to dig sites, Morocco just seemed like a safer option if your PhD thesis depends on it.
Yeah, right.
So it was risky enough as it was, because I basically set out to uncover new fossils from the Kemkem, and it's a very difficult place to find good fossils in. So it was already a pretty big gamble in many ways. So I didn't want to make it even riskier by going to Egypt or other places where maybe I wouldn't get all the necessary paperwork and what have you.
Oh, yeah.
Having said that, we're now in the process of expanding our scope, and I'm in frequent communication with colleagues in Tunisia, Egypt, and other places. So we're really going to tackle other areas of the Sahara in the very near future.
Awesome.
That's great.
I'm glad that you're going back to Egypt too, because we got a listener question that was basically, what do you think about the difference or potential differences between Spinosaurus that was in Egypt and Spinosaurus that was in the Chemcab beds. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, I'm really, really glad that you bring this up because this is a question that a couple of people have asked. I know that animals like Spinosaurus generate a huge amount of interest and discussions, and you're not going to get those kinds of discussions and that level of interest if you're describing a new bivalve or ammonite, right? But one of the things that people kept saying is like, oh, this is, so and so many thousands of miles away from the Egyptian Spinosaurus site, Can this be the same species? So here's the thing. 2 parts to my answer. One is that all the bones we have are a really good match to the ones from Egypt, as far as we can tell from the drawings and the photographs of the original Spinosaurus skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes the tailbones. Stroma had tailbones. They were just not very well preserved, but they're a perfect match for our tailbones. But the other thing I would say is, if you look at the distribution of other dinosaurs, nobody seems to be bothered by the fact, for example, that T-Rex ranges from Texas all the way to Canada, right? And so that kind of raises some questions. And the other thing is, look at the distribution of large animals today. Look at the geographical distribution, especially historical ranges of, say, lions or Nile crocodiles.
Mm-hmm.
They range over huge parts of the African continent. So I really don't see why an animal the size of a Spinosaurus wouldn't range from, across North Africa. There's really no particularly good reason to say that it didn't. So I really don't think that's a big issue.
That's a good answer.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. They're just saying how the Sahara is about as big as the continental U.S. So
yeah, we've got plenty of animals that exist on the east and west coast.
That's I was just thinking that because there's been a few debates online about Spinosaurus and your recent papers. I guess I was wondering, because you mentioned comparing to modern animals. Can you talk a little bit about like the tail in the most recent paper and how you tested for it be able to paddle through water and everything?
Yeah, sure. So the thing is, every part of the skeleton of Spinosaurus essentially has water loving written all over it, right? So you look at the head and it's an animal with long, narrow jaws and conical teeth, which are great for catching slippery prey. We know that Spinosaurus had unusually dense bone, which we know is important in buoyancy control in the water. The hind limbs are reduced in size, which again is something we see, for example, in the evolution of whales, right? We can see how the legs get shorter and shorter and essentially disappear. You just have remnants of hip bones in some whales today. And of course, we know the Spinosaurus lived in a place that was full of giant fish. We're talking, car-sized fish. And so there was a lot of circumstantial evidence for Spinosaurus being essentially a river monster, right? One key part that we were missing in our story, I guess, was a motor, something to move this animal through the water. And when we unearthed the tail, which was, almost complete, it's about 80% complete, we just couldn't believe our eyes, right? This was a tail that looks like a giant paddle. It's a fin-like structure. And so knowing what we know about Spinosaurus, of course, we thought, well, this must be the thing that actually propels this animal through the water. Mm-hmm. But rather than just focusing on our anatomical observations and our interpretations of the fossils, we specifically decided to team up with literally the best people on the planet to do this, to show quantitatively that this tail would actually provide a significant advantage. So we teamed up with George Lauder, who is like, the Yoda of aquatic locomotion. He's just really, really good and known all around the world for his work on fish tails and so on. And so when he looked at this, he was just like, oh my God, this is a tail that propels this animal through water, right? And so they did some testing, and I saw the test set up in this water flume tank, where they basically compared different tail shapes, the shapes of other dinosaurs to Spinosaurus. We also compared the tails of some living animals to the tail of Spinosaurus. And the main message you get from the testing is, yes, this tail provides a significant advantage in water. And to be honest, it's really hard to think of any other reason why an animal that basically looks like a river monster in all other aspects of its anatomy would have such a tail. So it's consistent with all the evidence we have. It all points in the same direction. And so those were rigorous analyses. Having said that, of course, this is not the end of the Spinosaurus story. And we're going to do further testing. We're going to build highly sophisticated 3D models of this animal to really reconstruct in detail how this animal moved through the water. But this is work that will take, years to do if you want to do it well,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's there are lots of other interesting projects and PhD projects for other students in this Spinosaurus skeleton, because it's such an amazing dinosaur.
Did you have like a favorite piece of paleo art or anything like something that the paleo art showed you that you really appreciated?
Well, there are just so many great pieces out there. I was actually, I would scroll through pages and pages of paleo art like at 1 a.m, because that's usually the earliest I would actually have time to do that, because we're working on other papers and so on. And I would just go like, oh my God, I've spent the last hour looking at these images. I don't think I can do this anymore, but there's so many amazing pieces of artwork in here. And so I probably missed, most of them, but there are just so many great ones. I don't think I can really pick one.
That's great.
Particular example, but, of course we have our own very talented artist, Davide Bonadonna, who is really amazing. And he's going to illustrate many of our future finds. So he already knows about some of these other things we uncovered.
Oh, nice.
There's some really great artwork coming from David in the next few months.
Going back a little bit, it seems like you've been building a case slowly. Like this last paper with the tail was the nail in the coffin, but there was a recent paper, I think just before that was kind of talking about the marine environment, basically, that Spinosaurus was in. And then, of course, like the 2014 papers. So it seems like, would you say that you're kind of building a case, like, does it seem likely that there are other dinosaurs that could have this kind of semi-aquatic lifestyle?
Well, I guess the other paper you're referring to is probably a paper we published just a week before the Spinosaurus paper. There was kind of like a big overview of the ChemChem fossil assemblage, and it was really looking at everything and the environment, everything from tiny little lizards to dinosaurs, and that was largely based on my PhD thesis and ended up being a 200 plus page monster. But there was really just kind of a holistic view of the ChemChem. So it wasn't really so much about Spinosaurus. It was really about providing a proper geological framework for all of the fossils that are found there, and the different review of the taxonomy and so on. So, but as far as the Spinosaurus papers are concerned, yes, I guess in some ways we have been building up a case, and that's just based on the fossils we find. If we had found other adaptations, that's not the idea we would have pushed. But as I said, everything we find just builds up this picture of, essentially a river monster, a dinosaur going after large aquatic prey.
Mm-hmm.
And the tail was probably the most important piece, in the sense that, it strongly suggests that this animal was not, a wader, just kind of wading into the water and waiting for a fish to swim by, which is a bit of a problematic strategy to begin with for a very large animal. And animals that do that today, like grizzly bears, for example, only spend a small amount of their time doing that. And not all grizzly bears do that, right? Catching fish. And they also eat a lot of other things. But with an animal like Spinosaurus, I always felt like there was not really a very realistic strategy. And there's some other issues which we're publishing in another upcoming paper, actually. But the tail shows us that this was an animal actively pursuing prey in the water column, right? And that's a big difference from a wader to an animal that's actively pursuing prey in the water. And as I said, the prey it was going after was, in the XXL category, right? Really, really big fish. That's another important thing to remember, because some people said, an animal the size of Spinosaurus, how could it catch fish if you're that big? You're not going to be that fast. You only need to be faster than the prey you're after, right?
Yep.
It's a bit like when people are saying, T-Rex wasn't very fast, so it must have been a scavenger. Well, you only need to be as fast as a Triceratops or an Ankylosaur or something. And, T-Rex could definitely do that. So I think that's an important thing to remember when we look at the size of Spinosaurus. But yeah, the tail was kind of, the big missing piece. There are other pieces of evidence. And one thing I should also add, I don't know if I ever said that in another interview, but I'll do this on your in this interview. So this is a little piece of exclusive news. But we have other parts of the skeleton of Spinosaurus that have not been described yet.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Is it from the same individual?
It is from the same individual.
Oh, nice.
So again, stay tuned.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the idea. Now I just have to wait a few months.
Yeah. Oh, just a few months. I'll take it.
Yeah, it's not long at all.
You're very patient.
We mentioned briefly how like Africa in particular is really underexplored and really underserved in a paleontological context.
Yeah, I think Africa is an interesting story because it's our planet's second largest landmass. And yes, it's a very important piece of the bigger picture. But when you look at the data sets we're using to reconstruct the Mesozoic and really the entire history of life on Earth, these data sets are heavily biased. And so they're mostly based on discoveries and museums and universities located in places like North America and Europe. And we now have some more contributions from places like China and Brazil and so on. But it's pretty obvious that Africa is severely lagging behind. And so we're trying to fill these big gaps in our understanding, but we're also trying to do some capacity building in the developing world. And so for a long time, paleontological expeditions to Africa were essentially, kind of in many ways performed a bit like in colonial times, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a bunch of Western scientists going in there. They will involve one or two local scientists, but, in not in a serious manner. And then they'll just take the fossils out of the country. So we're trying to take a very different approach. We established a big research collection in Casablanca, in Morocco. So that's where all the Spinosaurus bones are right now as we speak.
Oh, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And thousands of other chem fossils. This is, in fact, the best chem fossil collection in the world right now. So we established this research collection. We involve Moroccan scientists and students, and we're trying very hard to get museum projects in this part of the world off the ground.
Awesome.
Including a campus museum in Casablanca. And so for me, one very important aspect of the kind of publicity our work is getting, the kind of visibility of our work, is that it really draws attention to, Africa's incredible paleontological heritage. So for people in Morocco, for example, it's really important to see that, discoveries from their country have such a big impact. Spinosaurus was featured on the cover of Nature. That's the world's top scientific journal. And that makes people in places like Morocco listen, they go like, oh my God, this is apparently a big deal. Maybe we do need to do more to kind of protect our ancient paleontological heritage. So that's one of the things I'm trying to achieve, to make sure that African countries can develop a more vibrant cultural landscape with museums and exhibits, and also professionally curated collections. But it's difficult. I'll admit that it's not easy. It's not, knowing that the Spinosaurus bones are in Casablanca now, for example, is a really great feel-good story. But it's challenging, because you want to make sure that these fossils are kept under, in a professionally curated collection for many more decades to come, and that's not always easy. And we've seen in places like Syria and Iraq what can happen to museums and archaeological sites, right, when things suddenly change,
Yeah.
So it's a pretty daunting challenge, but at the same time, I think that this is really a responsibility we have as paleontologists today. We can't just keep doing things like in colonial times, right? We really have to do more.
I think we have some listener questions.
Oh yeah, if you have time.
Yeah.
So first, basically, if you think baryonyx and Suchomimus were also very aquatic, or were they maybe more in between, more semi-aquatic?
Well, in many ways, they seem to be more in between. And, they obviously lived before Spinosaurus. And so you can see some features like the narrow jaws and what have you, but then other parts of the skeleton still look more or less like what you would see in other predatory dinosaurs. Having said that, we're currently working on a paper that is going to directly address that question. So I can't reveal much more, but I can tell you it's very exciting. And
Nice.
I better stop talking now because I know I'm going to give something away. So next question.
You mentioned a little bit how they're really big fish, and so that tells you about the food source of Spinosaurus. Do you think that's enough to account for all the large predators we had in northern Africa? Or do you think maybe there was something else that was allowing them all to exist in the same space?
Well, it is true that this place, which I call the River of Giants for obvious reasons, was home to an incredible, dizzying diversity of giant fish, right? Huge coelacanths and giant sawfish and lungfish. And it's really pretty amazing, you know. Sometimes we pick up fish scales that are so big, it's just kind of blows your mind. So that's certainly true. There are lots and lots of fish. Many of the predators we see, and actually that's true not just for the dinosaurs, but also for the pterosaurs and the crocs, were relying on fish as their primary food source, right? And of course, we know that many pterosaurs were probably fish eaters, but that partly explains what we're seeing. Another thing I would add is that the different predators are quite different in their skull architecture. So if you compare the skulls of Spinosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus and so on, you see pretty dramatic differences, right? So they're clearly avoiding direct competition. And one thing, so we know that most of the predators were fish eaters, but you're absolutely right. There's still some other predatory animals in that strange world that probably would have mostly relied on things like other dinosaurs. And Stromer speculated about this, and he was wondering, what were they feeding on? Were they just feeding on other predatory dinosaurs, which is probably very unlikely. That's not typically how food webs function. It's also not consistent with what we know about the physiology of dinosaurs and so on. Although there are some present-day examples. Some cobras almost exclusively feed on other snakes, for example, right? So predators eating predators is not completely unheard of, but it's very, very rare. And it's not something we would expect in dinosaurs based on many, many different lines of evidence. But another possibility is that, what we're seeing is, this near shore river system, right? So this would have been the margin of Africa about 100 million years ago. And so it could be that this particular region, this river system that was near the coast or was, on the coast, was not a particularly good environment for large plant-eating dinosaurs. Maybe just didn't have the kind of vegetation they needed and so on. But those are the places we're excavating. So maybe if you go further inland, so to speak, you would see a slightly different picture, right? But that's something we'll have to find out. Another thing I would add is that we do have, so large plant-eating dinosaurs are very rare compared to pretty much any other dinosaur assemblage we know, but they're not absent. And we found some bits and pieces of very large sauropod dinosaurs. So they were clearly not particularly frequent visitors in this River of Giants, but every now and then you stumble over a sauropod bone, and some of the pieces we have found belong to animals that were absolutely gigantic. They would have weighed as much as an entire herd of elephants.
A great meal.
So yes, exactly. So I think it probably would have been enough to feed things like Carcharodontosaurus. If most of the other predators are relying on fish primarily.
Awesome, thank you.
So we have, I think, just a couple more.
This one's really interesting, something I hadn't considered. I don't know if you've thought of it. It probably really helps that you've had a good look at the fossils compared with trying to piece together information from pictures. But one of our listeners is saying, when you look at the sort of sail shape, whether it's the fossils themselves or in the paleo art, it kind of has a back-swept look to it. Is that, do we think that was a Spinosaurus trait, or could it have possibly been like a taphonomy issue, whereas there might have been more variability, or maybe it was more upright during lifetime?
Well, our tail shape is entirely based on the fossils we found, as well as Stromer's sail. It just, is, I think, the most accurate representation of the fossils we have. Having said that, we have found a couple of isolated dorsals of Spinosaurus in the past. And I don't think that every Spinosaurus individual had an absolutely identical sail shape, right? I think this is, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a feature that actually varied pretty drastically across individuals. And it probably also changed as the animals grew larger, right? So I don't even know. Maybe a baby Spinosaurus would have hatched without a sail out of the egg, right? It certainly would have been pretty awkward to fit a sail in an egg, right? So I don't really. I know some people are very interested in, not to say obsessed with, the sail shape, but I really don't think it's. It probably varied quite a bit, and I know some people are wondering, did it have a circular, a kind of, more circular shape, or did it have the little dent, or kind of saddle shape? Or, as I said, our reconstruction is based on the material we have, and if we find other parts of the sail, we might revise it. But I don't think that the sail shape is really, a feature that looked exactly the same in different individuals.
And then the final listener question, maybe the most relevant, is what are you working on next, if there's anything you want to share?
Well, I hinted at a couple of papers we're working on. So, as I said, there's more to come on Spinosaurus. We have some really cool new fossil material from a wide range of groups, from fish to crocs to flying reptiles. We also have one really, really exciting new site. And that site is completely different from all the other sites we have worked in the past. And I think we've got something really big there. That's all I'm going to say.
We'll have to find out. Wait to find out.
Can you give us a hint of where the site is?
All right, if you insist. It's in Africa. You're welcome.
Yeah. In the Sahara Desert.
Wow, see, I gave away too much. You guys are good.
So we've narrowed it down to an area the size of the US.
Yeah, just because I'm so generous.
Well, for our listeners, then where's the best place for them to learn more about you and your work online?
The best place to learn about my work is, National Geographic put together some really great pieces. Actually, we brought one of their writers to the ChemChem last summer, Michael Greshko. And Michael is great. He's a fantastic team member. So I feel a little bad that we made him suffer so much, because we were out there in July, which is pretty hot in the Sahara.
Oh, no.
And so, but he survived. He's still tweeting, so clearly he's still alive. I promised Michael that the next time we go, we're not going to go in July. And I'm going to keep that promise.
You're going to go
So August.
In August, that's right. So Michael wrote this great article on the new tail. There are a couple of TED Talks I did. I have my own website as well.
Oh, great. What's that?
It's just my name. If you just search for Nisa Ibrahim Paleontologist, it should be one of the first things that pops up.
Great.
So there's more to come. And we're working on a number of interesting outreach projects as well. So that includes things like potential documentary films, exhibits, and so on. So we're just getting started.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
It's like you said before we started recording, there's so many aspects here. You got historical, biological, and then outreach, and so many things.
Yeah, I think it's a good time for paleontology outreach, but it's also a challenging one in some ways. I think, scientific outreach in general is really important now. But the problem is that I alluded to this earlier on. I think it's difficult for some people to kind of identify good, reliable information from someone's blog musings, right? And so that's one challenge now with science communication. I do Nat Geo events, like as a speaker, Nat Geo live events, and that's great because you really have the time to engage with the audience and take them through the whole scientific process and so on. But there's also a lot of misinformation out there, not just in paleo, but even more so in other areas of science. And so, yeah, it's a big challenge. But I think as scientists, we have to spend some of our time doing outreach and making sure the public remains interested in science and also understand that science is very important in answering many, many different questions.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, thank you so much for spending some of your outreach time on us. We really appreciate it.
Well, it was a lot of fun. I think it's great what you guys are doing. So keep up the good work.
Thanks again, Nizar, not only for coming on our show and doing the interview with us, but also for all your work with Spinosaurus, because it is truly awe-inspiring and one of the greatest dinosaur stories I've ever heard of. So excellent in all regards.
We look forward to the upcoming papers.
Oh, yeah.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, our dinosaur of the day is Spinosaurus. Although if you just listened to our interview with Nizar Ibrahim, we did cover a lot about Spinosaurus already. But we'll go deeper in this segment.
There's a lot of history here to get into.
Yes. So, yeah, buckle up. It's going to be long. Spinosaurus was a spinosaurid that lived in the Cretaceous in what is now North Africa. And it's one of the largest known carnivorous dinosaurs. It's estimated to be up to 59 feet long, which is about 18 meters, and weigh 20 tons, though new estimates from 2014 and 2018 suggested it could be between 49 and 52 feet long, or 15 to 16 meters, and weighs 6.4 to 7.5 tons.
It's another case of a shrinking dinosaur, which often happens. The estimates get a little more realistic as time goes on.
Mm-hmm. But it is comparable in size to T-Rex, at least lengthwise. Spinosaurus had a long, low, narrow skull similar to a modern crocodile, so it wasn't short and high like other theropods that had large bite forces. Spinosaurus had a narrow snout, and the tip of the top of the snout rounded up a little bit to fit the lower jaw, and you see this in crocodiles. It's so they can grip smaller prey like slippery fish.
It's one of the only dinosaurs that has a bit of an underbite.
Yes. A complete snout from the Chemchem beds estimates the skull length of Spinosaurus of about 69 inches or 175 centimeters, although the skull length by Ibrahim and others was closer to 63 inches or 160 centimeters.
Still large.
Yeah. Spinosaurus had a small crest in front of its eyes. Again, the tip of the snout was expanded, and it had large front teeth. The nostrils were high up in front of the eyes, which is unusual for carnivores because usually the nostrils are in front of the snout. And this nostril placement may be based on how Spinosaurus lived, which was that it was semi-aquatic. Spinosaurus had straight conical teeth that were serrated. However, the teeth could not crush bone. The teeth were narrow and sharp, and the largest teeth stuck out from the tip of the snout and the sides. Spinosaurus had a long, muscular neck that curved in an S shape, and it had large shoulders and large, stocky forelimbs. On its hands, it had 3 fingers each, and there was a large claw on the first digit of each hand.
The other digits had reasonably sized claws as well.
Yeah, just this one was much larger.
Yeah.
The fingers were long, the claws were somewhat recurved, and its hands may have been longer compared to other spinosaurids. Compared to other large theropods, Spinosaurus had a smaller hip bone. Its hind limbs were about 25% of its total body length, and its tibia was longer than its femur.
In general, its legs were shorter than other theropods.
Mm-hmm. The fourth toe, the hallux, touched the ground too, which was unlike other theropods. And its toes had shallow claws with flat bottoms, similar to shorebirds, and that may mean that Spinosaurus's feet were webbed. There is a lot of debate over how much time Spinosaurus spent in the water, and we will get to that. But for now, let's talk about the spines. So Spinosaurus had neural spines on the back that were about 5.4 feet or 1.65 meters long, and they were probably connected by skin, making it sail-like. These neural spines were a little longer front to back at the base. Some scientists, however, think that instead of a sail, the spines were covered in fat and formed a hump. If it was a sail, though, there'd be a membrane of skin and thin tissue. In 2014, Ibrahim and others suggested that the spines were covered by skin, like a crested chameleon, and due to compactness and sharp edges, it probably had poor blood flow. Spinosaurus' neural spines are much larger than the neural spines of other spinosaurids. The sail on its back may have been for thermoregulation or display, so to attract mates or intimidate rivals or make it look larger. If it was for thermoregulation, it had a lot of blood vessels, so they could have used the large surface area to absorb heat so that it would not overheat. Spinosaurus was so large that it had effects of gigantothermy.
So basically, it was so big that when it produced heat from moving around or digesting food or something, that its body tissue, even if it wasn't blubber or something intended to keep heat in, all that extra mass around it would keep heat in, so it might have been in danger of overheating, and thus the help of having a sail for reducing that.
Yes. The sail also may have helped it warm its blood enough to counter the cold waters that Spinosaurus spent its time in.
Oh, that's a fun idea.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it could be for both display and thermoregulation.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't necessarily have to be either or.
So Spinosaurus spent time in river systems in North Africa in the Cretaceous, so what is now North Africa. This may mean that Spinosaurus lived in climates where the night temperatures were cool and then in the day it wasn't too cloudy. So it's possible that the sail radiated excess heat from the body instead of collecting it, and that would have cooled it down. Bailey thought that the sail could have absorbed more heat than it radiated and suggested that Spinosaurus and other dinosaurs with long neural spines had fatty humps to store energy or insulate or shield them from the heat. If Spinosaurus neural spines were for display, Ernst Stromer, who named Spinosaurus, thought that the size of the neural spines may have been for sexual dimorphism.
In other words, the males may have had a huge sail to impress females.
Yes.
But the females might not have had them, or had smaller ones.
Stromer did compare Spinosaurus neural spines to bison and some chameleons and other lizards. Bison had spines covered in muscle and fat. They form a hump. But he also thought it was unlikely for a predator and thought Spinosaurus probably had a sail. Spinosaurus was mounted in the Paleontological Museum in Munich, more on the was later, and it had a short, very arced sail. And then in 1936, Stromer rearranged the vertebrae to be longer, and then the sail had a more gentle slope. Jack Bailey in 1997 supported this buffalo back hypothesis of the spines and suggested that Spinosaurus, Oryctodromeus, and other dinosaurs with long neural spines had shorter, thicker neural spines to those found in animals with sails, and that the neural spines were similar to humpbacked mammals, such as bison. So if it was a hump, it could store energy, or it may have stored fat during seasons when fish swam upstream to spawn, so it could get by the rest of the year with less food. And Spinosaurus may have had to travel to search for fish for long periods.
The camel dinosaur.
Yeah. The hump could also have been for display if it was a hump. The fat hump shows that it was well fed and a successful predator, and then more likely would have been chosen to be a mate. But anyway, back to the sail idea, because that is more widely accepted. Gimsa and others in 2015 suggested that the Spinosaurus sail was like the dorsal fins of sailfish, and they were for hydrodynamics. They said that the dorsal neural spines formed a roughly rectangular shape, similar to sailfish, and so it may have used its long, narrow tail to stun prey like a thresher shark. And I should say, the way we viewed Spinosaurus' tail in 2015 is different from how we see it now.
Oh, yeah.
Sailfish herd schools of fish into a bait ball, and they trap the fish so they can snatch them with their bills, and they use as a screen to encircle the prey. The dorsal sail would have helped Spinosaurus with moving sideways, the neck and tail, like sailfish and thresher sharks.
And we discussed this similarity, or really lack of similarity, between Spinosaurus and sailfish and their respective sails in the extended version of our interview, which is available to all of our patrons. So if you're interested in hearing more about the comparison between sailfish and Spinosaurus, definitely check out the extended version of our interview with Nizar in our premium content feed on Patreon.
Yes. Spinosaurus had short legs for its body. Originally, Spinosaurus was thought to be bipedal. Now, I think it's thought to be quadrupedal, at least facultative, so if it needed to be, it could. It may have crouched in a quadruped posture. Ibrahim and others in 2014 found that the hind limbs of Spinosaurus were shorter than thought, and the center of mass was in the midpoint of the trunk region, not near the hip, like in bipedal theropods. So they thought that Spinosaurus was poorly adapted for walking on land and would have been quadrupedal on land. Its pelvis was also smaller than previously thought, which meant less space for large leg muscles. In 2018, Henderson found that Spinosaurus was probably fine walking on two legs on land, and its center of mass was close to the hips, and that it could be bipedal. So there's a lot of debates over pretty much every aspect of Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus had a long, narrow tail with its own tall, thin neural spines and long chevrons, so that made a flexible fin or paddle-like structure. Scientists used to think that the sail on the back extended to the sail on the tail. But as of this year, 2020, Ibrahim and others found that the tail was deep and narrow with a paddle or fin-like shape, like newts and crocodilians. The 2020 paper about the tail, which we did cover in an earlier episode, Garrett did as part of the news, it describes neural spines and deep chevrons on the tail, which had a broad paddle shape. Let's start with the thin spines on the tail. They were thin compared to the back. The back spines are broad. The tail spines are thin in all directions and they're long. They're about a third the length of the spines on the back. So there's not a smooth transition between the tail spines and the back spines. The shortest spines are just behind the hips. The tail is asymmetric as well. The top has long, thin spines and the bottom has deep chevrons. So on the bottom, it's this flexible, ordinary-looking tail, but then on the top, it's tall and thin, and the tail vertebrae overlap less. The tail was flexible, and it could move side to side, so it wasn't a stiff tail, and that would have helped Spinosaurus propel itself through the water. This broader, bulkier tail may mean that the center of mass of Spinosaurus was shifted back, and bipedal walking would have been a little bit easier. The model shows the center of mass in front of the hips, but close enough to still be bipedal. The 2014 study by Ibrahim and others found Spinosaurus had dense bones, which is common in animals that swim a lot because greater bone density helps with buoyancy so it can swim under the surface. They also found the feet to be flat-bottomed. So originally, Spinosaurus was thought to be bipedal and have a tripod posture and a hump. From the 1990s to 2014, Spinosaurus was thought to be this long, lightly built theropod. So we moved a little away from this tripod posture with a sail or a hump on its back.
And sometimes in that period, it's depicted with a more round sail on its back, sort of the Jurassic Park 3 model.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good time capsule of that time period.
Yeah. The 2014 model changed things, though. That's when it showed it with this crocodile-like skull and the sail on the back and as an obligate quadruped. But the accuracy of the 2014 model has been questioned because it's a composite of different Spinosaurus individuals and other Spinosaurids. John Hutchinson warned that could result in it being inaccurate. Scott Hartman thought that the legs and the pelvis were too short. Mark Whitten agreed with the proportions in the paper, however, after talking to Ibrahim and Simone. There's also been debate on the size of the hind legs of Spinosaurus. Baryonyx and Suchomimus are thought to have hind legs like other theropods, but reconstructions are based on subadults and juveniles, so it's possible that their hind legs shrank proportionally as they matured. It's possible that Spinosaurus was more advanced and specialized than other Spinosaurids. So, to recap, Spinosaurus had dense limb bones, long forelimbs, flat feet, tiny nostrils high on its snout, short legs, large claws on its hands, elongated jaws, and conical teeth. The flat feet would help it walk over soupy substrate so it wouldn't get stuck. Possibly they were webbed. And it also had a sensitive snout so it could hone in on prey underwater. And it had a flexible tail that could propel it through water. So based on all of these characteristics, Spinosaurus probably spent most of its time in the water.
The big debate is how deep was it in the water at this point?
Yes.
How semi-aquatic versus aquatic was it?
Yes. And as of the latest paper in 2020, there's still a lot of debate over Spinosaurus. Mark Whitten said, quote, "Our science on this unusual dinosaur is in its infancy and forming robust ideas about its swimming pose and capability is going to take time," end quote. In 2018, Donald Henderson suggested that Spinosaurus was not semi-aquatic. He created 3D models of Spinosaurus and other dinosaurs to test the centers of mass, buoyancy, and equilibrium of animals in freshwater, so Baryonyx, T-Rex, Allosaurus, Struthiomimus, and Coelophysis. He studied the buoyancy in the lungs of crocodilians as well, and then compared it to Spinosaurus' lung placement, and found that Spinosaurus couldn't sink or dive below the water surface, and it also would have been able to keep its head above the water surface while floating like other non-aquatic theropods.
Yeah, so it would have had to exhale most of its air in order to dive, which is still possible, but it would have had to exhale more than crocodilians do, which he thought was unlikely, so maybe it just wasn't in the water.
He also found that Spinosaurus had to paddle its hind legs to keep it from tipping over to the side, which modern semi-aquatic animals don't need to do. And he modeled this and tested the model with alligator mississippiensis and emperor penguins. So he found that Spinosaurus could float with its head above water, and other dinosaurs had similar results. This is compared to alligators, which returned to their original topside position when they were tipped to the side. Basically, semi-aquatic animals can self-right themselves. But the Spinosaurus model rolled over to the side when it was tipped, so maybe it would have easily tipped over and then would have had to use its limbs to stay upright in the water. So Henderson then suggested that Spinosaurus probably didn't compete to hunt in water, but would have spent time on land or in shallow water. But again, that was in 2018.
And we're expecting an updated Spinosaurus model to come out any day now.
True. Ibrahim, Pierce, Lauder, and Serino and others in 2018 studied Spinosaurus' tail and found that it was keeled and well adapted to propelling it through water. They found that the elongated neural spines and chevrons meant it could swim in a similar way to modern crocodiles, so it could have been in the water for long periods of time to hunt. A juvenile specimen found in 1999, described by Simone Maganuco and Cristiano Del Sasso, found that it developed semi-aquatic adaptations at a young age or maybe even at birth. And that specimen was about 5.8 feet or 1.78 meters long. So, going back to the tail could probably have helped it with propelling underwater like modern crocodiles, but not all scientists agree on this. Some think that the thin bones at the end of the tail made it not as flexible as a crocodile's. Others think that it being a stiff paddle underwater could make sense, but that Spinosaurus wasn't necessarily a predator that pursued prey often, and there could be other reasons for its weird tail. In 2016, Vullo, Allen, and Cavan suggested Spinosaurs would be able to adapt in the water like eels, and that's based on convergence in the shapes of jaws and teeth in Spinosaurus and pike conger eels, but they didn't say anything about Spinosaurus being semi-aquatic. Spinosaurus probably lived in something similar to the mangrove swamps of today's Florida Everglades. That's based on roots found growing from the lagoonal muds in marine sands, and that only happens in mangrove swamps. So mangroves, that means there's seawater that's calm, the temperatures are warm, and there's low energy shorelines. So Spinosaurus lived in a humid environment with mudflats and the mangrove forests. And it was also an area covered with sprawling lakes, rivers, and deltas. It's possible Spinosaurus only came onto land to lay eggs or moved to a different river and then spent the rest of its time in water. Other dinosaurs that lived at the same time and place as Spinosaurus were titanosaurs like Paralititan and Egyptosaurus, and other animals included fish, crocodilomorphs, lizards, turtles, pterosaurs, and plesiosaurs. Fish found in the same fossil formations include lungfish, giant coelacanths, and large sawfish. Spinosaurus probably ate fish. So Charig and Milner suggested that Baryonyx, another Spinosaurid, ate fish, based on being similar to crocodilians. Baryonyx has also been found with fish scales and juvenile iguanodon bones in its stomach. A Spinosaur tooth and a pterosaur bone in South America suggests that Spinosaurs also preyed on pterosaurs, maybe during dry seasons.
Or at least scavenged them.
Right. Spinosaurus was probably a general and opportunistic predator, but it may have been biased to fishing. So that would mean it probably scavenged and then ate a lot of small or medium-sized prey, and it never would have given up an easy meal. In 2009, Del Sasso and others looked at foramina, small passages that lead to the same cavity in the snout, and found probably pressure-sensitive receptors that could tell motions of fish when they swam through water, so it would have created pressure waves. So Spinosaurus could know when fish were around and when it was best to attack them.
Without even looking.
Yeah.
Just sensing them through the big nose.
Yes. In 2013, Andrew Cuff and Emily Rayfield found via biomechanical data that Spinosaurus was not an obligate piscivore, so it didn't have to eat fish, and that its diet changed as it grew up. Spinosaurus jaws were not adapted well to resist lateral bending compared to baryonyx and modern alligators, so probably ate fish more than land animals. In 2010, Romain Amiot and others did an isotope analysis and found that oxygen isotope ratios of Spinosaurid teeth, including of Spinosaurus's, had a semi-aquatic lifestyle. The ratios were closer to those of turtles and crocodilians, so it may have switched between terrestrial and aquatic habitats to compete for food with large crocodilians and other large theropods. But these oxygen isotopes showed exposure to aquatic environments for long periods of time. Spinosaurus' teeth were more widely spaced apart than other theropods, and its teeth interlock like a fish trap. They were good for puncturing and tearing. It could grab its prey and then yank its head violently up and down, ripping out chunks, according to Hans-Dieter Seuss.
If you've ever seen a crocodilian, like a Nile crocodile, do this move, you know what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. So Spinosaurus may have been specialized to hunt for fish at the edge of rivers or to swim and hunt. The higher nostrils mean that it could breathe while its snout was in the water, but it probably didn't have a good sense of smell, It also wouldn't have needed it when going after fish. The type species of Spinosaurus is Spinosaurus aegypticus, or Spinosaurus aegyptiacus. And now we get to the crazy history part. So Spinosaurus was first discovered in Egypt in 1912 and then described by Ernst Stromer in 1915. The genus name means spine lizard, and Spinosaurus aegypticus means Egyptian spine lizard. There's a potential second species, also a long story, Spinosaurus moroccanus, and that means Moroccan spine lizard. Some scientists also think Sigilosaurus is a synonym of Spinosaurus, but not everyone agrees. The holotype of Spinosaurus included ribs, gastralia, vertebrae, teeth, dentaries, left maxilla, and neural spines. So again, starting at the beginning with Ernst Stromer. Stromer went to the Bahariya oasis in Egypt in 1911. That wasn't his first visit to Egypt, however. His first expedition in Egypt was in 1901. So what happened was George Schweinfurth founded the Royal Geographical Society of Egypt in the late 1800s, and he was an archaeologist, geologist, and botanist who discovered mammals and other fossils, and that led Stromer to his first expedition there. Some background on Egypt because it impacted the history on Spinosaurus. Egypt was in a lot of debt and in 1876 formally declared bankruptcy. A few years later, there was a nationalist uprising and Britain stepped in, and Britain and France ruled as its creditors. Then Britain ruled Egypt as a protectorate, and they solemnized this in the arrangement in the 1904 Entente Cordiale. France got Morocco, and then Egypt went to Britain. So Stromer had to get his permits from the British authorities to dig. On November 7th in 1910, Stromer landed in the port of Alexandria, Egypt, but then he had to be in quarantine for 2 days because somebody on board was suspected to have cholera. So the cargo was unloaded, but the passengers were still on board. Ernst Stromer was a baron, a gentleman, from Nuremberg in Bavaria. He was also an associate professor at the University of Munich, and he was 40 years old in 1910. At the time, he was accompanied by scientist Dr. Lukes, who brought his wife. Stromer was not married yet, and he thought that the journey was too difficult with a wife, so he didn't like his companions that much. They didn't get along. On November 9th, they all got off the boat, and then on November 10th, they took a train to Cairo. At the time, German geologist Karl Alfred von Zittel was a mentor and thesis advisor to Stromer. He published the Rolfs Expedition, which produced a reliable but incomplete geological map of the Western Desert, which did help Stromer. In Cairo, Stromer went to George Steindorf's office, a German Egyptologist, as a courtesy call and to help plan his expedition. Steindorf in 1901 had visited several oases of the Western Desert, including Bahariya. On November 15th, Stromer was still missing Richard Markgraf, a man from Austria who lived in the desert now and collected fossils commercially and sold them to paleontologists and museums, mostly in Europe. Markgraf and Stromer had met in the winter of 1901 and 1902, and Markgraf was Stromer's fossil collector, sampler, for a decade and a half, as well as a friend. Markgraf was an itinerant musician at the time. He was also ill and penniless. So that's how he ended up setting up as a commercial collector of fossils and other natural collectibles in Egypt. Before World War I, Markgraf is the one who managed to ship fossils to Munich for Stromer to prepare and study, but they ended up being badly damaged and didn't get to Munich until well after the war. Markgraf kept collecting for Stromer during World War I, between 1911 and 1914, but the conflict severed their contacts, and Markgraf ended up dying in 1916. So at this point in 1910, Markgraf was often sick. Could have been malaria or intestinal bleeding from typhoid or chronic amoebic dysentery. So Stromer was worried about him and the fact that he couldn't find him in November of 1910. Stromer also got in an argument with Dr. Lukes and then offered to provide him with half the expedition's water containers and supplies so that he could go on his own journey and be rid of each other. There was tension between Germany and Britain at the time, so it took a while for Stromer to get his permits to go into the desert. He finally left on his expedition November 18th, and at that point, he had reunited with Markgraf. Stromer at the time was looking for early mammals in North Africa, like early whales and sea cows and land mammals. He thought that mammals, including humans, originated in Africa, not Europe, which went against the popular thought at the time. Stromer, luckily for us, kept very detailed journals. In December of 1910, he met his then future wife, but he didn't marry her until 1920. They had 3 sons together. And then he went back to Cairo on December 21st. Markgraf was ill again and couldn't go with Stromer to Bahari Oasis, but Stromer didn't speak much Arabic, so he still needed help. The budget for his 1910-11 expedition was 18,000 German marks, and that included shipping. Stromer came from an aristocratic family but was not that wealthy. Stromer needed a replacement for Markgraf, so someone recommended a gentleman Hartmann. It took Stromer 2 days to locate him, but he didn't get along. So he didn't get along with a lot of people on this trip. Anyway, he found a dragoman, a guide and translator, Mr. Mohammed Hasranin El-Hitu. It took Stromer a while to secure permits from the British, French, and Egyptian authorities to travel to the Western Desert. Then New Year's Eve of 1910, he took a train to Medinet El Fayum. And that's where he met Mr. Mohammed, who had actually worked with him in earlier expeditions, but as a servant. So he hired him for the trip, but he didn't trust him. He was a bit of a colonialist snob, and he didn't like that Mr. Mohammed was trying to rise, quote unquote, above his station.
Yikes.
Yeah. However, Stromer made it deep into the desert by noon the next day. So January 11th, he was in Bahari Oasis and he found dinosaurs.
So this is now 2 months after he got there? He got there in November, you said?
Mm-hmm. It was a long trip. He had his base of operations in the Bahari Oasis, but there was a sandstorm, so he explored, but he couldn't find too much. Then, on January 14th, 1911, he found 3 large bones, so he cut up mosquito netting and soaked them in a flour and water paste to cover the 2 larger bones. This actually might have been maybe January 18th instead of the 14th. There's conflicting sources, but he wrote in his journal he found, quote, 3 large bones which I attempt to excavate and photograph. And then later he found more bones, including a gigantic claw. He wrote in his journal, quote, apparently these are the first of Egypt's dinosaurs, and I have finally before me the layer that contains land animals, end quote. So he went there looking for mammals, and he found dinosaurs. But logistically, it wasn't clear how to preserve and collect these fossils. The desert's really destructive for exposed fossils. In February, they packed up specimens in 8 wooden crates with the help of Markgraf, who had recovered by this time, and then arranged to ship them to Munich. And then Ernst Stromer was in Munich at home by February 23rd. Markgraf kept excavating fossils in the winters of 1912 and 1913, and he ended up finding a partial, what would be named Spinosaurus skeleton in 1912 in the Bahari Formation in western Egypt. On Stromer's instructions, Markgraf finally closed excavations in April of 1914 and then returned to Cairo to ship his fossils to Munich. That was about 1 month before World War I. So Markgraf had a hard time getting Anglo-Egyptian authorities to cooperate. They did not trust him and Stromer because Stromer was German. Markgraf, unfortunately, would only get paid once his fossils were delivered successfully to Munich. After the war broke out, Stromer wrote to British and Egyptian authorities begging for his fossils, but it didn't work. And then Markgraf died, and his wife was desperate, so she wrote to Stromer. Stromer appealed to his British friends at the Geological Survey of Egypt, and they paid Markgraf's widow a fee and then took the 12 cases of fossil material for safekeeping. And then eventually Stromer got the fossils in 1922.
So about a decade after they got out of the ground?
Yes. But that didn't stop Stromer from publishing, so meanwhile he wrote monographs on the geology of the Bahari Oasis and then pieced together fossils that Markgraf had shipped in 1912. In 1915, he officially named Spinosaurus aegypticus. In World War I, Stromer served as a male nurse. He had medical training, and then he became a military geologist at the Geological Survey in Strasbourg, which was German territory, and his geological skills were valuable to tactical planners.
I never thought of that. When you're digging lots of trenches, geologists are useful.
Yeah, that's true. So Stromer returned to Munich November 1st, 1919, and got an appointment to the Bavarian State Collection of Paleontology and Historical Geology. After the war, however, there were food shortages in Munich and food riots and violence, so Stromer went home to Nuremberg. In the winter of 1919 to 1920, he taught at the city's commercial college and retreated to his family's nearby castle and estate that had food because of the lands and farm. In October of 1920, He was back in Munich with his wife, Elisabeth Rennenbaum, and then promoted to chief conservator of the Bavarian State Collection of Paleontology and Historical Geology, and then 9 months later made an honorary professor of paleontology at the University of Munich. So July 23rd, 1921, he became a full member of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences. He worked with international scientists to get his fossils from Egypt, but because of inflation, Stromer couldn't afford to ship them. So a former pupil of his, Bernhard Payer, paid Cairo officials to have the crate shipped, and they arrived in the summer of 1922. But the fossils were, as Stromer later said, quote, badly smashed up. In Cairo, the staff at the Museum of the Geological Survey had unpacked and examined the fossils and then done a poor job repacking them. Stromer knew he probably wouldn't go back to Egypt. Markgraf was dead at this point, and Stromer was poor because of Germany's conditions after the war. In 1936, he provided a reconstruction of Spinosaurus with a sail and a skull similar to a megalosaur or allosaur, though he knew it had a peculiar lower jaw. Stromer compared this specimen to a crested chameleon because of the neural spines or sails. He gave Spinosaurus a more than 8-foot sail, an elongate trunk, massive forelimbs, a long neck, and a long skull, and showed that it may have been quadrupedal on land. But Spinosaurus led to what's known as Stromer's riddle. Where it was found, there were multiple carnivores in the area, yet the carnivores didn't seem to compete for prey, so the riddle was, how was this possible? And it wasn't until many years later that we figured it out. So Spinosaurus was mounted at the wall at the Paleontological Museum in Munich, and then the Nazis came to power, and Stromer openly resisted the Nazi regime. However, he was an aristocrat, so that protected him. In 1930, Stromer was head of the paleontology section of the Bavarian State Collection of Paleontology and Historical Geology, but his career stalled because he didn't join the Nazi Party and he spoke out against Nazis, and he also kept close relationships with Jewish friends and associates.
That's a nice legacy.
Yeah. There were many paleontologists who were relieved to find this out. July 7th of 1937, Stromer was 65 years old and then forced to retire from the university and the state collection. He stayed in Munich and remained a fellow of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences, and he kept doing research and publishing papers. The Nazis, during that time, made sure that every institution in Germany was headed by loyal party members, which is why they made him retire. This meant that the director of the Bavarian State Collection Post went to Karl Berlin in 1940 after Stromer's friend Ferdinand Brawley reached his mandatory retirement age, and Berlin was an ardent Nazi. Stromer kept demanding Berlin to remove the Bavarian State Collection from the museum and put it into a protected location far from Munich. But Berlin kept dismissing him. He didn't think that Munich or Germany would be attacked, and that's based on Luftwaffe chief Hermann Göring. Even when the fine art and science museums throughout Germany removed collections to caves and salt mines, Berlin didn't change his mind. Brawley, who was still an emeritus at the museum, quietly removed small specimens from the museum in his briefcase. And he stored them in Princess Theresa zu Ottingen-Spielberg's castle, who was an ally. She was a paleontologist and noblewoman, but he couldn't transfer a lot of the collection, especially any bigger pieces. So Stromer kept demanding, but Berlin threatened Stromer at least twice that he would move him to a concentration camp. Berlin reported Stromer to Nazi authorities, but they didn't take direct action. What happened was Stromer had 3 sons, Ullmann, who was born in 1921, Wolfgang, born in 1922, and Gerhard, born in 1927. Ullmann and Wolfgang were sent to the Russian front as soon as they were conscripted, and Ullmann was killed November 10th of 1941. Wolfgang survived until November of 1944 and then disappeared somewhere into Russia. Stromer and his wife by then had retreated to Grunsberg. And April 24th, 1944, Stromer learned of the Royal Air Force bombing in Munich that destroyed his life's work, including the Spinosaurus holotype.
It's a terrible few years for him.
Yes.
And a lot of Europeans, I suppose.
Yes. On April 25th of 1945, Gerhard died within months of being assigned to a battalion fighting Allied forces in northern Germany. And then less than 2 weeks after his death, Germany surrendered. The Royal Air Force bombing of Munich, of course, that happened. It ended at 1:40 a.m. on April 25th. More than 200 Lancasters dropped hundreds of bombs, and more than 7,000 buildings near the train station were in flames. The museum was on fire, the collection was destroyed, and of course, again, that includes Stromer's Spinosaurus. However, there are still detailed drawings and descriptions. After World War II, paleontologists were more conscientious about making casts of fossils in case the originals were destroyed because of this. So Stromer, again, he had moved to his family's land, so he was not in Munich at the time. He still wrote and published scientific monographs into his late 60s. And then, May 5th of 1950, Wolfgang, his son, who was referred to as missing at the Russian front during the war, returned. He was a physicist, and the Russians apparently kept pressuring him to produce poison gas after they captured him. He refused, and then he was put in multiple prison camps in Siberia for years. Stromer was 80 years old when Wolfgang came home, and he lived long enough to learn that his son and his wife, who he married shortly after, would have a daughter. So at least there's that. I think there was some things I read where he seemed to be holding out until his son came home.
That's nice.
He died at age 82, December 18th of 1952. So after that, not much was known about Spinosaurus for many years. There were Spinosaurid remains that were first identified as Spinosaurids in Tunisia from the Lower Cretaceous in 1988. They were found in 1912 by Pervinkier, but they were thought to be reptile fossils. And then in 1951, LaParent thought that they were dinosaurs. And then the 80s, we knew they were Spinosaurid. The teeth are different. It was thought to be other reptiles. And briefly in 1978, thought to be plesiosaur teeth.
They do have a certain aquatic nature about them.
It's true. In 1987, drawings of the Spinosaurus holotype were compared to baryonyx, which had a crocodile-like skull. And then in 1998, Suchomimus was described and named from Niger, and it had tall neural spines. And then an international expedition in the Sahara Desert in 1995 found more Spinosaurus fossils in the Kemkem region, including isolated teeth and fused nasals. And the Kemkem region is in Morocco and Algeria. Dentary fragments, cervical vertebra, and a dorsal neural arch found in the northern part of the Kemkem region led to Dale Russell naming Spinosaurus moroccanus in 1996. And Russell and Torkett described a partial snout in 1998, but again, the validity of Spinosaurus moroccanus is debated. There was other Spinosaurus material in 2003. Milner described an incomplete snout and left dentary that was at the Natural History Museum of London. In 2005, Del Sasso and others reported a snout found by locals in 1975 and said that it was Spinosaurus aegypticus. But before we get to 2005, we have to go back to Spinosaurus in 1999. So, January 1999, Jennifer Smith, a doctoral candidate in Penn's Department of Earth and Environmental Science, was studying the geology of Egypt's Bahariya Oasis, which is about 180 to 190 miles from Cairo, for evidence of climate change and hominid and human habitation. She brought along her fellow doctoral student, Joshua Smith, who was also her fiancé, to accompany her for 5 weeks because she needed a man to be with her in a Muslim country, and her dissertation advisor couldn't make it that year. So Joshua Smith was a trained sedimentologist who'd always wanted to see Egypt, and actually the year before that, 2004, he and Matt Lamana tried to find a way to go. Lamana knew somebody who was working in the area, and then of course Stromer had found his fossils there. Josh, however, studied vertebrate paleontology, and he needed a reason to go to get his PhD advisor, Peter Dodson, to agree to the trip. Jen's research site passed through where Ernst Stromer had found Spinosaurus, so Josh negotiated, and they settled on 3 days of the 5-week trip for him to search for Stromer's lost dinosaurs. Of course, they had low expectations because there were no maps or known photographs of the sites, but there were notes about where he excavated and descriptions of landforms. He got really lucky, and he found a bone 10 inches in diameter, 1 foot long, on his first morning while driving around, and then he found 20 accumulations of bones by the end of the first day. So he had found Jebel el-Dist, or Gebel el-Dist. It's a distinct landform, and it was actually Stromer's isolated cone-shaped hill, so they found a lot of bones, and Josh knew that he needed to go back for more excavating, but he needed funding. So once he was back in Philadelphia, Josh had drinks with R. Scott Winters, a PhD candidate in biology who was involved in the Explorers Club, which was founded in 1904 to promote field research and scientific exploration. Winters was also a partner in a film production company that made science and expedition-based documentaries. So he got a deal with $50,000 to fund the first field season between January and February of 2000 in exchange for the rights to make the documentary in association with Winters' company, Last Word Productions. They made the film, and it premiered in 2002. It's called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. And with the funding, they had 21 people, and they excavated for 6 weeks. And the people included Josh Smith, Jen Smith, Peter Dodson, Matt Lamana, Kenneth Lacovera, Jason Poole, and volunteers, as well as the film crew. Jen Smith's PhD advisor, Bob Gagengak, had a network working as a geologist in Egypt, and they formed a partnership with Cairo Geological Museum and the Egyptian Geological Survey and Mining Authority for exclusive excavation rights in the Bahari Oasis for 5 years. They agreed that half of the fossils they excavated would go to Philadelphia and the other half would stay in Cairo. So this team arrived in Egypt January 11th, 2000, and they set up headquarters at El Beshmo Lodge, a cushy place they described because they could have hot showers almost every day and toilets that flushed. The rooms had tile floors and someone cooked them food. Jen Smith said in an article about it, quote, "Normally we work based out of a mud brick hut with a dirt floor and a pit toilet and there's no running water. That's what I'm used to."
It is cushy then.
Yeah. Their first few weeks out there were cold in the high 30s to low 40s degree Fahrenheit with strong winds. And then by the end of their trip, the temperatures went up to 85, 90 degrees. They also had 3 sandstorms in 2 weeks. And the team got food poisoning in between sandstorms before they found many fossils. They think they found some of Stromer's original sites. They said, quote, "We found what are very obviously excavation pits that had been filled in with sand blown in by the wind, in some cases burlap," end quote, which soaked in plaster was wrapped around fossils for protection during transport. And they even found in one case a, quote, "little scrap of newsprint with German writing on it," end quote, which sounds promising. They said that in the desert with the wind, sometimes you can see a bone, but then you dig and then there's nothing else. On January 27th, they found more bones, including a humerus that was 67 inches, and it was part of a sauropod that they ended up naming Paralotitan. By the end, they had excavated a quarter of the skeleton. Matt Lamana also found, half a mile from the sauropod site, non-dinosaur material including turtle shells, fish jaws, and other things that help show the environment. And they named that area John's birthday site in honor of his brother John, who was born January 27th. After their expedition, Josh Smith and Matt Lamana went to Munich to look for more evidence to help with future excavations. Luckily for them, Stromer's son, Wolfgang, had donated Ernst Stromer's archives to the Paleontological State Collection of Munich in 1995. So Smith and Lamana were able to go through Stromer's diaries. They found more than 100 glass plate negatives of Stromer's specimens, and one showed a partial skeleton of Spinosaurus mounted in a glass case in the museum. Before that, people didn't even realize the Spinosaurus had been mounted before it was destroyed. They also found evidence that Stromer was not a Nazi sympathizer, and they found 2 photographs of the holotype. Based on a photograph of the lower jaw and a photo of the mounted specimen, Smith said that the 1915 drawings were a little inaccurate. Oliver Rahout in 2003 said that Stromer's holotype was a chimera with vertebrae and neural spines from a carcharodontosaurid similar to Acrocanthosaurus and a dentary from Baryonyx or Suchomimus, but not everyone agrees. Cosmos Studios and MPH Entertainment planned a sequel documentary before the first one aired. The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt was the first one, and the team went for a second field season. The quarry known as John's birthday site had a lot of diversity in fossils. These fossils, though, were in hard sandstone, and that's hard to excavate. On one of their expeditions, Josh Smith and the team found one of Stromer's sites, which Markgraf had excavated. These were backfilled pits, maybe because whoever dug them ran out of time or money or both, and they wanted to preserve whatever was in there until they could return. It's possible this was Markgraf's last site. So now, fast forward to 2008. Nizar Ibrahim was on a fossil hunt expedition in Morocco. A man in a town near Arfoud showed him bones in a cardboard box, and Ibrahim arranged for them to go to the University of Hassan II in Casablanca. In 2014, Ibrahim went to Italy on a small doctoral student budget after Cristiano del Sasso contacted him about fossils that the museum had gotten in 2006. So he saw these bones in Milan and recognized a distinctive pattern that he remembered seeing in Morocco. The bones in Milan had been found in 1975, and they were originally thought to be the lower jaw of a crocodile, but they were part of a Spinosaurus snout. The fossils were collected by amateur fossil hunters and then sold to collectors on the private market. The teeth, vertebrae, and a partial skull found in North Africa post-Stromer. At the Natural History Museum in Milan, Cristiano del Sasso had gotten a large collection of bones from an Italian fossil trader and told that they're from Morocco, and they were likely spirited out illegally. They seemed to be from a single specimen. This included all the spines, the leg bones, foot bones, skull fragments. more fossils than Stromer's Spinosaurus. There were 60 bone fragments. Ibrahim moved the fossils to the University of Chicago, Paul Sereno's lab, to be studied. It wasn't clear where exactly the bones were from or had originated from. So Ibrahim noticed that the spines had unusual lines, strange reddish lines, which was the first thing he noticed. But he also told us he noticed that the bones in Milan and the ones in Morocco were really similar in size, texture, color, and preservation. So the color, he said, was unusual. That has to do with the matrix at the site. He also said that he knew that associated dinosaur skeletons in the Kemkem are very rare. In the whole history of Kemkem scientific exploration, which started in the late 1940s, only 3 associated dinosaur skeletons were described: Rabacosaurus, Deltodromeus, and his Spinosaurus. Because of all these factors and remembering he'd seen the similar pattern in Morocco in 2008, he wondered if he could track down the fossil hunter to compare and learn where these fossils came from. But all he remembered of the man was tall, had a mustache, and wore a white tunic.
It's not the most unique characteristic to describe somebody in Morocco.
True. So Ibrahim flew back to Morocco and had some help, and he went village to village, shop to shop, chatting to locals for clues as to where this man might be. Morocco has vague export laws, and fossil diggers are allowed to trade and sell all common fossils, so dinosaur teeth, trilobites, but it's not legal to export rare fossils out of Morocco. These fossil diggers, they don't have special training, so sometimes the fossils will be damaged, and not everyone documents the rocks or where something comes from. It can also be a dangerous job. People have died breathing in too much dust, or sometimes structures will fall on them. However, they play a really important role. Paleontologists depend on these fossil diggers to find fossils, and then the fossil diggers depend on the income. On his second to last day of his trip, Ibrahim was at a cafe, sipping some tea, about to give up, and then a tall man in white walked past his table, and he happened to recognize the man's face, so he ran after him, and it was the man who had found those fossils, and he convinced him to show him where he'd found the bones. The man was worried about getting in trouble because the skeleton was illegally abroad, so he does remain unidentified. So they ended up driving an hour off-road, and then they trekked up a mountain for 30 minutes to a nondescript hole in the hillside, and this dig site had fragments of bones and teeth, most likely Spinosaurus. The man said that it took 2 people digging 2 months to get the skeleton out, and they sold it to the Italian fossil dealer for $14,000 US. This site gave a lot of information about the environment of Spinosaurus. Paul Sereno, Del Sasso, and colleagues from the UK and Milan went to excavate and then to characterize the rock and landscape to see when and how Spinosaurus lived. And they found fossils with the same unusual patterns, so they confirmed it all came from the same specimen. They also found sea urchins and mollusks, marine animals, and shellfish. Not many herbivores were found in the area, but there were a lot of different carnivores and predators. So, back to Stromer's riddle. Sawfish, lungfish, and coelacanths are in the fossil record, and they could have fed Spinosaurus. The idea was that Spinosaurs were built to catch fish. And because they could eat fish, they wouldn't be competing with other predators in the area, and that's how the area could sustain the carnivores. So after the expedition, Ibrahim and the team CT scanned all the bones and they made a 3D model, and Tyler Keller assembled them into a virtual Spinosaurus. They added some missing parts based on Stromer's figures and drawings, as well as scans of Suchomimus for the skull, for the brain case, for example. So they started with Spinosaurus at 40% complete, then they went to 60% complete with scaling and other dinosaur parts and isolated bones. There's a lot of controversy on Ibrahim's 2014 paper on Spinosaurus, and then of course, as we've talked about, Ibrahim also published about the tail in 2020, so diving into that. In 1934, Stromer described specimens, including long bones, vertebrae, some teeth, that he thought was a single taxon, and he called that Spinosaurus B. But he said parts of an ilium and leg bones were too small to be part of the same individual as the rest of the material. They found teeth, vertebrae, gastralia on one side, and the long hind limb bones on the other side that belong together, but this has been questioned, and the material is lost from World War II. Stromer thought that this was a new species of Spinosaurus, so not Spinosaurus aegypticus, but he didn't like naming dinosaurs based on fragments. He wrote, quote, "I refuse to participate in the abuse of coining new genus and species name on the basis of such isolated and totally incomplete remains, which then, due to the, for paleontology, completely inadequate priority rules of nomenclature and their senseless pedantic application, will have to be used for further nomenclatorial acts, end quote.
I love that. He's spinning in his grave, though, based on some of these recent dinosaurs that are named.
Right. But anyway, that's why he called this Spinosaurus B. Stromer also described another specimen in 1934, but briefly. No illustrations or photographs have been found. That included 3 cervical vertebral centra, 2 half-neural arches, the midsection of an elongate dorsal neural spine, 2 ribs, and possible distal fibula. And it was described as having similarities to Spinosaurus B and Spinosaurus aegypticus, but there's not enough information on this now to study.
Because all those fossils were destroyed.
Yeah, and there's no illustrations or photographs. The Kemkem region of southeastern Morocco has many predatory dinosaurs, including Spinosauridae, and Dale Russell, who named Spinosaurus moroccanus, also named Sigilmosaurus brevicolus in 1996, which has been interpreted as Carcharodontosaurus saharicus, then Spinosaurus moroccanus, then Spinosaurus aegypticus. Russell also later proposed that Spinosaurus B was Sigilmosaurus because he said they was nearly identical to bones from the early late Cretaceous sediments in Morocco. Russell then described Spinosaurus moroccanus in 1996 based on the length of the neck vertebrae and said that it was longer than the ones found with Spinosaurus aegypticus. Some scientists think that this is due to individual variation, but the holotype of Spinosaurus was destroyed, so they couldn't compare it directly with the new species. But some people think that Spinosaurus moroccanus is a nomen dubium or a junior synonym of Spinosaurus aegypticus. In 2014, Ibrahim and others designated the neotype of Spinosaurus aegypticus and said that Sigilmosaurus and Spinosaurus B were Spinosaurus aegypticus and that Spinosaurus moroccanus was a nomen dubium. In 2015, Evers and others said that Sigilmosaurus was a distinct genus, and that was supported in 2018 by Arden and others, and they said it was a close relative of Spinosaurus. And they said that there was more than one Spinosaurid taxon. They said that the proportions of the hind limbs were shorter than previous reconstructions. Based on Ibrahim's description, Spinosaurus had shorter hind limbs than previously thought, and they also found Sigilmosaurus had shorter neural spines than Spinosaurus. Since the Spinosaurus aegypticus neotype came from different museums and then parts were collected at different times, some scientists suggested that it wasn't made clear which fossils came from where, or that there was evidence that the material all came from the same place and was from the same individual, so it was hard to make the neotype. So again, controversy. Lots of debate on all aspects of Spinosaurus. Then Ibrahim and others published their 2020 paper on Spinosaurus. Ibrahim returned between 2015 and 2019 to that site and found, quote, new fragments of the cranium and mandibles, several previously missing bones of the left and right pes, and an 80% complete tail by length, which all became part of the proposed neotype. They estimated that the Spinosaurus neotype was at least 15 years old based on 10 lags in the fibula, and then they estimated there were 5 more that were probably there before. The ribs had a similar number of lags. The spine, however, had fewer, so it's possible that the sail grew taller as it aged. Ibrahim has said that he's hoping this might help get a Moroccan National Museum of Natural History built. And museums are really great at getting local support for paleontology. As Garrett mentioned earlier in the show, if you can remember that far back, you can see Spinosaurus in Jurassic Park 3, where it has the more typical theropod skull, because that's before we found all this new material. Jack Horner said, quote, if we base the ferocious factor on the length of the animal, there was nothing that ever lived on this planet that could match this creature, Spinosaurus. Also, my hypothesis is that T-Rex was actually a scavenger rather than a killer. Spinosaurus was really the predatory animal, end quote.
Much disputed and controversial.
Yes.
We've spoken to him since that quote, and he no longer contends that T-Rex was a scavenger.
Yes, yeah, he's since retracted it. But again, we're always finding new evidence, new fossils, and learning new things. You can also see Spinosaurus on postage stamps from Angola, the Gambia, and Tanzania.
And our fun fact of the day fits in pretty nicely with that last detail about where the stamps showing Spinosaurus are, because I looked into where Spinosaurid fossils have been found across the world, not just Spinosaurus, Spinosaurid, so the whole family, which includes Baryonyx and lots of others. As a quick summary, Spinosaurid fossils have been found on 4 continents: Africa, Europe, Asia, and South America. None have been found in North America, Australia, or Antarctica. According to the Paleobio database, the top 3 countries for fossils in the Spinosauridae family are Spain, Morocco, and Thailand. The usual Paleobio database caveats apply. It only counts published finds, and a single publication can include lots of individuals. But when a new fossil taxon is found in a country, it often gets published. So I generally see it as a pretty good way to see how widely spread something is in terms of countries, not necessarily definitively which one has the most, though. So there's, for example, 29 published papers in Spain, only 24 in Morocco. I think you'd be crazy to say that there are more Spinosaurid materials found in Spain than Morocco, though, because you can find teeth for sale all over the place that are from Moroccan Spinosaurids. Thailand, to me, was surprising, though, that was in the top 3. There is one report from North America, if you check on Paleobio database, like I did. At first I said that it's been on 5 of the 7 continents, but looking more closely, the North American quote-unquote Spinosaurid is actually a Torvosaurus that is occasionally put in Spinosauroidea, but family-wise is typically considered a megalosaurid and almost certainly not a Spinosaurid. So that's kind of a erroneous point in the Paleobio database. It's a super useful database, but you got to be a little bit careful with it sometimes. Some of the other most popular countries to find Spinosaurid materials include Brazil, the UK, Niger, China, Egypt, Tunisia, Cameroon, Algeria, Japan, Libya, Tanzania, and then there's just one published paper from Argentina, France, Kenya, Laos, and Portugal.
One published paper for each country?
Yes. It'd be pretty weird if it was one paper about a find from Argentina, France, Kenya, Laos, and Portugal.
Yes. That's why I asked.
But it's kind of funny because the postage stamps you mentioned, Angola, Gambia, and Tanzania, all have Spinosaurus on them. But Tanzania is the only country that actually has Spinosaurus remains found in them.
Must be popular.
It is, for sure. There are a lot of coins with Spinosaurus on it, too, because it's such a cool-looking dinosaur.
Mm-hmm. And that wraps our 300th episode of I Know Dino. Thank you for listening. Don't forget to subscribe in your favorite podcast app so you don't miss out on any new episodes. And check out our page at patreon.com/iknowdino to join our community.
Yeah, you can check out our new Spinosaurus reward tier.
Mm-hmm. Thanks again, and until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today in our 350th episode...
The long-awaited milestone.
Sure. In another 15 episodes, we'll have one for every day of the year.
Oh.
Also a fun milestone.
I was thinking, because we've talked about this particular episode for a few weeks now.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So, as we mentioned in previous episodes, it's all about hadrosaurs.
Hadrosaur-tastic.
It is. So, we're going to kick it off with an interview with Albert Prieto Marquez, who is one of the leading names in hadrosaur research. And then we'll get into the dinosaur of the day, which is sort of Trachodon/Anatosaurus, but it's really about all of the other lumpings
and splittings
of hadrosaurs. Yeah, because I guess you can't have lumping without splitting.
Yep.
And then at the end, we'll have news. We're sort of switching it around since we're starting with the interview. So the news is just going to be the same as the fun fact, which is about a hadrosaur with some paleopathologies, also known as fossilized injuries, which is pretty interesting.
In case you haven't had your fill of hadrosaurs by then.
Yeah, it's all hadrosaurs. But before we get into all of this hadrosaur goodness, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week we have a new patron to thank, and that's the Howard family. Thank you all so much for joining our Patreon. We already had a little bit of a fun discussion on our Patreon, so we appreciate you joining. And then rounding out the shoutouts, we got Remy Rodriguez, Melina and Manoli, JC, Bill Jago, Quinn Pomeroy, Risa, Ellen, Stefan, and Greg.
Yeah, thank you so much. We would not have made it to 350 episodes without your support and the support of our other patrons. So if you want to join our growing community, maybe get in on I'm sure there will be some Hadrosaur discussions in the Discord after this, then go to our page at patreon.com/iknowdino.
So as promised, with our switcheroo on the order, we're kicking it off with our interview. We are joined this week by Albert Prieto Marquez, who is a PhD researcher at the Catalan Institute of Paleontology, and we're talking to him today because he's one of the world's leading experts on hadrosaurs, and this episode's all about hadrosaurs, so we had to talk to him. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
So starting out with an easy question, because I've been wondering how people that study hadrosaurs feel about this. What do you think of the term duckbill to describe hadrosaurs?
I think it's cute. I mean, and it's actually sort of accurate. I mean, they are very far from ducks in terms of relationship, but they have a structure which resembles a beak, actually. So in front of the mouth, both the upper beak and the lower one, and it does look like a duck bill. So what else are you gonna call them? if you don't want to get into all the technicalities, I think it basically describes to the layman what these animals would look like.
Yeah.
That, and also the crests that they usually have on the top of their heads. Most species. So those two things actually, but would they define these animals like from outside without actually getting into the details and all that.
That's good. I noticed because yesterday we were describing some dinosaurs to some people in our family who aren't as familiar with the terms. And first we said hadrosaur and they weren't sure what we were talking about. Then we said duckbill and they said, oh, yes, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know some people don't like the term because they're like, well, it's not so ducky because it sort of closes in a little bit more and it's more, like the beak overlaps a little more than a duckbill would and things like that. But it's nice to hear that you like it. So maybe we'll go back to using it more because we say hadrosaur and people don't always know what we mean.
Yeah, this is the thing that if I'm talking to members of my family or people who are not into paleontology even, if I want to just in a few words to convey the image, I think, what else are you going to call them?
Yeah. Unless you're talking about Parasaurolophus, then you say like the one with the huge thing sticking off the back of its head.
Right, yeah.
Cool. So I've also been curious if you have an opinion on what adaptations hadrosaurs had to make them so successful in the late Cretaceous.
Yeah, and probably they had to do with the feeding mechanism. So actually, they have hundreds of teeth, both in the upper and lower jaws. And some species may have more than a couple thousand teeth in the entire mouth.
Wow.
Species that are kind of outside the group, but they are sort of ancestral, they already show the trend to adding more teeth to their mouths. And then you get to the Hadrosauridae, which is the quote-unquote hadrosaurs, and then you get an explosion of species, and they all show like a great increase in the number of teeth, like at least 30, more than 30 tooth rows on each side. So it would be like 30 on the left side of the lower jaw, and another 30, from front to back tooth families. And also, if you go deep into the jaws, you will find more teeth, at least 4 or 5 stacked one on top of the other. And those teeth would push up, so the old ones, the worn ones, would be shed, and then new ones would be growing up.
That's amazing.
Which is something that happens actually, the dinosaurs. The having multiple teeth throughout their lives. Unlike us, that we have only 2.
Yeah, we get stuck.
You have the milk ones, and then we have the dots. No, dinosaurs, they had plenty of them throughout life. But then hadrosaurs, they have just a huge number of teeth filling their jaws at one time. So they were able to chew, basically, also.
Yeah.
Which is something that I think horned dinosaurs, ceratopsians, they were also able to do. They also have very complex, we call those things, the stacking of teeth, we call that dental batteries. So those two groups, like Ceratopsians and then Hadrosaurs, were able to have all this complexity in their mouths. And probably this was a key factor in their success, I think.
That's cool. Does that tell us anything about what they ate?
They could tell us something about the type of plants. So we actually worked by my former supervisor, Gregory Erickson, who is a professor at Florida State University in Tallahassee. He has done some work on the microstructure of those teeth, every individual tooth. He found that those teeth are really complex. You have up to 6 different types of tissues. You know that we have an enamel and 2 or 3 more tissues. But those Hadrosaur had even more types. And then he was able to differentiate different types of chewing surface of the entire jaw. So there are differences in how stiff those surfaces are, and also how concave or how flat they are. So those things may tell us something about whether the plants were very, very coarse or not, or whether they were slicing, or they were more like grinding and slicing, or just grinding. And then about the type of plants, the most interesting evidence is coming from the stomach contents.
Yeah.
The stomach, quote unquote, because the stomach is gone, of course, but you've had some specimens where you find some remains of fossil plants or seeds also in the area where the stomach would be found.
Yeah. So is there anything that they had as like a favorite food?
I don't think we can pinpoint so much detail. Mostly in conifers, things like that. Maybe some angiosperms, perhaps, which were already pretty common at the time. I'm talking about the last 20, 25 million years of the Cretaceous. So we had a lot of flowering plants at the time already.
Yeah, it was I know that sometimes they're linked to the evolution of angiosperms.
No, some studies show that actually there is no correlation between the radiation of angiosperms and that of these mega herbivores.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, the statistical data and some analysis doesn't support that.
Cool. So then it's just that their teeth were way more efficient for whatever they were trying to eat.
Yeah.
Cool. So since you studied dinosaur radiation too, do you have any thoughts on whether or not dinosaurs, or maybe more specifically hadrosaurs, were declining in diversity prior to the mass extinction?
There are papers. I mean, every now and then there is a new paper that goes one way or the other, because I've been involved in studies saying that no, that they were not declining, but I think there is a recent study, maybe it's a month old only, saying that dinosaurs actually were, as a whole, declining before the impact. And I remember in 2012, with some colleagues, like Stephen Berusati from the University of Edinburgh and other colleagues, we published a paper saying that it's difficult to talk about dinosaurs as a block, that every group experienced a different type of evolution when you approach the end of the Mesozoic era. And then hadrosaurs were doing quite well when you consider the world as a whole, because it changes also. For example, if you look at North America, the last 20 million years, it was split by a western interior seaway. So you had the continent to the west that we call Laramidia, and then you have Appalachia to the east. So then at that time, you see like a decrease in species. And you go from in the Campanian, so you get like 5, 6, 7, 8 species, 10. And when you reach the Maastrichtian, which is the last stage, there is only Edmontosaurus. So there is a decrease in the number of species, but then you look at Russia at the same time, at the end of the Cretaceous, and you see many different species at the very end. We call it the uppermost Maastrichtian, which is about 66, 67 million years ago, very close to the end. And there you find different species, and also here in Europe too. We have 5 or 6 already.
Gotcha.
So it depends on the area. Yeah, it's much more complex.
It's a North American bias to say there were less hadrosaur species at the end of the Cretaceous. Yeah. It's like, yeah, at Hell Creek there were, but that's not the whole world.
Yeah. Right.
But everybody just focuses on Hell Creek, it seems like. So how'd you get started working on hadrosaurs?
So that was when I arrived to the Museum of the Rockies because of my master's. That was 21 years ago already. So then I wasn't too clear what I was going to be working on. So Jack Horner, famous dinosaur paleontologist, was my supervisor. And it was him actually who offered me to study a beautiful Brachiosaurus skeleton. Actually, it was completely articulated.
Wow.
Pristine preservation. And there was also remains from at least 4 individuals from a bone bed from the same area. So he kind of invited me to study all that my material for my master's. So I had, it was amazing because I had these articulated bones that you usually don't see in 3D like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see them in an articulated skull if you're lucky. But over there we had amazing preservation, and I had the skull completely articulated in one individual, and then I had all the different bones apart from different individuals, so it was perfect.
That is nice.
Yeah, because like many people, I guess, I was fascinated by theropods. So first I thought, I think I want to work on theropods, but then when I saw that and Jack was kind enough to offer me to work on this amazing material, I was like, yeah, I think I'll do Hadrosaurs. I went on from there, yeah. And once I knew a little bit about that particular species, I wanted to know about the entire group, which is why in my PhD I decided to try to put together phylogeny to figure out how they're related to each other, but to include as many species as possible.
There are a lot to include.
Oh, yeah.
Well, every few months there are new ones coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, ornithopods don't get the love. They're very similar to theropods in a lot of ways, but everybody always wants to talk about theropods. Ornithopods are cool too.
Yeah.
Do you have any favorite details about hadrosaurs? Like, was there anything about them that made you really interested in them when you were looking at that Brachylophosaurus?
I think I was fascinated about the anatomy itself as a structure. As I got to know more about it, I started to recognize details that made me more curious about questions about the way they evolved and the way they became so successful. But it was nothing a priori, actually.
Gotcha.
It was once I got into the study, and once you know more about something, then you want to know even more, and it becomes a bit of obsession because I mean there were so many other species around in that museum. It was amazing. So you start comparing, let's say, the dentary or the jaws of this species with the jaws of another species, and you start seeing differences. They may tell you how they relate to each other.
Yeah.
So that really sparked a lot of interest to keep digging deeper.
That definitely is like us. The more we learn about dinosaurs, the more we want to learn about dinosaurs, the more questions we have.
It's a self-feeding process, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's nice that there's so many being discovered.
When we first started, we were worried that we would run out of topics. And it's like, no, there's never...
There's almost too many topics to cover.
Every week we have to decide what we're not going to talk about.
Oh, yeah. and also because Hadrosaurs is one of the dinosaur groups for which we have more material. So you can approach questions about life history or ontogeny.
Yeah.
More biological things that with other groups you are more limited because of the fossil record. So that was interesting.
With your thesis, because I'm actually reading it for the episode as well. But
see how good your memory is from 21 years ago.
I know.
You're gonna make him defend his thesis.
No, not defend. I'm just curious in terms of when you're going through the phylogeny. Like, were there ever any cases? Maybe you don't have that many bones, but the one bone that you have does have a unique characteristic. And then how do you decide, like, okay, this is enough? Like, it can stay its own genus, or no, that's not enough. We need to, I don't know, come back to this later.
Oh, this is simple because there is not a Hadrosaur in the world that has it.
Oh.
But then that's why I decided to just try to see everything impossible. No, but in almost 4 years I spent traveling. I wanted to actually see firsthand as much material as possible. So then when I see some new element in maybe here in the Pyrenees or in other part of the world, I have a huge database and a huge archive of photographs from maybe 80% of all the species.
Oh, wow.
No? So then I can be sure that what I have is unique.
Mm-hmm.
And then I complement that with papers that have been published over the last few years. Because, of course, since I finished my dissertation, there have been new species, and I kept traveling as much as I could since then. But the pace of the discoveries has increased.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to keep up
And
with.
it's almost like exponential, right? I think there is more people working today in vertebrate paleontology than ever, and it keeps increasing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard to keep up with the pace of the new output of publications.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And hadrosaurs too. You started with so much,
Yeah.
so much
Yeah.
material.
It's not like ankylosaurs where there are 4 or 5 named in a year and it adds like 20% to the number of named species.
Yeah. So, I mean, to know that you have a new species, actually, it's quite simple, but sometimes it's not so simple to prove it. I mean, it's simple when you know, okay, this character is unique and no other species in the world has it.
Mm-hmm.
But to reach to that point, you need to be very convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And start taking measurements of everything you can and show that your new specimen doesn't fit with the measures or the angles that you take everything. It's really different.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it's quite involved until you reach that point.
And you need to make sure, does it come up a lot that people question whether it's like individual variation or
Yes.
paleopathology or one of those
Ontogeny.
Oh, yes.
taphonomy?
All the time. Or maybe sometimes also it's very difficult. Like now we're discovering a new species, but it's based on subadults. So I need to show that these characters are not going to change in adults, between us in subadults and adults.
Mm-hmm.
Some characters change and some don't. But most people will be very quick to say, oh, it's just a juvenile, so you shouldn't use it. But they will throw everything like it's a juvenile. But you have to see which traits are going to change and which are maintained. So
Yeah.
if you know this trait is going to be also found in the adult, then yeah, you can name it based on that.
Yeah. And there are tons of dinosaurs where all we have is juveniles. Then what are you going to...
Right.
They can be really unique. Are you going to not name it? Wait till you find the adult someday?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have no choice but to wait. But if you think like we think now, we have some bones that actually are, we call that diagnostic, so that they have unique characters. And then, but we need to prove that even though it's a juvenile, because of the knowledge we have for other species, where we have a series, we call it ontogenetic series, like Maiasaura, Hypacrosaurus stevingeri, Corythosaurus, Casuarius. So in those cases, we can refer to those instances where we have a very complete ontogenetic series, and then use that as a reference to know what should we expect the morphology to become from juvenile to adult.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I see that I have a bone, like a cheekbone, no? That tells me about the size of the orbit, and I see, oh, it's huge. But then we know that in juveniles the orbit is huge, so we shouldn't use that as a character because it's gonna change in adults, and it's a juvenile trait. But then there are other things, but maybe constant.
Where's a more constant spot in the bones?
In the postcrania, there are some. So, for example, the humerus, it has a very. I don't want to start throwing names, but there is like a crest that expands. It's sort of like a.
Is it the deltopectoral?
Yes, right, the pectoral crest. So it's basically like a thick lamina that sticks out of the shaft of the bone. So this is very prominent from the neonates. Maybe not as much as in the adult, but when you compare more ancestral taxa, even in juvenile versus juvenile is not as prominent and in the hadrosaurids.
Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah, things are gray. I don't know, black or white. So these papers where we're naming things, we really need to go into detail of what can be used, what cannot be used, and why. And then citing all the different specimens and everything.
Was that because you named that A. Dynamasaurus, which was the weak shoulder lizard, did that have less of that deltopectoral crest? Is that what made it a weak shoulder?
No, that has to do with the scapula, which is the shoulder blade. And then what happens is that in all the hadrosaurids, this scapula has a blade that becomes wider as you go towards the back. But then in this Dinosaurs, it didn't become wider.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, most people would say, what if it's a juvenile, even though it was not a small scapula? But people could argue maybe it's not wide enough because it's not an adult. But here comes all the data from other species. No, there are evidence of almost baby scapulae that also show this expansion, even in the babies. So then you can use that to say, no, it doesn't matter. It's just different.
Mm-hmm.
It would be expanded also even if it was a juvenile.
Yeah, that is interesting. The only way to know, too, which bones are going to be unique is just by looking at all of them, because you'd never guess that this muscle attachment point would be like on a baby already so big like this.
Yeah, I mean, there is always a chance that we're going to get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because with having a few scraps of bone, as happens here in the Pyrenees, you do the best you have with the data you have at the moment, but you know that it just takes another discovery, just a single other bone to throw your most recent work. But that's part of science.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you could be spending 20 years waiting for a more complete specimen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that we may never find. So this is something that some people would argue. If you want to be very, very strict, you will have to wait.
Mm-hmm.
But then this is the problem, that this is the not so nice part, that as academics, we need to put out productivity. We cannot sit and wait for 50 years. You really need to...
Gotta publish.
Yeah.
Gotta publish or perish. No? But this is true for all the sciences. No?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so some people, I have some colleagues that would say, you are too fast, you should wait, you should be more careful. I'm like, well, the data is telling me this, so I'm just going to ahead and let the world know about this. And if we're wrong, we're going to write a new paper saying that we were wrong, which has happened before, actually. And it's okay.
Well, it's probably helpful, too, because you've got something out there and then people can build on your work and use that as the starting point for their work, and goes on.
Yeah.
Definitely good to publish it some way.
But then, sometimes you have one bone that is really bizarre. And one could argue, what if it's a pathology? How do you know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have any signs of overgrowth or things that tells you that the bone was broken and rehealed, I mean, it could still be an anomaly, that individual, but you don't know. So you just take the plunge and say, okay, I mean, at face value, this is a trait that is different. That's it. That's what you can say with all the data I had. So, but of course, some people are very conservative and very careful, would say, but you don't know the other side of the body, so maybe that's an anomaly, and the other side is just like the normal one. And so this will never end because of the nature of the data is scrappy sometimes.
Yeah. Was that, I'm trying to remember, I have a list of a couple of the dinosaurs you named recently. You have Phylax, I think, is your most recent one.
For which one?
For Phylax?
Phylax.
Phylax. Okay. I'm going to write that down so I get it right.
I guess. I think it was Latin. Yeah, I don't know Latin, so I don't really know. I would imagine it's E, but who knows? I'm not. It's just the way we pronounce it in Spain, because the Y's and the I's are E. But yeah,
I appreciate that you say that, though, because we get all these pronunciation corrections, and I'm like, we're talking to the guy who named it, and he says he's not sure how to name it. So how do you know how to say it? Was there anything cool? That one was right by the KPG boundary, right?
Yeah, very, very close to the very end. So that was a specimen found in the 90s here, and the first paper came out in 1999, and they were right. It was like a Hadrosaur. So this is sort of like an ancestral form. And so it's a more inclusive group that includes Hadrosaurids and then other species that are outside. And this is one of them. And then it's a very robust dentary, and it has that, we call it coronoid process. So I don't want to get too technical, but if you see like a jaw, it has that thing sticking up. So you have the main body, and then there is a structure that is rising up from the back of the dentary. So we call that coronoid process. So there is the apex, the end, is really robust and really wide. So that's unique in this animal. It's something that strikes me.
Gotcha. And it's at a pretty unique spot in time, too. So you don't have a lot of other things coexisting there.
Actually, by that time, most species that belong to that grade, evolutionary grade, were extinct already. So this is the youngest stratigraphically hadrosauroid, meaning it's not yet a hadrosaurid, but this one survived all the way to the very end. Maybe because everything is going on in this island. It's really bizarre. We find all kinds of things that maybe they were extinct already in other regions. Maybe they got a refuge here, perhaps. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, that's always interesting when you have, because we do the same thing where we're like, well, it's more basal, which basically means like ancestral, but then it's one of the most recent. So it's like a weird, it gets hard to explain without using the technical term because it's all conflicted. Cool. So you mentioned your field work. Do you still do a lot of field work? Maybe not in the last year and a half, but do you still get out and do a lot of digging?
In the summers, this is the time where we usually go to the Pyrenees region. So actually right now, as we're speaking, my colleagues are probably finishing the day. I didn't join them this year because I was busy with paperwork and other things. But usually in July, this is when, the entire July, because also this is when students have time off after they finish their coursework and they can join us.
Oh, yeah.
And then we can even perhaps work on 2 or 3 different sites during the month and have different parties working in different sites. But here it takes really a lot of work and prospecting and searching to find anything.
Gotcha. Is there anything unique about the sites other than, is it just difficult because it's hard to find the bones because they're just more fragmentary?
Well, it's a small basin. I mean, compared to the areas in Central Asia or North America, the area is rather small. So at this point, after decades of searching and field work, we are afraid that we may be running out of sites. So we are searching and we find isolated bones. For example, we found a metatarsal that we have a paper submitted that is in a review, and this is going to be a little bit controversial because, to put it simply, it's a hadrosauria that is trying to be a Ipsilophodon because it's a really small and light animal, and all we have is a metatarsal 4. But this is a really long bone. It's even longer than if you pick up a metatarsal 4 of a Ipsilophodon. It's a very slender bone and made for high speed. We call it cursorial animal. So this bone has the same proportions, and it's as if you take a metatarsal of a hadrosaurid and then you just stretch it. If you could do that, we say on 3D software, and you take a chunky, large hadrosaur metatarsal 4, and then you just stretch it and make it long, you will get this bone. It has all the features, the morphological features of a hadrosaurid, but it's just stretched and made slender, and that's all we have.
Yeah, that is going to be controversial.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw it is that this is a metatarsal of a hadrosaurid, but it's trying to be something else. And we think it's a really bizarre lineage that became adapted to cursoriality. Here, we don't know why. But also, it's part of the island effect that happens. Like in Romania, we had that dromeosaurid that had a double sickle claw instead of one. The Bagaur Bondok was called.
Yeah.
It's very bizarre. So here we're finding also a lot of bizarre things. And it's making our lives really hard because it's very hard to compare with anything else.
Yeah.
Because, for example, we have now what we think is part of the crest. It's just an isolated piece. But crests are unique in every species. So it's going to be pretty much impossible to compare with something similar because every species is doing their own thing. And you have a part of a crest in an island with those bizarre morphologies.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate that you're finding the weirdos because we like the weird dinosaurs.
The weirdos. That's a good way to put it, yes. Also, that they're finding titanosaur sauropods.
Oh, nice.
This is the most abundant. The hadrosaurs and the titanosaurs, and some really nice discoveries also.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Do you have any other discoveries that you want to share or any work that you're
that you're able to share?
Yeah, that you'd like
Well,
to?
so also aside from my work in the Pyrenees, I've been working for several years now with material from Big Bend National Park, with paleontology from Texas, from Texas Tech University, and also from Big Bend itself, and collections at the University of Texas in Austin. There are lots of material collected, I think, in the 1930s. And just by looking at everything that's there, we're coming up with new species. Sometimes we are not able to identify if it's a new species or not, but we know there are different subgroups. And now we're working on a new species also from Big Bend, from the companion.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
It's a large one. And then we're looking at the biogeography of southern North America. So also in connection with the material being found in Mexico.
Nice.
Because we know a lot of what's happening in the history of Hadrosaurs in the Western Interior with all this classic taxa. But then these days, people started to find more material in Utah, New Mexico, and moving south in Texas also.
Yeah.
So try to put together the big picture from northern North America all the way to Mexico and also to Argentina.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Yeah, I really love those big papers that sort of pull it all together, especially with a complicated group like Hadrosaurus, where there's so many.
That seems to be your specialty. You take on these really large topics.
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge because we have to incorporate a lot of taxa that are poorly known. Sometimes from some post-canal remains, but we try to put everything to have as much data as possible. So we have to try to squeeze the anatomy as much as possible to try to find as much data. Try not to overlook anything.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that all these trees are prone to change. As long as you incorporate a new species, everything changes. So all this, science is just a continuing progress.
Yep.
So I wouldn't take anything as the ultimate truth, of course. It's just the best we have with the data we have. But maybe in 1 year or two, everything's going to change. We're seeing how everything is changing.
Yeah, when we first started out, I had this dream of like compiling the full tree of dinosaurs before I knew just how impossible that was. It's like every paper that comes out, it's like, oops, this group shifted. We thought this thing was here for 100 years, and it turns out it's over in this other spot.
Yeah, we are used to that. It's very normal.
Yep.
The difficulty is to convey this to the public, the general public, because they may see, okay, so what do we trust? These guys are always changing their hypothesis.
Exactly, yeah.
So they understand that it's a state of flux.
Yep. We like the flux.
Yeah.
It keeps things interesting.
It does.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
One last question for our listeners. If they wanted to find out more about you and your work, is there a place online? Like, do you have a Twitter or something like that?
So I don't have a Twitter, but they can check the web of the Hateg Institute of Paleontology. And there is my profile over there, too, along with the other members of the Dinosaur Ecosystems group also.
Great.
Or there is a Facebook link to the other work we're doing in the Pyrenees.
Oh, cool.
It's been posted also in the web of the Hateg Institute of Paleontology, which has sort of like a news page also. And then on Facebook, there is a page also from the museum in the Pyrenees, which is in a small town called Isona.
I'll have to make sure it's on our map. I think I found that one recently. I love finding the small dinosaur museums, and then when we travel, we try to make it out to as many as we can. So cool. And like you said, sometimes they have tons of fossils that are on display.
Yeah, I mean, that museum in Isona is undergoing renovation. I think they're supposed to be finishing in a few months, and they're expanding the building and building new exhibits also.
Nice.
And putting a lot of material, so that's going to be really nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us. That was an excellent conversation. You cleared up a lot of our Hadrosaur questions.
Yes.
Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much. That was really fun to talk about all the Hadrosaurs, and the discussion really helped me with our dinosaur of the day, or the rest of this episode.
And as always, we have an extended version of that interview for our patrons, because this episode would be way too long if we left in the full interview. So if you're a patron and you're interested in hearing that, or if I guess you could join to hear it, then check out your custom RSS feed through Patreon.
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, which, as Garrett already explained, it's more than one dinosaur. It's actually around 50 or so, maybe a little more than 50.
That's a lot.
Because it's all hadrosaurs, and specifically the request came from Tyrant King via our Patreon and Discord a while back, because I knew this was going to be a large one, for Trachodon, Anatosaurus, and the other outdated lumpings of hadrosaurs. But as we mentioned, you can't really have lumpings without splittings. So we're talking about those. It's not all the hadrosaurs. It's a lot. We've covered a lot of hadrosaur history in a few episodes, just to get you started. If you wanted to go back to those, there's Brontosaurus and Anatotitan in episode 129, Lambeosaurus in episode 148, and I'll be mentioning a lot more throughout this segment.
And we also spent about 3 hours just on pronunciation for all these dinosaurs. So you may disagree with how we say it, but we're doing our best. And in general, when there wasn't a good source material for how to pronounce it, we went with the closest thing that we can pronounce to what the original name origin is. So if there's a proper noun from Uzbekistan, for example, we looked up the Uzbek pronunciation and then tried to go with that method of pronouncing it. But then it gets Latinized and then our English version of it. So it's always going to be a little different.
Mm-hmm. But we're doing our best.
Yes.
All right. So diving into the hadrosaurs. Again, this will be a lengthy segment. Hadrosaurs, as most of us already know, they're known as the duck-billed dinosaurs. They're the herbivores with dental batteries, and they're facultative bipeds, so they could stand on 2 legs, but oftentimes they were on 4. I'm going to start with an excerpt from Hadrosaur's Life of the Past, which was published in 2014. There's 36 chapters of hadrosaurs, and it was the result of an international hadrosaur symposium in 2014. They had over 50 presentations that, quote, rounded out 2 days of hardcore hadrophilia.
Hadrophilia.
And says, quote, in recent years, a number of dinosaur groups have been the subject of renewed scientific interest. In 2005, sauropod studies experienced a scientific renaissance with the benchmark publications The Sauropods, Evolution in Paleobiology, and Indiana University Press's Thunder Lizards, The Sauropodomorph Dinosaurs. In 2010, after a decade-long surge of interest in horned dinosaurs, the group received similar treatment in Indiana University Press's New Perspectives on Horned Dinosaurs. During the last 5 years, it has been the hadrosaur's time in the spotlight.
Nice.
So, kind of setting the stage here with the hadrosaurs. There are a lot of papers around Trachodon and Anatosaurus and other individual hadrosaurs. A lot of the papers are by Albert Prieto Marquez. As we said, he's a leading hadrosaur expert. But we'll get into source material at the end of this segment. Most hadrosaurs are identified from their skulls. In 1989, Michael Keith Brett Sermon wrote a revision of Hadrosauridae and their evolution and reviewed 48 hadrosaurs. He found a decline in diversity and number, which had nothing to do with lumping or splitting, and found that hadrosaurid postcrania do have differences. They don't all look alike. The bodies don't look exactly the same.
If you spend enough time staring at hadrosaur skulls, you start to notice the difference.
These aren't the skulls, this is the bodies. Because Peter Dodson, in 1975, was a graduate student of John Ostrom. He was looking at hadrosaur skulls, the crania, and published on Lambeosaurian craniums, which was then carried on by Jack Horner and his students. So Brett Sermon decided to look at the postcrania, so as not to, overstep. He cataloged 500 specimens based on photos, personal observations, and literature, and named the new genus from it Anatotitan. He also compared hadrosaurines and lambeosaurines and found that hadrosaurian scapula, the blade, was relatively longer and not as wide compared to lambeosaurines, and an example of that is Brachylophosaurus. He also found that because hadrosaurines of very old age therefore tend to mimic lambeosaurines morphologically, very large or old hadrosaurines represented by postcranial remains without skulls may be misidentified and assigned to the lambeosaurines. And this can lead to taxa assigned to the lambeosaurines at the expense of hadrosaurines. And that was a quote.
At the expense of hadrosaurines. They're not getting their time in the limelight because the lambeosaurines are getting the credit.
I guess. That's one way to read it. Then Albert Prieto Marquez, in his 2008 thesis, worked over 4 years where he went to 12 countries on 4 continents and got 78,000 images of thousands of hadrosaur specimens from 47 institutions, something like 56 species. And he wrote, quote, hadrosaurids were the most diverse and abundant dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous. So again, we'll be covering something like 50 hadrosaurs. They will be listed in the show notes, but I won't be reading them because that would just be a long list of names.
But we are going to go through all of them.
Yes. So our friend Edward Drinker Cope of the Bone Wars named the family Hadrosauridae in 1869 with 2 species, Hadrosaurus mirabilis, also known as Trachodon mirabilis, and Hadrosaurus foci. In 1888, Lydecker ignored Hadrosauridae and created Trachodontidae, which included Hadrosaurus, Orthomeris, and Diclonius. Then, Lawrence Lamb in 1918 said Trachodontidae was invalid and resurrected Hadrosauridae, which had been named earlier, and he also preferred Hadrosaurus as the type genus instead of Trachodon because Hadrosaurus had more better preserved fossils, and he thought that Trachodon was dubious. It wasn't diagnostic enough, not enough unique characters. Albert Prieto Marquez pointed out that until the mid-1980s, with cladistic methods, quote, scientists were subjectively biased in their criteria for establishing taxonomic units and hypotheses of evolutionary relationships, end quote. Like when in 1922, Park said that Parasaurolophus was a close relative of Saurolophus based on the shape of the crest, but they're classified in 2 different subfamilies now. So in addition to a lot of lumping and splitting of Hadrosaur genera and species, there was a lot of back and forth around hadrosaur families.
So where they sat in the family trees, in other words?
Even the names of the family trees.
Oh, wow.
It didn't help that a lot of hadrosaur teeth were found early on without much skeletal material, so that also led to confusion. But anyway, we're going to start with Trachodon, since that and Anatosaurus are the main requests, but they get mixed up with a lot of other hadrosaur names, and this happens a lot. So we'll be talking about hadrosaurs that have been kind of talked about together. In other words, this will not be in alphabetical order. It'll be based on how they're connected. So Trachodon. Trachodon was a dubious hadrosaurid based on teeth found in the Judith River Formation in Montana in the U.S. The genus name means rough tooth and refers to the, quote, granulate inner surface of one of the teeth. So we're starting off strong with a dinosaur named after a tooth.
Yeah, always a good way to go.
The teeth that were found came from hadrosaurids and ceratopsids, turned out. Ceratopsids had this distinct double root. And this description ended up being the first description of a ceratopsid.
Accidentally?
Yep. Not the only time hadrosaurs get confused with ceratopsid. Joseph Leidy, who described the teeth, eventually saw the difference after describing Hadrosaurus and then suggested only the double root teeth, which are actually the ceratopsian teeth, be referred to Trachodon. In 1853, Ferdinand Hayden had collected teeth and fossils along the Missouri River and then sent them to Leidy to describe. And at the time, Hayden was only 24 years old. He was a student exploring the Badlands. And apparently he got the nickname Man Who Picks Up Stones Running from the Sioux because he collected fossils so quickly.
That's a pretty good nickname.
Yeah. So the type species is Trachodon mirabilis. Leidy described it in 1856. He described the teeth as very worn and in fragmentary condition. And as a side note, Leidy also described Hadrosaurus foci, which we talked about in episode 202 in 1858, which had a lot more of the skeleton. And some paleontologists thought that Hadrosaurus and Trachodon may be the same, but they didn't have the skull. So they didn't know about it, being the duckbill type of dinosaur. They thought it was like a iguanodon. Lowell Wright published a monograph on hadrosaurs in the 1940s, and they thought that the roughness of the tooth that led to Trachodon's name was because the tooth wasn't used. The species name, mirabilis, means marvelous in Latin. And so Trachodon's based on 7 unassociated teeth. The Bone Wars also didn't help in terms of it made a lot of things confusing. And at one point, all known hadrosaur species were considered to be Trachodon, except for Claosaurus agilis. Other species included Trachodon homarens, which was named in 1925 based on a partial skeleton found in China and is now considered to be Manchurosaurus. There's also Trachodon cantabrigiensis, which was named in 1888 by Lydecker based on a tooth found in England, but now that's considered to be a nomen dubium. There's Trachodon longiceps, which was named in 1897 by Marsh based on a large right dentary with teeth found in the Lance Formation of Wyoming in the U.S., then later assigned to Anatotitan, and it's now a nomen dubium. Trachodon marginatus, which was named in 1902 by Lamb based on disassociated skeletal material that later became Stephanosaurus marginatus, and then it was referred to Critosaurus by some. Then there was Trachodon silwani, named in 1902 by Lamb based on a dentary with teeth found in the Dinosaur Park Formation of Alberta that became Pteropelix and then became a Nomum dubium.
So there's a lot of dentaries and teeth that got named different things and then later became Nomum dubium.
Yep. In 1915, Charles Gilmore wrote about Trachodon and said that Hatcher, back in 1902, he wrote this article titled The Genera and Species of the Trachodontidae, Hadrosauridae, Claesauridae, Marsh. It's an interesting title. Anyway, in that article, Hatcher said that the 10 genera of Trachodontidae should be lumped into two, Trachodon and Claeosaurus, which used to be Trachodon annectens, and the other 8 should be synonyms of Trachodon. As a side note, we'll get to Claesaurus later, but he also said that Marsh's smaller Claesaurus agilis should be considered a valid genus. So Gilmore talked about the fragmentary teeth being problematic for identifying and comparing other specimens. And he also said that he didn't think Trachodon was from the Lance Formation. Not many teeth were found there compared to the Judith River, Belly River, and Two Medicine formations. He said that Trachodon was based on specimens from the Judith River Formation, and those specimens have a smaller number of teeth, so Trachodon could only be from the Judith River Formation. And he said that this meant that the Trachodons from the Lance Formation did not belong to a genus, and that meant that one of the older dinosaur names should be revived. Charles Sternberg compared the holotype, the teeth of Trachodon mirabilis, to other hadrosaurids in 1936 and found they were most like lambeosaurines. In 2016, Albert Prieto Marquez and others named Eotrachodon orientalis to honor Trachodon. The genus name means dawn roughtoothed from the east, and it was a primitive hadrosaur found in Alabama in the U.S. and lived about 10 million years before Parasaurolophus and Lambeosaurus. And we've actually talked about Trachodon before, specifically the Trachodon mummy, in our episode about Edmontosaurus, in episode 129, because the Trachodon mummy is now considered to be Edmontosaurus.
That Trachodon mummy is pretty amazing, which is what it's usually still called, even though it's definitely Edmontosaurus.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say definitely. Nothing's ever definite.
Right.
But most likely Edmontosaurus.
But that just shows you how much Trachodon has been split up over the years.
It's still a useful name because that mummy, with the fossilized skin basically, is such a unique specimen that it has its own name essentially at this point, calling it Trachodon.
In terms of lumping and splitting, Diclonius mirabilis is a junior synonym of Trachodon. In 1988, Walter Combs Jr. wrote that Cope had named Diclonius based on isolated teeth, which wasn't enough, since hadrosaur teeth are too different based on individuals. And he wrote, Trachodon mirabilis is also a Nomum dubium, although the name may be used in historical but not taxonomic discussions. And he said that Anatosaurus copi, which was originally Diclonius mirabilis, was valid but was not necessarily referable to Anatosaurus. So that leads us into the next hadrosaur, Diclonius, which was a dubious hadrosaur, as you may have guessed from just now. It lived in the late Cretaceous. It was found in the Judith River Formation in Montana. It was named in 1876 by Cope based on one tooth. Then later Cope referred other teeth. And the genus name, Diclonius, means double sprout, because it refers to how it replaced teeth, where replacement teeth could be used at the same time as older, more worn teeth. These teeth were double sprouted compared to monoclonius. They used one set of teeth at a time, and that's monoclonius was named in the same paper by Cope. The type species is Diclonius pentagonus, which, because it's based on teeth, is considered a Nomum dubium. In 1942, Lull and Wright republished Cope's descriptions, but they couldn't find the type specimens in the American Museum of Natural History collections.
Another nail in the coffin, if it being based on teeth wasn't enough.
Mm-hmm. And after looking at Cope's descriptions, they found that this species may have been a ceratopsian. But they thought that Cope was misled with a ceratopsian tooth that was included with the type specimen of Trachodon mirabilis, because there's no ceratopsian tooth fragments in the type specimen of Diclonius perangulatus. But other teeth from Trachodon were still considered to be from a hadrosaur. So they said that Cope's descriptions were not enough, and they said Diclonius was, quote, open to question and doubtful, and some of it could be referred to Trachodon. According to Sternberg, Cope believed that Lady had abandoned Trachodon, so he named the species Diclonius and then referred Trachodon mirabilis to Diclonius in 1883, which is the same time he described a skull from the Lance Formation in South Dakota that he referred to Diclonius mirabilis, which had been found in 1882 by Cope and Hill.
Poor old lady.
Yeah. Yes.
As he's known.
As he's known. We cover all of that in the Bone Wars episode 250. So some paleontologists at the time thought that the Judith River Formation and Lance Formation were from the same time period, which is probably why Cope referred the skull. American Museum of Natural History labeled Cope's Diclonius mirabilis skeletal mount a Trachodon skeleton because it was too unclear at the time, and then eventually it was relabeled to Anatotitan copi.
And now it's considered a Brontosaurus.
Yes. The next dinosaur is Anatosaurus. Richard Swanlull and Nelda Wright published their monograph on hadrosaurs in 1942. We'll be bringing up their monograph a lot. They named Anatosaurus for the most common North American hadrosaur without a crest. The type species is Anatosaurus annectens. It's based on a partial skeleton and skull that Marsh had described as Claysaurus annectens in 1892.
Annectens sure sounds familiar.
Like Edmontosaurus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They made Cope's Diclonius mirabilis type specimen the type specimen for Anatosaurus copi. But in 1979, Anatosaurus was found to be too similar to Edmontosaurus regalis, which was named by Lawrence Lamb in 1917, so Anatosaurus annectens became Edmontosaurus annectens.
It's interesting that the preference went to Edmontosaurus from 1917 and not Claysaurus from 1892.
Maybe there was too much confusion over Claysaurus at that point.
Yeah, it could be. Because you said Claysaurus had sort of been out of favor.
Well, we'll get to Claysaurus. Let me just finish up Anatosaurus real quick. So, Anatosaurus copi became Anatotitan copi in 1990 because it was too different to be an Edmontosaurus. And just real quick, Anatosaurus lived in the Cretaceous in what is now North America. It browsed its food and cropped leaves and then wore them down with dental batteries, as many hadrosaurs do. And you can see Anatosaurus in the game Saurian. So now moving back to Claysaurus. It was a primitive hadrosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous. It was herbivorous, probably walked on two legs and then stood on all fours to graze food. It was estimated to be 11.5 feet or 3.5 meters long and weigh about 1,050 pounds or 475 kilograms.
It's a little guy.
I guess. Yeah, for a dinosaur. And it had long legs, small arms, a long stiff tail, and a slender body. The type species is Claysaurus agilis. The genus name means broken lizard, and that refers to the way the fossils were found. It was originally named by Marsh in 1872, but as Hadrosaurus agilis. It was found in Kansas in the U.S., and they found partial skull fragments and an articulated postcranial skeleton. Gastroliths were thought to be found in Claysaurus, but it turned out to most likely be gravel that washed in after that specimen had died.
It's always a very difficult thing to tell. When did those rocks get into the gut area?
Yeah.
Sometime between now and when it died tens of millions of years ago.
Yes, but it's exciting to think when you have something that was in the gut. So in 1890, it was renamed to Claysaurus agilis because it was found to be too different from Hadrosaurus. Marsh named Claysaurus annectens in 1892 based on two skeletons found in the Lance Formation, which then later became Anatosaurus and then Edmontosaurus. In 1903, Weiland named Claysaurus affinis based on fossils found in the Pierre Shale in South Dakota. And it was found along with fossils from a giant sea turtle. Turtles make our way into every episode, it seems.
Trying to make it seem like sauropods aren't the only ones found with turtles.
Well, they're not. Talking about hadrosaurs now. So the fossils, though, they got mixed up with Claysaurus agilis, and for a while it was thought that only the toe bone remained of the type specimen for Claysaurus agilis. In 1948, Joseph Gregory found toe bones similar in size in the Yale collections that looked like it came from Pierre Shale, but didn't reassign the species. It was older in age and too fragmentary. Walter Coombs Jr. in 1988 said Claysaurus should be redefined based on something other than teeth characteristics. Seems to be a recurring theme with hadrosaurs. In 2004, Jack Horner and others found Claysaurus affinis to be dubious, and in 2008, Claysaurus agilis was found to be outside the clade with Hadrosaurus and other hadrosaurids. It's the closest not hadrosaurid to true hadrosaurids within the clade Hadrosauria.
At least it wasn't 2008.
Good point.
It's probably changed by now.
Well, I didn't come across that while researching for this.
Nobody else claimed that position.
Not that I am aware of. Moving on, Thespesius, another dubious hadrosaurid that got mixed up with Edmontosaurus. It lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now South Dakota in the U.S. in the Lance Formation. Joseph Leidy named it in 1856 based on 2 caudal vertebrae and a phalanx that Hayden had found in 1855 as part of that first paper about hadrosaurids. The type species is Thespesius occidentalis, and the genus name means wondrous one, and the species name means western. So it's this western wondrous one. And was named because of the large size of the fossils. Hayden said that the bones came from a layer from the Miocene, so there was a chance it was a mammal, not a dinosaur. So that's why they didn't add a saurus to the name.
Interesting.
In 1875, Cope said that he considered Agathalmus milo, known from partial limb bones and some vertebrae, to be a synonym of Thespesius occidentalis. Lucas suggested in 1900 that the original Thespesius fossils looked the same as more complete specimens of Claysaurus annectens and said they should all be Thespesius occidentalis because it had been named earlier. And Charles Gilmore agreed in 1915. He also pointed out that in 1902, Claysaurus annectens had been made a junior synonym of Thespesius occidentalis, but that this change was never acknowledged by paleontologists in subsequent work. Gilmore wrote, quote, "While it cannot be positively demonstrated that occidentalis and annectens are identical, it is equally true that they cannot be shown to represent distinct species. Since the localities from which the type specimens came are not far apart geographically, it appears most probably, however, that they do represent one and the same species." End quote. So some people, such as Russell and Charles M. Sternberg, still use the names Thespesius occidentalis or Thespesius annectens for Lance Formation hadrosaurids during the 1920s and 1930s. In 1913, Lawrence Lamb said that the type specimen of Thespesius occidentalis wasn't enough to be a valid genus. And then in 1942, Richard Lowell and Nelda Wright classified Thespesius annectens as Anatosaurus copi, and they said Thespesius occidentalis could maybe be different since it had shorter tail vertebrae, but they said the fossils were too incomplete. They couldn't do a good comparison. And since then, it's become a novum dubium. In 1926, Sternberg named Thespesius saskatchewanensis, but in 2011, Nicolas Campion and David Evans found it to be a synonym of Edmontosaurus annectens, and they also found that Thespesius edmontini, which Gilmore named in 1924, was a synonym of Edmontosaurus regalis.
So Edmontosaurus really wound up the real winner of a lot of these lumpings.
Yes. That leads me to my next section on Edmontosaurus lumpings. Again, we've talked about Edmontosaurus in episode 129, but a quick recap. So Campion and Evans in 2011 looked at the skull growth and variation in Edmontosaurus, and they looked at 23 skulls from late Cretaceous dinosaurs in North America that included Edmontosaurus regalis, Thespesius edmontini, and Edmontosaurus saskatchewanensis.
It's funny to have Edmontosaurus saskatchewanensis, since Edmonton is definitely not in Saskatchewan.
That's a good point. They said that, quote, individual variation and anatomical changes due to growth had led other researchers to name too many hadrosaurs from the pocket of late Cretaceous deposits they investigated, end quote. And they found that there were only 2 valid species of Edmontosaurus, Edmontosaurus regalis and Edmontosaurus annectens, and that there was a lot of taxa named on what turned out to be ontogenetic and individual variation. They said that Thespesius edmontini was a junior synonym of Edmontosaurus regalis, and that Edmontosaurus regalis also included Anatosaurus edmontini. And they said that Edmontosaurus saskatchewanensis and Anatotitan copi were Edmontosaurus annectens, because Edmontosaurus saskatchewanensis was a younger version, the individual, of Edmontosaurus annectens, and Anatotitan copi was an older version of Edmontosaurus annectens. And they said that Edmontosaurus annectens also included Claysaurus annectens, Anatosaurus annectens, Thespesius saskatchewanensis, Anatosaurus saskatchewanensis, Diclonius mirabilis, and Anatosaurus copi. So a lot of lumping there.
Yeah.
An even more recent lumping that happened in 2017, Hastings and others looked at the skull of Edmontosaurus regalis, and they said that Ugranolic, which was named in 2015, was Edmontosaurus, and we talk a lot more about that in episode 125. In 2020, Ryuji, Takasaki, and others agreed, but it's not clear which species it is since the fossils are from juveniles. Next up is Corythosaurus and Lambeosaurus. We covered Corythosaurus in episode 31 and Lambeosaurus in episode 148, but we'll do another quick recap because there's a lot of lumpings. So in 1975, Peter Dodson reviewed all Hadrosaur species from the Oldman Formation in Alberta, Canada, which was 3 genera and 12 species, and after comparing skulls, found only 3 valid species, Corythosaurus casuarius, Lambeosaurus lambi, and Lambeosaurus magnicristatus. Dodson suggested there was sexual dimorphism in each species that you could see through the crest, but he only looked at 2 individuals in his study. Then Dave Evans and Robert Rees found that one of those individuals, the supposed female one, had a broken crest and just seemed smaller. And if it wasn't missing a piece of the crest, it would have been about the same size as the second individual.
Twist.
Yes. Then James Hobson suggested and Kenneth Carpenter agreed that Lambeosaurus lambi individuals were females and Lambeosaurus magnicristatus individuals were males. But Evans and Rees said that the 2 species were found at different geologic levels and they did not overlap. So that brings us to Pteropelix, a dubious hadrosaur, and the fossils may actually be Corythosaurus, according to Brett Sermon in 1989, but there's no skull, so you can't be certain because you can't compare. Pteropelix lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Montana in the U.S. It was found in the Judith River Formation, and it was named by Edward Cope in 1889. The genus name means winged pelvis. There were multiple species assigned to it, but they're all based on fragments.
I like that name, winged pelvis.
Yeah. Other fossils thought to be Pteropelix probably belong to Lambeosaurus or Gripposaurus. There's only one species now, Pteropelix graulepes. That's named based on pelvic and limb bones, which are, according to Brett Sermon, quote, indistinguishable from Corythosaurus. He also said, quote, because the name has had only one specimen referred to it, it is not advisable to propose a synonymy that would cause unnecessary confusion. The name Pteropelix should be abandoned in favor of Corythosaurus. This can only be done by appeal to the ICZN, end quote.
So we're waiting to see what the ICZN has to say?
I think so. I couldn't find out if there was a follow-up there. Next is Stephanosaurus, another dubious hadrosaur. The genus name means crown lizard. Lawrence Lamb named some limbs and other fossils found in Alberta as Trachodon marginatus in 1902.
Lawrence Lamb named some limbs is a fun tongue twister.
It's true. And then more hadrosaur fossils were found from the same area in the 1910s. This is the Dinosaur Park Formation, including a couple skulls. So Lamb established the species Stephanosaurus marginatus in 1914 with all of these fossils, but it wasn't clear if the bones he used to name Stephanosaurus were different enough to be a new genera. So in 1923, William Parks named Lambeosaurus lambi in honor of Lawrence Lamb, who had died 4 years earlier, based on the 2 skulls and material from Stephanosaurus. Parks said that Stephanosaurus was based on undiagnostic fossils. Then there's Tetragonosaurus, a dubious Lambeosaurine that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now North America. It was named in 1931 by Parks, and the type species is Tetragonosaurus praeseps. It was thought to be a new genus, but then it turned out the fossils that it was based on were from a juvenile Lambeosaurus. It was proposed to be a replacement name for Prochineosaurus because Prochineosaurus didn't have a species name. It was a nomen nudum. Again, there was no type species for Prochineosaurus. It was named in 1920 by Matthew, and in 1975, Peter Dodson showed that Prochineosaurs were juvenile Lambeosaurus and Corythosaurus. He analyzed 36 skulls and then defined and documented the characters of each. And he found that the lack of a footed ischium in Prochineosaurs was a growth feature in Lambeosaurines. So Brett Sermon said that Prochinosaurus, quote, should be relegated to synonymy with Corythosaurus and Lambeosaurus. And we mentioned Prochinosaurus in episode 345 when we talk about Hipacrosaurus. So really quickly then, we've got Prochinosaurus. There's also Chinosaurus, which was really a juvenile Hipacrosaurus, and we covered that one also in episode 345. This next one's pretty interesting. Didanodon. Now, Henry Osborn mentioned this name when referring to Lawrence Lamb's Prochinosaurus altus. He referred to it as, quote, P. parentheses Didanodon altus.
Weird.
And that, I guess, shows that he meant, quote, the name to signify either a subgenus or a taxon to be erected at full generic rank. It does not appear in the Bibliography of Fossil Vertebrates, and the only recent citation is in Steele in 1969. That's according to Brett Sermon in 1989. So this name was never republished or diagnosed or discussed, and it became a nomen nudum. Lawrence Lamb had named and described Trachodon altidens in 1902 based on a lower jaw, and then Osborn, who co-edited the paper, proposed it as this new genus, Didanodon altidens, or altus, I guess. Anyway, now it's thought to be a subadult of Lambeosaurus.
That's a weird one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not even really ever named in the first place.
That's not the weirdest one, though, in terms of not really being named for a hadrosaur, but we'll get to that. Next is Kazaklambia, which was described in 1968 by Rojdestvensky as a species of Prochenosaurus convincens. The species name refers to the fact that it was the most complete fossil found on Soviet territory and proved dinosaurs could be found above the quote-unquote dinosaur horizon.
Oh, interesting. So they thought there was a latitude that dinosaurs wouldn't be found north of?
Mm-hmm. Kazaklambia was referred to Corythosaurs for a while. In 2013, Phil Bell and Kristen Brink named Kazaklambia. The genus name means Kazaklambeosaurine, and it's known from a nearly complete juvenile. Some scientists think it is synonymous with Jaxartosaurus, but others think it's a valid species. That leads me to Jaxartosaurus. It was a hadrosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Kazakhstan. It was based on a partial skull found near the Jaxart River. It was described in 1937 by Ryabanin. The type species is Jaxartosaurus aralensis. The genus name means Jaxart's lizard, and that's after the early name of the Sirdarya, a river in Central Asia. There was a second species, Jaxartosaurus fuyuensis, described in 1984 by Wu based on a dentary found in Xinjiang, China, but that one is dubious. There was no evidence of a Lambeosaurine crest, so it was assigned to Hadrosaurinae. In 1968, Rojdestvensky described new skull material that he referred to Jaxartosaurus and found it to be a Lambeosaurine, similar to Corythosaurus. In 1989, Brett Sermon said that there should be no new species assigned to it because the type species is indeterminate and a nomen dubium. And he said that Nippanosaurus is a juvenile Lambeosaurine and that some considered it to be a synonym of Jaxartosaurus because Jaxartosaurus is an adult and both are from Asia. But he said that the two must be kept separate because they can't be distinguished or synonymized from one another based on morphology. Now, we've talked about Nippanosaurus before in episode 180, but as a quick recap, it was a Lambeosaurine hadrosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous, and the fossils found were of a juvenile in 1934. There wasn't much of a skull. It was named in 1936, based on a partial skull and skeleton, and the genus name Nippanosaurus means Japanese lizard. It had a dome, which is known to be a juvenile characteristic, according to Lowell and Wright in 1942. In 1967, a humerus was found near Hateg Island that was assigned to Nippanosaurus, but sometimes that one is referred to as a Trachodon. Later studies didn't acknowledge this fossil. A 1994 review of Japanese dinosaurs suggested some incomplete hadrosaurs found in Asia, including Nippanosaurus, may be lumped together. But Brett Sermon said, quote, the name should be retained until adult specimens are found, but as a Lambeosaurine inserte sedis.
Meaning unknown Lambeosaur.
Yeah. So it was thought to be dubious for a while, but then there were redescriptions in 2004 and 2017 that support it being a valid genus. For our next group of lumpings, we'll start with Griposaurus, which we talked about in episode 131, but here's another quick recap. Lawrence Lamb described it in 1914. The genus name means hooked nose lizard, and there's 3 valid species, Griposaurus notabilis, Griposaurus latidens, and Griposaurus monumentensis. other species were found to be invalid. In 2008, Prieto Marquez agreed with Wagner that Gripposaurus incurvimanus was a junior synonym of Gripposaurus notabilis. In 2007, Gates and Sampson had regarded Gripposaurus incurvimanus as a distinct species, but Prieto Marquez found the diagnosis to refer to characters that were not distinct or that had too much variation to be diagnostic. Then there's Critosaurus, which we talked about in episode 257, but another quick recap. It was a hadrosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Patagonia, Argentina. The type species is Critosaurus navajovius. Barnum Brown found the holotype in 1904. In 1914, after Gripposaurus was named, he synonymized Critosaurus and Gripposaurus. In 1984, Jose Bonaparte and others named Critosaurus australis. Now that species is thought to be a synonym of Ceratopsians corneri, so that's the senior synonym, and that's because the type material was pretty much the same. In 2008, Prieto Marquez regarded Critosaurus australis as a junior synonym of Ceratopsians corneri based on iliac and pubic characters. Horner and Weishampel in 1990 had separated Gripposaurus from Critosaurus because of uncertainty around the skull. In 1992, Horner described two skulls from New Mexico that he said were Critosaurus and showed them to be different from Gripposaurus. In 1993, Adrian Hunt and Spencer Lucas named those skulls as two new genera, Anasazisaurus and Nashoibetosaurus. In 2013, Prieto Marquez found Nashoibetosaurus to be distinct, but that Anasazisaurus was a synonym of Critosaurus, but kept it as a distinct species, Critosaurus horneri. There was a partial skeleton found in the Sabinas Basin in Mexico by Jim Kirkland and others, but Prieto Marquez in 2013 found that to be an indeterminate saurolophene. Anasazisaurus lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now New Mexico in the U.S. in the Kirtland Formation. It was first described as Critosaurus by Jack Horner, who described the skull in 1992, as I mentioned, and it had this short nasal crest that stuck out in between and above its eyes. This crest was unique because it was roughened. It was named in 1993 by Adrian Hunt and Spencer Lucas, and the type species is Anasazisaurus horneri, named in honor of Jack Horner. Anasazi is a Navajo word that means enemy ancestors. The fossils were found in the 1970s by a field party from Brigham Young University. Horner originally said the skull was Critosaurus navajovius, but Hunt and Lucas said that the holotype of Critosaurus was undiagnostic and a nomen dubium, and they named Anasazisaurus, but not everyone agreed. In 2014, Prieto Marquez said the two were similar, but that it was distinct enough to be a valid species of Critosaurus as Critosaurus horneri. The skull was not well preserved, so not everyone agrees with Anasazisaurus being its own species. Then there's Ceratopsians, a hadrosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Argentina. It's thought to be the only hadrosaur from Gondwana until Oryctodromeus was discovered in 2011. The fossils of Ceratopsians were found in 1923 by a team from the Field Museum. They found a partial juvenile skeleton, and then it was described in 1979 by Brett Sermon. The type species is Ceratopsians corneri, and the genus name means severed lizard. That name refers to it living in Gondwana when most hadrosaurs lived in Laurasia. It's named because of the unique morphology of the ilium and the fact that it doesn't look like other hadrosaurs except Gilmoresaurus. Brett Sermon said in 1989 that he regarded Ceratopsians as Hadrosaurian incertacetus because of a lack of diagnostic skull material. In 1984, Bonaparte and others named referred fossils found between 1982 and 1986 in the Los Alamitos Formation as Critosaurus australis, based on the pelvis and dentary. They compared the fossils to Ceratopsians and found no big differences between the two, but said Critosaurus was valid because of a more triangular process on the ilium. Wagner found Critosaurus australis to be distinct, but referred to it as Ceratopsians australis, and it was distinct because of the differences in the area and time when they lived. Salinas and others in 2006 said Critosaurus australis was closely related to Telmatosaurus transylvanicus. Prieto Marquez reanalyzed the fossils and then in 2008 said Ceratopsians and Critosaurus should be synonymized. Next is Oryctodromeus, which was named by Valiari and others in 2010, 2011. The type species is Wheelinacaceae salitralensis, and the genus name means southern duck mimic in Mapuche. The species name refers to the salitral in Rio Negro province. Disarticulated specimens of juveniles and adults were found at the Salitral Moreno site of the Allen Formation, and then more specimens were found at a second site in the Malvinas Argentinas Partido. Some fossils may be from a Patagonian lambeosaurine. In 2016, Cruzado, Caballero, and Correa said that the fossils may be more than one genera of hadrosaurid and that the holotype was too weathered and incomplete to support its diagnosis, so it's a nomum vanum, which is basically a nomum dubium.
Haven't heard that one before.
When I looked it up, one of the definitions said it's kind of a useless term.
Does that make nomen vanum a nomen vanum?
Maybe. I don't know how it works exactly. So in 2017, Cruzado, Caballero, and Powell assigned the paratype of Wheelinacaceae to be Bonapartosaurus rionegrensis. This next dinosaur was named a lot longer ago.
One of the oldies?
They're all oldies, but yeah. It's Orthomerus, which lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now the Netherlands. It was named by Harry Seeley in 1883, so it has been a while, and the type species is Orthomerus doloi. The genus name means straight femur, and the species name is in honor of the paleontologist Louis Dolo, who had found the fossils in August 1882 when visiting London. It's pretty fun. You're just on a trip and you find some fossils.
Yeah.
He found a partial juvenile, including femora, and then in 1871, Selly referred to a left tibia and metatarsal to Orthomerus. More fragments have been found, some from Belgium. They're not all necessarily Orthomerus. Dolo acquired two tail vertebrae in 1882, but it's hard to know if they were actually Orthomerus. There's a second species, Orthomerus weberi, which was named in 1945 by Ryabinin based on hind limb elements found in what is now Ukraine. They were found by Weber, which is how he got the species name. Weber is female, so in 1995, that name was amended to Orthomerus weberi. In 2015, it was made the type species of Ryabininohadros, which was formally named in 2020. A third species, Orthomerus transylvanicus, is actually Telmatosaurus transylvanicus. In 1915, Franz Nopscha had referred it to Orthomerus. And we talk a lot about Telmatosaurus in episode 277, if you want to go back to that one for more details. A fourth species, Orthomerus hillei, was originally named by Newton in 1892 as Iguanodon hillei, and then renamed by Nopscha in 1915. It's based on a tooth fragment and seen as a nomum dubium. Brett Sermon said Orthomerus doloi was a nomum dubium because it wasn't a complete enough specimen, and that Orthomerus transylvanicus should be Telmatosaurus. So Orthomerus was considered a nomum dubium by Brinkman in 1888 and Horner and others in 2004 as well. In 2019, it was found that Orthomerus had no unique characteristics. They did a study, and then they made the right thigh bone the lectotype, and that would make Orthomerus a nomum dubium. It's also possible Orthomerus is outside of Hadrosauridae and could be a more basal hadrosaurid. Kind of linked to that one is Hectosaurus, named by Nopscha as Limnosaurus in 1899, but then it was named Hectosaurus in 1910 by Barnum Brown. The type species is Hectosaurus transylvanicus, but it's now known as Telmatosaurus, which again we talk about in episode 277. Moving on to our next group, we've got Chionidan, a dubious hadrosaurid that lived in the late Cretaceous. The type species is Chionidan arctatus, and the genus name means column tooth. It was found in Colorado in the U.S. in the Laramie Formation in 1873, and it's named based on fragments. There's two other species, Chionidan kaizilkumensis, named by Ryabinin in 1931. The vertebrae was found in Uzbekistan, and Chionidan stenosis, named by Cope in 1875, found in Alberta, Canada in the Frenchman Formation. Both are probably hadrosaurs, but it's very fragmentary material. Chionidan kaizilkumensis has been reclassified as Bactrosaurus kaizilkumensis. Now, Bactrosaurus we talked about in episode 171, but as a quick recap, in 1998, Pascal Godefroy and others described the newly found Bactrosaurus fossils, and they said that the skull material from the Irandabasu Formation was Gilmoresaurus. And they said that Bactrosaurus was not a lambeosaur or even a hadrosaurid, but instead a more primitive hadrosauroid. And I keep mentioning Gilmoresaurus. So Gilmoresaurus was either a hadrosaur or a iguanodont that lived in the Cretaceous in what is now Inner Mongolia in the Irandabasu Formation. It was named in 1979 by Brett Sermon in honor of Gilmore. The type species is Gilmoresaurus mongoliensis, and the genus name means Gilmore's lizard, because, again, for Charles W. Gilmore. Other species have been named. There's Gilmoresaurus autavus, found in Uzbekistan, and Gilmoresaurus arhangeskiel, found in the Bisekti Formation. But those are too fragmentary, so both species are considered dubious. There's another species from the Bisekti Formation named Gilmoresaurus kazilkumensis, but it has been referred to Bactrosaurus. Next is Manchurosaurus, which was a hadrosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now China. It was found in 1914 on the banks of the Amur River. It's the first dinosaur named from China. It's named in 1925 by Ryabinin. The holotype material was initially referred to Trachodon. The type species is Manchurosaurus amurensis, and the genus name means lizard from Manchuria. Brett Sermon said that it was part iguanodont and part hadrosaurian, and that hadrosaurs had originated in Asia, and he also said that more fossils needed to be studied. In 1979, Brett Sermon thought that it was a nomen dubium, but some scientists later thought that it was valid. In 1981, Osmolska and Marianska said that the Irendavasu dinosaurs were not all one species and tentatively assigned material to Tannius. In 1985, Horner and Weishampel re-examined the fossils, including fossils Gilmore had not described, and referred some fossils to Bactrosaurus and said that the skull material was Gilmoresaurus. Then Horner and others in 2004 said that Manchurosaurus was nomen dubium. In 2010, Albert Prieto Marquez and Mark Noreld redescribed Gilmoresaurus and found that the two Irendavasu hadrosaurs were different enough to be their own taxon. There's 3 species named: Manchurosaurus amurensis, Manchurosaurus mongoliensis, that Brett Sermon had named Gilmoresaurus, and Manchurosaurus lausensis, which is actually a nomen dubium. There's a skeleton on display at the Central Geological and Prospecting Museum in St. Petersburg, but it's pretty incomplete, so a lot of that skeleton is plaster. You mentioned Tannius. So Tannius was named in 1929 by Carl Wyman. The type species is Tannius sinensis, and it's named based on disarticulated and unassociated fossils. In 1958, Young referred pelvic material. He also referred the species Tannius chinkankoensis that is close to Gilmoresaurus. So in 1958, Young found a referred skull that was like a hadrosaurian, but it also had proportionately taller neural spines similar to lambeosaurians. Brett Sermon said that Tannius was a hadrosaurian inserte sedis. The genus name Tannius means of tan.
It's real tan, is it?
It's because of the paleontologist Tan Shicho. It's in honor of Tan. It's a hadrosauroid, lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now China. It was estimated to be 23 feet or 7 meters long and weigh 2 tons. In 1939, Ryabinin named Tannius prenidae, which was later assigned to Bactrosaurus. In 1958, Yang Zhongjian named Tannius chinkankoensis, and then in 1976, Jun Shonan named Tannius liangensis, but later both were found to be junior synonyms of Centausaurus. Then in 2017, Zhang and others found Tannius sinensis and Tannius chinkankoensis to be valid Tannius, but that Tannius liangensis was not valid. Got another grouping of dinosaurs here, starting with Zhuchungosaurus. Fossils were found in Shandong, China, including skull bones, limb bones, and vertebrae, and it was named in 2007 by Zhao and others, but it was later found to represent different growth stages of Shantungosaurus. So Shantungosaurus we talked about in episode 89, but as a quick recap, lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now China. It was very large. It had a femur that was 5.6 feet or 1.7 meters long, and a humerus that was about 3 feet or 1 meters long. There's a composite skeleton at the Geological Institute of China in Beijing, and that's 48 feet or 14.7 meters long.
Wow, that's pretty big.
Yeah, and it's estimated to weigh up to 16 tons.
It's about as big as Hadrosaur's got.
Yeah. It was described in 1973 by Hu Chengzhe, and the genus name means Shandong lizard. 5 skeletons were found, and Shuxing and others said that Shantungosaurus is similar to Edmontosaurus. Then there's Huaxiaosaurus, which was named in 2011 by Zhao and others. The full name is Huaxiaosaurus aigatens. The genus name is the ancient word for China, and the species name is Latin for giganteus. And in Chinese, that same word is Juda. Huaxiaosaurus was found to be a junior synonym of Shantungosaurus due to individual variation and some distortion on how the fossils were buried. Next is Spinosaurus, a hadrosaurid that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Kazakhstan. The fossils were based on a partial left maxilla and part of a left femur. It was named in 1982 by Shilin and Suslov, and the genus name means arstan lizard. It's confusing because it has been thought to be a hadrosaurid and a ceratopsid. In the mid-1990s, that is, it was thought to be a ceratopsid. Then it was later found that the characters that were thought to make it unique were just based on perspective, and the maxilla came from something like Bactrosaurus, and the femur wasn't enough to specify what it was, so it became an indeterminate hadrosaurid. There's a hadrosaurid from the Bayan-Shireh Formation that's sometimes been thought to be Arstanosaurus, but now it's thought to be its own genus, and it's informally known as Gadolosaurus. Next is Batyrosaurus, a hadrosauroid that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Kazakhstan. The type species is Batyrosaurus rojezvenskii. It was described in 2012 by Pascal Godefroy and others. The genus name came from Batyr, the Kazakh hero warriors, and the species name is in honor of the paleontologist Rojezvensky. But it may be the same as Arstanosaurus akurganensis. Back to Gadolosaurus. Gadolosaurus has no type designated.
Huh, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
This is, I would say, the weirdest hadrosaur name that I came across. The name means baby dinosaur. It's a Japanese phoneticization of the Cyrillic spelling of hadrosaur, and it was meant to be a placeholder name. The name was in a 1979 popular book by Saito about a Russian exhibit of dinosaurs that toured Japan. According to a letter in 1985 by Kurzanov, it was from the Bayan-Shireh Formation, but Kurzanov thought it was a juvenile Arstanosaurus. It's about 30 inches or 71 centimeters high. The figures in the book in 1979 show it to be more like an iguanodontid than a hadrosaurid, but those features were plaster reconstructions. Brett Sermon said that Norman, Osmolska, and Serino said that they all considered Gadolosaurus to be a juvenile Arstanosaurus. And Brett Sermon said it shouldn't be cited until more specimens are described, and it should be as a new name, since Arstanosaurus is a nomen dubium.
Yeah, probably shouldn't use a name that's never actually been a name in the first place.
Yep, but it's pretty funny. It was in a book.
Can't believe everything you read in books. Peer-reviewed journals are better.
Some books are peer-reviewed.
Yeah, and our books are good. As well as any books that are advertisers. They're also very good.
And no, we didn't have to say that. Now, the rest of the hadrosaurs that we'll be covering that I've found, at least, are not as connected, or they don't really have as many connections to other hadrosaurs, so we'll just go through these alphabetically. We'll start with Oshenosaurus, which lived in the late Cretaceous, and it's named based on fossilized fragments thought to be hadrosaur jaw fragments. The genus name means Oshen lizard, for the Oshen Formation where the fossils were found, and it's estimated to be between 13 to 16.4 feet or 4 to 5 meters long.
Starting with another little one, or maybe medium little.
Yeah. The fossils were found in 1887 and named by Gerard Smets in 1888. The type species is Oshenosaurus multidens. Now, Smets said that he examined these fossils with his naked eye, with magnifying lenses, and a microscope. But then, Louis Dolo found the fossils to be fossil wood and not a dinosaur.
Oh no.
Smets tried to defend it, but then he was embarrassed. There were rumors that he stopped being a scientist, but then he published his next paper in 1889 about turtles.
Turtles save the day again. As long as they can avoid getting stepped on by sauropods.
I don't know about saving the day. He wasn't confident enough for the dinosaurs, so he moved on to turtles.
Oh, I see. The lesser of the animal groups. It's interesting that there was a length estimate from a piece of wood. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, the whole thing's pretty funny. Next, there's Augustinolepis, which we talked about in episode 156. It's the California state dinosaur, described in 2013. It was originally described as Saurolophus morrisi, and then later studies found its skull to be different from other saurolophines, and it became its own genus.
And then it became the state dinosaur.
Yes, it's a good path. Next, we've got Calororhynchus, which was named by Cope in 1892, and that genus name means broken beak. It was based on broken bones found around the snout. It's been thought to be a hadrosaurid and a ceratopsid, and sometimes a triceratops. Cope thought that it was an agathalmid, a ceratopsid, from the Laramie Formation in Colorado. Then he thought it was a hadrosaurid. And then in 1904, Franz Nopsche reclassified it as a ceratopsid. In the 1940s, Richard Swan Lowell and Nelda Wright said that it was a dubious hadrosaurid, and then Brett Sermon in 1979 said that it was likely a ceratopsid neck frill, probably Triceratops. Other reviews found it to be an indeterminate hadrosaurid. Next is Discanus, which lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Montana, found in the Judith River Formation. It was named by Cope in 1876, and the type species is Discanus encostus. The genus name means rough enamel. There are 4 species that were named based on isolated teeth of what turned out to be hadrosaurids and ceratopsians. And each of these species have between 1 to 8 teeth. The species include Discanus encostus, Discanus bicarinatus, Discanus peganus, and Discanus haydenianus. Franz Nopsche in 1901 assigned it to be a ceratopsid, and in 1907, John Hatcher redescribed the teeth and found them to be hadrosaurid and ceratopsid teeth.
All mixed up.
It's really hard to name dinosaurs based on teeth.
Yes, it is not recommended.
Next, we've got Glashades. It's a hadrosauroid that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Montana, found in the Two Medicine Formation.
I like that name.
Yeah. The type species is Glashades ericksoni, and the genus name means concealed in mud. It combines the Latin word for mud with the Greek god Hades. It was named because the fossils were beneath the surface. Prieto Marquez found it to be a non-hadrosaurid hadrosauroid. In 2012, Campione and others said that the holotype may be an indeterminate juvenile saurolophine hadrosaurid and that Glashades ericksoni is a nomum dubium.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, it's a good name. Next, we've got Gongpo-Chuansaurus, a basal hadrosauroid that lived in the early Cretaceous in what is now Gansu province, China. The genus name means Gongpo-Chuan reptile. It was first described in 1997 by Liu Junchang as Probactrosaurus mazongshanensis. Later that year, it was found to be less derived than the type species of Probactrosaurus, so the name Gongpo-Chuansaurus was suggested informally, and then it was named formally in 2014 by Liu Junchang. Then we've got Hypsibema, which we talked about in episode 269, but as a quick recap, it was originally called Neosaurus missouriensis and then renamed later in 1945 by Gilmore and Stewart to Parasaurus missouriensis because the name Neosaurus was already the name for a synapsid. It was thought to be a sauropod. Gilmore thought it was either a hadrosaur or a sauropod, and then Gilmore said that it couldn't be a hadrosaur because of the chevrons and, quote, more elongate centra. Then there were more excavations in the late 1980s and they found parts of the jaw.
So it's still valid?
Yes, and Hypsibema missouriensis is the official state dinosaur of Missouri.
That's what I was wondering, because I thought it was recognized in such a way, and if it became a nomen dubium, that's a little unfortunate.
Nah, but it's included here because of the namings with Neosaurus and Parasaurus.
Gotcha.
Next is Cutalisaurus. The type species is Cutalisaurus colerorum. The genus name means spoon lizard and refers to the shape of the dentary. It's named based on a right dentary. It was named in 2006 by Prieto Marquez and others, and that's based on this dentary having a long section with no teeth. They said it may be synonymized in the future. They also said in 2006 they chose to split it out because it was, quote, as susceptible to error as lumping IPS SRA27 and the remaining material into one taxon. Now, the fossils were found in the 1990s in the Talarn Formation. The site was later named Laos. In 1997, Casanovas, Cladeas, and others said that the fossil was from the SRA, where the original Pararhabdodon fossils were found. In 1998, they described it and referred it to Pararhabdodon isonensis, which was originally Iguanodontia incerticetus by Casanovas and Cladeas and others in 1993. Then, Prieto Marquez and others reevaluated and said that the fossil was found 30 feet or 9 meters below the SRA locality and that no dentary was found in the SRA locality to compare, so they said that the Pararhabdodon fossils only came from the original locality. In 2009, Xavier Pereda, Superbiola, and others said it, quote, exemplifies the problem of erecting new species on the basis of very fragmentary material, end quote, and it being a valid genus depends on finding more fossils. In 2009, Prieto Marquez and Wagner looked at the holotype of Kutalisaurus and compared it to Centausaurus spinorinus. They found the dentary to have the same long, toothless slope at the front of the jaw, and they also found similarities between Pararhabdodon isonensis and Centausaurus spinorinus, and since both Pararhabdodon and Kutalisaurus came from the same formation, they decided to lump the two together. Then in 2013, Prieto Marquez and others found in a study of hadrosaurs from Europe that the dentary wasn't that unique, it just looked more unique because of the way it was first prepared in the 1990s. The Centausaurus dentary was also distorted from its preparation. Now, because of this, the Kutalisaurus dentary is not distinguishable from many other lambeosaurines and is not connected to Centausaurus, so it's now considered to be an indeterminate lambeosaurine dentary. Next is Kundorosaurus, which lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Russia. A partial skull and nearly complete brain case was found, and there's referred specimens that include partial brain cases, dentaries, humeri, ulna, radius, pelvic girdle, and more. It was described in 2012 by Pascal Godefroy and others, and the type species is Kundorosaurus nagornii. The genus name comes from Kundor, the type locality, and the species name is in honor of V.A. Nagorny, who found the locality in 1990. Xing and others in 2014 considered Kundorosaurus nagornii to be a junior synonym of Kerberosaurus monachini, a saurolophine hadrosaur, based on it being in the same formation and having similar characters. Godefroy and others in 2012, though, said that they were separate. Then we've got Microhadrosaurus, which was a hadrosaurid that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Guangdong, China, in the Yuanpu Formation. It was estimated to be 8.5 feet or 2.6 meters long.
Oh, that is micro.
It was named in 1979 by Dong, who said it was like Edmontosaurus. The type species is Microhadrosaurus nanxiungensis. The genus name means small sturdy lizard. They found a partial left mandible of a juvenile. There's no distinguishing characteristics. Brett Sermon said, quote, the use of juveniles as holotypes should be avoided, end quote, because the skulls and the teeth in terms of number and proportion, they change a lot during growth stages. So Brett Sermon said that this was a nomen dubium.
Lots of things are named based on juveniles. It's not always a bad thing.
Yes, well, the lumpings and the splittings continue.
Yeah.
Then we've got Nodoceratops. The type species is Nodoceratops bonarellii. It was found and named in 1918 by Augusto Tapia. The genus name means southern lizard face, and the species name is in honor of Guido Bonarelli, who advised Tapia in his studies. The original fossil has unfortunately been lost. It was a toothless jaw. It was thought to be a ceratopsian.
That makes sense why it was named Nodoceratops.
Yeah. There's a lot of mix-ups between hadrosaurs and ceratopsians.
I guess they had similar teeth.
So in 1980, Molnar said it was a hadrosaurid because ceratopsians weren't found in South America, but not everyone agreed with this reasoning, and some scientists said it should be considered a ceratopsian unless shown otherwise through morphology.
But if we don't have the fossils anymore, does it really matter?
You just have to find more fossils
Mm-hmm.
from the same area. Next is Ornithotarsus, which lived in the Cretaceous. The holotype includes the lower part of the left calf bone and part of the left shin. It's estimated to be between 46 and 49 feet, or 14 to 15 meters long, and weigh 12 tons.
Nice. That's like Shantungosaurus size almost.
Yeah, it's a big one. And the lower part of the shin is 18 inches or 46 centimeters wide. Samuel Lockwood found the fossil in 1869 while walking along Union Beach in New Jersey, and he saw a bone coming out of a wall of dirt, the shin and fibula. So the exact location of where the holotype was found is unknown, but he told Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins about the fossils, and then Hawkins sent him a sketch, and this helped Hawkins figure out the details of the ankle structure of hadrosaurs. Hawkins was working on the Central Park Museum in New York City at the time. Marsh asked to purchase the fossils, and Lockwood agreed, but he wanted enough time to make this cast for Hawkins. Then Cope came to Lockwood, because we're in Bone Wars time, and he asked to buy the fossils. Lockwood said no, but he did let Cope draw them, and then he apologized to Marsh later in a letter because, well, Marsh acquired the fossils in 1886 for Yale Peabody Museum, and he did have a cast. Cope named the new species before Marsh. So he named the species in 1869. Cope did, that is. It's named based on a partial hind limb. The type species is Ornithotarsus immanis. The genus name means tarsus bird, or, bird's ankle, and refers to the tibia and ankle bone fusing the way it does in birds. And the species name means the immense one.
That's good.
Cope thought it was part of Symphypoda, which is a group that he said were reptiles with deformed ankles that also included Compsognathus. Some researchers considered Ornithotarsus to be a junior synonym of Hadrosaurus foci.
I think it might be Hadrosaurus folkii.
I've heard that one both ways, which is weird because usually when you end with I, you have the I sound, but since it's double I, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. It might also be because it's such a famous one that's been around for so long that maybe it got simplified more than some of the other ones did.
Yeah, could be. So it only would be a junior synonym, assuming that the fossils of Ornithotarsus were found in the Woodbury Formation in New Jersey. But again, we don't know exactly where they were found. There's a lack of diagnostic features, so it was found to be in Nomum dubium. In 1977, Bard and Horner suggested Ornithotarsus and Hadrosaurus foci to be synonymous, but that's based on biogeography, and there's not enough material to know for sure. In 2006, Prieto Marquez said that it was a Nomum dubium. And now we're on to our last hadrosaur of this segment, Pneumatoarthus. And congrats for sticking with us for this long. You're still here. So the type species is Pneumatoarthus pylorus. It was found in New Jersey, the Mount Laurel Formation. Joseph Leidy in 1865 thought the holotype was a Hadrosaurus sacrum. He said so in his monograph. But it was named by Cope in 1870. Cope later said it was a dinosaur more closely related to Ankylosaurus euphrasia and Clepsysaurus. In 1872, Cope described a sea turtle. I've got sea turtles and ceratopsians coming up a lot here. Protostega, and he said that Pneumatoarthus was also a sea turtle. He said the same thing in his 1875 monograph on Cretaceous vertebrate fossils from the western interior. Later scientists thought Pneumatoarthus was a theropod or a hadrosaur. Hune in 1932 said it was the sacral vertebrae of Dryptosaurus. Bard and Horner in 1977 transferred it to Testudinata, which are tetrapods with a true turtle shell, and said it was a sea turtle. Brett Sermon agreed and said that it should not be considered to be a hadrosaurid. So now we have gotten through 50 plus hadrosaur lumpings and splittings.
That was a lot.
It was a lot. I went through a lot of different source material, but I just want to point out 3 in particular that were really helpful if you want to read these yourselves, if you want to dive even deeper into hadrosaurs, because they go into more than just lumpings and splittings. There's a revision of the Hadrosauridae, Reptilia Ornithischia, and their evolution during the Campanian and Maastrichtian by Michael Keith Brett Sermon. That was his dissertation for George Washington University in 1989. There's also Phylogeny and Historical Biogeography of Hadrosaur Dinosaurs by Albert Prieto Marquez. That was his dissertation for Florida State University in 2008. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the segment, there's the book Hadrosaur's Life of the Past, published in 2014, which is a compilation of the 50 plus presentations of that International Hadrosaur Symposium in 2014.
Nice. And our fun fact / one news item of the day.
More Hadrosaurs.
Yes. Well, it's just one Hadrosaur.
Mm.
Really slowing things down a notch.
It's a gnarly one, though.
It is. And it is the first South American hadrosaurid described with pathologies. It was written by Penelope Cruzado Caballero and others and published in Cretaceous Research just recently.
Another name that came up in my Hadrosaur research.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, mentioned her a few times.
This time, they're talking about an injured Bonapartosaurus, which was located at the Museo Provincial Carlos Ameghino, also known as MPCA, in Rio Negro, Argentina. It was collected way back in 1984 in the same province, and this is actually the holotype specimen of Bonapartosaurus.
Nice. Oh, but poor specimen when it lived.
Because it has pathologies?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not the worst pathologies that I've ever seen.
Some of the headlines for this were really made me feel
Gruesome.
bad. Yeah, for this dinosaur.
They're probably playing it up more than they should have, is my guess. But it is, like I said, the first South American hadrosaurid with pathologies, so it is very important. They looked at 3 paleopathologies that they found on this Bonapartosaurus, and there are 2 in separate neural spines of vertebrae from the middle of the tail. So the top middle of the tail had a pair of bones that each had their own pathology. Then there's also one in its metatarsal in the left foot, so a middle foot bone that was also injured. In one tail vertebra, there's a quote-unquote displaced fracture, which basically means it's bent to the side. That's what it looks like. And when they CT scanned it, you can see a break inside the bone at that bent area.
Ooh.
So they think what happened is there was an impact or other huge force that caused a bunch of stress on that bone. It broke it and bent it, and then it sort of healed in that bent shape afterwards.
I wonder if that made it harder to function.
It did. I will get into that.
Oh, okay.
The other tail vertebra has a mostly healed fracture. It looks like, to me, someone glued part of a ball, like if you sliced maybe the edge of a ball off and like glued it to the side of the bone. But again, this is the neural spine, so it's a pretty thin bone usually, but there's like a weird sphere sticking out of it. And they're not exactly sure what caused that injury. They don't think it was the same impact as the other vertebra, but it has a growth on it. And then for the toe bone, there's a growth over what is probably an osteosarcoma, also known as a tumor.
Oh.
It covers about 2/3 of the foot bone.
Oh.
So, yeah, basically, if you think of a typical toe bone, it's like a lot of bones where it's wider at the ends where they articulate to the other bones, and then it sort of narrows down in the middle. So it has a little bit of an hourglass shape. But since it's all swollen and puffed out from the pathology, it's about as wide in the middle as it is on the ends. And since that wide part is 2/3 of the length of it, there's just like the ends, a little tiny dip, and then this big, rough, pitted growth in between the two that sort of keeps it the same width. But the other toe bones are fine, or the other foot bones, I should say. It's a foot bone, not a toe bone.
Yeah, but it's still 2/3. I don't know if those headlines were exaggerating.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's bad on that foot bone, but that foot bone isn't necessarily a weight-bearing bone because it's the outer foot bone. And I mean, it would normally bear some weight, but it's got other foot bones that it can sort of lean over onto. And it wasn't necessarily like a traumatic injury. It could just be some type of infection or something that it had healed from or otherwise survived through. So it's not really hindering it in a major way where it died. They even mentioned if it had actually broken the bone or if it had this sort of injury on, say, its femur, that would be a big deal. But on this one foot bone, it's not the end of the world. So as the authors put it, quote, the suite of vertebral pathologies would have generated pain and discomfort during its daily activity.
Yes,
End quote.
that's no way to live.
Which pain and discomfort? Lots of people live with pain and discomfort in their vertebrae.
Nobody likes it.
Oh, no, they don't. But I'm just thinking compared to some of the other paleopathologies we've talked about where like bones telescope together from massive trauma and all sorts of things like that, this is not one of the worst, I would say.
Okay, that's true.
So these researchers tried to piece together how the injuries would affect the day-to-day life. And when it came to those injuries in the vertebrae, they think that it might have impacted its tail mobility. So specifically, since it was injured in the middle of the tail, it might have been there because the base of the tail is supported by more muscles. The caudofemoralis, especially, they say sort of terminates partway down the tail. And this might be shortly after that tail muscle attachment point. And it could have resulted from increased stress from that lack of support if something hit it at that point. And that impact could have been by tons of different things. It might have been from mating trauma, trampling, aggressive rivalry, or also an attack by a predator. Really just anything that could hit it hard.
Yeah.
I probably could turn too fast and hit a tree. I know someone that broke their arm like that.
Ooh.
So, and you got to be careful when you've got these long appendages sticking out.
You're speaking from experience?
No, I'm not, fortunately.
You just waved your long arm as you said that, so I was wondering.
Yeah, I've never hurt my arm, at least that bad. As far as the foot tumor goes, they say it probably would have slowed it down, and the injury may have affected the ankle and maybe even the knee, depending on which muscles attached to that foot bone. But since it's the inner part of the foot that was injured, it might have adjusted its gait to compensate. And so that means it probably could have adjusted its gait to compensate, especially since it appears that it healed pretty significantly, so it didn't just die right after the injury happened, but it may have affected its behavior in some ways. They wanted to talk about the relationship between the injured Bonapartosaurus and other Bonapartosaurus, as well as with other species and the environment, but they couldn't really get too much detail out of it because it's like, we don't know. Maybe if you've got a limping dinosaur, it's going to be harder to find a mate, or it might be a little harder to get enough food throughout the day or something like that, but we just don't know for sure.
Right.
There aren't any smoking guns for the cause of its death, but we don't think that it was from the injuries because, again, they're mostly healed, and it seems like it wasn't in a really bad way with any of those specific injuries.
It just lived through some pain for a while.
Yep. That's how it goes when you don't have dinosaur doctors.
Yep. And that wraps up this Hadrosaur-tastic 350th episode. Thanks for listening and for sticking with us for 350. We're looking forward to the next 350, right, Garrett?
Yes.
If you want to join our growing community, talk about dinosaur news, more hadrosaurs if you want to.
Or you could talk about a different dinosaur if this was enough hadrosaurs for a while.
Right. There are lots of others with our Discord. Then go to our page at patreon.com/iknowdino. Thanks again, and until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today in our 400th episode...
All right, another milestone.
This is a big milestone. I can't believe it's been 400 episodes.
It's amazing.
We're like 7.5 years in at this point, and we could not have made it without all of your support. Thank you all for listening for all these years. And as a big bonus spectacular, we're going to be talking about Hateg Island, which is that island in Romania, which is really amazing. There's tons of stuff going on there.
We'll mostly talk about the dinosaurs, but there are some other really interesting animals.
Yes, especially huge pterosaurs.
Spoilers.
Oh, sorry. So most people might have heard of Hateg Opteryx, sort of a giveaway. But to go along with that, we have an interview with Michael Benton, a famous paleontologist and an expert on Hateg Island. Should probably pronounce it Hatseg, I guess is the correct way to say it. And we have our dinosaur of the day, which is really more of an overview of all of the animals from Hateg Island. And on theme, there is a fun fact about Hateg Island as well.
Well, related to, yes.
Sabrina's doing that one. But before we get into all that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week we'd like to thank Evelyn and Frankie, Misunderstood Oviraptor, Cosmic Parasaur, Pippaceratops, Jonah, Kalosaurus Rex, Shelby, Elrex, Bruce, and James.
Thank you so much for all your support, and thank you again to all of our patrons, because without you, we could not have gotten to episode 400. It still seems surreal.
Yeah, that's a large number.
So thank you again from the bottom of our hearts. And hopefully you enjoy this special episode.
So before we get into our huge overview of all of the animals on Hateg Island, or at least a lot of them, we're going to do our interview with Michael Benton because he's the expert. So why not start there? But as always, we have an extended version of this interview for our patrons. So if you'd like to hear even more about Hateg Island and Michael Benton's work, then head over to your premium content feed and check it out there.
And just as a taste, his work also includes the Triassic extinction events and dinosaur colors.
We're joined this week by Michael Benton, who's a paleontologist and professor of vertebrate paleontology in the School of Earth Sciences at the University of Bristol. He also founded the Master of Science degree program in paleobiology at Bristol. He has written over 400 scientific papers and more than 50 books about a wide range of topics, including animals in the Triassic, extinction events, and the Hateg Basin, or Hatseg Basin, trying to get that pronunciation right. And he's also done quite a bit of work in the field, including in Romania. His most recent books are The Dinosaurs Rediscovered and Dinosaurs New Visions of a Lost World. Thank you very much for joining us this week.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
So since we're doing a special episode on the Hateg Basin, I know you were the lead author in 2010 of this amazing paper. It's Dinosaurs in the Island Rule, the dwarf dinosaurs from the Hateg Island. And you looked at, was it Magyarosaurus, Telmatosaurus,
Zalmoxes, and one or two others. That's right.
And you were able to confirm that these were actually all adults and kind of confirm that whole hypothesis of the dwarf dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's right. And so it was sort of unexpected, of course. We think of dinosaurs as huge, but dwarf dinosaurs, interesting. So these had been noticed a lot earlier, but by working with colleagues in Germany, Martin Sander and his colleagues, we were able to look at the bone histology and try to determine the age of the dinosaurs, which had not been done before. And so that removed the criticism, if you like, of, these are all juveniles. I mean, you would say if the island is full of juveniles, that's a bit weird, but nonetheless, you have to sort of tick the boxes.
Yeah, make sure that it's not, was that Peter Pan with the island full of lost children or something?
I was thinking Lord of the Flies, but yeah.
Oh, that too.
Were you surprised by what you found?
Well, I think we were not surprised. So I can tell the story of this because it dates back over 100 years. And first of all, people may be surprised that we're talking about a major island full of dinosaurs in Romania, in Eastern Europe, because if you look at the current map of Europe, of course, Romania is largely landlocked. It's got a coast on the Black Sea. And yet we have to recall that in the Cretaceous, Hateg Island is maybe 70 million years old, something like that. Sea levels were much higher. And in fact, the world was divided up into more continents and big islands than today, because sea levels were maybe 100, 200 meters higher. There was a big seaway right up through the middle of North America. There was another one across Africa. And much of Europe, the Mediterranean coast, Eastern Europe, was an archipelago of islands. And people began discovering dinosaurs on these islands, occurring in the south of France, all the way across to Eastern Europe. And the first ones in Romania were found in 1899 by a wonderful European nobleman called Franz Nopcsa, whom some people may have heard of.
Yeah,
he was a count. He was of a noble family. At the time, 1899, this was part of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, so the political distribution in Europe was very different then. The Austrian-Hungarian Empire, which obviously ended at the First World War in 1914, nonetheless, it covered a lot of Eastern Europe. And Nopcsa was in this sort of mystery land area between Austria, Hungary, Romania, and he spoke many languages. He claimed nationality in many countries, but primarily Romania. And he was mad about paleontology, collected dinosaur bones, But he noticed early on, hold on, these are a bit smaller than they should be. These are smaller than their relatives elsewhere. And he actually speculated then. He said, yeah, maybe these are dwarfs. They're living on an island. And the analogy he had was with dwarf elephants on Mediterranean islands. So it was actually quite current at that time that a variety of paleontologists and naturalists had been studying elephant bones from Sicily, from other islands around the Mediterranean. Not very ancient. These elephants were maybe tens of thousands of years old, but they were the size of pigs. And people were thinking, are these babies? No, they're not. Because you look at the teeth, people know how to age elephants, where it's a little bit less clear how to age dinosaurs. And they were dwarfs. And so the idea was quite prevalent in late Victorian times, in the 1880s, 1890s. Oh, yeah, so the Mediterranean sea levels were going up and down as the ice sheets advanced and retreated, because, of course, during the ice ages, if you lock up a lot of water in the ice sheet, sea levels go down. And so at different points, African animals could walk across the floor of the Mediterranean Sea. And they got to these islands, and the Mediterranean would flood to some extent. And an elephant, if it's going to survive, it's better off being smaller. And there's a whole, on an island, there's a whole ecological study of island dwarfing, which is a whole discipline. Mm-hmm. And so it was easy for Nopcsa to apply this to his dinosaur discoveries.
Yeah,
that's really interesting. Did you find anything, because we've heard little bits and pieces about Nopcsa's sister. Did you find anything about that in your research?
You're absolutely right. That I didn't tell the story in full. It was his sister who found the bones, first of all, and showed them to him. He was not an expert paleontologist, but he was looking for a role in life, I think, because although he had a fancy title, count or duke or something of the kind, and he had a castle and traditionally would have had large estates, I've no doubt, he had no money. And how do you make money? You certainly don't make money as a paleontologist, I can tell you.
Even back
he did,
then.
to some extent, he actually sold collections of bones to the big museums in London and Vienna. And so some of these early discoveries from Romania are actually not located in Romania anymore, although more recently there's been a great deal of research by Romanian colleagues. But that's right, his sister found them. He then realized this was something important. No dinosaurs had been found in that part of the world before. But he was a smart guy. He was doing imaginative stuff that we do now as second nature, but it was quite daring at that time, like determining, are these males or females? Are they dwarfs, juveniles? He was thinking about biology, thinking about behavior, but he didn't have the kind of analytical equipment that we have today. But a lot of what Nopcsa thought was accurate. And just to roll forward in his biography, and then we can kind of park him for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've read around it. Some people have read around. He had an interesting First World War, 1914 to 1918. He offered himself as a spy to both sides, both to the Austro-Hungarian Empire that were fighting with the Germans on the one hand, and to the British, the Allies who were fighting on the other side. And it's not entirely clear whether he succeeded in being a spy for either side, but that was his source of income, I suppose. And then after the First World War, 1918, 1919, again, he had no purpose, no money. And he carried on his paleontological studies. He spoke perfect English, apparently, perfect German, as well as, no doubt, Romanian and Hungarian, which is a real collection of languages. He wrote scientific papers in German, English, and I think in French.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was a homosexual at a time when that was not the thing to be. And he had a secretary, and they traveled around Europe in a motorcycle combination, a motorbike with a sidecar. And sadly, in the end, I guess, having found no work, he offered himself to be king of Albania. It's another little country. How on earth you could have the chutzpah to, offer yourself in all these different roles to so many different nations? I have no idea. And sadly, it all ended in disaster, no money. He shot his secretary, shot himself. They committed suicide in the end. But nonetheless, he left a great legacy of imaginative published work.
And an amazingly interesting life.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's right.
I think he had didn't he have a whole side thing of anthropology in Albania or something too? It was even more.
He studied linguistics and origins of the different peoples of Eastern Europe, and absolutely, he was a polymath.
Yeah, really, he's one of those super interesting guys.
That's right.
Did Nopsa inspire you to look into Hateg Island, or you were interested in the dwarf dinosaurs?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think he's a big inspiration for present-day Romanians. And nothing much happened after Nopsa's death around 1929, 1930, all the way through the Second War. And then, of course, Romania fell behind the Iron Curtain at the end of the Second World War. And so, again, it was not in great economic shape. And some will remember they had a rather terrible ruler at the end, Ceausescu and his wife. And eventually the revolution happened in 1989, 1990. And the people rose up and threw off Ceausescu and his wife and killed them. There were gun battles in the center of Bucharest, the capital of Romania. And I first went to Romania in 1993, and it was perfectly safe by that point. It had become effectively a free country again.
It's a quick turnaround.
Yeah. And they showed me the bullet holes on the side of the geology department of the university, because Bucharest University is in the center of town. And I'd met a wonderful paleontologist at a meeting in France, as it happens, Professor Dan Grigorescu, who he'd been a paleontologist from the start and through the 1980s, 90s, in the difficult communist Russian-dominated times. He'd lived through the revolution and could speak authoritatively about the gun battles in the streets and the change of regime. And he kindly invited me to go to Romania, and we visited various locations, including Hateg. And he has fostered a great number of young, enthusiastic paleontologists in Romania who are working on these questions now.
Awesome. So Hateg Island, is that in relation to modern Romania? Whereabouts is it?
So it's in the southwest. So it's in the most landward side. We have the sea margin on the Black Sea on the east end, and Constanța, which is the big resort. Bucharest is somewhat in the middle, and then carrying on west towards the boundary with present-day Hungary, we get to the Hateg in the southwest. And so it covers the Upper Cretaceous rocks, cover quite a large area. There's multiple geological formations that produce the dinosaur remains, and there's also a great deal of geological study of the area that have allowed people to try and reconstruct. Was it really an island? The answer is yes. Nopsa suggests that first in 1914. The present studies suggest that, and if you look at a paleogeographic map of the whole of Europe, people have identified maybe 30 or 40 islands scattered across where the south of France, Italy, across into Eastern Europe are. And Hateg is just one of those islands.
I think it's my favorite of those islands, though.
Yes, quite, because a lot of the other ones have not produced dinosaur remains. So it's wonderful that it has. And people have estimated the size of the island, and one measurement is 7,500 kilometers squared. There are various estimates because the sea levels change, and it probably varied in size quite substantially over the course of maybe 30 or 40 million years. So that wasn't my primary study. I was particularly interested in the dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's not a very big island, though.
No, that's right. And I should have done my homework, and I should be able to give you an analogy, but I can't. But it's probably the size of Sicily, but that may not help people if they've not been to Sicily. But yeah, it's a decent enough size, but not big enough for huge dinosaurs to survive.
In your paper, too, there were some other big findings, like the fact that these dinosaurs tended to be more basal or primitive, and then they also retained some juvenile characters.
Yes. This is one of the key points that people have suggested. I guess you have to determine that you're not looking at a kind of nursery island, a kindergarten island of babies. So that was done by looking at the bone histology, and I'll briefly talk about the primitiveness in a second. The The bone histology component by Martin Sander and Kuhnstein was that they were able to take thin sections of the bones, and these are just standard microscope sections that any biologist would understand. You can slice through a modern bone and stick little thin slivers on a microscope slide and grind it down nice and thin. You do the same with a fossil, and it's worth reminding people that the majority of these fossil bones are beautifully preserved, and indeed all the detail you could hope for is visible.
Nice.
They may be petrified in the sense that all the cavities have been filled by minerals, but actually the bone tissue is perfectly there. And Sander and Kuhnstein were able to count the growth rings, and they were able to show, these particular dinosaurs, some of them are like 10 years old, 20 years old. They're adults, they're not juveniles. So that was the first step. The primitiveness, you're right. That's another thing which seems to be true of island faunas today often, that somehow they get isolated on an island and they are not then, the gene pools are separated, and in this case, maybe for tens of millions of years. So whereas the relatives of these dinosaurs on land continue to evolve, and they are in connection with dinosaurs around the world, because although there are lots of divisions of land masses, nonetheless, the dinosaurs could trek around quite substantially. They carry on evolving, and for some reason on the island, evolution kind of slows down. And so, people who've studied these have suggested, although these are typically late Cretaceous, something like 70 million years ago on the island, often they're most similar to dinosaurs that lived much longer ago, 100, 120 million years ago, maybe even in the early Cretaceous in the rest of Europe or Asia, North America. So again, you kind of expect that sort of primitiveness as well as small size.
So the dinosaurs were on island time before we were.
I was just thinking, the island life.
That's right. And it's not always the case, but it's, because islands, if you're an evolutionary biologist, you think of Darwin, you think of Galapagos Islands, you think of Darwin's finches, you may think of the wonderful birds on Hawaii. And so islands can function different ways. And these are very, very interesting discussion areas for evolutionary biologists and biogeographers and that kind of thing, because we understand how evolution can go fast. If with Darwin's finches, he realized these are volcanic islands in the middle of the Pacific. They've emerged out of the water. He didn't know exactly when. We now know that they emerged maybe 5 million years ago, 3 million years ago. So all that evolution has happened really fast. And the argument there is because you've got a cluster of islands, each of the birds, the ancestral population is ending up scattering across the islands, and then they kind of evolve independently. Likewise in Hawaii, as the islands pop up, there's a whole line of islands being sprouted from the seabed above a volcanic hotspot. And as the Pacific plates move over the hotspot, more volcanoes pop up, islands pop up, and they get populated. So there the island is acting as a kind of a nursery for species origination. A wee bit the same with dwarfing, but in a way, evolution is sort of slowing down. So, understanding why that should be is quite a difficult thing, and I can't answer it.
What are your thoughts around, because we've got the dwarf dinosaurs, but there's also that giant pterosaur on the island that was probably the apex predator, which all seems just so strange.
Yes, Hateg. And oddly enough, it was not dwarfed. And all we could say is, I think it's one of these late, some people may be familiar with Quetzalcoatlus, which is a relative known from Texas. And I remember when that was found in the 1970s, I thought, biggest pterosaur, Texas. Yeah, that's what you expect. But here we have a big one in Romania, similar size. These have got a wingspan of maybe 12 meters, that's about 40 feet. So this is far larger than any bird. And if you didn't see them, you wouldn't believe them. And some people may have seen the wonderful reconstructions of Quetzalcoatlus by the paleo artist Mark Whitten, where they have it walking along, and it's as tall as a giraffe. A measure of size. Absolutely huge. And yet it probably didn't weigh much more than a human being. But the height of the thing. Yeah, so that's, and why would it not be dwarfed? Well, it's a flyer. Maybe it was able to fly across the ocean from island to island, and maybe the populations of these pterosaurs were still in connection with mainland forms, and hence they didn't go through this kind of divergence and this kind of dwarfing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Is that, I know sometimes people talk about island gigantism. Is that maybe this is like a weird version of island gigantism?
I wonder, yeah, maybe. I mean, you're right, because those classical, I remember seeing this in some children's book when I was young. They talked about these Mediterranean islands where you get dwarf elephants and giant dormice.
Yeah.
And it's a weird kind of central tendency. It's a bit like evolution around a central tendency. And I think people have suggested that maybe on certain islands, because these terrestrial animals, this is not talking about the birds or the pterosaurs, which can fly and get away, and it's not talking about any aquatic organism that could equally perhaps swim away and connect with the mainland. But the organisms that are stuck on the island, they can't get away. And there may be a kind of ideal size for a mammal to be. In other words, you can't be too huge because, of course, huge mammals like elephants or bison, buffalo need enormous territories to walk across because they just need big food supply and they have to move with the climate and so on. So you've got to get smaller. And then curiously, the other thing about islands is you have fewer species. You just have whatever happens to get there. And so maybe those giant dormice were kind of standing in for, I don't know, beavers or something else. You've got a limited number of species on the island. Therefore, they try to, or no, they don't try to, but evolution enables them to do different things. Because, of course, normally, in a normal ecosystem, it's well understood that species are packed in quite tight. And there's a lot of limitation. And of course, in nature, organisms don't naturally compete. They tend to avoid competition. So it's well understood that there's a constraint on the range of body size or the range of diet. And people have long tested this. I think Darwin understood this, that if you take away those competitors, then the size range, the diet range of most species will increase. And so that's not even evolution. That's just the release of constraint.
Yeah.
But yeah, this sort of central tendency thing, it's a well understood type of evolution, sometimes called the Ornstein-Uhlenbeck model, where there's a kind of ideal body size. We think about evolutionary trends where things maybe get bigger or they get smaller over time. There may be some evolutionary pressure to go one way or the other. Ornstein-Uhlenbeck is a kind of central tendency that you keep. There's the selection against the extremes. And I guess on an island, the selection would be against being too big, certainly. Yeah, so you're right. Islands are fantastic experimental sites.
Yeah, they are the best. I love, even modern days, we've got like Madagascar with the lemur population, which is unlike anything else in the world.
Yes.
All sorts of cool stuff. So you think Hateg, do you think the idea of it being an apex predator is reasonable? Or do you think because if it was the weight around of a human, then would that really be the best strategy?
I think the other interesting thing about Hateg is, as far as we know, there were no big predatory dinosaurs. So whereas elsewhere in the world at the same age, you've got a lot of the classic dinosaur faunas in Canada and the United States and parts of Mongolia. Similar age. This is a bit older than Tyrannosaurus rex, but there were big tyrannosaurids. And so in most other parts of the world, non-island parts, you have big predatory dinosaurs. But nobody has yet found such a thing on Hateg Island. And so somehow the tyrannosaurids and other big predators didn't get there. And I think we would have found them. We might not have found a complete skeleton, but, for two reasons. Even though carnivores are generally rarer than herbivores, just because of the nature of the food pyramid, the trophic pyramid. Obviously, each tyrannosaur needs 10 or 100 herbivores to feed it or keep it happy. The two reasons. One is that they shed their teeth. And so you don't need to find a whole T-Rex skeleton. You can find a few isolated teeth. And they're very recognizable. And the second reason is there's a premium on finding them. People are looking for them. And if they find one, they're not going to go past. And they're not there. So yeah, Hateg, the giant pterosaur, I guess it was the biggest apex predator, as you say. Whether it could tackle these herbivorous dinosaurs, I've got no idea. That would be another matter. Whether they just fed on carrion or whether they could also feed on or hunt living forms, I've just got no idea. It's a difficult one. And maybe tomorrow this will be disproved. Somebody will find a tyrannosaurid on the island, and that'll be that.
Definitely be an easier answer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
At the very least, they would have been scary to see around.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed.
So we mentioned a bit earlier, you've written a lot of books. The recent ones are Dinosaurs Rediscovered, How a Scientific Revolution is Rewriting History, and then the newest one, Dinosaurs, New Visions of a Lost World. So this is a question from one of our listeners. What were the inspirations for all your books? I mean, how have you gotten your ideas for them?
Yeah. So I started out like a lot of paleontologists. When I was a student, I needed some money, so I wrote some kids' books. I make no apology, but I make no claim of originality for those either. There's just a voracious appetite for kids' books about dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
But more recently, I've been interested in exploring two themes, I guess: mass extinction on the one hand, and dinosaur. Well, I guess it's what do we know about dinosaurs and how do we know it? And when I started out, a lot of what you would read in paleontology books and papers was perfectly reasonable, but it was inference, or to use common language, guesswork. And if some expert was to talk about the topics we've been talking about tonight, could you be sure these are juveniles or adults, or what are they eating, or what color were they, or all sorts of stuff like that? How did they reproduce? It was all perfectly reasonable conclusions, but based on comparing with modern forms like crocodiles and birds. And so you wouldn't come up with anything too outlandish, but there was no way of testing. But in my lifetime, in the last 30 years I'm not 30 years old, I mean, in my lifetime of research, the last 30 years, tremendous changes have happened. And what I wanted to represent in those two books was how we know what we know, or how we think we know what we know. So I can just tell you two stories which make this clear, I hope, relating to Hateg and dinosaurs more generally. So Dinosaurs Rediscovered is specifically about the science behind each of the themes. And I have chapters about feeding, locomotion, reproduction, bringing up babies, but also color. And that was the one thing when I would give lectures, I'd say, we'll never know the color. We'll never know the noises they made. Mm-hmm. Well, we do now know the color. Understanding locomotion and feeding is a bit easier to understand because, of course, you've got the skeleton, mm-hmm. and you can string the skeleton together. You can compare the nature of the joints. You can move the knee joint of a T-Rex and work out how it could move and what would be the limitations on movement. You can reconstruct the muscles because we know that T-Rex had exactly the same muscles as birds and crocodiles, and indeed humans, because all vertebrates have pretty much the same leg muscles. So you flex your biceps in your arm, you have the same gluteus maximus and various other muscles operating your hind limbs. They're all the same. So there is nothing unexpected there. But what's new is we have, of course, computational methods of animating and making skeletons move and understanding the power of the muscles. So all of that kind of modeling can be done thanks to CT scanning of specimens and thanks to the computational iterative possibilities of modern computers. Color, that's the one story that I wanted to tell because we were the first in 2010 to determine the color of the feathers of a dinosaur. Mm-hmm. And when I mention feathers, then you realize, of course. All dinosaurs, just feathers. But of course, it's thanks to all these amazing discoveries in China. And that's a big theme of my new book on Dinosaurs, Visions of a Lost World. I realized it was only 25 years has seen the entire history of all these amazing discoveries from China. And the first feathered dinosaur was announced in 1996. And 2021, last year, was the 25th anniversary. So all of that amazing opening up of science in China has just been 25 years. That's all. And they've kind of gone from nothing to whatever they are today.
World class.
Yeah. And that's been so fast. And from the point of view of paleontology, this has been amazing because it was a whole closed world. And then suddenly you open up a country as big as a continent, really, and all these amazing things. Feathers contain pigments, and hair, human hair, mammal hair contains pigments. And the story there was, this is going away from Hateg a bit, but the color in hair and feathers is contained within capsules, which are correctly called melanosomes. And melanin is one of the key pigments, of course, giving a variety of colors. There are different chemical forms of melanin. And the extraordinary thing is, each of the different chemical forms of melanin is enclosed in a capsule of different shape. And so we have two approaches to determining color in fossils. One is ultrastructure, that is simply the shape of these structures under the scanning electron microscope. And the other is chemical, because, of course, if you can distinguish chemically these different pigments, then you've got a line to the actual color. That's still unreliable. The chemistry approach is still unreliable, but people are working hard on that. But the shapes, we were able to determine that a particular Chinese dinosaur called Spinosaurus, which if I paint a picture, it's about 1 meter long, it's a biped, it's a little meat eater. It was covered in a fuzz of little whiskery feathers all over the body. We noticed along the tail, it's got a long, thin tail for balance. The fuzz of feathers seemed to be in tufts. You get a tuft and then a gap and a tuft. And so we took samples, and I can tell you the curators of the museums in China were a little bit, they looked a bit green around the gills when I said, this priceless specimen of yours, maybe it's worth $10 million, but don't worry, I'm not going to cause a lot of damage. I just need to take my scalpel and remove some of these feathers because we have to put them directly into the scanning electron microscope. And by comparison with modern birds, we were able to determine that Spinosaurus was all ginger in color. No black, no gray, no brown, ginger. And so ginger-colored feathers, and the stripiness on the tail was ginger white. So it had a tail like an old-fashioned barber's pole. So we were able to demonstrate that, and I would argue that's scientific, because up to that point, philosophers of science have struggled to justify that the historical sciences like geology, paleontology, some aspects of astronomy, that these historical sciences are really scientific because you can't repeat a laboratory experiment. The logic would be for the color. Let me just outline this. It's a chain of inference. So we know that there is a constant relationship between pigment color, melanin color, and melanosome shape in living birds and in mammals. It's not just in birds, it's in mammals as well. And that means that this is a constancy across all amniotes, the non-amphibian tetrapods. So that's mammals, birds, and presumably anything extinct that falls within that frame, including dinosaurs. So that's the first observation. Then you look at the fossils, you discover that the feathers or the hairs are packed full of these melanosomes. QED, you can determine the color. And this chain of inference could fail. It can be tested all the way along. Somebody could say, no, you're wrong. There is no such relationship between pigment color and melanosome shape. The whole thing then falls apart. We fail. Or you could go to the next step and say, I'm going to sample a different fossil. And I'm going to show that what you're looking at are not melanosomes, they're bacteria, or there's some other blob-like structure. I should have said the melanosomes are sausage-shaped or spherical. It could be, these are bacteria. They're not anything to do with melanosomes. Or indeed somebody could say, I've got another fossil and it contains completely different structures. And so we're in 2022. Our hypothesis has survived for 12 years without being refuted. But I would argue it is scientific because you can refute it at several steps along the way. So this has been a bit of a long diatribe, but getting back to the book, Dinosaurs Rediscovered, the whole point of it is to make that point quite strongly. It's quite a radical point that I think a lot of working paleontologists have accepted the methods, and we use these new analytical computational approaches. We use new means of visualizing. We benefit from CT scanning and electron microscopes. We benefit from massive computational power. And actually, it's been a revolution. And now you don't have to believe me when I say something about dinosaurs, because I just say, I'm a professor, I publish lots of papers. you don't have to believe me at all. You can go and rattle at the evidence. And you don't disprove me, though, by just saying, I don't believe you. You have to then go off and look at the evidence, because that's what scientists do, of course.
Yeah.
Until we can be disproved, our hypothesis stands. So the book, yeah. And then the second book was much more fun in a way, because I was working with a wonderful paleo artist called Bob Nichols. He does digital renditions. And when he did 15, we chose 15 dinosaurs and relatives, pterosaurs and such like. And we looked at the primary evidence, and we present that and the story of how the various research groups around the world have determined the color, including some dinosaurs from North America, from the tar sands in Alberta, from South America, a lot from China, of course. And this is all very recent. This has been happening in the last 10 years. And I guess each case then Bob was able to illustrate a fantastic rendition. And we make a claim with this new book, Dinosaurs, New Visions of a Lost World, published just before Christmas last year, that each of the images is factually defensible. So each aspect of the color and the pattern we can demonstrate based on evidence. Whereas every other dinosaur book in the history of dinosaur book writing is speculative to some extent. So there we are. I've said too much, I suppose. That was the justification behind the books.
That's great. So then our last question for our listeners, where is the best place if they wanted to find out more about you and your work?
Good heavens. Well, I have some websites which are relatively easy to find, but I guess the books as well. And I sound like a salesperson here, but I've written down nearly everything I know in the Dinosaurs Rediscovered and Dinosaurs Visions of a Lost World. So I guess that's a good start. But we do have good websites for the University of Bristol, and we teach and we offer courses of various kinds. And there's a lot of detail about different research projects. So I won't attempt to give a web address, but it's relatively easy to find.
Great.
So, yeah.
We'll make sure to put those in the show notes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today. That was
pleasure.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was great.
It's a great pleasure. Very happy to. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation.
Jumping into the news. Just kidding. We're going into Hateg Island. So Hateg Island, this, I should mention, this was a request to talk about the Hateg Basin from Jurassic Site B. So thank you for requesting that and giving us the idea. Hateg Island was a large island in the late Cretaceous located in the Tethys Sea between Laurasia and Gondwana.
Basically what is now Europe.
Yes. It's known for its basal dwarf dinosaurs, as well as one very large apex predator that wasn't a dinosaur, but could be just as terrifying. Garrett already mentioned what it was.
Spoiler.
Some of the dinosaurs from the island include Balaur, Bradynemi, Eleopteryx, and Antiornithines, Gargantuavis, Heptastiornis, Magyarosaurus, Paludatitan, Struthiosaurus transylvanicus.
Couldn't see Sabrina's air quotes on the Struthiosaurus.
Yes, we'll get to that. Telmatosaurus and Zalmoxes. Now, of course, we can't talk about dwarf dinosaurs and Hateg Island without mentioning the Baron Franz Nopcsa, a wealthy man with many interests who pioneered a lot of dinosaur analysis and theories and was one of the first people to look at more than just the bones of dinosaurs. Like, he looked at the biology of dinosaurs. And Michael Benton mentioned him in the interview, of course, but we'll get a little bit more into Franz Nopcsa's life story as well. There's two main sources I used for this episode if you want to read more. We went into a lot of sources, but the two best ones were Traveler, Scholar, Political Adventurer, the memoirs of Franz Nopcsa. It's not really about his work on dinosaurs, but it's really interesting about his life, if you want to read more about his life. And then, of course, Dinosaurs and the Island Rule, the dwarf dinosaurs from Hateg Island. That's that paper by Michael Benton and others that was published in 2010 that we talked a little bit about in our interview. So Hateg Island was, again, a large island in the late Cretaceous. Today, that area is the southern Carpathians, the mountains, and western Romania, and it's landlocked. The island is well known for its dwarf dinosaurs. That's that theory that Franz Nopsche came up with. And the idea is that islands have limited resources, so animals grew smaller over time. Insular dwarfism. Hateg Island's been estimated to be about 31,000 square miles or 80,000 square kilometers, and was probably about 120 miles or 200 kilometers away from other land. Now, there have been a lot of estimates about the size of this island, and that's partly because of sea levels changing. A deep marine basin surrounded the island, and it had a subtropical climate with an average temperature of 68 to 77 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. There were rainy and dry seasons, but still a lot of tropical plants. The island also had rivers and lakes. Over 70 types of animals have been found from Hateg Island, including fish, frogs, turtles, crocodilians, pterosaurs, birds, lizards, snakes, mammals, and then, of course, dinosaurs. There's not as many types of dinosaurs as there were in other areas around the same time, but that's probably because they were on an island. In other parts of the world, in the late Cretaceous, like the Hell Creek Formation, the Lance Formation, the Horseshoe Canyon Formation, Nemegt Formation, etc., there's often 30 to 40 dinosaur taxa. Now, in Europe, formations from around the same time had as few as 2 to 3 taxa and as many as 13. It's possible, however, that not as many fossils have been collected from these European formations, so there could still be more taxa.
Yes, 70 animals is a lot.
Yes. I think we're going to talk about something like 12 types of dinosaurs, so that is on the lower end in terms of dinosaurs.
But just scratching the surface because there's so many other animals there as well.
Yeah. There's a number of formations in Hateg Island, including the Sompetrou Formation, Densusa Chiula Formation, Sebesh Formation, Sard Formation, and Jibo Formation. Now, at the time of the Hateg dinosaurs, most of what is now Europe was under the Chalk Seas, and what is now Eastern Europe was a chain of islands, and Hateg there was probably one of those islands. In 2010, Michael Benton and Zoltan Siki analyzed the animals of Hateg Island, and they mentioned the island rule, which was a term coined by Van Valen in 1973, where dwarfing or gigantism occurred on islands. And then, of course, Nopsche published on the dwarf dinosaurs of the Hateg Basin in 1914 and said it was due to their, quote, restrictive habitat. The authors looked closely at the dwarf dinosaurs of the formation, since some of those dinosaurs' dwarf status had been questioned in 2005 by Lelouf and then again in 2009 by Galton, and at recently published papers at the time of the area. Hateg was also thought to have less diversity of dinosaurs than other areas, and there were several basal tetrapod lineages up to the end of the Cretaceous, which was unusual. Nopsche and others suggested that the dinosaur faunas of Hateg were impoverished, and that this was evidence they lived on an island. And impoverished here refers to the low diversity of dinosaurs. But it turns out that that was partly because of the limited collecting of fossils, and now we do know about more dinosaur species than before. Now, compared to other areas of the world, the dinosaur fauna was impoverished, but it was similar to all European faunas from around the same time. So it does turn out there was more diversity in this ecosystem than previously thought. This area, it was mountainous, and, quote, from the 2010 paper, tectonic evolution of the surrounding mountainous areas appears to have had significant impact upon the paleo-environmental evolution of the basin itself, promoting a shift towards wetter, more moist environments during the later part of the Maastrichtian. They found that based on stable isotopes, the island had this tropical setting, also known as a low-latitude paleogeographic setting. Not many plant fossils have been found, mostly spores and pollen and some leaf impressions, also some seeds and fruitifications. But they said the mesoflora, quote, suggests a semi-arid, seasonably variable climate. And there were also marshy ponds, floodplains, channels, and more.
Marshes with fruitifications.
Yeah. Hateg Island probably existed between the Cenomanian to the Maastrichtian in the late Cretaceous, about 100 million years ago to 66 million years ago. There were streams, again, climate was subtropical, rainy and dry seasons, tropical plants, probably lived off of monsoons. Hateg Island may have had also these quote, occasional land bridges or shallow marine dispersal corridors to the European mainland or other emergent land masses of southern Europe. And when it became more shallow, that's when maybe other animals came to the island.
Or new dinosaurs.
Their type of animal, yes. Most vertebrates from the island were found in the fine-grained floodplain deposits, not channels, and that is different from other formations found with dinosaur fossils. In the paper, they said, quote, skeletons show evidence of disturbance, breakage, and weathering, and bone beds, whether of larger or smaller elements, show remarkable mixing of materials from many sources, some relatively fresh and others much abraded or eroded. Now, smaller vertebrates like amphibians and lizards were found in ponds. Crocodiles, turtles, and mammals were found in less marshy areas, and that could show some habitat preferences, but the dinosaurs were found all over. Now, Hateg Island, it's not exactly the same as Hateg Basin, since each island was a little bit different. Hateg Island, quote, must have been significantly larger than the Hateg Basin itself. Also, quote, Hateg-type assemblages can be recognized all over the southwestern, western, and northwestern margin of the Transylvania Basin, thus significantly increasing the mappable area of this former land. So there's some differences in the animals you find in both, but there needs to be more study on this. The animals of Hateg Island were a mix of, quote, late surviving relict members of phylogenetic lineages that can be traced back to the early Cretaceous and endemic taxa that speciated on the island itself, end quote. So you've got a mix of these kind of older looking animals and then also the animals that evolved while on the island. So now we'll talk about the dwarf dinosaurs specifically. Benton et al. Supported Nopes's dwarf island dinosaurs claim, that insular theory idea. Nopesha suggested in around 1914, well, that's when it was officially suggested, that the dinosaurs lived on an island based on the low diversity of dinosaurs and the basal position of the specimens found. Most of these dinosaurs, they were from the end of the Cretaceous, but they looked like dinosaurs that came from the late Jurassic and early Cretaceous. The dinosaurs found were also smaller compared to their relatives from other areas. And Nopesha also wrote in 1914 that turtles and crocodilians and other animals still reached, quote, their normal size. So why the dinosaurs?
The ones that could swim.
Now, at least two of the dinosaurs that Benton and others found in 2010 were, quote, dwarfs by progenesis, a form of paedomorphosis. That includes the sauropod Magyarosaurus, which was only about 20 feet or 6 meters long, small for a sauropod, the ornithopod Telmatosaurus, and possibly the ornithopod Zalmoxes. They said, quote, as adults, the sauropod Magyarosaurus and the ornithopod Telmatosaurus seem to have been about 1/2 the length of their close relatives from elsewhere. Now, others had proposed insular dwarfing based on Pleistocene mammals of the Mediterranean islands. This had been discussed by Forsyth Major in 1902, Bate in 1903, and also Bate in 1906. In 1964, Foster, quote, noted that small taxa generally became larger and large animals smaller. And then Van Valen named it the island rule in 1973. And sometimes this is also called Foster's island rule or Foster's rule. Island rule has been found in mammals, birds, and snakes, but not so much in lizards. Mayre and others in 2004, 2006, and 2008 have said that there are too many exceptions to the term island rule, so we should stop using it. When it comes to the terms dwarf and giant, Benton et al. Said that there was no formal understanding of when an animal was a dwarf or giant, but often it meant, quote, 1/2 or 1/3, or twice or 3 times the normal size.
So you got to be at least double or half.
Yes.
And then you count as a giant or a dwarf.
Exactly. There's a few previous hypotheses for this island rule, which are no longer accepted, but they're fun to hear about, so we'll go over them. That includes the relict population idea, where giant rodents on islands are there from earlier populations, and then selection or the extinction of the mainland species led the island species to grow large. But there's not much evidence that smaller rodents displaced the larger ones on the mainland, and there are more differences in the giant island rodents compared to the mainland rodents. Plus, there are size changes in other animals, mammals, birds, and lizards. Another hypothesis was the reduced prey size on islands, where smaller prey has fewer other animals to compete with, so there's a lot of small prey. Predators then might grow smaller to better go after the small prey. But there's not much evidence that island dwarf predator animals are matched by island dwarf prey animals. Plus, that doesn't help explain why herbivorous animals are growing smaller because their size doesn't match the size of the plants that they eat. Then there's the sexual selection on islands idea, where some of the pressures on the mainland don't exist on the island, so animals are free to grow larger, but there's not enough evidence for this. Next is the optimal body size idea, where there's less pressure and animals can grow to the size best for their environment and their energy needs. But the optimal body size for mammals, there's just too many variables, and even related island species can be different sizes depending on the conditions of their islands. The last hypothesis that's no longer considered valid is the selection of immigrants for large size idea, where larger, stronger animals could swim to the islands from the mainland, but this is very hard to prove.
Yeah, and those are sort of a mix of what makes things larger and smaller, too, it sounds like.
Yes. Now, there are other hypotheses that are still considered to be valid. That includes the ecological release one, where animals on islands don't have the same pressure from competitors, predators, and parasites on the mainland. There's fewer species, so their body size can change. Now, birds became flightless on islands to save energy, for example, and because there's less competition and predation. Larger animals may also become smaller because there aren't as many predators, so being large is no longer an advantage.
Like if you're a sauropod.
Yes. The next is the niche expansion idea, where animals can expand to new diets and opportunities because there are fewer species on the island. For example, smaller animals may grow larger on islands to, quote, take over the roles of absent middle-sized animals. The next is the resource limitation on islands idea, where animals grow smaller so they can live off the land's resources. They can't migrate far away for more food. And last is the optimization of life history traits idea, where some animals have traits, quote, metabolic rate, gestation time, size at birth, age and size at maturity, birth and death rates, trophic level, home range size, and population density. And these things make them better suited to island life. And then they can change their size based on their circumstances, fill a niche or take advantage of either the presence or absence of certain competitors or competition. But it's really hard to find a predictable pattern for this.
Sounds like in general, the earlier ideas were very short-term sort of ideas, like the big ones can make it to the island and you instantly have big ones there.
Mm-hmm.
Or the small ones are better suited to the environment, so the small ones stick around. And then the later ideas are more about the ecology in general, where it's like, well, on an island, you have different pressures. So over time, they become these different sizes or they have these different features.
Kind of like when it comes to the science of dinosaurs, we started off with this narrower look. We're just looking at the bones, and now we look at what were their lifestyles like, and how did they move, and how did they grow. So it's just taking into account more factors.
Mm-hmm.
Animals on Hateg Island span different periods of time. They're from different ages, and therefore they're part of different fauna. So it's really difficult to talk about trends on the island, like their sizes, because they all lived at different times with different animals. Oh, just as a side note, there is another dinosaur that was found in what's now Germany, Oryctodromeus, that's also thought to have been an island dwarf. Now I'll move on to Franz Nopsche, who had, again, as we mentioned, a very interesting life. So the Baron, Franz Nopsche, lived from 1877 to 1933. He was well known for describing dinosaur dwarfism, but he was also a wartime spy. And at one point, he even offered himself to be king of Albania, which Michael Benton also mentioned.
He really liked Albania. It was a whole thing.
Yes. Nopsche was the oldest of 3 children, and he also spoke a ton of languages: Hungarian, Romanian, English, German, and French.
Wow.
Yes. He sometimes is called the father of modern paleontology, as he was the first person to study the biology of dinosaurs. According to Hans-Dieter Suess, Nopsche founded paleophysiology. He was studying clues in the fossil to figure out how extinct animals' bodies functioned internally. That includes like how fast or big did they grow, sexual dimorphism, were they warm-blooded. He also thought that dinosaurs may have been social and parental, like modern birds. Nopcsa was one of the first people in the 20th century to advocate that birds were descendants of dinosaurs. We have to say 20th century because we talk about Huxley all the time, who said the same thing. Nopcsa thought that birds came from small ground-dwelling dinosaurs, though it turned out that wasn't the case. He also suggested the crests and horns of hadrosaurs were for sexual selection, like a peacock's tail. He compared pelvis and hind limbs of crocodiles to learn how running flight evolved in early birds, and he watched brooding birds and figured the hatchlings couldn't defend themselves, so dinosaurs must have done some parental care, which was another new idea of the time. And he studied dinosaur tracks and how the big toe evolved to better understand the origin of birds, and he realized that animals, they had different ways of flying.
Like how the big toe evolved.
Yeah.
Sounds very specific, but I assume it's important.
Nopcsa also analyzed slices of bone under a microscope to study cell structure. So he's one of the first people to contribute to paleohistology, and he figured out which bones were most useful to analyze. And that's how he determined that the sauropod Magyarosaurus wasn't a juvenile, but rather a dwarf dinosaur.
Wow. So that was, Benton later sort of verified that.
Yes.
But I didn't realize Nopcsa was actually working on that way back in the early 1900s. That's impressive.
Yes, he had a lot of interesting ideas. Some of them, we found aren't correct. But, at the time, just the fact that he was coming up with all these ideas when people were still mostly just looking at the bones, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
One of his ideas was that the overdevelopment of the hypophysis gland made dinosaurs too large and eventually led to their extinction. So that's one of those that didn't quite pan out, but still cool. Nopcsa worked very hard throughout his life. Sometimes, though, he was ill, and he had to stay in bed for a whole year once because of his illness. But he still published a lot of papers, including one where he adopted the theory of continental drift. And he didn't mention Alfred Wegener at the time, but he did send him a letter that said, quote, "Meanwhile, I would congratulate you for the confirmation of your drift hypothesis, and I'm glad to be one of the initial supporters of your hypothesis." In today's terms, we might say that Nopcsa was bipolar. He called it shattered nerves. So he's very productive sometimes, and other times not as much. He published over 186 research papers on paleontology, geology, and Albanian studies. His geology studies of the Balkans led to a theory of plate tectonics, which was way ahead of its time by about 40 years, and his paleontology work was donated to the British Museum in London after his death. Despite all his accomplishments, though, his grave is unmarked.
Really?
Mm-hmm. There's hope to restore his castle and make it a center for scientific research and to create a large museum. Under communism, the books in his library were burned.
That's a terrible loss.
Yes. There's also not enough money to restore his castle for now, but there is a replica of Magyarosaurus outside of a current museum in the area that is anatomically correct. It was made by a Canadian artist. They did a Kickstarter campaign to cover the shipping costs. It's not clear why Nopcsa was so unknown for so long. It could be his eccentricities, or it could be because he was gay. He was openly gay at a time when that wasn't really a thing.
Wow, I didn't realize he was openly gay. That's really interesting.
Yeah, a lot of people knew that about him at the time, but it didn't really matter, possibly because he was an aristocrat.
Yeah.
It could also be he was considered an outsider scientist. He kind of thought he was above society. Also, Nopcsa never visited the US or Canada even during, there was a great dinosaur rush out to Alberta in the 1920s. But at that point, he was pretty poor and he had to sell his fossils. He also didn't really teach, so he didn't have many academic advocates. So it could be a lot of little things, even though he was such a big figure in paleontology. So I'll talk about the dinosaurs that Nopcsa described. He described multiple species of dinosaurs and reptiles. Before I get to the dinosaurs, one of the reptiles is a turtle. Kalakibotian Biamidai, which means beautiful box of Biamide, and it refers to his boyfriend's bottom because the shape of the shell reminded him of it.
It's like a peach emoji.
A little bit. Franz Nobsha's family owned estates in the area of Hateg Island, and he noticed that close relatives of Hateg dinosaurs in England, Germany, and North America were much bigger. He first noticed them in 1895 when his younger sister, Iona, found dinosaurs near their family estate at Sutzel in Transylvania when she was 12 years old. She was walking along a riverbank. At the time, all of this was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and now it is Western Romania. Nobsha sent the fossils that his sister had found to Professor Eduard Suess, and he asked him for advice about dinosaur osteology, and Suess said, "Study them."
That sounds like something a paleontologist would say today, too.
Yeah. So he did, and then he attended the University of Vienna, and when he was 20, in 1897, he first reported on these fossils, and he continued to collect the fossils and write about them until World War I. Then the Romanian government seized the family estate in 1920. He stopped collecting, but he kept publishing on the fossils until he committed suicide, and we'll get to his death a little bit later. Nobsha, even though he did attend university, before that he was self-taught. He read books on geology, physiology, anatomy, neurology, and he even contacted scientists around Europe asking for more books. He excavated fossils, he prepared them with homemade glue. Based on jaw mechanics of lizards and alligators, he rearticulated the fossil jaw his sister first found, and he was one of the first people to compare dinosaurs to living animals. The first paper he wrote was when he named Tomatosaurus. That's that crushed skull that his sister found. And he published that when he was 22. In addition to describing the bones, he tried to reconstruct the soft tissues and muscle and brain. He did have a tendency to be arrogant, so he wasn't always easy to be around. He knew he was smart. He was also an aristocrat. That gave him a lot of privileges. There's an example of his arrogant behavior where he told Louis Doyle how great and important his work was, considering his age.
That's one of those backhanded compliments.
Yes. As we mentioned, in 1914, Nobsha wrote about insular dwarfism. He wrote, quote, "While the turtles, crocodilians, and similar animals of the late Cretaceous reached their normal size, the dinosaurs almost always remain below their normal size." At one point, Nobsha became head of Hungary's geological survey, but he was a little too arrogant, and he was forced to resign in 1925. He owed a lot of money at that point, and he sold his fossils to the Natural History Museum in London. Then his health got worse, his debts piled up, and he became depressed. Apparently, after he quit, he went on a motorcycle journey across Europe with Bahami Doda, that's his secretary and his lover. From the end of World War I to the 1970s, no one studied the dinosaur fossils in the area. Then, starting in 1977, Grigorescu led summer camps every year for geology students to excavate fossils and study them. And these studies got more geologists and paleontologists interested in the fossils, and more people started studying Hateg Island. Now, I've mentioned little bits of Nobsha's personal life. We'll get into a few more details of his life and his death. Nobsha was a great scholar, but he's kind of hot and cold as a person. He's been described as intelligent, curious, a keen observer, and diligent. His German language biographer, Gert Robel, wrote, quote, "If we look back upon Nobsha's life, we can observe the many and extremely diverse aspects in his being, including many a contradiction. His ingenious intuition was in stark contrast to his inability to understand and appreciate the motives of others. His insensitivity and egoism were in contrast to his devotion to the Albanians, his critical intelligence to his emotional bias." A quote from the intro to his memoirs says, quote, "Indeed, Nobsha may not always appear congenial or likable to the reader. He was constantly driven by a craving for recognition and prestige, was often irritable and arrogant, and on occasion openly anti-Semitic."
Yeesh.
Some of these traits may be understandable in view of his background and milieu, but many of his motives and reactions remain difficult to fathom, end quote.
Yikes. That's not a glowing review of his behavior.
True. Now, Nopsha's boyfriend was Bahamid Dada, and they met when Nopsha traveled in Romania. Nopsha was openly gay before that was socially acceptable, as we mentioned, but being an aristocrat, that did help. Although he was openly gay, when the two of them went to Vienna, he told everyone that Bahamid was his live-in secretary for propriety. In 1933, when Nopsha was 55 years old, almost 56, he committed suicide. By then, he'd lost his land, his money, and his family home. It's thought that he, quote, drugged Doda with sleeping powder and shot him before committing suicide. In a note, it said, quote, "I did not wish to leave him behind sick in misery and without a penny because he would have suffered too much. I wish to be cremated." So Nopsha was 55 and his boyfriend was 45 at the time.
Oof. I hope Doda knew what was coming.
It seems like maybe not.
Oof.
Now, on April 26th of 1933, Nopsha sent his housekeeper on an errand, and then that's when he shot Doda and then himself. And in his suicide note, he said he had a nervous collapse. The two of them were laid to rest in Vienna at the same moment, at the same hour. There's an ash tree now over Doda's grave. Nopsha wrote, "I wish to be burned," in his note. And the room where Nopsha shot himself is now a real estate office.
Oh, man.
Going back to the unmarked grave, there's just not a lot about him. Although at least we know where his castle is. Nopsha, of course, did a lot of other work, as we mentioned. He loved Albania. He started by studying the geology and geography of Albania, and then he moved on to customs, languages, and religions. He often dressed like Albanians when he was conducting his studies so as not to be recognized, and he published more than 50 journal articles about Albanian folklife. Albania was between Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, and Austria wanted an accurate geographical and cultural map, so Nopsha became a spy. That's when he hired Doda in 1906 to be, his secretary, and he wrote in his journal that Doda was, quote, "the only person who has truly loved me." In 1907, the two of them traveled the mountains in Albania, and they ended up being hostages of a well-known bandit, Mustafa Lida. They were dressed as Albanians, which Nopsha wrote in his memoirs was, quote, "much better than in European dress," because people didn't stare as much and it was easier to talk to the locals. They made it to Mustafa Lida's home, which was full of weapons, and Nopsha wrote that he was a large man, Lida, who was not calm but, quote, "was not overly agitated, simply decisive." Nopsha offered to help him fulfill a wish of his, quote, "without referring precisely to what I meant." Now, Lida had wanted to become an army major, but the Inspector General of Macedonia had prevented it. Now, Lida then betrayed his guests, Nopsha and Doda, and made them his prisoners, saying he was demanding 10,000 Turkish pounds for their release. Nopsha managed to secretly send a letter asking the army major of Merdida for help in the form of either 500 armed men or opium and 20 men. Nopsha also hid a razor under the carpet of his room as a backup in case a guard was going to be sent to sleep in their room and try to take their weapons away. His plan was to kill the guard, climb out of the tower with the sheets and carpets tied together.
Wow, really going fantasy land escape there.
He was ready. But with some help, Nopsha changed Lida's mind about the ransom and offered to get him his title as army major. And he convinced Lida to hand Nopsha over to the Turkish authorities as an Austro-Hungarian spy. I should also mention, Michael Benton mentioned this, that Nopsha may also have been a spy for the British. This is during the war. Anyways, they made a very tiring trek over nearly a week. Just before they reached their destination, Nopsha got a note to the consulate, and everything worked out for Nopsha. Doda's father had heard about the whole ordeal and showed up with 10 armed men with 40 more nearby, and he wanted to shoot Lida, but Doda and Nopsha prevented him from doing so. And then at that point, everybody knew what was going on, and Lida went back home. Nopsha wrote, quote, "Of course I was unable to help him any further."
Was he still planning on helping him after he held him prisoner?
It's unclear, but this just gives you an idea of his adventurous lifestyle.
Yeah.
Now, Nopsha did not like the Ottoman Turks that were ruling Albania. He wanted Albania to be an independent protectorate of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
So he wanted the empire he's from to be controlling Albania.
And he did also make it clear he'd accept the crown of Albania if his plan of guerrilla warfare against the Turks succeeded. Eventually, Albania did become independent in 1912, but Nopsha did not become king.
Oh, shucks.
He did offer at an international conference. The conference was about newly independent Albania. He offered to marry a wealthy American heiress who would want to be royalty in order to become the king, but that wasn't accepted.
That's a weird way to rationalize it. I'll marry an American woman and then we'll rule Albania together. You'd think he would marry an Albanian woman.
He was looking for somebody with money.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. The German prince, Wilhelm von Wade, became the sovereign prince instead, although that didn't last long, and then World War I broke out.
So still it was an outsider who became the king.
Yes.
I guess you were telling me the other day about how all these different nobility around Europe were all related.
Yes.
So it makes some sense, I suppose.
During World War I, Nopsha joined the Imperial Austro-Hungarian Army as an officer, and then he led espionage missions in Romania. He was a commander of a company of Albanian volunteers in 1916, and then in 1918, Romania took over Transylvania and confiscated Nopsha's lands and money. And when he tried to visit one of his family's lands later, he was nearly beaten to death by some rebellious peasants, so he went back to Vienna. And as a side note, just about his life, he also lived as a Romanian shepherd in the Carpathian Mountains for a time.
Wow. Going on a, what would we call that today? Like a retreat?
Yeah, something
Without
like
technology and connections to...
He went to unplug.
Yeah, exactly.
Nopsha wrote memoirs, which is how I got a lot of these quotes and stories about his adventurous life. He started writing his memoirs before the end of World War I. His memoirs cover 1897 to 1917, when Nopsha turned 40. He lost his 1918 diary, which might be why it ends in 1917, and he completed writing his memoirs around 1929. Stadium Press in Budapest offered to publish the Hungarian translation, but Nopsha had so many last-minute changes, the publisher got tired and withdrew their offer, and then negotiations for the German language version broke down, so his memoirs ended up not being published for 70 years.
Wow.
Yes. Again, going to that, he's not the easiest to work with idea.
And that he's relatively unknown, because if people were really interested in him, I'm sure they would have pushed a little faster than 70 years.
Yes. Before Nopsha killed himself, he wrote a letter to his colleague, Professor Norbert Jockel, with a list of manuscripts about Albania that he was leaving behind and a request to get those published. But for financial reasons, they weren't published. And also, the professor was murdered by Nazis in early 1942. In his memoirs, Nopsha's memoirs, he doesn't get too personal, at least around his love life. For example, he writes, quote, "My private life in London carried on calmly and uneventfully, with behind me taking care of my daily needs, such as strawberry jam, etc."
What?
Yeah.
Strawberry jam, etc.
Yes, that's how he talks about his boyfriend. He also refers to his bachelor apartment in his memoirs.
I guess he's not married, so maybe that technically makes him a bachelor.
Yeah, could be. Just some highlights from his memoirs. In 1903, while traveling through Albania, one day at dawn, he was shot at. He wrote, quote, "The bullet went right through my hat and grazed my head, but did not injure me."
Oof.
Yes, so he leapt off his horse and he tried to fire back, but he couldn't see who did it.
So just firing randomly.
Yeah. In hopes that he would hit the person who tried to hit him. In the part between the annexation and the Balkan War, 1910 to 1912, Nopsha went to Berlin to lecture at the German Geological Society of Berlin and saw the dinosaur remains from German East Africa. And one geologist asked him if he was related to the dinosaur specialist, the Baron Nopsha. So, shows how well known he was.
I wonder if he was looking at Spinosaurus.
He didn't mention which dinosaur, he just said dinosaur remains. There was not much about dinosaurs in his memoirs.
Spinosaurus, I don't think, was in Germany by 1912.
Yeah, you're right, because they had to wait till after World War I to finally get them out.
Yes. Now, later, Nopcia became an external member of the Geographical Society in London and an honorary member of the London Zoological Society, the Academy of Bologna, the Geographical Society in Vienna, and the Geological Institute in Vienna. He was also an honorary member of the Hungarian Geological Society and a full member of the Hungarian Academy of Science. So it seems like he was fairly well respected. In 1929, at an exhibit at the British Museum, he published on skeletal remains, and he wrote, quote, "This piece was especially interesting because it was the first more or less complete skull of an Acanthopholis dinosaur."
What's an Acanthopholis?
It's a small armored dinosaur. Clubless.
Sounds like a Thyreophorian. I'm a fan.
Yeah, notosaurid.
Oh, it's only a notosaurid, not an ankylosaurid.
Yes. Those three items were all I could find related to dinosaurs in his memoirs.
Wow.
It's mostly about his adventures.
Fortunately, other people wrote about it, and he wrote about it in publications, right?
Yes,
So you can get it elsewhere.
Exactly. All right, we have covered Nopcia, we have covered Hateg Island in general. Now let's get to the heart of this, which is, of course, the animals. Hateg Island dinosaurs, as we mentioned, they tended to be more basal. That includes Magyarosaurus, Telmatosaurus, Zalmoxes, Struthiosaurus. The ornithopods of Europe from the late Cretaceous seem to be relictual. They're survivors of a once diverse group. This may mean that these types of dinosaurs used to be more common, and then when the land got split up into islands, their range was split, or they island hopped from the mainland. It's unclear what exactly happened. As we mentioned, Magyarosaurus, Zalmoxes, and Telmatosaurus are considered to be dwarfs. The ankylosaur, Struthiosaurus, as well as an unnamed pterosaur, were smaller than expected that were found on the island, but it's unclear if those specimens are adults or subadults.
So there was a small pterosaur on the island.
Yes, but it's unnamed. The Hateg dromaeosaurids and troodontids are small, but they're also about the same size as their relatives in Asia and North America. But the crocodilians, turtles, and mammals are all about the same size as their relatives from other parts of the world. And then we've got that giant pterosaur, Hategopteryx, which was large with a wingspan of about 39 feet or 12 meters. Now, the main formations of Hateg Island include the Sompetru Formation from the early Maastrichtian, the Densush Chiula Formation, which is from the late Cretaceous. There's a lot of material that came from volcanoes there, not as many fossils, and the Sebish Formation, also from the Maastrichtian.
So mostly around 70 million years ago, maybe 80.
Yeah, at least the main formations there, yeah. Getting into the dinosaurs, we'll start with Balaur, which was our dinosaur of the day in episode 297, so if you want more details, you can head over to that episode. I'll just quickly say that the type species is Balaur bondoc, and the full name means stocky dragon. It was a theropod estimated to be around 6 to 7 feet or 1.8 to 2.1 meters long, and it's closely related to Velociraptor.
Yes, it's about the same size as Velociraptor, too.
Yeah. Now, the holotype is an articulated partial skeleton. The carpals and metacarpals were fused, so it only had 2 functional fingers, and that's different from other dromaeosaurids that had 3. It also had 2 claws on each foot and features in the legs that made it likely to have been able to have powerful kicks.
Oh, that's right. I remember that one now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the double clawed feet was really interesting.
Yes. And it was secondarily flightless. Next is Elopteryx. The type species is Elopteryx nopciae.
Hey, I wasn't aware of anything that got named after him.
Yeah, there we go. Now, there's a lot of debate over the phylogeny of Elopteryx. Most recently, it's considered to be an alvarosaurid, but it's also considered to be a nomum dubium. Nopcia found these fossils. There were small fragments that were later acquired by the British Museum of Natural History, and then it was named by Charles William Andrews in 1913. The holotype is a left femur, and then later a second upper left thigh bone fragment was found and referred to Elopteryx.
as well as a distal left tibiotarsus.
So only pieces of the top and bottom of the leg.
Yes, that's why it's dubious.
Yeah, it's not great.
Andrews originally thought that it was a seabird. The genus name Elopteryx means marshwing, and the species name, of course, is in honor of Nopcia. And there's been a lot of lumping and splitting of the fossils for Elopteryx, Bradynemi, and Heptastiornis. So the next one we'll talk about then is Bradynemi. The type species is Bradynemi draculae.
I think I remember that one because it's from Transylvania.
Yes. It's a theropod. It's known from a partial right lower leg. It's been most recently classified as an alvarosaurid, but originally it was thought to be a giant owl. Now, if it were an owl, it would have been stout and it would have been about 6.5 feet or 2 meters tall.
This thing should be a lot of indications that maybe dinosaurs and birds are related when every time they find a dinosaur bone, at first they're thinking, this looks like a bird bone.
Yeah, a giant bird.
Yeah.
Bradynemi was named in 1975 by Colin James Oliver Harrison and Cyril Alexander Walker. Originally, it was assigned to Elopteryx. This holotype, it's a wide distal tibiotarsus. It's in the leg. That's about 38 millimeters wide.
So a little over an inch and a half, maybe.
The genus name, Bradynemi, means ponderous leg, and the species name means the dragon in Romania and refers to Dracula.
I didn't realize Dracula meant dragon.
Yeah, me either.
Little bonus fun fact in there.
Then there's Heptastiornis. The type species is Heptastiornis andrewsi. It's a dubious alvarosaurid, also described in 1975 by Harrison and Walker, and they thought it was a giant prehistoric owl.
A lot of owls.
It had been included as part of the holotype of Elopteryx, but that turned out to be an error. Nopcia also found these fossils, but it's considered to be a novum dubium because, again, only fragments have been found. That includes 2 broken distal tibiotarsi, a large bone in the leg. The genus name, Heptastiornis, means 7 cities or 7 castles, and that's the common name for the region in Transylvania where it was found. The species name is in honor of C.W. Andrews, who named Elopteryx. Next are the Enantiornis that were found. That includes a nearly complete right humerus and end of a left humerus that was found, as well as evidence of colonial nesting that shows that they buried their eggs. But there's not too much else to say. Then there's Gargantuavis. The type species is Gargantuavis philoinos. It was a large basal bird. It's actually one of the largest known birds from the Mesozoic, and it's estimated to weigh about 310 pounds or 140 kilograms.
Holy cow. That is very big.
Yes.
I wonder, that's heavier than some birds I've heard claim to be the heaviest birds ever. So that estimate must vary depending on who's looking at it.
And which specimen you're looking at, because fossils have been found in northern Spain, southern France, and Romania. The first fossils were found in France in 1995, and then it was described in 1998 by Buffetat and Lelouf. But only fragments are known. No skull has been found, but then a pelvis was found in 2019 from Hateg Island, and it had a broad pelvis, which shows it wasn't a fast runner. Also based on the femur, they're saying it wasn't adapted to running. However, Gargantuavis grew quickly. That's based on bone histology, and then it slowed down its growth for about 10 years, and then it became skeletally mature. And this pattern is similar to kiwi birds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now that you mentioned it might be a flightless bird, the things I've read about other birds being the largest ever might still apply because they're talking about flying birds.
Oh, yes. The genus name Gargantuavis refers to Gargantua, the giant and main character in the 16th century French novel The Life of Gargantua and of Pantagruel. The species name, Philoinos, means one who likes wine, and that's because the fossils were first found around vineyards and wineries.
That's funny. A giant that likes wine.
Who doesn't, I guess. Then there's the dinosaur Magyarosaurus, which was our dinosaur of the day in episode 262, so you can get even more details if you head over there. And there's two species. There's Magyarosaurus dacus and Magyarosaurus hungaricus, which the hungaricus one is bigger, but it hasn't been fully studied yet. The fossils are more of a rare find. It's possible that Magyarosaurus hungaricus was from a time when sea levels were lower and they could immigrate and then have enough resources because the sea levels were lower that made the island larger, or maybe they're stray animals from nearby larger land areas. Magyarosaurus, however, was a dwarf sauropod with dermal armor.
Nice.
Yeah, it was about 16 to 20 feet or 5 to 6 meters long, which is small for a sauropod.
Oh yeah, that's tiny. Especially for a Cretaceous sauropod.
Yes. And it's possible that it was small by paedomorphosis, which means it kept its ancestral juvenile characteristics. It weighed about 1.1 tons, which also is much smaller than other sauropods. And much smaller than other titanosaurs, because Magyarosaurus is also a titanosaur. The bone histology of Magyarosaurus found that these specimens were fully mature and therefore smaller than other sauropods. There's a, quote, extremely reduced growth rate. Enough individuals have been found to represent a growth series. And Magyarosaurus is closely related to Rhepetosaurus, Nemegtosaurus, Malawisaurus, and Trigonosaurus, but obviously is much smaller. The genus name Magyarosaurus means Magyar lizard, and Magyar refers to a group of people who are native to Hungary. Next, there's, in quotes, Megalosaurus hungaricus. Megalosaurus was our dinosaur of the day in episode 47, and we do talk a lot about that dinosaur in general if you want to head over there. But as for Megalosaurus hungaricus, in 1902, Nopsha named Megalosaurus hungaricus based on 2 teeth found in Transylvania.
Oh, jeez.
Those teeth have since been lost.
Oh, double OGs.
That's why it's in quotes. So now it's an indeterminate theropod.
Yeah, and at that time, Megalosaurus was a pretty big wastebasket taxon anyway, so it already probably wasn't really a Megalosaurus.
Plus, it's just so hard to know a dinosaur based on teeth.
Yeah.
Next is Palidotitan. The type species is Palidotitan naladzensis. It was a titanosaur, estimated to be about 20 feet or 6 meters long. The shoulder height is 6 foot 7 inches or about 2 meters. This dinosaur was found in 2002 on a Belgian-Romanian expedition. They found a partial skeleton with no skull. That included vertebrae, chevrons, the right half of the pelvis, left ischium, lower end of the right thigh bone, and 2 toe claws. All these bones probably came from one individual because they were found close together. Gregory Paul thought that this specimen could be the same as Magyarosaurus dacus. The fossils do look a lot like Magyarosaurus fossils, and there are some overlapping fossils, but they were found in different locations and they don't share any unique traits or synapomorphies. Palidotitan had short, erect, neural spines along its tail. It was described in 2010 by Zoltan Siski and others, and at the time it was the most complete sauropod found in Romania. The genus name means marsh titan, Palidotitan, and the species name, naladzensis, refers to where it was found. Next is another dinosaur in quotes, Struthiosaurus transylvanicus. It actually doesn't have a proper name, and that's why it has the quotes around it. Struthiosaurus austriacus was named in 1871 by Bunzel for a small isolated fragment that was found in Austria, and it was thought to be an ankylosaur. Nopsha compared the Hateg fossils with Struthiosaurus austriacus and other European ankylosaurs, and then he referred material to Bunzel's Struthiosaurus as Struthiosaurus transylvanicus. Coombs and Marianska, however, consider Struthiosaurus austriacus to be a nomum dubium.
I see.
So the genus name Struthiosaurus means ostrich lizard, and that's because it was thought to have this bird-like head.
Not to be confused with Struthiomimus, which is the bird mimic.
Yes.
And looks a lot more like a bird than a notosaur.
Our next dinosaur is Telmatosaurus. That was a dinosaur of the day in episode 277, so you can go back to that if you want to hear even more details. But quickly, the type species is Telmatosaurus transylvanicus. It's the first dinosaur that Nopshka named. It's a basal hadrosaur, had narrow dentary teeth, It was about 16 feet or 5 meters long and weighed about 1,100 pounds or 500 kilograms. The holotype was crushed, but did have a long skull. The largest dentary found has about 30 tooth positions. It had dental batteries, as well as narrow diamond-shaped teeth, and a long arched blade-like neural spine. The femur was also slightly bowed. Compared to Maiasaura, another hadrosaur, the smallest Telmatosaurus specimens were smaller than young nesting Maiasaura, and the adult Telmatosaurus specimens were slightly more robust than Maiasaura individuals that were roughly the same size, though those Maiasaura individuals that were about the same size as the adult Telmatosaurus were probably young subadult Maiasaura. Telmatosaurus is smaller than more basal iguanodonts like Oryctodromeus and Iguanodon bernusartensis, and it had teeth with features like juvenile Oryctosaurus and Iguanodon. These maxillary teeth, again, were narrow and diamond-shaped, and the dentary teeth were wider and asymmetrical and small. All of this helps support the idea of dwarfing by paedomorphosis, where sometimes you keep juvenile traits even as an adult. It's also possibly via progenesis, which is the retention of ancestral juvenile characteristics by earlier maturation in the descendant. So you keep your juvenile characters even though you mature a little earlier. As an example, with Telmatosaurus, it may have finished developing its teeth earlier than its larger close relatives. Telmatosaurus has been found with a non-cancerous tumor in the jaw. It was benign. The tumor was in the early stages of development, so probably wasn't too painful for that particular dinosaur. Now, before Telmatosaurus, this type of tumor, ameloblastoma, had been found in humans, mammals, and some modern reptiles, but not dinosaurs. Because Telmatosaurus is a basal hadrosaur, it may mean that hadrosaurs were more prone to tumors than other dinosaurs. Now, this particular Telmatosaurus specimen died before it was an adult. Only 2 lower jaws are known, so it's unclear how it died. It's possible that the tumor indirectly caused its death. Maybe it made it appear weaker to a predator or something like that. And that's based on the idea of modern predators often going for weaker or more vulnerable prey. So, poor Telmatosaurus. The genus name Telmatosaurus means marsh lizard. And again, we get into even more details on that dinosaur in episode 277. The last dinosaur I'll mention is Zalmoxes. The type species is Zalmoxes robustus. It's known as Zalmoxes now, but at first it was thought to be Maclodon robustum. It was described in 1899 by Franz Nopsche. Nopsche referred to Maclodon, an ornithopod named by Seeley that was found in Austria. He referred to part of the material as Maclodon susai and part of it as Maclodon robustum. Then later in 1915, he said that Maclodon may be the same as Rhabdodon and that the differences were due to sexual dimorphism. Nopsche compared the fossils with other ornithopods from Europe and North America, like Camptosaurus, and found it to be similar to Rhabdodon that was found in France. In 1990, George Olszewski corrected the name to Rhabdodon robustus instead of robustum, and then Zalmoxes robustus was named by Weishampel and others in 2003 because they found enough differences to make it its own dinosaur.
Split it out from Rhabdodon.
Yes. Another species was also named in 2003, Zalmoxes shiporum. The species name shiporum is for the Albanian name for Albanians. Both of these species were found in the Hateg Basin. In 2009, an analysis of the specimens found differences between the two species were not due to growing or sexual dimorphism. They were also found together in several localities. Zalmoxes is a bipedal herbivore. It had a large triangular head and a beak. Subadults have been found on Hateg Island that range from 6.6 to 7.9 feet or 2 to 2.4 meters long. Zalmoxes shiporum is a larger one. A subadult has been found that's 8.2 feet or 2.5 meters long. There's also an unnamed species with an adult, and that one's 9.5 feet or 2.9 meters long.
It's a monster.
Yes.
Almost 10 feet long.
So Zelmoxys robustus may have been a bit of a dwarf dinosaur, but the other species don't really seem to be.
So they're similar to some of the relatives elsewhere, I guess.
Yeah.
Ornithopods do get a lot bigger than that, but not all of them.
Well, over time, Zelmoxys got more teeth. It went from 8 to 10 tooth positions in the jaw. The deltopectoral crest also got longer, the tibia would get more robust, and the hind limb proportions would change. It would go from having a relatively short femur to having a femur about as long or longer than the tibia.
That's not good for sprinting.
No. Zelmoxys is part of the family Rhabdodontidae, along with Maclodon and Rhabdodon. The genus name refers to the Dacian deity Zelmoxis, who retreated in a crypt for 3 years to be resurrected on the 4th year. And they're saying that's similar to how these fossils were liberated. Zelmoxis was also a slave of Pythagoras, who traveled to Dacia and became a deity. Then the species name, Robustus, refers to its robust build. And I did say that was the last dinosaur, but that's because this next one's a little less specific. It's about dinosaur egg nests that have also been found in Hateg. There were 14 eggs found in 1989, and these eggs were in 4 linear clutches, which each clutch had 2 or 4 eggs. The eggs were subspherical, and the eggshells about 2.4 millimeters thick, and it had this tuberculated pattern. So the size, shape, and texture of those eggs are similar to those found in eggs found in southern France. And embryonic material of a hadrosaur has been associated with those eggs, possibly of Tilmatosaurus. All right, that's it for the dinosaurs of Hateg Island. But as we mentioned, there were some other amazing animals that have been found from this area.
One in particular.
Yes, the pterosaur. So of course, we have to talk about Hatzegopteryx. The type species is Hatzegopteryx thambema. It was a giant Asdargid pterosaur and one of the biggest found. It was named in 2002 by Eric Buffetta and others, based on parts of the skull and humerus, and it was stocky and powerful. It's known from partial limb bones, the neck bone, and parts of the skull. It had a really large neck vertebra, which means that it had a proportionally short, stocky neck. It wouldn't have twisted its neck. It was probably the apex predator of the island. Its head was around 6.5 to 10 feet, or 2 to 3 meters long.
What?
Yeah.
That's ludicrous.
And the neck was around 5 to 10 feet, or 1.5 to 3 meters long. And its estimated wingspan was 33 to 39 feet, or 10 to 12 meters. It could probably fly. So very large, very scary. The holotype includes 2 fragments from the back of the skull and a damaged part of the left humerus. Originally, this animal was thought to be a theropod back in 1991.
Yeah, when you find something that big,
Yeah.
you might not think this is a flying creature.
Hatzegopteryx had a wide skull with large muscular attachments. It had bones in the skull that were spongy instead of hollow. So it had these stout, robust skull bones. Some sources say the skull was estimated to be about 5 feet or 1.6 meters long.
That sounds a lot more reasonable than 6.5 to 10 feet.
Still giant.
Yeah, it's still crazy.
The bones in the skull were full of small pits and hollows, and that would make the skull weigh less. And you see this with wing bones as well. The skull was sturdy and stress resistant and also lightweight. As you mentioned, the neck vertebra, it was short and robust. It was about 12 inches or 30 centimeters long. And pterosaurs in general have 9 neck vertebrae. This neck on Hatzegopteryx probably had a lot of muscles. Hatzegopteryx had some similarities with Quetzalcoatlus. It also had wing bones like other flying pterosaurs, so that means it could fly. It was probably a generalist predator. It may have gone for prey that was too large to swallow whole. We see some modern storks do this with their beaks, also with flamingos. The genus name Hatzegopteryx means Hatzeg basin wing, and the species name Thambema means terror monster.
I had no idea that storks ate flamingos. That's crazy.
Yes, birds are crazy.
They are dinosaurs indeed.
Now, pterosaurs in general had wings formed by membranes that stretched between their elongated finger to their legs. They also had many teeth, and they started off small, although obviously some of them grew quite large. Many pterosaurs lived around water, and many of them ate fish. Others ate fruit, or were filter feeders, or they crushed their food as predators. And like the dinosaurs, pterosaurs also went extinct around the KPG extinction event. Now, Hateg Island, it was the largest pterosaur found so far on Hateg Island, but it's not the only one. Other Asdarchids pterosaurs include Urasdarko and Albadraco, as well as an unnamed one that's based on a neck vertebra that was medium-sized and robust. And then, of course, there were other animals that lived on the island, and that included mammals that are mostly rodent-like ones, as well as insectivores, crocodiliforms, amphibians, including frogs, turtles, fish, and squamates. So there's a lot going on in this island.
That is a lot.
And just to wrap things up nicely, Hateg Island, it was strange and diverse. There was a lot of interesting experimentation going on, and obviously a lot of different types of animals. The dinosaurs, they were mostly basal, and they were smaller than their relatives, and the largest predator, the apex predator, was a pterosaur that could walk, run, and fly well. And that just helps show how weird and cool prehistoric animals were.
Yeah, it was a really amazing island with all sorts of interesting stuff going on.
Mm-hmm. And now on to our fun fact. I'll keep it relatively short. It has to do with a dwarf animal, but not a dwarf dinosaur. The straight-tusked elephant, Paleoloxodon, started in Africa and then migrated to Europe sometime between 0.8 and 0.6 million years ago. And one species, Paleoloxodon antiquus, lived on islands in the Mediterranean and over time became a dwarf elephant. And their skulls may have led to the myth of Cyclops, because the hole in the middle where the nasal area used to be was thought to be a large single eye socket.
Yeah, since it's teeth and they don't always fossilize, or sometimes they're not in the skull when you find it, it does leave that big weird center hole in the front of the head. Although it is pretty low for an eyeball, but I guess if you're not orienting it right, you might think that it was high on the head. It's interesting.
Just makes me think of the Odyssey. Nobody did this to me. And that wraps up our milestone 400th episode. We hope you enjoyed learning all about the Hateg Island and Nopsha and a bunch of the animals. Thank you again to everyone for sticking with us these past 400 episodes. We look forward to the next 400. Thanks for listening, and until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today in our 450th episode...
Milestone!
It is. I guess all the 50 marks since maybe 250? Maybe 150?
We started at 100, then we skipped to 200, and then ever since then we've been doing it once a year, every 50 episodes or 50 weeks.
Yeah. So it shifts slowly through the year.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to do like a leap year at some point to adjust. But yeah, we're doing a milestone episode about Ceratopsians, which I'm calling the Triceratops celebration or Ceratopsian celebration, but not everybody knows Ceratopsians. So Triceratops.
We had a few suggestions for this one. We had Celebration of Ceratopsians, we had Ceratopsian Serenade, and Triceratops Revisited, because we have talked about Triceratops before, but it's been a while, and there was a lot of things that we didn't say last time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the first time was something like episode 30, I think. It was in the very early days of the podcast.
Yes.
We've certainly learned a lot about dinosaurs and even specifically Triceratops since then. So before we get into all of that Triceratops goodness, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week we want to thank 10 existing patrons. They are Bruce, Brooke, Cameron, Alex, Saskisaurus, Bradley, Wouter, Toon Rex, Dang, and Micah Marcos Music.
All right. Thank you so much for being part of our Dino-It-All community.
Helping us reach 450 episodes.
Yes. Here's to another 450 episodes. All right. Moving on to our celebration of Ceratopsian Serenade. I would say Triceratops celebration, except the Triceratops is our dinosaur of the day, so that's a little bit later.
Yeah.
I want to thank our patrons Butts McGee and Cha Raptor for the suggestions. It was Ceratopsians in general and a review of Triceratops and the Nomum dubium Triceratops species. We can't get to all of the Ceratopsians named, but we will talk about a lot of them.
That's probably good. I feel like the Hadrosaurus Hootenanny, where you tried to name like almost all the Hadrosaurs.
I just went for the ones that were lumped and split.
It was so many.
Oh, I think some people liked it.
Some people did, yeah. I was overwhelmed.
I'm guessing you were not one of those fans. Okay.
I was a fan. I was just overwhelmed because it was a lot.
Well, you can imagine. I did the research.
Yeah. I don't know how you did that.
There's a lot of sources for this episode, like all of our milestone episodes, but the main two, in case you want to pick up your own copies, are Dinosaurs, the most complete, up-to-date encyclopedia for dinosaur lovers of all ages. This is by Dr. Thomas R. Holtz Jr. and illustrated by Louis V. Ray. And The Complete Dinosaur, second edition, edited by M.K. Brett Sermon, Thomas R. Holtz Jr., and James O. Farlow. That'll give you an idea roughly of what we talk about in this episode.
Yeah, those books are great for some of the older stuff because even though I always kind of chuckle with the most complete up-to-date start, you're setting yourself up for failure with that title because once it's 10 years old, it's not the most complete up-to-date anymore.
It's the most complete up-to-date up to, what, 2007?
Yeah. Yeah, so everything pre-2007, and there was a lot of Triceratops stuff pre-2007, so it's a great reference for any of those older dinosaurs, but for newer stuff. That's why we made the podcast.
So we'll have links to those books in our show notes if you want to get your own copies. All right, let's start with the basics. So Ceratopsia means horned faces. They are herbivorous dinosaurs with beaks. They've been found in what's now North America, Europe, and Asia. They mostly lived in the Cretaceous. The earlier ancestors did live in the Jurassic. Ceratopsia may have originated in Asia, and then maybe they moved across the Bering Strait. Southern Hemisphere Ceratopsians include the Australian Serendipaceratops. We only know the ulna, so part of the arm. And Notoceratops from Argentina, which is a single toothless jaw that's been lost.
Nice.
We don't know too much there. There's also some possible Ceratopsians from Europe. One of the earliest known Ceratopsians is Yinlong Downzai. That's from about 161 to 155 million years ago. The genus name means hidden dragon, and it refers to the movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. If you remember that one from, I think, like 2000.
Must have been all the rage when they found it.
Well, it wasn't named until 2006 by Xu Xing and others. It lived in the late Jurassic in what is now Xinjiang, China. It was about 3.9 feet or 1.2 meters long and weighed up to 22 pounds or 10 kilograms. So just a reminder that Ceratopsians started out pretty small. It did not have a frill, and it didn't really have horns. It also probably walked on two legs, and it had shorter arms and long legs. There was some ornamentation on the back of its head, which before was thought only to be on pachycephalosaurs. As a side note, Ceratopsians and pachycephalosaurs are part of the same clade of ornithischians called Marginocephalia.
Or Marginocephalia.
Oh, yes, depending on your preference. So that's one of the earliest known Ceratopsians, and then the latest species of Ceratopsia was Triceratops prorsus, which I will get into in the dinosaur of the day.
Latest and greatest.
Depends who you ask. The first Ceratopsian remains were found back in 1855 by F.V. Hayden. They were teeth that were thought to be trachodon.
In other words, a hadrosaur.
Yes. That happened back in the 1800s.
Yeah. I thought that was really interesting that the first, because Ceratopsian, obviously the name Ceratopsian was much later, looking back at this fossil and things. But since it means horn face, you'd think like, oh, the first Ceratopsian has got to be a horn, it's got to be a frill, it's got to be something. But it was teeth, just like it is with so many prehistoric animals.
And it's hard to know anything about what it looked like when you just know the teeth.
Yeah, or even what it came from. So they find it with a Trachodon / Edmontosaurus and go like, okay, well, it must go with this.
Yep. Well, one of the first named Ceratopsia was Ceratops, which might seem obvious if it's the group name, but Ceratops is now a nomum dubium.
Yeah, Ceratops is a deep cut. That's not like a common household name for a dinosaur at all.
Yeah, unless you mispronounce Triceratops and you forget the tri. I don't know.
Well, there's Ceratops, Biceratops, and Triceratops. Not really.
The type species was Ceratops montanus. And again, Ceratops means horn face. The fossils were found in Montana in the Judith River Formation. John Bell Hatcher found a pair of horns in 1888. He was working for O.C. Marsh at the time, so during the Bone Wars. Marsh thought that Ceratops was smaller than Stegosaurus and had 2 horns on the back of its head and walked on 2 feet, and said that it would have, quote, represented a very strange appearance.
That would be strange.
Yes.
Having 2 horns on the back of the head.
What I think of strange is walking on 2 feet, although I guess the earlier ones were more 2-footers than 4-footers.
Yeah. I guess partly when you say walking on 2 feet, I imagine something kind of in like a human stance. So like a Triceratops, like fully vertical, but with horns sticking out of the back of its head.
Well, it's no dinosauroid.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, Ceratops is now a novum dubium because there's just not enough known to distinguish it as its valid dinosaur.
Yeah, but it makes sense, right? It's the first time you've ever found horns like this, and you think like, wow, these horns must be very unique to this animal because we've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
So you name a new dinosaur, and then you find 100 more that you can specifically name, and it's like those horns could be from anything.
Yep. Go back and revise.
Mm-hmm.
Marsh also named Ceratops horridus in 1889, but soon after that one became Triceratops horridus. Hatcher in 1905 renamed 3 monoclonius species as Ceratops. There was Ceratops recurvicornis, Ceratops belli, and Ceratops canadensis. Ceratops alticornis also became Triceratops alticornis after it was Bison alticornis because originally they thought it was a bison, not a dinosaur at all.
I love that.
Monoclonius belli eventually became Chasmosaurus belli. So here we go. A little bit of lumping and splitting there.
It's too bad Monoclonius didn't stick around. I really like that name. It's like single horn. It's like unicorn, basically.
It's the unicorn of dinosaurs. I think technically it means single sprout, but I know what you're going for.
Yeah. Good point. Single sprouting horn.
Now, Ceratopsians, they all had parrot-like beaks. And early Ceratopsians, like Psittacosaurus, they were small and they walked on 2 legs. Psittacosaurus was a basal ceratopsian, basal to almost all ceratopsians except maybe Chaoyangsauridae, which includes Yinglong. Psittacosaurus had 4 digits on its hand instead of 5, like other ceratopsians.
Oh, interesting. It gained a digit.
Yeah, so Psittacosaurus was like the cartoon version, I guess.
Yeah.
These cartoons usually have 4 fingers.
Yeah, who needs 5? It's just excessive.
Psittacosaurids, they're relatively small. They're no more than 2 meters long. And they had large, short skulls with a deep snout and wide cheekbones that end in a small point or horn. We talked about Psittacosaurus back in episode 92. We do know its full skeleton. We even know that it had a quote-unquote belly button.
Yeah. Yeah, and its coloring and the little feather...
The frill, or the quill.
Yeah.
Not the frill.
Quill-like proto-feather thing going down the middle of the top of its tail.
Yes, it did also have a frill. So just as a quick recap, the genus name Psittacosaurus means parrot lizard.
Aptly named.
Yes. It was discovered in 1922 by Roy Chapman Andrews and named in 1923 by Henry Fairfield Osborn. And it's one of the most well-known dinosaurs. Something like more than 400 individuals have been found.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
Which is how you're able to find things like belly buttons.
Yeah. And it happens to be in an area where you get some pretty good preservation and a lot of articulated individuals too.
Yes.
I think there's even a nest of them, if I remember right, that's got like a dozen just in one spot.
Could be.
It's one of those close relatives if it's not Psittacosaurus.
We also know that it ate using gastroliths, the rounded pebbles to help it digest. The belly button, if you want to hear more, we talked about that in episode 408. Technically, it's an umbilicus. As an embryo, it got its nutrients from membranes, including a yolk sac, and before hatching, the membranes detach and leave an umbilical scar, which is similar to our belly buttons.
Yeah, I feel like it's still valid to call it a belly button because that's not like a really scientific term, is it?
I like saying a belly button because how often do you talk about dinosaur belly buttons?
Just a belly button caused by something slightly different.
Yep. There's another basal ceratopsian, that's Hootenanny, but that one may actually be Psittacosaurus, just going back to our earlier ceratopsians. Now, later ceratopsians, they were large and they had the horns and the frills. These frills may have been for display or regulating their temperature, or to help them with chewing, or possibly to or protect their neck.
Yep. Why not all of the above?
Yeah, the chewing I hadn't really thought too much about before, but Richard Swanlow thought that the frills were an attachment site for large jaw muscles.
Certainly matches with the huge, powerful-looking beak and the deep head and all that stuff. Definitely looks like it was putting in some bite force.
Yeah, it's really interesting thinking about what goes in to chewing.
And where all the muscles can attach. It's very complicated.
Yeah. Not something I think about when I'm eating my dinner. But maybe I should. Now, the horns and the frills may have been for competing for mates. The horns may also have been for defense. Bone beds of ceratopsians have been found, so some of them may have lived in herds. There's been bone beds found of Pachyrhinosaurus, Centrosaurus, Styracosaurus, Ionosaurus, Anchiceratops, Chasmosaurus, Triceratops, and Ankylosaurus.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think it was in the Tom Holtz book, they were talking about how just because you find bone beds of some of them doesn't mean that they're all gregarious. I think he did an analogy for like some deer, like reindeer, are in really big herds, and then you get white-tailed deer that are in little groups, and then you have something like a moose, they're all very close relatives, but the moose like to be completely solitary.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know, especially when you're talking about millions of years apart, because all those animals live today and are close relatives.
Yes.
And we're talking about a span of tens of millions of years all over the world. So
it's even hard to know when you have the bone bed because it's like, did they just all happen to be in that site when something catastrophic happened?
Yeah. They all got buried in that spot. But was that just like a once a year occurrence, or did they always stay together? And, were they all related or were they different? Because we can't do like testing to see if they're all part of a family genetically or if they're from different parents.
Yeah, we just have this one fossilized moment in time. So ceratopsians, they're known for their rostral bone, which gives them that parrot-like beak. And that's actually what makes them a ceratopsian. Not the frills, not the horns, nothing else. It's that parrot-like beak.
That's the original synapomorphy or whatever you want to call it, the defining characteristic.
Yeah, because not all of them had the frills and the horns.
That's true.
It's a bone at the end of their upper jaw, and it's covered by a horny beak. They've used it to snap off plants. Marsh classified ceratopsia in 1890. In 1872, during another expedition, Fielding Bradford Meek found large bones and let Cope know. So again, this is around Bone Wars time, or the beginning of it. Cope named those bones Agathalmus sylvestris, which means marvelous forest dweller.
That's a really nice name.
Yeah.
That's another nice name that we lost, though, I think.
Yes, and Cope also named Monoclonius, so.
Poor Cope. All the recent episodes we talk about Cope and Marsh, it really seems like Marsh is winning. Marsh named Triceratops, Cope named Agathalmus and Monoclonius.
Yeah.
He definitely won in terms of ceratopsians, for sure.
Yeah, because Cope also named Polyonyx.
Oh, of course, Polyonyx.
Yeah, no one really talks about that one. And now, at the time, ceratopsians weren't a group yet. This is 1872, and Cope thought that the frill bone was part of the breastbone.
Oops.
But then he realized that his dinosaurs were also horned dinosaurs.
Well, I mean, all those early frills, too, were just like a little piece. It wasn't like the whole skull. They were working from fragments.
True. In 1907, Hatcher and others published a monograph on ceratopsids.
Hatcher.
Yeah, Hatcher comes up a lot. He's got that Triceratops named after him.
That's what I was thinking of, yeah. The one that's at the Smithsonian getting chewed on by T-Rex now.
Yes. That is the latest iteration of Hatcher.
Poor Hatcher. At that point, do you want the dinosaur named after you if it's just getting chewed on?
Yeah, it's an iconic dinosaur.
That's true.
Plus, John Bell Hatcher lived in the early 1900s, so he doesn't know.
Yeah, good point.
Now, before we dive deeper into the subgroups of Ceratopsia, we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors. All right, within Ceratopsia, kind of drilling down a little more, we have Neoceratopsia, which means new horned faces, and that includes Ceratopsidae.
That's the real money makers, are the ceratopsids.
It's the ones that most people probably think of, yeah.
Yep. Triceratops, Styracosaurus, all the big ones.
Well, Neoceratopsia includes ceratopsians that are more derived than psittacosaurids. There's a subset of Neoceratopsia that's called Coronosauria. They first developed the neck frill and several neck vertebrae fused to support their bigger heads.
I haven't heard of that one before.
I don't think everyone uses that name. Some were so large they had to walk on all fours, and some of them had horns over their eyes. The horns were for display or scaring off predators or for defense or fighting with each other. A lot of skulls are preserved, and many species are known only from their skulls.
Yeah, that's why it's so surprising that they only found teeth in the beginning, because I feel like if you only find one part of a ceratopsian, it seems like it's always the skull.
Yeah.
But I guess just like every dinosaur, you find more teeth than anything.
Got to start somewhere. Some frills had big holes in them that would have been covered in skin.
Yeah, I think a lot of the paleo art, though, they show there are actual holes. I don't know if everyone agrees that the holes would have been completely covered in skin.
Yeah, it might depend.
I think that does make the most sense, though.
The frills were possibly used for display. Some of them were solid, and they might have acted as a shield for the neck. Neoceratopsia, they had a strong bite and dental batteries. Going into even more detail, we've got some other subgroups/families, starting with Protoceratopsidae. Those are basal ceratopsians that lived in the late Cretaceous. They're mostly found in what is now China and Mongolia. They had dental batteries, they were pretty small, and they had frills and horns. They were smaller than ceratopsids.
Yeah, a lot smaller.
Yeah, and you can think of Protoceratops as one of them, which makes sense. It's Protoceratopsidae. We talked about Protoceratops in episode 154. As a quick recap, the genus name means first horned face. It was described in 1923, and it lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Mongolia and China. It was about 6 feet or 1.8 meters long and could weigh up to 400 pounds or 180 kilograms. And Protoceratops is famous because it's part of the fighting dinosaurs, that fossil of Protoceratops and Velociraptor locked in battle when they died.
Yeah, one of the coolest fossils of all time.
Mm-hmm. It's really holding its own there.
Yeah, especially because they're around the same size. And the Protoceratops, obviously, well, I guess it's a stalemate because they both ended up getting fossilized together. It was pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Taking out a predator your size.
Yes, especially with those claws. We've also got Leptoceratopsidae. They lived in Asia, North America, Europe. They had relatively short frills. They're a small group of medium to large-bodied species, and they had short, deep skulls and large jaws. This group includes Leptoceratops, which we talked about in episode 260. That genus name means little horned face. It was about 6.6 feet or 2 meters long and weighed between 150 to 440 pounds or 68 to 200 kilograms. And that one was named in 1914 by Barnum Brown. And then last, we have the main group, I think, Ceratopsidae. These have probably the most famous and well-known dinosaurs, like Triceratops. Ceratopsidae lived in the late Cretaceous, mostly in North America, but there was also Spinosaurus and Tyrannoceratops. We covered Spinosaurus in episode 178. It was named in 2010 by Xuxing and others and found in China. Tyrannoceratops was found in Uzbekistan, and it walked on all fours, and it had a beak, horns, and frill.
There are two groups within Ceratopsidae, and we've talked a bit about these, but I'll go over it again. You've got Centrosaurinae and Chasmosaurinae. Centrosaurinae means pointed lizards. Centrosaurines are generally known for having an impressive nasal horn, but shorter frills and shorter horns above their eyes compared to Chasmosaurines. This doesn't apply to all of them, though.
Yeah, they do have a pretty long nasal horn, though, in most cases. So part of the way I always think of Centrosaurine as like they have the one center horn is how I remember which group they are. Like Styracosaurus has like the one really long nose horn, but then pretty short ones above the eyes.
Well, that's a good way to think about it. But yeah, because like we were saying, there are Centrosaurines that did have long brow horns like Albertoceratops, and that is unusual for a Centrosaurine.
Yeah. That's a good example of convergent evolution. For whatever reason, it was better off with longer brow horns, and so they ended up with the same thing going on that the Chasmosaurs had.
Yeah. The Centrosaurines are they're smaller than Chasmosaurs.
Smaller and flashier.
Yes, small and flashy. That's nice and pithy. The oldest known Centrosaur is Menepheceratops. We talked about that one as a news item in episode 338. It was described in 2021. The genus name means Menephe Formation Horned Face, and it was found in New Mexico in the US. Then there's Centrosaurus. We talked about that one in episode 105. That genus name means pointed lizard. It had small hornlets on its frills and a pair of small horns above its eyes, and a long frill with holes in it. It was about 20 feet or 6 meters long. There's also Styracosaurus, like you were saying, Garrett.
The prettiest of the Ceratopsians, I feel like.
Yeah, it is. Partly why we picked it as our patch.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about Styracosaurus in episode 42. It's got the openings in the frill and 4 to 6 long spikes that stuck out from the frill. A lot of skulls have been found, and they show that individuals all looked slightly different. For example, some frills had hooks and knobs on them.
Yeah, it's a very elaborate frill. It's pretty cool.
Yes. And there's also Ionosaurus. We talked about that one in episode 106. It's known for the horn on its nose that had this strong curve forward. It also had 2 large spikes that stuck out from the edge of its frill.
I knew that name was familiar. Now I remember why. Because almost all of them, they sort of curve up and back like on a rhino. But on that one, it curves up and forward.
Yeah.
Like it's going to poke you without even having to bend its head down.
Yep. On the Chasmosaur side, Chasmosaurinae means opening lizards. Chasmosaurines are the last of the Ceratopsians to have survived. They're also typically larger than Centrosaurines. They're generally known for having long frills without spikes, long horns above their eyes, and a short nasal horn. A couple include Regaloceratops. Its name means royal horned face, and that refers to the built-in crown on its head, the frill. There's triangles line the edge of the frill, and it had distinct round decorations on the frill itself. And there's Cosmoceratops. This dinosaur had one of the fanciest frills. Bending over the top of the frill were hook-like bony extensions.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it's saying that Styracosaurus was the prettiest. It's got a lot of competition.
Yeah.
Depends what you like in your frill. There's a frill for you. No matter which Ceratopsian or I guess human you are, there's a frill that you'll like.
And then, of course, probably the most famous Chasmosaur of all is Triceratops.
Mm-hmm. Boring frill, but really impressive horns. At least boring frill edge. By pure size, the frill's very impressive.
Yes. It's very smooth, though, that frill. So without further ado, we'll go on to our dinosaur of the day, Triceratops Revisited. And again, thank you to Butts McGee and Cha Raptor for requesting this dinosaur/milestone episode. Gary, you already mentioned we did cover Triceratops, but that was way back in episode 30, and now we're on episode 450, 8 years later.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. There are a couple of species that we'll talk about too. Triceratops species, or depending on who you ask, Torosaurus and Netoceratops, because they're up for debate. We'll also talk about the Nomum dubium Triceratops species as requested. When it comes to species and debates, though, it mostly comes down to Torosaurus and Netoceratops. The rest of the Triceratops species are all synonyms. So Triceratops was a chasmosaurian ceratopsian that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now North America. Like we were saying, it had a short frill like a centrosaurian, but long brow horns like a chasmosaur, so it was confusing as to which group it belonged. But now we think it's a chasmosaurian. The only trait it had in common with centrosaurs was the short frill.
Really? I never knew that Triceratops was considered to have a short frill.
Yeah, because if you're just looking at that head, it looks ginormous.
Yeah, I guess it's proportional to the rest of the head or something, is how they consider it short. It seems pretty big to me, though.
As a side note, Zuniceratops is the oldest known ceratopsian with brow horns. So Triceratops, it had that, I guess, short, but to us, large bony frill, and 3 horns on the skull, and they were long brow horns. In 2022, paleontologists studied the skin of Triceratops and keratin of some of its distant relatives, including Psittacosaurus, and they found that the keratin covering Triceratops's brow horns may have made its horns much bigger, possibly almost 5 feet or about 1.5 meters long.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because every animal that has horns, basically, I shouldn't say every, most animals that have horns, big like bony things sticking out of them, cover them in keratin to get more mileage out of it because it's easier to grow the keratin over the top than just keep growing more and more bone.
Yeah, that takes a lot more energy.
Mm-hmm.
Probably hurts more too when you're injured.
Yeah, it's true because there's blood supply in the bone, but less so in the keratin.
So Triceratops, it was large, it walked on 4 legs. It's got a lot of similarities to bison and rhinos. It was estimated to be up to 26 to 30 feet or 8 to 9 meters long and weigh 5.5 to 9.9 tons.
That's about the same weight as a T-Rex then.
Well, good they were foes. So they had a chance.
Picking on someone their own size, those T-Rex.
Yeah. Triceratops had a large skull relative to its body. Its head was about 1/4 of the body length, and in some cases, 1/3. One specimen, nicknamed Kelsey, was about 22 to 24 feet, or 6.7 to 7.3 meters long, with a 6.5 foot or 2 meter long skull, and it weighed about 6 tons. There's another skull estimated to be 8.2 feet or 2.5 meters long. A lot of Triceratops skulls have been found. Actually, more than 50 Triceratops skulls have been found in just the Hell Creek Formation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty common.
Yeah. It had a robust skeleton, in other words, a sturdy build. Again, it walked on all 4s. There's a debate about whether Triceratops sprawled or stood upright. The latest is that it's somewhere in between, with its elbows slightly bent, similar to a modern rhino.
Maybe even a little bit more bent than a rhino.
Yeah. It had 5 fingers. The fingers pointed out and away from the body. Triceratops skin has been found, so we know it had large scales. Skin on a frill has also been found, and that one had small polygonal scales. Triceratops had a large beak. That's the thing that makes it a ceratops, ceratopsian.
The specific type of large beak.
Yeah. The top is formed by the rostral bone. It also had a dental battery. It probably plucked and grasped food with the beak, and it probably ate fibrous plants, possibly palms, cycads, or ferns.
It's good to get your fiber.
Yeah. The frill, it's thought to have been used to help it chew as an anchor point to help increase the size and power of the jaw muscles, but there doesn't seem to be evidence of large muscle attachments on the frill bones.
Yeah, it's always complicated though. Like we were talking about, if it's a wider surface, then it's harder to see the direct muscle attachment points because it can be spread out more evenly.
Mm-hmm. It had a horn on the snout and, again, the brow horns, the 2 horns above the eyes, and a bony frill that is considered to be short. As a juvenile, the horns were stubs that curved backwards.
Stubs.
Mark Goodwin and Jack Horner in 2006 studied 10 skulls from babies to adults, and they found babies had stubs for horns, and then as juveniles, the horns curve. As subadults, they straighten, and as adults, they recurve to the front. And the juvenile frills started to get ornaments.
Other people think those are different species.
The frills and horns, again, they might have been used for defense, or for identifying each other, or attracting mates, or displaying dominance like how modern animals with antlers and horns do. And they kind of show this in Prehistoric Planet too.
I mean, it's useful to have huge, impressive horns for a variety of reasons.
Yes.
I'm glad we don't have them, though.
I was going to say,
be really annoying.
I don't actually know because I don't have horns.
Yeah.
In 2013, Dave Hone and Darren Naish found that the horns and frills probably weren't for species recognition, or at least it wasn't the primary role for horns. Ceratopsians change quite a bit as they grow up, so it wouldn't have helped them when they were younger.
Yeah, those species recognition things tend not to be like they show up when you're a juvenile. That's more of a display type thing.
Yeah. The frill may have helped to regulate body temperature, and the frills and horns may have been to help fight predators like Tyrannosaurus.
I don't think I've ever heard the Triceratops frill as a body temperature. I'm used to hearing it with the Spinosaurus sail or Dimetrodon sail and things like that, but not Triceratops frill. That's interesting.
Stegosaurus plates.
Yeah. It makes sense. It's close to the head, too. A lot of times you want to dissipate some heat from the brain, for example.
Yeah. The Triceratops lived in swampy areas, as we saw in Prehistoric Planet 2. And again, it lived alongside Tyrannosaurus. There's evidence that Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops fought each other. There are partially healed Tyrannosaur tooth marks on a Triceratops brow horn, and the horn is broken with new bone growth after the break. So it survived it. Triceratops may have also fought each other with their horns. There's one Triceratops skull found with a hole that looks like it was created by a Triceratops horn.
Yeah, that's intense.
Rough, yeah.
I don't want anything poking holes in my bones.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Skin, yeah, anywhere.
Definitely not my head.
Yeah. In 2022, last year, Ruggero D'Anastasio and others found that Big John, a Triceratops that was found in 2014 in South Dakota, had pathologies from a lesion, possibly from another Triceratops horn, and it was in the process of healing, but then Big John died. It seems likely that Big John lived at least 6 months after that fight. In 2020, Rina Sakagami and Soichiro Kawabe found Triceratops to have a small olfactory bulb, so its sense of smell wasn't great, but they also found it could hear low frequencies. It may have held its head about 45 degrees to the ground, which would really show off its horns and frill and make it easy to graze.
Yeah, especially because the way they sort of curve up on some of the species too, it would be pretty impressive even just as they're eating.
Yeah. We'll talk more about Triceratops behavior and also, of course, the debates with Torosaurus and Netosaurus in a little bit, but first we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors. In 2022, Wyman and others studied the metabolism of dinosaurs and suggested that Triceratops was ectothermic or more cold-blooded, like modern reptiles. We covered this in episode 414 as a quick recap, though. Ectothermic means an animal can't regulate its own body temperature, so how warm or cold it is depends on its surroundings. This team figured out how much oxygen an animal used or breathed by testing the fossils, and they looked at femurs of 55 animals and found that Triceratops was more ectothermic, which means that they were less active and they probably basked in the sun and they may have migrated when it got cold.
At least that is their interpretation.
Yes. It's unclear if Triceratops traveled in herds. One bone bed was found in Montana, but it only had juvenile Triceratops. In 2012, 3 Triceratops ranging from juvenile to adult was found in Wyoming, and they may have been traveling together as a family. But again, like you were saying, Garrett, we don't know for sure that they were a family.
Yeah. There's a lot of, what do you call it in a courtroom? Circumstantial evidence. Nothing definitive beyond a reasonable doubt, but, depending on the type of trial, we might go with, yeah, they were families.
The Triceratops are on trial.
Yeah.
And Triceratops is one of the last known non-avian dinosaurs. Fossils have been found in the Evanston Formation, Scollard Formation, Laramie Formation, Lance Formation, Denver Formation, and of course the Hell Creek Formation. So it's been found in Montana, South Dakota, Colorado, Wyoming, and in Saskatchewan and Alberta.
Yeah, those are all basically at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Or very close in time.
Triceratops, the genus name, means three-horned face. It was first described in 1889 by O.C. Marsh. Many specimens have been found, ranging from hatchling to adult. The first named fossil, now thought to be Triceratops, was a pair of horns. George Lyman Cannon found them in Colorado in 1887 and sent them to Marsh, who thought that they belonged to a large bison, and he named it Bison alticornis. In 1887, Marsh wrote, quote, "This specimen, which may be regarded as the type, indicates one of the largest of American bovines, and one differing widely from those already described. The horn cores, instead of being short and transverse, as in the existing bisons, are long and elevated with slender pointed ends." End quote. I imagine it's very different from a bison.
Yeah.
The next year, Marsh named Ceratops, but he still thought that those first horns were from bison. In 1889, he wrote, quote, "The strange reptile described by the writer as Ceratops montanus proves to have been only a subordinate member of the family. Other remains received more recently indicate forms much larger and more grotesque in appearance." He's talking about Ceratops horridus there. Mostly wanted to read that quote because of the grotesque in appearance.
Mhm.
Then a third, more complete Triceratops skull was found, and Marsh finally changed his mind on the first horns. They were no longer bison to him. The Triceratops holotype was found in 1888 in the Lance Formation in Wyoming by John Bell Hatcher, but Marsh named it Ceratops. A cowboy, Edmund Wilson, first saw the skull, and he threw a lasso around one of the horns to get it out, but it broke off, and the skull fell to the bottom of a cliff.
That's not the recommended way of extracting fossils.
No.
Trying to pull them out with a rope. They tend to be pretty firmly stuck in the rock.
Yes. Wilson brought the horn to Charles Guernsey, a fossil collector, who showed it to Hatcher, and then Marsh told Hatcher, "Collect that skull." So it was first called Ceratops horridus. After they found the third horn, Marsh changed it to Triceratops horridus.
So if they'd only found two, maybe it would have been Biceratops.
Maybe. Or it might have just stayed Ceratops. The species name horridus means rough or rugose and refers to the rough texture of the fossils. Hatcher collected 31 Triceratops skulls between 1889 and 1891. That's a lot in just 2 years.
Yeah. Especially considering you said there were basically about 50 found so far. Like 31 of them were found in the first 2 years, 3 years.
50 found in the Hell Creek Formation, but there are a lot of other formations.
Oh, true. Yeah.
There are 2 valid species of Triceratops today, Triceratops horridus and Triceratops prorsus. But in the past, there have been up to 17 species.
As you get with the Bone Wars, just every time you find a fossil, name a species.
A few ones that are no longer valid include Brevicornis, Elatus, Calicornis, Serratus, Flabellitus.
Flabellitus, that's a fun one.
Yeah. Abusus, Hatcheri, Eurycephalus, Albertensis, Gallius, Ingens, Maximus, Sulcatus, and Sylvestris.
So Hatcher actually got a species named after him at one point.
Oh, I think Hatcher's got a few things named after him. He was a big deal. Now, scientists eventually thought that there were fewer species, and the differences in the skulls was due to individual variation. John Ostrom and Peter Wellenhofer in 1986 proposed there was only Triceratops horridus, based on there being usually only 1 or 2 species of a large animal in a region. Catherine Forster reanalyzed Triceratops fossils and found that there's 2 species, horridus and prorsus. They also found Netoceratops to be a separate genus, and I will get into that in a minute. In 2009, John Scannella and Denver Fowler agreed. In 2014, Scannella, Fowler, Goodwin, and Horner studied over 50 skulls of Triceratops and suggested that Triceratops horridus evolved into Triceratops prorsus over a period of 1 to 2 million years, so it was a case of anagenesis.
Yeah, they're very rare and difficult to prove type of evolution.
Yes. But really cool if it's true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say it's that rare because everything evolves from another species. But in terms of actually being able to determine it, it's rare.
Triceratops horridus had a shorter nasal horn. Its brow horns faced forward, and it had a longer snout. Triceratops prorsus had a longer nasal horn. The brow horns were pointed more upward, and it had a shorter, deeper snout. As we mentioned, Edward Cope also named a couple Ceratopsians, Agathalmus and Polyonyx, which they may actually be Triceratops. Agathalmus, they only found a pelvis, some vertebrae, and a few ribs, so we only know for sure it's a Ceratopsian.
Yeah, when mostly you find skulls, it's hard when you find just a pelvis to know what it is.
And with Polyonyx, we have only found parts of the horns, some vertebrae, and parts of the limbs, so we also only know for sure it's a Ceratopsian. So on to the main debate. There's been a lot of debates on Torosaurus and Netoceratops, and we've talked a fair amount about it on our show. Torosaurus, if you concur that Torosaurus is its own genus, had an elongated skull and 2 holes in the frill.
Otherwise, Triceratops as an adult had an elongated skull with 2 holes in its frill.
Yes. Torosaurus was named in 1891 based on 2 skulls. Its name, Torosaurus, means perforated lizard and refers to the openings in the frill. It's been found in as far north as Saskatchewan and as far south as Texas. Fossils have been found in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, Colorado, Utah, and then, of course, Saskatchewan, and possibly Texas and New Mexico. It is not as common of a find as Triceratops. It had one of the largest skulls. It had a longer frill than Triceratops, and it had the large openings, and it had 5 or more pairs of hornlets on the back of the frill. It also had a shorter nose horn. The fossils, again, they were found in 1891. It was a pair of skulls with long frills and holes in the frills. Those were found in Wyoming by Hatcher. Marsh named them Torosaurus latus and Torosaurus gladius. The species name latus means the wide one and refers to the frill, and the name gladius means sword. There are 3 species, latus, or there were 3 species, latus, gladius, and utahensis. Only latus and utahensis, though, are still considered valid.
Oh, not gladius?
No.
The sword one.
Torosaurus utahensis was originally described as a Rhinoceratops utahensis in 1946 by Charles Whitney Gilmore based on a frill fragment found in Utah. But then it was renamed in 1976 to Torosaurus by Douglas Lawson. Torosaurus had a long frill and triangular osteoderms on the edge of the frill. There's some individual variation in Torosaurus specimens, which makes sense. There's also individual variation in Triceratops.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 2009, John Scannella and Jack Horner found Torosaurus was just a growth stage of Triceratops, that adult stage, or the later adult stage. They studied over 50 specimens, including over 30 skulls, and they reclassified Torosaurus as an adult Triceratops.
And changed all the mounts in their museum to say Triceratops.
The key here is that Ceratopsian skulls have metaplastic bone, which can change in length over time and form new shapes. Now, there's a lot of variety in Triceratops skulls, and some subadult Triceratops skulls have 2 thin areas in the frill in roughly the same spot as the holes in Torosaurus, so it's possible that the holes opened up later to lighten the load of the skull as Triceratops grew its longer frills. In 2011, Jack Horner and Ellen Therese Lamb studied the frills and found that there was a lot of resorption. They also said it was likely that the frill of a mature Triceratops with the holes weighed the same as the frill of a large subadult without the holes.
That's why you like having holes in your skull.
Yep.
We have a lot of them too. Makes the head lighter. You don't want a big heavy head if you can avoid it.
Andrew Farkey said that Triceratops and Torosaurus, however, are distinct. Even though the only difference between them is the frill, he argued that the change in the frill is something that we don't see in other ceratopsids, and it would involve a lot of changes, including the bone texture reverting from what it's like as an adult to what it's like as an immature individual and then back to an adult. So it would just require too much change for this to happen.
Yeah, like the edge of the frill on the juveniles, it's like a bunch of little points, and then they sort of get smoothed over and fused together over time. But then you were saying in Torosaurus, it's got some bumps, so it's gone back.
But Scannella and Horner responded to Farkey, and one of their responses was that Torosaurus lattice specimens might be an early stage of Triceratops evolving again, part of anagenesis. Triceratops skulls do have areas, again, where the bone is thin. In 2012, Nicholas Longrich and Daniel Field found, quote, that a well-defined sequence of changes exists in horned dinosaurs. Development of cranial ornament occurs in juveniles, followed by fusion of the skull roof in subadults, and finally, the epoccipitals, epijugals, and rostral fuse to the skull in adults, end quote. And based on that, they found both mature and immature Triceratops and Torosaurus individuals. They also found that the idea that Torosaurus was Triceratops, the tauromorph hypothesis, would mean that their fossils should be found in the same locations, that all Torosaurus specimens would be adults and no Triceratops specimens would be very old, and that transitional forms could be found between the two. Now, Torosaurus and Triceratops did live around the same time and place. They're not in all the same locations, but that could be because not many Torosaurus specimens have been found compared to Triceratops, and there could be a sampling bias. Longridge studied 36 specimens to check which ones were adults and found that most Torosaurus specimens were old, but there were 2 exceptions of a young adult and an even younger individual. Both had the extended neck frill and openings in the skull, more so than a similarly aged Triceratops. They also found that 10 Triceratops skulls were about as old as the oldest Torosaurus specimens. They found that the thin areas on Triceratops frills could be the beginnings of turning into holes like Torosaurus, but they said the structures were in different positions. In 2013, Leonard Maiorino and others found Triceratops and Torosaurus to be distinct. So this is a case I think the debate's going to go for a while. We just need more fossils.
Yeah, because we don't have any really young fossils that anybody is saying is a Torosaurus. We've got a couple that are on the younger side, but then there's always individual variation and things like that. So
Right. Well, Longridge did say they were the 2 specimens, but yeah, not a lot of people seem to cite that. Yeah. In 2022, last year, Malin and others said that there were 2 specimens found in Canada in the Frenchman and Scallard formations that were subadult Torosaurus, and said Torosaurus is valid. So yeah, the debate continues.
I think most people are still on team splitter for there's a separate Torosaurus and Triceratops. But yeah, there are a fair number of people that think they're both Triceratops.
Yeah. Then we've got the other debate around Netoceratops. We covered Netoceratops in episode 219. It lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Wyoming in the US, the Lance Formation. Only 1 skull has been found, though it's nearly complete. It was found in 1891 and described by Marsh in his Ceratopsidae monograph, but Marsh died before he finished that monograph, and John Hatcher tried to finish, but then he died before finishing. He died in 1904 of typhus, so the paper was incomplete, and then Richard Swan Lull published it in 1905.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is almost like a cursed paper.
Almost. Well, Lull named Hatcher's description of the skull Diceratops hatteri, so it's almost Biceratops. It's a 2-horned face. He published that one separately. But then in 1933, Lull changed his mind and made it a subgenus of Triceratops as Triceratops hatteri. So there we go. That's how Hatcher got his Triceratops. Although I guess really he got the Smithsonian one. Anyway.
So since he almost named it Diceratops, but didn't actually name it Diceratops and lumped it in with Triceratops, that means if somebody later decided it deserved its own genus, they had to come up with a new name.
Yeah. He actually did name it Diceratops. He published that separately. He just changed his mind later.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Netoceratops means insufficient horned face. Its name refers to it not having a nasal horn.
I'm surprised it didn't just go back to Diceratops then. Gotta ask the ICZNY.
Its brow horns are almost vertical and it had holes in the frill. Some of them might have been from injury or disease. It had a low rounded nasal horn, different from the larger pointed Triceratops horns, but there is some individual variation in Triceratops. In 2011, Scannell and Horner studied Netoceratops and found it to be part of the Triceratops growth series. They suggested that Netoceratops was an intermediate growth stage between Triceratops and Torosaurus, and therefore a synonym of Triceratops. Netoceratops had smaller holes in its frill compared to Torosaurus. Longridge and Fields found the frill holes in the Netoceratops skull to be a pathology, though. But they also thought that it was still a synonym of Triceratops. Scannell and Horner suggested the skull lost its nasal horn either when it was alive or when it was fossilized. It's unclear when. Andrew Farkey said, though, that Netoceratops was its own taxon, so it's another case of we need more fossils. It's really hard to know from just one skull.
But if it deserves to be lumped, you're only ever going to find the one.
Yeah.
In this case.
Triceratops, of course, is in a lot of films. It's on stamps. It's in a lot of media. It's also the state fossil of South Dakota and the state dinosaur of Wyoming. Charles Knight painted a mural of a Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops fighting in 1942, which probably solidified this idea of them fighting.
Yes, and I think also made both of them extra famous, although they had already been in movies before that point.
Yeah. Hatcher, the Triceratops at the Smithsonian, was the first Triceratops to go on exhibit. When Hatcher was first going, the dinosaur, not the person, was going on display in 1905, it was pieced together by 10 individuals. So they made Hatcher's head too small for its body, the front legs were different lengths, and it had the wrong feet, because it was a composite. Originally, they put Hatcher, the Triceratops, its posture with elbows at nearly shoulder level.
Ooh, really in push-up pose.
Yeah. But in the 1990s, Hatcher got an update, And in 2001, they put it in a more upright position. And now it's in the new Deep Time exhibit. And like you were saying, Garrett, it's being eaten by the nation's T-Rex.
Yeah, it's a clever way to not have to worry about its posture. Just have it dead laying there, getting chewed on, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Good point. Future-proofing.
Yeah.
As a fun side note, the Boston Evening Transcript in 1901 had an article titled Making a Triceratops, and this quote, well, the article, I'll say it's about Frederick Lucas from the Smithsonian, who illustrates his method of building up a Triceratops in a papier-mâché skeleton for the Buffalo Exposition. And the quote is, middle-aged persons who were brought up on the schoolbook story of Cuvier's ability to reconstruct a whole animal of a past era from one bone must prepare to revise their impressions of paleontology, end quote. And that just reminds me of today, how, we're brought up on a certain, whether it's Jurassic Park or Fantasia, at some point we have this idea of what a dinosaur looks like, and things change.
We need that on a t-shirt. Prepare to revise your impression of paleontology.
So catchy.
Be prepared. It's going to change.
Another Triceratops known as Pops the Triceratops is on display at the Weld County Administrative Building in Colorado, and that's near where it was found back in 1982. Also on display in 2020, the Melbourne Museum got the world's most complete Triceratops skeleton. It's 87% complete with a 99% complete skull, and that Triceratops was found in the US in 2014. You can now see it in Australia. They paid $3 million for it.
It's hard to know if that is a ridiculous amount or a good deal. I guess it depends on your perspective.
Yeah.
Triceratops is awesome, though.
Yes.
As are Torosaurus and all those other genus and species names that may or may not be Triceratops. And our fun fact of the day is that despite similarities to rhinos, Triceratops was bigger than an elephant.
Oh, yep. That makes sense.
The main reason I bring that up is because whenever I'm imagining a Triceratops, I imagine them way too small because I think of rhinos as like the modern analog, and that's just kind of the wrong frame of mind to get into.
Rhinos are big for us.
They are, and because of that, it's like, okay, yeah, rhinos are big, and they've got the big horn and everything, so sure, think of a Triceratops like that, but you actually have to think more like an elephant. So the San Diego Zoo has a really good page on rhinos. They say the largest rhino is the white rhino from sub-Saharan Africa, and the adults are about 13 feet or 4 meters long and are about 6 feet or 1.8 meters tall, which is obviously very big. It's taller than a lot of people, and even if it isn't, that horn could definitely reach your face. It's not something to mess with. They also weigh about 5,000 pounds or 2,300 kilograms. And on the show, we would probably say 2.3 tons or maybe 2.5 tons or 360 stone for our British listeners.
All right.
Black rhinos usually have the biggest horns of any rhino. They can grow up to about 4 feet or 1.3 meters long. And in that way, the horn size of a lot of ceratopsians were in the same ballpark as the horn size on a rhino. So if you're just thinking about the horn size, rhinos can be a good comparison. But the smallest ceratopsids, that's the real money group of ceratopsians, like you were talking about, the group with the big horns and frills at the end of the Cretaceous, were basically the same size as the largest rhinos. So the smallest ceratopsids and the largest rhinos just barely meet in the middle. So if you have a Venn diagram of ceratopsids and rhino size, they just barely touch.
But they touch.
They do. Probably. Like Sabrina said, Triceratops was 26 feet or 8 meters long, and as best as I could estimate, it's about 3 meters or 10 feet tall, likely more. That's twice as long and twice as tall as a rhino. So if you're going just by dimensions, that's 4 times as big. They also weighed around 8 tons, which is about 3 times as much as a rhino. In general, dinosaurs were a little bit bigger per pound. Triceratops is much closer in size to a large male African elephant, although Triceratops is still bigger than most, if not all of them. Triceratops is about the same size as some species of mammoth.
Wow.
It's another way to look at it. And it's about the same height as an African elephant, which is very tall. It's an intimidating animal to stand next to. Triceratops is significantly longer than an elephant. I couldn't find any good estimates or statements about how long elephants are. I guess people just don't really care. They care how tall they are, how heavy they are, how long their trunk is and stuff, but total body length isn't really interesting to people, I guess, with elephants.
At least that you could find.
Yeah. I searched quite a bit. Couldn't find it. Triceratops weighed more than an average African elephant. And going to the skull, a large African elephant, like, for example, P.T. Barnum's Jumbo, had a skull of about 3 feet or 1 meter long, not including the horns.
Wow.
Whereas Big John, the Triceratops, is reportedly 8 foot 7 inches or 2.62 meters long. Triceratops, therefore, had heads at least twice the size of an elephant. And elephants have pretty big heads. We're going based on skulls because we don't know how much soft tissue Triceratops had on their head.
So it might have been even bigger than that.
Or, kind of close-ish, maybe, because elephants have the big ears, right? And the trunk and everything, so they appear a lot bigger than just the skull.
And the tusks.
Yeah, although the Triceratops had the horns.
True.
So if you're trying to imagine a Triceratops in the future, I would recommend not imagining a rhino, but instead start with the biggest elephant you've ever seen, and then give it an even bigger head with a menacing horn instead of a trunk. Or just sort of imagine a Triceratops head on an elephant body or a mammoth body. And then you'd be in the right ballpark for what a Triceratops would be like in real life.
That's very large.
Yeah, extremely intimidating.
And on that intimidating note, that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Stay tuned. Next week, we have an interview with Dr. Will Tattersdale. He'll talk about the connections between dinosaur science and science fiction. If you enjoyed this episode, and if you enjoy listening to us every week talk about dinosaurs, then please tell a friend. We'd really appreciate it. Thanks again, and until next time.
Good day.